In the small courtyard on the edge of the Uchiha clan's territory, the sound of paper and pen rubbing against each other continued. A carrot-headed Uchiha cub about 5 years old was sitting upright in front of the window, working at his desk like a little adult. His serious look made him look extremely adorable. But if you look closely, the expression on the cub's face is so intriguing, and coupled with his suppressed laughter, the whole person's style becomes evil. Momonosuke.gif he, it's time to bring a little time-stopping shock to the ninja world. The protagonist in the novel beat the school teacher into submission. The back of the man who finished making the last cream dessert and turned away was frozen in time. The Uchiha Kage laughed evilly, very satisfied with the masterpiece he had created with his own added details. While his mind was still active and immersed in the intracranial climax of the fantasy plot, a black box emitting a dangerous aura appeared in Uchiha Kage's hand. Carefully pour a drop of deep black liquid that seems to be able to devour the soul into the cup full of water on the table. As soon as the inky black liquid was poured into the cup, it dyed all the water inside black. Then, as if not satisfied with this, it stretched out its black claws and licked greedily along the edge of the cup. Uchiha Kage's face was solemn. Without any hesitation, he raised his head and swallowed it in one gulp. The black liquid flowed into his throat along the wall of the cup, and those misty minions also found their target to corrupt and devour, and surrounded the will of Uchiha Kage from within the body, instilling in him contempt for the weak, fueling his inner desires and suffering. The spirit immersed in fantasy fights violently against the corruption of darkness, and the subtitles switch back and forth with the dark negative images. The active mental power began to grow wildly under external stimulation. Uchiha Kage's thoughts were drifting back and forth, and his consciousness was a little dazed. His soft and cute little face kept changing and distorting, and a blood-red outline was reflected uncontrollably at the bottom of his black pupils. Embrace the darkness or die in it. Uchiha Kage is not worried about his own safety. As a time traveler, his golden finger is the ability template of G, the Lord of Shadow in the MOBA game League of Legends. Perhaps it is because of the powerful G that players call him Naruto G. He used G to reach Silver 4 all night, and with his golden finger he became a time traveler and came to the world of Naruto. With the ability to control forbidden power and the fate of the protagonist whose parents are both dead, Uchiha Kage is not worried that he will be swallowed by darkness. The two Megatama in front of his eyes spun wildly, but in the end they died and remained at the level of double Megatama. View personal information. Name: Uchiha Kage. Ability: Shadow Tears Mastery Level 7%, Forbidden Power, Extremely Dangerous and Corrupting Yin Attribute Chakra Aggregate, Double Megatama Blood Red Eyes. Chakra Attributes: Fire, Wind, Thunder, Earth, Water, Yin, Yang. Ninjutsu Shadow Secret Art All Blades, Throwing Shurikens condensed with Chakra, Shadow Secret Art Clone, a true clone with all of one's own strength, Shadow Secret Art Demon Slash, a slash with Yin Attribute Chakra, the Yin Attribute attached to the wound will continue to consume the opponent's Chakra, Forbidden Secret Art, Instant Prison Shadow Killing Array, unlocked, Shadow Ninja Technique, Soul Destruction, unlocked. Only comment once, no additional words will be added later. Phew, it feels so good, I've become stronger again, I'm crying so hard that I tried so hard. After digesting and absorbing the surge of mental power stimulated by the tears of shadow, Uchiha Kage let out a long breath, and a smile that was suitable for his age finally appeared on his little face. Chakra is the aggregate product of spiritual and life energy. With the support of the double Megatama, the amount of chakra he can normally extract has reached the level of a Chunin. There are also shadow tears that can be used as a power bank to continuously replenish chakra. Uchiha Kage doesn't have to worry about becoming a weak man like Kakashi and Nagato. Of course, he is not the invincible long Aotean. The so-called forbidden power needs to be controlled bit by Uchiha Kage himself, and he suffers a lot in the process. I still remember the first time Uchiha Kage tried to master the forbidden power. He was full of vigor and ambition. He drank the shadow tears condensed in the black box directly. At such a young age, his pain instantly surpassed that of Suzuki, who experienced the night of genocide. He opened 2 Megatama. Uchiha Kage himself couldn't explain how uncomfortable he felt at that time. His brain immediately activated the autonomous protection function and he fainted. After waking up, my brain felt like it was torn into pieces and then pierced with countless steel needles. For more than a month, my brain hurt even when I was sleeping and dreaming. There was a period of time when my scalp went numb whenever I thought of Tears of Shadow. In other words, strength is the foundation in the ninja world. The temptation of becoming stronger and the threat of losing control of life and death made Uchiha Kage dare to try to control the shadow tears again, but he only dared to try one drop at a time. He readapted the plot of his previous life's work on Time Stop because he accidentally discovered that it would be much easier to absorb and control the forbidden power when the mind was active. As for the works that can arouse active emotions in the ninja world, in the eyes of Uchiha Kage, who has experienced the information explosion, most of the plots are so cliché that he feels no ripples in his heart. He would never admit that he was a bad cub. After all, today is also the day that Ou Jinjin has not developed any new abilities. Uchiha Kage jumped off the stool like a cricket pupa, ran to the bathroom, said hello to his own Ou Jinjin, and went out with the organized adaptation of the work on recreating time standing still. He, Uchiha Kage, will be the ideological inspirer who ushered in a new era in the ninja world's literary circles. After him, the ninja world's literary circles will flourish and 100 schools of thought will contend. No way. Since the plot of a work you have written will only be fantasized about for the first time, as it will cause intense waves of emotion in your heart and make you active mentally. It is completely useless when reviewing the work. I spent so much time thinking about it, just to feel more comfortable for a few seconds after drinking a drop of shadow tear. Uchiha Kage felt that it would be more cost-effective to let the many literary masters in the ninja world brainstorm and provide him with materials to invigorate his spirit. The timeline that Uchiha Kage travels through is earlier than the start of the original story. He is the same age as Uchiha Shisui. At that time, the Uchiha clan was still in the core area of Konoha, but the Konoha high-level officials were targeting the Uchiha clan. After all, this policy was determined during the reign of the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, and Tobirama Senju's reign began when Konoha was founded. The Uchiha clan's desire for a peaceful and stable life in the early days of Konoha has been almost completely eliminated due to the constant targeting and suppression by the Konoha high-level officials, as can be seen from the name Uchiha Kage. His late parents were undisputed hawks in the clan. The small figure of Uchiha Kage walked on the street with a round fan and the family emblem on his back. Passers-by would actively keep a distance from him when they saw him. This is the powerful aura from the Uchiha clan. The middle school spirit that had been hidden for a long time in Uchiha Kage's heart suddenly ignited, and the corners of his mouth couldn't stop rising wildly. Ha 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 ha. The Uchiha Kage laughed as he stood on the street, running his fingers through his hair, leaving only one eye exposed. A predator standing at the top of the natural world, even if it is just a young animal whose claws and fangs are not yet sharp, is an existence that prey needs to stay away from. The words with a very middle school vibe immediately attracted the attention of the people nearby. The ordinary residents all looked at Uchiha Kage with confusion, with question marks all over their faces, not knowing what kind of plot he was playing on the street. Those who were ninjas were all startled and looked at the Uchiha Kage with serious expressions. With this size, he is at most old enough to enter ninja school, right? This action, does it mean that he has already activated the Sharingan? The civilian ninjas, who knew only the three-body technique, gnashed their teeth and felt very unwilling. Let's completely immerse ourselves in the dark world of illusion. Just curse your own unfortunate fate of not having the Sharingan. Seeing that everyone's attention was drawn to him, Uchiha Kage raised his chin proudly, a hint of contempt at the corner of his mouth, and spoke jokingly. Have we been caught in an illusion? When did it happen? Is this the power of the Sharingan? He was caught in an illusion without any warning, and the other party is just a child who has just entered a ninja school. After hearing what Uchiha Kage said, the ninjas around him looked even more solemn, with fine beads of cold sweat oozing out of their foreheads, and they looked around vigilantly. Even though their own chakra was disrupted, they did not notice anything wrong. They could not help but have strong doubts about their own abilities, and fell into a brief confusion of "I'm sorry for being born as a human being." Aren't they actually trash used to highlight genius? When ordinary residents discovered that this was just a sudden brain spasm of a young kid who was trying to be cool, they chuckled in amusement and hurriedly returned to their own lives, no longer paying attention. After a brief moment of confusion, the ninjas gradually came to their senses. After seeing that the Uchiha Kage's pupils did not change at all, they realized that they were fooled by the Uchiha cub in front of them. The corners of the ninjas' mouths twitched expressionlessly, and they looked at Uchiha Kage with unfriendly eyes, but they were not willing to argue with a young kid who might wet the bed at night, so they could only glare at him fiercely and turn away. They will never believe the damned kid again. The Uchiha Kage was not at all disturbed by this, and his face was filled with a satisfied smile of a successful prank. He is now a 5-year-old Uchiha cub. Even if he poops in the street, it will only cause laughter and scolding in the eyes of others, and no one will deliberately pursue it. This is the right of tolerance unique to human cubs. Of course, the Uchiha Kage is not a true human cub. As a mentally mature time traveler, such childish behavior naturally has other purposes besides maintaining the appearance of a normal cub. As an Uchiha who is highly regarded by the Konoha High Ups, the Uchiha Kage does not want to live in peace under the constant surveillance of the Umbu and the Root. For this, he thought about it for a long time and finally decided to play the dark trick in Konoha. He made himself into a useless person who was well known for his lively and active personality, poor talent in ninjutsu, and the shame of the Uchiha clan. After all, people are always accustomed to digging deep and exploring those mysterious things that are not obvious, but seldom realize that those things that are often active in front of their eyes and that they think they know everything about may hide greater dangers. As for whether his disguise would be discovered by Konoha's sensory ninjas or the Hyuga family's Byakugan, Uchiha Kage was not worried about it. The Byakugan of the perceptive ninja and Hyuga can detect the enemy from a long distance in advance on the battlefield, and roughly judge the enemy's strength based on the amount of chakra. That's because during wartime, ninjas have to ensure they are always ready to devote themselves to battle and accumulate chakra in their bodies. Even in peacetime, ninjas will habitually maintain a certain level of chakra in their bodies to deal with some emergencies. From the moment Uchiha Kage made the plan to hide in the dark, he had no intention of retaining chakra in his body, and only extracted a little when he needed it occasionally. Even if some members of the Hyuga clan opened their Byakugan to observe him, Uchiha Kage would be no different from an ordinary person. As for the question of whether there will be a death crisis due to sudden accidents, according to the original work, except for the night of the Nine Tails and Pain's invasion, Konoha is still very safe. As the most developed ninja village among the 5 major countries, Konoha has bustling streets with people and traffic. Various shops are lined up on both sides of the street. Vendors selling small commodities are not to be outdone and have occupied large spaces, loudly shouting out the selling points of their products, creating a lively atmosphere. The Uchiha clan, whose land had not yet been relocated, was a large clan with houses in the village center. Even for a cub like Uchiha Kage whose parents had both passed away, the living expenses given by the clan were not something Naruto could challenge. When the small figure of Uchiha Kage walked out of the street, his cheeks were already bulging, and his hands were full of snacks such as 3-color dumplings, strawberry daifuku, fruit tea, etc. The stack of adapted masterpieces could only be casually inserted into his waistband. As for why all of them are desserts, it is of course because sweetness can bring people a full sense of happiness. Especially the Uchiha clan, who have richer emotions, have a deeper understanding of the happiness brought by sweetness and find it more difficult to give it up. All members are sweet lovers. After passing the Hokage building and walking for less than 10 minutes, Uchiha Kage finally arrived at the destination of this trip, the only adult bookstore in Konoha. Amid the surprised gazes of passers-by, Uchiha Kage walked in without changing his expression. The bookstore owner was a bald middle-aged man weighing about 200 pounds. When he noticed someone entering the store, he lowered the magazine in his hand slightly and looked over with his eyes narrowed into slits. "Ha, you little brat again, get out, minors are not welcome here," the bookstore owner shouted impatiently, staring at the Uchiha Kage. It was this kid who sneaked into the store when he wasn't paying attention, took the book and ran away after leaving the money behind. No one could catch up with him, and he was heavily fined by Konoha for this incident. This time I must watch him leave with my own eyes. Ahem, boss, I'm glad you still remember me, but I don't like that look. Excuse me, the plots of the works in your store are too old-fashioned, they don't interest me at all. They are not worth reading at all. Uchiha Kage coughed lightly, shook his head slightly, and pulled the tie that didn't exist out his collar. He glanced at the bookstore owner with contempt. "What do you, a little brat, know?" Uchiha Kage's contemptuous look made the bookstore owner feel that he had suffered a great insult. As a bookstore owner, how can he sell your books with cliched plots? The bookstore owner's eyes widened, anger emanating from his nostrils. He pulled out a locked wooden box from under the counter and placed it on the counter with a bang. "Look, this is the latest issue of Jiraiya-sama's Intimate Paradise, which has been serialized for many years. It is a very famous book in the entire ninja world. Every issue can attract thousands of people to collect it." The bookstore owner took out a specially coded copy of the new book Intimate Paradise as if it were a treasure, glanced at the Uchiha Kage with a proud look on his face, and boasted, "I spent a lot of money to get this." Tisk, let me guess, the gentle proprietress of the mixed bathing hot spring, the lovelorn older sister who got drunk at the tavern late at night, or the beautiful female ninja who was injured and unconscious and met by chance on the path, or the secret meeting in the woods between the childhood sweethearts. The Uchiha Kage, who was not even as tall as the counter, tried twice on tiptoe without success. Then he realized that the other party had no intention of letting him appreciate his reading, so he smacked his lips slightly and spoke. Seeing the expression of the bookstore owner opposite suddenly become stiff, the mocking arc at the corner of Uchiha Kage's mouth became even stronger. "Besides the different figures and looks of the characters in each episode, can you please tell me whether these environments and plots are the same old routine?" After hearing what Uchiha Kage said, the bookstore owner also felt that Jiraiya's Intimate Paradise series was not so perfect, but how could he easily admit defeat in front of a child? "What do you know, a little kid, most of the beauty in the world is similar. The only difference is that everyone's thoughts and circumstances are different. This only shows that Jiraiya's works are more relevant to life." "Yes, that's right, Master Jiraiya's work is closer to reality." The bookstore owner nodded in approval, having already convinced himself that Jiraiya-sama's works were the best. "Sometimes reality isn't pretty, this is what I'm going to publish." Uchiha Kage shook his head and didn't even think about convincing the bookstore owner with words alone. He tiptoed and placed the manuscript of School Time Stop, which he had adapted with his own exaggerations, on the edge of the counter. He raised his chin slightly twice, indicating to the boss to look through it himself. "You," the bookstore owner looked at Uchiha Kage with suspicion. He did not refuse and picked up the manuscript paper in a bad mood, wanting to see why an immature child dared to look down on the books in his store and dared to come to his store to challenge him. The bookstore owner had the intention of examining the books and only flipping through them briefly, then laughing at Uchiha Kage's childish ideas. However, after flipping through 2 pages, his expression became focused and his mind was completely absorbed in the plot. The humiliating plot of the protagonist in the opening perspective does lack some highlights, but after the protagonist accidentally gains the power to pause time, it brings the readers completely into the emotional climax. Those classmates who once bullied the protagonist, the arrogant class monitor, the arrogant teacher. In the end, they all fell powerlessly at the feet of the protagonist. The scene of the rise of a good-for-nothing who has gone through ups and downs over time was extremely emotional. The bookstore owner, who was seeing this kind of plot for the first time, began to breathe rapidly. I felt like all the depression in my heart had disappeared, all the pores in my body opened up consciously, and I felt refreshed and enlightened. The plot in which the protagonist boldly controls the entire world after he activates his ability to stop time is extremely exciting, and the bookstore owner was so excited that he was trembling all over. Wow, a masterpiece! This is a masterpiece that will open up a new era. The bookstore owner let out a long sigh, unwilling to be emotionally distracted from the plot. That he looked at the Uchiha cage, who was not even as tall as the counter, with eyes full of disbelief. Did you really create this? That's right, I just made a slight move and I have surpassed the limits of this era. Uchiha cage crossed his arms across his chest and nodded proudly in response. The bookstore owner gasped, his hair stood on end, and his eyes became like those of a pilgrim. So terrifying. While his peers were still puking in the mud, he had already created this kind of amazing masterpiece that was totally beyond the reach of his age. Could this be the legendary Liu Bei's natural holy body? My dear young master, please be sure to publish this masterpiece here. I will give you a satisfactory buyout price. The bookstore owner quickly locked the manuscripts on the counter into the box that was originally used to store the new work of Intimate Paradise. The 200-pound man flexibly climbed over the counter, made a 180-degree turn from his initial attitude, and spoke with a very flattering expression. This masterpiece, which is enough to create a new era in the literary world, can make up for all the profits of his store even if it only gets a little bit of the profits. Moreover, in the aristocratic circles with a collecting habit, the value of this masterpiece manuscript may be equivalent to a house in Konoha. Don't play any tricks. Did you see the family emblem behind me? Once I find out that the money that should have belonged to me is missing, you will experience the power of the Sharingan, which is feared by the ninja world. With a look of disgust, Uchiha Kage pushed away the bookstore owner's fat face that was trying to move forward, and uttered threatening words that made people feel cold all over their bodies with a mouth that was over 30 degrees Celsius. No, I don't dare. The bookstore owner shuddered when he heard this and swallowed hard. The greed in his eyes disappeared and he felt like he had just lost his mind. He is just an ordinary person, how could he have the courage to provoke the Uchiha clan, which is famous in the ninja circle? Seeing that the bookstore owner was intimidated, Uchiha Kage also knew the way of dealing with things, and said, "Don't worry, I'm not an unreasonable person. As long as you work hard, you won't lose a cent of the money you deserve. If you want the manuscript, it's yours." After swallowing a sweet date, the bookstore owner regained his body temperature and began to diligently introduce some common sense about publishing to Uchiha Kage. In this age of paper books, the composition of royalties is very complicated. New authors who have not been recognized by the market often pay for printing themselves. Only after they gain a certain degree of fame by selling their works at stalls or giving them away for free will businessmen come to invest in printing. Almost all newcomers are bought out at a low price. Those who can negotiate profits from literary masterpieces can get up to 30% of the net profit. After all, there are many people who want to eat this meal. After a fierce bargaining with some people asking for exorbitant prices and others paying low prices, Uchiha Kage, who insisted on his rights, finally got 35% of the net profit share from the bookstore owner. All the problems in the publishing process were solved by the bookstore owner. Although the plot setting he adapted is a masterpiece that can open up a new era in the literary world, in this circle, once someone takes a new step, the influx of newcomers will quickly form a wave. If you cannot quickly occupy the market and gain an absolute position from the beginning, you will only be submerged in it, with at most a hint of disgrace. An eye-catching splash of water. Uchiha Kage was already very satisfied that he could get an extra 50% of profit from the bookstore owner. After all, making money is only a byproduct, and his main purpose is to broaden the horizons and imaginations of those literary masters, so that they can create high-quality works that provide emotional value to themselves. The publishing issue has come to an end for the time being. All I have to do now is quietly wait for the royalties from my share of the writing, and for the new works by those great writers that are full of imagination to be released. After leaving the bookstore, Uchiha Kage returned to the clan territory. Seeing that it was still early, the Uchiha Kage thought for a moment, then took a step with his short legs and headed for the training ground in the clan territory. It is always good to have many skills. There is no such thing as one trick that can conquer all in the ninja world. Relying on the cheat code alone is definitely not enough. All-round development is the way to go. As a member of the ninja clan, it would be inappropriate not to learn the ninjutsu that is openly circulated within the family when he reaches the age to go to school. The members of the Uchiha clan have different personalities. In order to take care of everyone properly, the training grounds within the clan are also designed differently. For example, a training ground in a remote mountain forest is suitable for people with a solitary personality, or a large public training ground is suitable for people who like to socialize. Uchiha Kage went to a large public training ground. I don't know if it's because all the ninjas have a collective holiday today, but there are a lot more people in the training ground than usual. Uchiha Kage arrived at the training ground and with a quick glance, he saw more than a dozen clansmen training in combat in groups of 2 or 3. Shaha, there is a beautiful Uchiha sister. The Uchiha Kage's eyes lit up, and he instantly captured the most beautiful scenery on the field, the two Uchiha sisters who were practicing against each other. She skillfully occupied the stone platform at the edge of the venue with the best viewing angle, and happily admired the heroic figures of the older sisters on the field. The tribe generally has beautiful faces and agile bodies. If you take into account the Uchiha clan's serious and persistent character in dealing with relationships, this is definitely the most perfect love choice in the ninja world. When he thought about the fact that these beautiful Uchiha sisters would perish in the future on the night of extermination, Uchiha Kage couldn't help but howl in his heart, "Fucking beasts, beasts." In order to prevent such a dangerous thing from happening, the Uchiha Kage immediately resolved to protect the beautiful Uchiha and the clan. Wherever the shadow spreads, the beautiful Uchiha will continue to live. This is his duty as a time traveler. The two female ninjas who were practicing did not use fancy ninjutsu. Their figures holding kunai flipped back and forth between obstacles, quickly interweaving and separating in the field, honing the simplest, most common, and most convenient and quickest means of taking lives. There was a constant sound of clinking metal, and a string of sparks flew up from time to time. Finally, the kunoichi with long hair was a little slow, and the kunoichi with a high ponytail seized the opportunity to split the defense that was barely blocking the middle door with one blow, and the kunai hit the white and fragile neck. "Ha Mickey, I lose. Naeka, you've made rapid progress, maybe I'll be the one who loses next time." The two people, sweating profusely, made a sign of reconciliation with a little breathlessness, and then turned their gaze towards the stone platform at the edge of the venue. When the sparring was in full swing, the two of them noticed the eyes on them, but this was an open training ground within the Uchiha clan, so it was normal to have some attention. Now that the sparring is over, the two are naturally a little curious. "Hey, it's this kid." When Uchiha Naeka saw the Uchiha Kage sitting on the stone platform and looking at them with a loving gaze, she instantly understood. "You know him." Uchiha Miki wiped the sweat from his forehead and asked with some confusion. As a wealthy woman, she has her own training room at home. This time, she came to this public training ground for the first time because her good sister invited her to be a sparring partner. Of course, this kid is a frequent visitor to this training ground. I heard from several seniors at the training ground that he has often come here to watch the ninja training since he just learned to walk. He will definitely be the future super genius of our Uchiha clan. Uchiha Naeka clenched her fists and said with a firm look in her eyes, "A child who has just learned to walk shows a strong interest in ninja training. Doesn't this prove his genius ninja qualifications? In other words, this child is not from the lineage of those elders and has been left alone. Otherwise, with the supply of various famous teachers' ninjutsu resources, his name as a genius would probably have begun to spread in Konoha, right? Let's go over there and rest for a while." Uchiha Miki's interest was aroused, and she took Uchiha Naeka's hand and walked towards the stone platform. During the process, they found that the other person's eyes were also moving with them, staring at them with a full gaze. They felt even more amused in their hearts, and a sweet smile appeared at the corners of their mouth. "Little brother, do you want to learn ninjutsu? We can teach you." After Uchiha Miki pulled Uchiha Naeka closer, he sat down on the stone platform and spoke. As he spoke, his two hands touched Uchiha Kage's fair and soft face in a familiar manner. Then she pinched it into a round shape, flattened it, and pulled it to both sides from time to time. The perfect touch of the cub's delicate skin made her eyes fill with a smile. "Wow sister, you smell so good." Uchiha Kage, who had a mature soul, did not mind being ravaged by the beautiful older sister. Instead, he took the initiative to respond, moving closer to her with his nose twitching slightly. "Wow sister, your hands are so soft. Sister, you have maintained your figure so well. There is not a single bit of fat on your waist." Crows flew overhead. Uchiha Miki stopped moving her hands, her expression froze completely, and black lines appeared on her forehead. So the other party's bright eyes just now were not a desire to learn ninjutsu. He is so lewd at such a young age. How bad will he be when he grows up? Hard, the fist is hard. Bang! Uchiha Miki punched Uchiha Kage on the head, leaving a big bump, then angrily pulled Uchiha Naeka up and left without looking back. "Idiot Naeka, were you slacking off and sleeping during the intelligence gathering class? Such a soft hand can cause such harm to me. Could this be the legendary power of subjugation?" Uchiha Kage breathed a cold breath, holding his swollen head, and watched the beautiful Uchiha leave his sight reluctantly. Then he turned his attention to the lucky person he had chosen on the field, a young and honest man with a good-natured smile on his face. There is no way that once his useless character of being the shame of Uchiha is established, his reputation as his teacher will surely be ruined and he will lose face. How could a kind-hearted man like him bear to let the beautiful Uchiha elder sister experience such an unfortunate experience? As for the lucky guy I chose, the famous movie Let the Bullets Fly has long said that honest people will be bullied, and good people deserve to be pointed at by guns. Uchiha Kage saw that his target Lucky stopped training and started a halftime break, so he jumped off the stone platform and walked over. "Uchiha Koneo, who works in the police department, is on leave today. With nothing to do, I simply came to the training ground." He first practiced his most powerful B-rank ninjutsu twice, Great Fire Dragon technique, which almost consumed all the chakra in his body. After throwing a few more sets of shurikens to maintain his daily touch, he sat cross-legged on the ground, closed his eyes, and waited quietly for his strength to recover. But just as he began to rest, he noticed someone approaching from behind. Before the person arrived, a child's voice was heard first. "Senior, I have been observing your training for a long time. Please be my teacher." As he was speaking, the Uchiha Kage had already run up to him, and being somewhat worldly wise, he used his young flexibility to do a 180-degree bow as a gesture of acquaintance. Wait. Although Uchiha Koneo had used his fastest reaction speed, he still failed to stop Uchiha Kage's actions. In the end, he could only scratch his head with a red face. The honest man's heart began to become extremely conflicted. After receiving such a big gift from the child, he now has no words to refuse. But how could I, a Chunin who didn't even have the qualifications to lead a team, have the nerve to accept students? In order not to mislead the students, Uchiha Zayazai suppressed the tangle in his heart, organized some words in his mind, and then said, "Well, look at that senior over there, he is a jonin in the clan, much stronger than me. But he's not as handsome as you. You're the most handsome man I've ever seen in my clan. I want to be as handsome as you in the future." Uchiha Kage didn't even turn his head, and looked at Uchiha Koneo with bright eyes of admiration. Of course he knew that there were people who were stronger than him on the training ground, but when he became an indelible shame on the other party's resume, he would definitely be beaten more severely. "Me, I am the most handsome man in the tribe?" The tsundere hidden in Uchiha Koneo's heart was instantly satisfied on a spiritual level. His face flushed with excitement, but he still tried to remain calm. "Yes, is that so? You have a strong ability of observation. It seems that you were very close to opening the Sharingan. Okay, then I will reluctantly accept you as my student." Uchiha Zayazai straightened his back and spoke in a serious tone. Seeing that he couldn't suppress the smile on his face at all, Uchiha Kage secretly said sorry in his heart. His appearance was affirmed by his peers, and Uchiha Koneo fiddled with his hair at least 5 or 6 times in less than a minute, and he almost took a small mirror to admire himself. Ahem, appearance is something that is determined by nature. I can't guarantee that you will grow up to be as handsome as me. Uchiha Zayazai put his fist to his lips and coughed lightly, then spoke. Then he was afraid that these words would hurt the young and innocent heart of his student, so he quickly changed the subject. "Okay, let's not talk about this for now. As a member of the Uchiha clan, we should focus more on improving our strength. You, that's someone." Uchiha Koneo was looking seriously at the student he had accepted. As he was speaking, his voice was suddenly paused. His job in the police department was mainly to maintain daily public order in the village. He was overwhelmed by all kinds of trivial matters and naturally had no energy to pay attention to the situation of a cub in the tribe. Coupled with today's particularly weird apprenticeship process, Uchiha Koneo really doesn't know the name of his student yet. "Should we introduce ourselves first?" Uchiha Zayazai's mouth twitched and he said with some embarrassment. If his thighs had not been pinched purple but he showed no signs of waking up, he would have suspected that everything that happened today was a dream without any logic. It's outrageous. Oh, Uchiha Kage suddenly realized that he had omitted too much of the apprenticeship process for the lucky guy, and nodded belatedly, introducing himself. "My name is Uchiha Kage. I will be a new student at the ninja school starting the day after tomorrow. I like sweets and beautiful Uchiha girls. My dream is to make money and marry 99 wives." After listening to Uchiha Kage's self-introduction, Uchiha Zayazai's heart suddenly skipped a beat and he realized that there was something wrong with this student of his. However, in the ninja world where inheritance is extremely important, he cannot go back on his word after accepting the students. Illusion, this must be an illusion. Children speak without restraint. Uchiha Zayazai kept comforting himself in his heart, and after forcing himself to be energetic, he also introduced himself. "I'm Uchiha Koneo, currently a Chunin working in the police department. I also like sweets and hate it when the captain asks me to work overtime." Through self-introductions, the two got to know each other initially. "Xiaoying, for the glory of Uchiha, you must strive to be the best after entering the ninja school. This has nothing to do with your identity as my first student." Uchiha Zayoneo gently patted Uchiha Kage's shoulder and spoke earnestly. In his heart, however, he had already begun to fantasize that under his guidance, Uchiha Kage would defeat all his peers and become a well-known genius in Konoha. And because of his meritorious teaching, the captain who looked down on him for not opening his Sharingan rewarded him with paid vacation with a smile on his face. "Teacher, I will definitely work hard." The Uchiha Kage imitated a certain hot-blooded idiot, his face full of determination. "Let's go. I'll teach you the most basic 3-body technique first." Uchiha Koneo was very satisfied with Uchiha Kage's attitude. Sensing that some of his physical strength had been restored, he stood up and said, "As for the chakra extraction technique, it has been popularized to every child in the village at the age of 3. It is mainly used to test whether one has the qualifications to become a ninja. The 3-body techniques are the clone technique, the substitute technique, and the transformation technique. Let's talk about the clone technique first. It forms a controllable virtual clone by dividing the chakra. It can be used to hide the real body in battle and confuse the enemy. Through the method of making seals, we can help us better control the flow of chakra in the body. Although he had no teaching experience, Uchiha Zioneo taught very seriously. From the theoretical principles to the uses, and then to the order of hand seals, everything was broken down step by step and taught to Uchiha Kage. Looking at Uchiha Koneo teaching seriously, Uchiha Kage felt a little guilty towards him, but this guilt soon disappeared. With his existence, the night of genocide will definitely not happen again, and it is a blessing for an honest man like him to be able to help the great hero who saves the fate of the entire tribe in the future. Yahaha, have you learned it? Uchiha Zayazai quickly created 2 clones, looked at Uchiha Kage with anticipation and asked. Yes. The Uchiha Kage nodded and replied. The character he wants to create is a loser, not a retard with brain problems. If you can't even learn the most basic 3 body techniques, you might get into more trouble. The art of clone. The Uchiha Kage shouted softly, extracted a pinch of chakra from his body, and made hand seals with his hands. With a bang, a cloud of light mist exploded, and 2 clones appeared on his left and right sides. On the surface, Uchiha Kage's clone technique seemed to be successful, but the 2 clones could be distinguished as real or fake at a glance. Those 2 big, completely out of focus eyes were filled with wisdom, and there was a silly smile on his face, which made Uchiha Zayazai's jaw drop in shock, and his whole body froze. Is there such a style of clone technique? You, try again, let me see your seals. Uchiha Zioneo swallowed hard, totally unable to believe his eyes. It was not until the Uchiha Kage successfully performed the intelligent clone technique twice in front of him that his dream of becoming a famous teacher was completely dead. Uchiha Zioneo covered his chest with a look of hurt. It's over, it's all over. A loser taught another loser. However, since he was a student he had accepted, Uchiha Koneo did not show any disdain, he just looked at Uchiha Kage with a speechless look and continued to teach him the remaining substitution techniques and transformation techniques with all his heart. The substitute technique is the visual distortion caused by the coverage of chakra to the enemy is an entry-level illusion. Usually, the object is disguised as oneself, and the person hides in the dark and waits for an opportunity to attack. The order of seals is. Transformation is the process of temporarily changing oneself through chakra. It is an introduction to changing the nature of chakra. It is usually used to disguise oneself as an enemy companion, approaching and waiting for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. The order of seals is. After confirming that Uchiha Kage was able to use the 3-body technique in a preliminary manner, Uchiha Zioneo breathed a sigh of relief. Although this student of mine is not a genius, at least he is not stupid. He should have no problem becoming a Chunin like me in the future. Etc. Wrong. Uchiha Koneo stared blankly at the Uchiha Kage who was practicing the 3-body technique on the field, and suddenly a glimmer of hope arose in his heart. While using the clone technique, use the transformation technique to make yourself as intelligent as the clone technique, so as to hide your true self. This. Could it be that he is really a genius? Uchiha Zioneo murmured in a low voice. Under the beautiful sunset. Xiaoying, stop for a moment, I have to go to work at the police department tomorrow. Today I will also teach you the shuriken throwing technique. With hope rekindled, Uchiha Koneo was filled with motivation to teach, and he called out to stop Uchiha Kage who was practicing the 3-body technique. He took out a shuriken from his ninja tool bag and clamped it on his finger. Watch this, when using the shuriken, hold it lightly with 4 fingers and put your thumb on the side. When throwing, your center of gravity should be placed at the center of the shuriken. Imagine your arm as a longbow and your wrist is the bowstring. Uchiha Koneo taught very seriously, breaking down and explaining each step. As the theory was finished, Uchiha Takashi's arms, which had been retracted in front of his chest, instantly straightened up, and the shuriken shot out and hit the center of the target 10 meters away. It's better to practice more than to talk more. Consider these shurikens as a gift from your teacher. Uchiha Koneo took out a few shurikens from his ninja tool bag and handed them to Uchiha Kage. He rubbed his big hands on his washed, soft and shiny black hair until it was rubbed into the same frizzy style that seemed to be wholesaled among the Uchiha clan. Then he showed a satisfied smile. Wait for me at the training ground tomorrow at 6 p.m. I will teach you a ninjutsu that will make you stand out among your peers. Uchiha Zioneo gave some profound instructions, waved his hand and left in a casual manner. Of course, the premise of being cool is to ignore his showy behavior of fiddling with his hair involuntarily every few steps. It's so annoying. Why do adults like to be so handsy? The Uchiha Kage held down his hair which couldn't be managed no matter what, and pouted his lips angrily. Even though he thought Madara was handsome in his previous life, he didn't want to have the same rough, spiky hairstyle, which always gave people the impression that he didn't take care of his hygiene. Although he was complaining about Uchiha Zioneo, there was clearly a smile on the corner of Uchiha Kage's mouth. This lucky teacher chosen by me seems to be quite good. It's decided. In case Uchiha Koneo never recovers from his setback, his masterpiece will be immediately adapted into a film or TV series, with him as the leading actor. We must never let our dear teacher go hungry. After practicing another set of 9 missing 10 shuriken, the sky darkened completely. Uchiha Kage packed up and returned home in the moonlight. As a sweet lover, Uchiha Kage's dinner consists of semi-finished red bean soup and red bean cake bought from the store. They only need to be heated up to have a delicious meal. After washing up, Uchiha Kage, who was lying on the bed, had just closed his eyes and was about to fall asleep, when he suddenly thought of something, slapped his forehead and sat up. Shit, I almost got into this comfortable personality. It's safer to be a loser in the village, but this is the ninja world where only the strong can dance. Transformation technique. Uchiha Kage muttered to himself and began to extract chakra, while his hands also formed seals. With a bang, a cloud of light mist exploded, and the Uchiha Kage turned into a man covered in mottled armor, with only his eyes revealing a scarlet gaze full of murderous intent. Uchiha Kage's hand seals did not end. His hands flew quickly, and as the last hand seal stopped, a tall man who looked exactly like him came out from the darkness in the corner. The ultimate shadow skill that possesses all of its own strength, clone. Sure enough, the clone after the transformation will maintain the same appearance as when it was transformed. The Uchiha Kage, whose chakra was completely taken away by the clone, instantly turned into Nagato with a pale face, but recovered instantly with the replenishment of the shadow's tears, so fast that it seemed as if what just happened was just an illusion. Plan, understand? Uchiha Kage looked at the physical clone with independent consciousness in front of him with great curiosity. In order not to attract the attention of the village, he had been behaving like an ordinary cub. This was the first time he used this ability. We need to remind the universe that we are. Alright, go get busy. By Uchiha Kage's face turned red and he waved his hand hastily to see the guest off. This little clone is quite capable, even inheriting my middle school thinking. The clone nodded, and his body disappeared into the shadow under his feet. The Uchiha Kage released a large number of clones of the same size, and after sending them away, he emptied his mind and soon fell asleep. The task of becoming stronger is left to the clone. From now on, his original body only needs to maintain the image of a lazy and useless person who eats and sleeps when full. The next morning, the forest beside the Nanga River is not very lush. 3 members of Minato's Team 7, who were scheduled to gather here, have already arrived, and they are only waiting for someone who is always late. You're late again, Obito. Hearing the familiar footsteps, Kakashi glanced over with his listless eyes, no longer holding out any hope that Obito would be able to keep to time. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Lin had a gentle smile on her face and her words were full of concern. Okay, now everyone is here. Minato smiled gently like a little son, clapped his hands, attracted the attention of several people, and said, in the past 2 years, everyone has completed many tasks together. I have seen everyone's growth. The Chunin exam will be held in a month. Now we have to make the final sprint. Obito and Rin, keep working on it. Boring, only a fool can't pass such a simple test. Kakashi crossed his arms and said venomously. As for the target of the poisonous tongue attack, asshole Kakashi, who are you calling an idiot? Obito glared at Kakashi and growled. Last year, in order to catch up with Kakashi, he took part in the Chunin exam but unfortunately failed. Lin and Minato watched the two's interesting way of getting along with each other with smiles on their eyes. Just when Minato's Team 7 was in chaos, an uninvited guest arrived quietly. It's so lively, it seems I'm here. It's just the right time. Who are you? The sudden strange voice quickly attracted the attention of Team 7. Minato immediately looked up at the branches. Kakashi and Obito, who were making a mess, quickly dispersed, drew their kunao and looked over vigilantly. Rin, who was a medical ninja, quickly retreated and stood at the back of the formation. The fact that Squad 7 was able to form its battle formation in less than a second and get ready for battle shows how experienced they are. You're not a ninja from Konoha, are you? Minato looked at the figure covered in armor on the branch with a wary look. He had never seen the other person in Konoha before, and he didn't carry a Konoha forward protector, so it was very likely that he was an enemy rather than a friend. You can call me.um, call me Heitake Suzuki. The Heitake clone looked at Kakashi and immediately chose to plagiarize, and while speaking, he jumped down from the branch. Heitake. What do you mean? Kakashi looked at the Heitake clone with cold eyes and tightened the kunao in his hand. He is the only one left in Konoha's Heitake clan. The Heitake clone ignored Kakashi's question and looked past the vigilant Minato, Kakashi, and Obito to Rin. Heitake Suzuki, I challenge you. Please fight with the attitude of killing me. The Heitake clone showed the fist blade at the tip of his arm that was flashing with cold light, and immediately attacked Linear. The moment the Heitake clone moved, Minato subconsciously prepared to attack. But after seeing the attack moves that were not even as good as those of the ninja school students, and only the postures looked cool, he stopped immediately and stood aside to provide cover for the 3 people to prevent any unexpected situations. Kakashi looked at the Heitake clone with cold eyes. He did not think of disdainfully attacking his opponent just because he was weak. He instantly rushed forward to meet him. But the impulsive Obito was faster than him at this time. You bastard, I will protect Lin-chan. Obito held the kunao in his hand and easily blocked the fist of Heitake's clone. At the same time, he turned sideways and kicked out with a whip kick, landing heavily on the abdomen of Heitake's clone. Wrong. Obito's face changed. This kick doesn't feel right. Sure enough, the next second, the Heitake clone that was hit turned into a piece of wood and a puff of green smoke. At the same time, a voice came from behind that made Obito feel a chill down his spine. The secret technique of Kanahagakur, no diarrhea for 3 years. The Heyday clone completed the hand seals with both hands, squatted behind Obito and brazenly launched the soul-stirring E-level taijutsu. Coupled with the sharp fist blade that emits a cold light from the front of the back of the hand, no one can underestimate the power of this move. Oh no! Obito's face turned pale. He was unhappy that the Heitake clone wanted to attack Lin and was eager to take action without making any preparations beforehand. The one standing here was his real body. If he was hit in a weak spot by this move, he would never have the face to appear in front of Lin again. Just when Obito felt completely desperate, Kakashi appeared beside him in time and kicked him out of the attack range of this physical technique. Idiot, if you keep this attitude, you won't have to take part in the Chunin exam this time. Kakashi rolled his eyes at Obito, and his gaze towards the Heyday clone whose attack missed became more serious. This guy has a dirty heart. The deterrent power of this 1,000 years of death, which was mixed with private goods, was no less than that of an A-level ninjutsu. Thank you, Kakashi, but I have already reserved this opponent. After Obito stood up, he thanked Kakashi first, then looked angrily at the Heyday clone who almost embarrassed him. Asshole, I won't be careless next time. Fire style, great fireball technique. Obito quickly formed seals with his hands, condensed the chakra into his throat, and then exhaled in one breath. Suddenly, a huge fireball with a diameter of 3 meters covered the open space in front of Obito and the Heyday clone. However, this ninjutsu that could not burn people to death was obviously not very effective. Several shurikens shot out from the sea of fire and shot towards Obito, along with the clone of Heyday wielding his fist blade. I've been waiting for you. Obito dodged the shuriken by leaning sideways and rushed forward with a kunao in hand. Obito put aside his irritable temper and regained his intelligence. Recalling the brief fight before, he had already discovered his opponent's weakness and strength. Clang! The fists and blades were facing each other, and Obito, who was serious, suppressed the Heyday clone in all aspects this time. However, in just 3 or 2 rounds, Obito seized the opportunity and kneed the Heyday clone to the ground, then rushed forward and pressed him to the ground. Who are you? What are you doing in Konoha? Obito punched the Heyday clone again in retaliation and questioned. Kakashi, Rin, and Minato, who was in charge of scouting the enemy, also came over and waited for the answer from the Heyday clone. Oh, he. The Heyday clone who was pinned to the ground looked at Obito with a smug look on his face, and a low laugh came out of his throat. With the existence of Obito, the bootlicker ranger, it seems that his idea of leveling up by killing monsters step by step is no longer realistic in Team 7. Then fight. Even if you can't beat him, you have to fight, beat him until he's scared, be in a state of battle every day. Under the shocked gazes of several people, the avatar of Heitake turned into a shadow and merged into the ground, and then condensed into a new shape on the side. Do you think you've already won? The Heyday clone looked at the stunned people, spread out his palm and hooked his finger, saying, You only defeated me just now. Now I still refuse to accept it. As the voice fell, the Heyday clone swung his fist blade and launched an attack on Minato's Team 7. From then on, the whole day, there was never a moment of silence in the woods beside the Nanga River, with shouts and cries of dissatisfaction echoing everywhere. Even though Team 7 was fed up with it, they seized the flaw of Heytake's clone and used powerful ninjutsu to kill it. The next second, another identical clone would emerge from the shadows nearby and stand in front of them again. There are a large number of such clones waiting in the dark as backup. At the same time, the clone with the alias Might Suzuki has successfully infiltrated the passionate youth combination of Might Dai and Might Guy by virtue of his non-existent distant relative relationship. Walking around the streets of Konoha, they freely shed the sweat of youth. The clone, who goes by the pseudonym Sarutobi Suzuki, is in the team led by Ui Shinku, and is subjected to round after round of beatings by the rebellious teenager Asuma. The destinies of different people are completely different. While the clones were experiencing different painful and happy times, the original Uchiha Kage walked around the clan territory for a whole day, admiring the beautiful Uchiha elder sister. The key to life is ease and comfort. Seeing that the agreed time was almost approaching, he slowly turned and headed for the training ground. While Uchiha Zioneo was still there, Uchiha Kage with a few strands of hair on his forehead with his saliva and sighed dejectedly. I never thought that I would have to do this kind of superficial work one day. Uchiha Kage shook his head and took out the ninja tool bag from his waist. Shuriken, trained in an orderly manner. He originally intended to just do superficial work, but he soon threw himself into it wholeheartedly. After all, he is a man. When I see a can, I want to shoot it. When I see a flat stone, I want to skip it on the water. Even when I go to the toilet and see a fly flying by, I will aim and shoot it with my high-pressure water gun. This kind of thing is engraved in the genes and it is difficult to change. With his full dedication, Uchiha Kage gradually mastered the technique of shuriken throwing, and could hit the target 10 meters away 6 or 7 times out of 10, at a level that is not genius, but also quite satisfactory. Hey, Xiaoying, you look like you're working really hard. The Uchiha Kage was so focused that he didn't notice the arrival of Uchiha Zioneo at all. When he heard the voice behind him, it was too late to escape from being ravaged. Uchiha Koneo rubbed the hair with his big hands for a while, and only stopped with satisfaction when he saw the perfect frizzy hair taking shape in his hands. Teacher Zayazai, although you are extremely handsome, your aesthetic taste is also a mess. Uchiha Kage's cheeks puffed up, and he was tidying up his hair in an irritated manner that he looked at the culprit who caused all this and said unhappily, Teacher, I think you haven't found a partner yet, right? Haven't found the one yet? Didn't find the one? The ninjutsu that Uchiha Koneo said made him stand out among his peers was exactly the sea-level ninjutsu that was beloved by the Uchiha clan. Fire style, great fireball technique. The Six Seal ninjutsu was not difficult for the mature Uchiha Kage. By briefly reviewing the hand seal process of Uchiha Koneo releasing ninjutsu in his mind, he can replicate it completely. However, Uchiha Kage, who wanted to create a useless persona, did not intend to show it. You have to know that some ninjas with strong perception can identify a person's identity based on chakra aura, that he does not have the powerful camouflage ability like White Zetsu. In order to avoid this from happening, apart from the basic three-body technique, the main body does not intend to learn any offensive ninjutsu that requires the release of chakra. Even the great fireball technique that every member of the Uchiha clan possesses. As long as I don't release my chakra, no one can get my chakra aura. He doesn't know any offensive ninjutsu, and he has learned the basic three-body technique weirdly that he even has trouble graduating from the ninja school that he's a useless Uchiha cub. Even a fool wouldn't associate those clones with him. You come and try it. After the explanation, Uchiha Zioneo said with anticipation on his face. No problem. Although he had already decided in his heart to give Uchiha Zayazai a big push, Uchiha Kage still appeared confident on the surface. Si, Wei, Shen, Hai, Wu Yin. Fire style, great fireball technique. Under Uchiha Zioneo's expectant gaze, the six-hand seals were perfectly reproduced in Uchiha Kage's hands. However, when the chakra gathered towards the throat, Uchiha Kage controlled the chakra and gathered it in his body. Success! Uchiha Zioneo saw a flash of fire coming out of Uchiha Kage's mouth and shouted out excitedly. If he can learn it after just one teaching, that makes him a genius, right? But this excitement did not last. The flame only existed for a moment after it was born and then dissipated into nothingness. When the flame burned the most fiercely, it was at most as intense as a lighter lighting a cigarette. Don't worry, failure is common. It took the teacher a long time to learn this ninjutsu. As a very honest man, Uchiha Zioneo was used to taking care of the emotions of people around him. He immediately patted Uchiha Kage on the shoulder and comforted him. If the student is not a genius, then he is not a genius. Anyway, he, as a teacher, is not a genius either. Uchiha Zioneo thought to himself, and rubbed his student's head, which felt very good, and suddenly his heart was shocked. If handsome looks can be considered a talent, then aren't the master and the apprentice also geniuses in this field? I don't know what's going on between these master and disciple. At first, it was clearly Uchiha Koneo who was comforting his students who could not learn ninjutsu, but in the end, he was so shocked that he began to suspect that there was something wrong with his teaching. In just a few words, he was persuaded by the Uchiha Kage to agree to teach him a magic technique next weekend. However, Uchiha Kage is not an ungrateful person who doesn't know how to give back. He also promised Uchiha Koneo that he would help him drastically change his image next weekend to help him take the first step in finding true love. In the end, both of them waved goodbye with satisfied smiles, and for a moment it was unclear who was the one being fooled. After returning home, Uchiha Kage's excitement was still lingering. He can learn illusion next weekend. In the original work, it is a classic scene where Uchiha Itachi kills Orochimaru, one of the three ninjas, with just one glance. Reborn into the Uchiha clan, with the same blood boundary, it is impossible to say that he does not have the heart to become a master of illusion. When Uchiha Kage thought of illusions, ideas flooded his mind. There were so many places where illusions could be used. Uchiha Kage was so excited that he didn't even have time to eat dinner. He immediately sat down at the desk, took out the blank manuscript paper left over from last time, and started working. Thus, the readapted and recreated Hypnotic Dominations series began to be born in the ninja world. As the sky gradually darkened, the Suzuki army, which had been fighting, and being beaten, for a day, bid farewell to their respective opponents in tears and met in a dark and deserted forest. What a fucking failure, we were killed the entire time. There were hundreds of brothers with us when we left, but now there are only a few of us left. The Kidajai clone, who had been in existence for who knows how many generations, looked at the fact that no other clones had come to join him, and shook his head in frustration, his Deo heart almost collapsing. You don't know how weak you are until you fight. More than 60 clones of Team 7 were killed on this front in just one day. Originally, I thought that my shadow transformation ability was too weak, so I only used it at critical moments in order to hone my fighting will and gain experience. As a result, he turned out to be so ugly even though he only relied on his real skills to fight. Not to mention that he was killed instantly by Kakashi in less than 3 rounds. He was a genius who graduated as a Chunin at the age of 6. In front of Obito, the last one in the group, he couldn't even last more than 10 moves. I guess the members of Team 7 finally saw through his weak strength and let Lin, the medical ninja, come out to practice. But he couldn't even last 5 minutes. In other words, Lin didn't master any lethal ninjutsu, and her personality was relatively gentle, so she didn't hit hard, and even provided healing services after the fight. No, they are using him as material for practicing treatment. Only Asuma is fighting on my side. 17 of us were killed before me. I have roughly figured out some of his moves. If my body can keep up. After reporting the battle situation on his own front, the Sarutobi clone turned his gaze to the Might clone who was wearing a green tights. The basic quality of the two Megatama blood red eyes plus the spiritual enhancement of the shadow tears, even if the Sharingan is not activated, this level of combat thinking can also capture the opponent's movements, but the body simply doesn't have time to react accordingly. Don't look at me, this kind of thing can't be accomplished overnight. I've killed 3 people just by practicing to date. I don't have any more youth to burn. The Matt clone was hanging limply on the branch, his hands and feet drooping weakly, and he spoke in a weak voice. After the other few also reported and summarized the battle situation one by one, a group of clones began to discuss the most important thing for them at the moment. I've been busy all day and now I'm hungry and tired. The slave owners in the Middle Ages knew to provide food and shelter, but the main body didn't even prepare a penny for us. Forget about it. Before the royalties from the publishing house arrive, the little money we have won't be enough to support us. It doesn't matter whether I eat or not. I'm so tired now that I just want to lie down on the bed and take a nap. The clones gathered together and discussed. That's right. Even if it is a clone, it has its own normal physiological needs and needs to eat and sleep. Since Uchiha Kage had no experience, the penniless clones could only transfer these needs to the outside world. Everyone follow me, let's get revenge. Kakashi killed more than 30 of our brothers today. If we don't steal all the food in his house, we'll be sorry for the brothers who died. The Heyday clone shook off his tiredness, waved his hand menacingly, and went to find out the location of Kakashi's residence. I agree, I must avenge my brothers. I want to sleep in his bed. Well, why don't you go find Asuma or someone else? As the son of the Hokage, his family should be richer. Kakashi's family lives in an independent 2-story building with a yard. Perhaps because ninja training can easily disturb others, the nearest neighbors are separated by a large open space. At this time, Kakashi was not yet the frail man who later became obsessed with intimate paradise. On the way home, Kakashi stopped at Ichiraku Ramen for dinner. After a quick wash, he wrapped himself in the quilt and prepared to go to bed. It wasn't because he was tired, but he simply had the habit of adjusting himself to the best condition to greet tomorrow. This was a basic quality necessary for a ninja. Just when he was about to fall asleep, his eyes suddenly opened. Kakashi held his breath and listened carefully to the sounds coming from the living room outside. It looks like some animal is eating the cabbage leaves. Are there mice in your house? How about sending Parker over to try and solve the problem? Kakashi was thinking about it when his eyelids suddenly twitched again. No, there was a thief in the house. Hearing the sound, he even opened the refrigerator door. He has already started eating the ham inside. Kakashi instantly stood up and put on his clothes, pulled out a kunao and held it in his hand, carefully opened the door, and looked towards the living room. I saw a group of figures hiding in the darkness with only red eyes showing. They were stealthily packing the collected food and couldn't wait to put it into their mouths frantically. It's you, the guy who claimed to be Heitake Suzuki during the day actually dared to come to my house at night. A fierce look flashed in Kakashi's eyes, and several kunao shot out forward. At the same time Kakashi saw the clones also discovered Kakashi. Hurry up, we've been discovered. According to the plan, go and stop him. The clones, who had made careful plans in advance, immediately took action separately. One group continued to pack up the food reserves that Kakashi prepared daily at home, while the other group quickly surrounded Kakashi to prevent him from interfering with the clones in charge of confiscating the house. Since the purpose of the clones was no longer to gain combat experience and become stronger like during the day, nor was it a fair one-on-one fight, the clones fighting together actually suppressed Kakashi in a small space for a while. On the one hand, he fully utilized his ability to transform his body into shadow and advance to avoid damage, and on the other hand, it was because the battlefield was in Kakashi's house. Restricted by the terrain, Kakashi was unable to use powerful ninjutsu, and for the time being, he really couldn't do anything to these clones. Finally, under Kakashi's helpless gaze, the clone in charge of confiscating the house packed up the only 2 remaining sweet potatoes under the kitchen counter and took them away. This hearty battle finally came to an end. You killed more than 30 of our brothers during the day. These things are your compensation. Gone. The clones waved their hands excitedly, transformed into dark shadows and quickly left. They can't wait to enjoy these hard-earned spoils. You went through all this trouble just to steal some food. Kakashi frowned and checked the house up and down. After confirming that only the stored food was lost, his eyelids twitched a few times. Are these guys just here to make fun of me? How can there be such ninjas? Kakashi shook his head speechlessly, pushed the door open and prepared to go back to his room to sleep. As soon as he walked into the bedroom, he felt like he had walked into the wrong room because of the large empty space in the middle of the room. Kakashi retreated with a dazed look on his face, his little head full of doubts. I closed the door in disbelief and opened it again, but the result was still the same as before. No, are they sick? Why didn't they even let the bed go? Time goes back to the evening when it is getting darker. Shortly after the Heyday clone said goodbye to Team 7, Minato also separated from the members of Team 7 and headed for the Hokage building. He felt it necessary to report to Sarutobi Hiruzen about the appearance of a group of unidentified clones in the village. The fact that one hides the head and shows the tail already explains a lot of problems. In addition, there are things that are unheard of in the ninja world, such as the ability to transform into a shadow with a new bloodline limit, and dozens of shadow clones with Chunin chakra. It is hard to imagine how terrifying the total amount of chakra of these shadow clones is. The only thing he could think of was the tailed beast Jinchuriki ki from other villages. The purpose of the Jinchuriki ki from other villages appearing in Konoha is self-evident: war against Konoha. When Minato arrived at the Hokage building, he happened to run into Might Dai, who was stopped outside the door by the Umbu. "Senior Dai, what are you doing?" Minato came closer and asked politely. As Konoha's famous little son, Minato can clearly remember all the Konoha ninjas he has come into contact with, and treats every Konoha ninja with a gentle attitude. "It's Minato, please talk to him quickly. I have something urgent to report to the Hokage. An unidentified ninja has appeared in Konoha," Might Dai said anxiously. As a genin who came from a common family and had been in the industry for 10,000 years, he had no qualifications or channels to contact Konoha's high-level officials. Now, he was stopped by the Umbu at the door of the Hokage building. "An unidentified ninja also appeared on your side?" Minato was startled when he heard this, and his expression became more serious. This matter might be worse than he expected. The other party had obviously been planning for a long time. "Please inform Lord Hokage that Senior Mighty Dai and I have something very important to report," Minato said to the Umbu guarding the door with a serious face. Regardless of his strength or being a direct descendant of the Hokage, Minato's words were obviously much more effective than Might Dai's. The Umbu at the door immediately went in to report. "You guys go in." After the Umbu came out, he nodded to Minato. "Ding, ding, come in." Here Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice was heard as Minato and Might Dai pushed open the door and walked into the Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen put down his paperwork and looked at the two men. One is his gifted granddaughter, and the other, well, it was the green-skinned genin who often went around the village exercising in various ways. "I'm sorry, there are many things in the village that require my attention, and the Umbu are also afraid that the villagers will bother me with anything." Sarutobi Hiruzen did not rush to ask, but apologized to Might Dai with a kind face for being stopped outside the Hokage building. As the Hokage of Konoha, his own image often represents the overall image of the village. In addition to strong strength, a good positive image is also a necessary part. Kind, benevolent, and approachable, this is Sarutobi Hiruzen's daily image in the village. No, Lord Hokage needs to take care of the affairs of the village. I am the one who disturbed him." Might Dai's face flushed, and he waved his hands repeatedly, feeling extremely excited. The Kage of a village could lower himself to apologize and explain to a nobody like him who had been a genin for thousands of years. "I guess the only one in the entire ninja world is the Sandaime Hokage of Konoha, right? Lord Hokage is really approachable." Sarutobi Hiruzen was very satisfied with Might Dai's reaction. However, he is still a genin in his 30s, and that is probably how his life will be. It is not worth his attention. Minato already had a guess in his mind about this matter and nodded. Might Dai did not shirk his responsibilities and started reporting right away. "It's like this, Hokage-sama. Today my son Kai and I plan to run around the village 100 times. If we can't do it before the morning, we will practice more." Not long after we started, a guy wearing armor and calling himself Might Suzuki said he was a distant relative of mine and joined our training without any explanation. Might Dai recounted everything they had experienced today, including the guy who called himself Might Suzuki. There were several times when he was almost exhausted, but in the blink of an eye he was revived to full health and turned around to catch up with their training. "I don't have any distant relatives. I suspect the other party is a spy from another village who infiltrated Konoha." Might Dai finished speaking, his face looking very serious. Even though he was just a genin, he knew the seriousness of the appearance of a strange ninja in the village. On the one hand, he was worried about Might Dai's safety, and on the other hand, he was afraid of alerting the enemy, otherwise he would have come to report the situation long ago. "Might Suzuki, is it a tribute to his father?" Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned and took a puff of his cigarette. "Maybe the other party is just a ninja in the village who wants to hide his identity and plans to work hard quietly and then surprise everyone? There is too little useful information from Might Dai, so let's see what Minato has to say. I will pay attention to this matter." Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded to Might Dai, then looked at Minato and said seriously, "Minato, what problems did you find over there?" "Hokage, my team, Team 7, also encountered a mysterious clone wearing armor today. The other party called himself Heitake Suzuki. He possesses a bloodline similar to the Hojiki clan's water transformation that can transform his body into shadow. His strength is improving rapidly, and he is probably at the level of genin. The opponent's chakra amount is very astonishing. A total of 67 shadow clones with Chunin chakra appeared before and after. I suspect it's most likely a tailed beast Jinchuriki ki from another village. Minato finished his report with a serious expression, and said helplessly, when the other party left, I tried to follow him, but he was very fast after he turned into a shadow. And he is very alert. As long as I carve the flying thunder god mark on his body, he will immediately remove his clone. The information analyzed by Minato was obviously more important than that of Might Guy. Sarutobi Hiruzen even put aside his beloved pipe and was shocked and speechless for a long time. 67 Chunin chakra clones, plus Might Guys. A genin with such a terrifying amount of chakra can only be a Jinchuriki from another village. It hasn't been long since the Second Ninja World War ended, and already someone can't hold back any longer? There was silence in the Hokage's office for a while before Sarutobi Hiruzen came back to his senses. He took the pipe with a sad face and took a deep puff, letting out the sadness in his heart. The other party has now thrown a bomb into Konoha village, and they don't even know who their opponent is. Bang! Sarutobi Hiruzen was just thinking about countermeasures when the door of the Hokage's office was violently kicked open. Danzo, you! Sarutobi Hiruzen scolded subconsciously. But this time, the person who broke into the office was not his old partner, but his rebellious son, Asuma Sarutobi. Sarutobi Hiruzen became even more irritated and shouted, Asuma, this is the Hokage's office, not a place for you to mess around. Old man, it was teacher Zhenhong who asked me to report the situation to you on his behalf. Do you think I am willing to come to you? Asuma ignored Sarutobi Hiruzen's scolding and glared at him in response. Minato, Might Guy and Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at each other solemnly after hearing this. It seems that this situation is not an isolated case, and things have reached a very serious level. With so many clones scattered across Konoha, the pressure to investigate is enormous, and no one knows where the mysterious Jinchuriki's real body is hiding. In other words, a runaway tailed beast could appear somewhere in Konoha at any time, and this refresh point is not fixed. Unknown time, unknown place. It is foreseeable that until this threat is resolved, a large part of the village's strength will be tied up in it. You go back first. I already know everything. Sarutobi Hiruzen tapped the ashes with a headache, trying to drive away the son who was annoying him. Old man, you know everything but still have this attitude? Asuma looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen in disbelief, his face flushed with anger, and he slammed the door and ran out, shouting angrily before leaving, that bastard stole my grandfather's name, and you're sitting here doing nothing? You want to have another father, but I don't want to be your grandson. Minato, might die. Sarutobi Hiruzen only reacted at this time and his pipe fell to the ground with a thud. Hey, take Suzuki, might Suzuki. It turned out that she was waiting for him here. Ding, 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 ding. Don't make any noise, sleep for another minute. The next morning, as soon as the alarm clock made an annoying sound, Uchiha Kage turned over and turned it off without even opening his eyes. Only in dreams can his Ou Jinjin unlock the seal of time and unlock new abilities. However, no matter how beautiful the dream is, it is still just a dream. After briefly saying goodbye to the dream, Uchiha Kage stretched himself, and when he opened his eyes, half an hour had passed unknowingly. Forget it, I'm already late anyway. On the first day of school, apart from introducing myself, I just listened to the third Hokage talk about the useless will of fire. After Uchiha Ying convinced himself, he began to get up and wash up leisurely. It would be best if he arrived just when the third Hokage had finished his boring speech on the will of fire. A few taiyaki with red bean filling and a cup of hot tea to relieve the greasiness, and breakfast is solved simply like this. Uchiha Kage walked out of the door and began to slowly walk towards the ninja school, but his thoughts were completely drifting away. The short story series Hypnotic Domination that he created on a whim last night was not completed until the early morning. That he was in a very energetic state and absorbed a drop of shadow tear before resting. The double Megatama Sharingan that was just one step away from evolution finally evolved into 3 Megatama. Now, the amount of chakra he can normally extract has reached the level of a Jonin. All of the previous Chunin chakra clones were recovered and upgraded by him, and the front lines that had suffered heavy losses were also replenished with troops. After a day of hard study by his clones yesterday, his combat experience had already moved beyond the novice stage of Turtle Fist. Uchiha Kage was very satisfied with this. However, compared with his obviously increased combat experience, his means of attack seemed a little weak. Everyone can throw shuriken, which is more like a chakra-attached slashing attack extended from physical skills. There is only one seal, the 1,000 Years of Killing. The only serious offensive ninjutsu he has is Fire Style, Great Fireball Jutsu. For this reason, the ninjutsu that took up a large part of the plot and that he knew the complete method of learning became the most important goal at the moment. I don't know when the clones will be able to learn the Raise-Non. My aptitude should not be too bad. Uchiha Kage thought to himself that he had arrived at the ninja school unknowingly. As for which class he was assigned to, just head straight into the classroom where the third Hokage is teaching the consciousness of. Where the leaves dance, the fire will continue to burn. The flames will continue to illuminate the village and allow new leaves to sprout. Sarutobi Hiruzen kindly explained the will of fire to the freshmen in the classroom, and the students cooperated by raising their heads, with admiration and longing written all over their little faces. Becoming a Hokage is the dream and pursuit of almost every child born in Konoha. Ding, ding. Sorry, I'm late. I helped a few elderly ladies with mobility issues cross the road at the intersection. The Uchiha Kage outside the door expressionlessly slammed the classroom door open with his forefoot, plagiarized an excuse from a fellow tribesman and greeted him openly, and in his heart he despised what Sarutobi Hiruzen said about the will of fire. It's a good point, but it seems extremely ironic coming from Sarutobi Hiruzen's mouth. The Kages of other ninja villages, including the successive Hokages, all went to the battlefield to command for the sake of the village, but when it came to Sarutobi Hiruzen, he just let the young people go to the battlefield to support those old guys. No matter it was the Second Shinobi World War or the Third Shinobi World War, which did not happen, this Hokage stayed safely in the village at the rear. The two Hokage advisors, Yutane Koharu and Mito Kato-en, showed signs of outlasting the 7th Hokage. From this point of view, Danzo Nabekage is much stronger than them. Although he doesn't do much, he is real. He was on the front lines of the battlefields in the Second and Third Ninja World Wars. Tisk tisk. A competition to see who has a worse mess. He's even so late. Isn't he afraid of the teacher and the 3rd Hokage? He looks very cold, but he seems to be a very enthusiastic classmate. The freshmen were at an age when they loved to play and be active. The appearance of Uchiha Kage instantly changed their mood and they talked in low voices. Perhaps they could not remember many of the students who had introduced themselves before, but at this moment, everyone in the classroom remembered this late student. The substitute teacher standing behind Sarutobi Hiruzen's face twitched suddenly when he heard these words. This sentence is so familiar. It's the same excuse that the problem student who graduated 2 years ago often used when he was late, right? Is this the excuse for being late shared among the Uchiha clan? Hurry up and sit in the back. The Hokage has come here specially to teach our class about the will of fire. The substitute teacher, who didn't deserve a name, said anxiously, winking at the Uchiha Kage frantically, fearing that Sarutobi Hiruzen would have a bad impression of him because of the Uchiha Kage. It's okay. Although you missed what I said before, helping the people in the village is itself a manifestation of the will of fire. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the Uchiha Kage standing at the door and said kindly, "Come and introduce yourself to the students." Sarutobi Hiruzen had his usual gentle smile on his face, but that smile did not reach his eyes. Ever since the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and Uchiha Madara jointly founded Konoha, and the political situation of one country and one village was formed in the ninja world, the word shadow has added a political meaning. As early as when he first knew this name, he paid special attention to the information of this child. His parents were 2 young Chinins in the Uchiha clan. They were basically common in the clan. 2 ordinary Uchiha Chinins named their child Kage. Has the Uchiha clan's obsession with the Hokage reached the point where they can't even hide it? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the Uchiha Kage who walked up to the podium, and a sense of urgency rose in his heart. Teacher Tobirama is right. The uncontrollable power of the Uchiha clan is too dangerous. Such an important position as Hokage must not be given to the Uchiha clan. It seems that we have to speed up the process of weakening the Uchiha clan's strength. We must do it before they take action and completely deprive them of the ability to pose a threat to the village. Only a short time had passed while Sarutobi Hiruzen was thinking, and the Uchiha Kage had already walked onto the podium. My name is Uchiha Kage. I like sweets and pretty Uchiha. Well, and making money. After I become Hokage, I will relax the marriage policy and allow a person to marry multiple wives, one who is obedient and cute, and one who cooks deliciously. Of course, if it's a girl, she can marry multiple husbands. Uchiha Kage looked at everyone with open arms, with a bright smile on his young face, and canvassed for votes in advance. For the happiness of all of us, please support us during the voting. Get married, or marrying with many people? After Uchiha Kage's strange self-introduction, the classroom fell silent. The students sat in their seats in amazement, with shock written all over their faces. No matter how precocious the children in the ninja world are, they still cannot understand the meaning of such things. Of course, not all of them. The Uchiha Kage standing on the podium saw an Uchiha wearing a round fan with the family emblem desperately covering his head with his sleeves, pretending to be unfamiliar with him. Well, the two of them weren't familiar with each other. This should be Uchiha Shisui, the traitor who was brainwashed by the Konoha High UPS using the will of fire. After Uchiha Kage observed that there were only 2 of them with small fans in the classroom, he also analyzed the other party's identity. Perhaps we can intervene in advance from Shisui's perspective and change the occurrence of the genocide night? Uchiha Kage's heart moved, but he quickly gave up the idea. The fundamental reason for the genocide on the night was the decision of the Konoha high-level officials. Shisui, Hitaki and Obito were just the butchers who happened to be there. Moreover, because Uchiha Kagemai's apprenticeship was that of the second Hokage Tobirama, Uchiha Shisui is naturally close to the Hokage lineage and is an important gateway for Sarutobi Hiruzen to spy on the news within the Uchiha clan. After being in contact with him for a long time, it is inevitable that some of your secrets will be exposed. It is still early before the night of genocide, and I have plenty of time to grow. This incident exposed its own secret in advance. Unlike the students, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the substitute teacher were able to fully understand the marriage policy mentioned by the Uchiha cage. One is obedient and cute, one cooks delicious food, and one. With a rich library of materials in his mind, Sarutobi Hiruzen fell into the beautiful fantasy paradise without resistance. When he thought deeply, 2 streams of heat gushed out of his nasal cavity uncontrollably. Hokage-sama! The substitute teacher, who had long since come out of his fantasy, exclaimed, hurried forward to support Sarutobi Hiruzen, wiped the blood from his nose with gauze, and looked at Uchiha Kage with resentment. It's not that he doesn't want to be intoxicated by this imaginary paradise, but as a substitute teacher with a fixed salary, his girlfriend, who is a particularly jonin, makes much more money than him. Once this policy becomes a reality, won't his girlfriend have a few more boyfriends? Ahem, I'm fine. Sarutobi Hiruzen pushed away the support of the substitute teacher, took a deep breath, suppressed the restlessness in his body, and looked deeply at the Uchiha Kage. It was an irresistible idea. But unfortunately, he was already in his 50s. After the farcical self-introduction, Uchiha Kage sat down in the empty seat near the door in the back row. As for his desk mate, no one. The seats in the classroom were prepared in advance, and there were many empty seats. Judging from their clothes, the student next to the remaining empty seat where the classmate sat should be from the Oil Girl clan. Although it was bad behavior to exclude classmates on the first day of school, Uchiha Kage had trypophobia and felt goosebumps all over his body when he thought about someone around him using his body as a nest for insects. This location near the door is very good. Not only is it the best seat for after class, but the little loli from the Hyuga clan in the front row who always likes to keep her head down looks like she's easy to bully. Judging from the hairband around her forehead, she should be from the Hyuga branch family. Well, that makes it easier to bully. The timing of Uchiha Kage's arrival was not particularly perfect, and after he found a seat and sat down, Sarutobi Hiruzen continued to talk about the meaningless will of fire on the podium. Feeling bored, the Uchiha Kage began to familiarize himself with the surrounding environment. Hey, classmate, what's your name? Uchiha Kage sat upright, but used his body position to hide in a corner where Sarutobi Hiruzen and the substitute teacher couldn't see him. He gently poked the back of the little Hyuga loli in the front row with his fingers and greeted her in a low voice. The soft touch that bounced back instantly made Uchiha Kage realize, is this the legendary softness of body, one of the 3 treasures of loli? It's really good. Born into a branch of the Hyuga family, Hyuga Rika has faced an insurmountable class gap and an oppressive environment within the clan since childhood. It is inevitable that her personality is somewhat introverted, even inferior. When her peers in the village all dreamed of becoming powerful ninjas like the Hokage or the 3 ninjas of Konoha, she had long given up her dream. How can a bird trapped in a cage have the right to hope for the vast sea and sky? However, even though she already understood her fate, when the 3rd Hokage talked about the will of fire, Hinata Rika couldn't help but prick up her ears and listen carefully, and then daydream in her heart, if she was not born in the Hyuga branch family, but in an ordinary family, would she be able to live happily every day like her peers and pursue her dreams freely? However, her thoughts could no longer continue after being interrupted by the problematic classmate who was late for the first day of school. After a strange self-introduction, the problematic student actually sat directly behind her. Although the other person looks very cute, she doesn't want to be noticed at all. Hinata Rika was screaming in her heart that the thought that someone was watching her from behind made her feel like a thorn in her back and she couldn't calm down at all. Hey, classmate, what's your name? Just when Hinata Rika was feeling uneasy, a tiny voice came from behind her, and along with the voice, there was a sudden poke on the back. He is so annoying. Hinata Rika, who was attacked by surprise, reflexively tensed every cell in her body, and her little face turned red as she lowered her head. How dare he? The 3rd Hokage and the teacher dared to make small movements while standing on the podium. Isn't he afraid of being criticized? Hinata Rika was afraid of being criticized, so she didn't dare to pay attention to Uchiha Kage's little actions in class. She could only sit upright with her body tense, gritting her teeth and enduring the pokes from behind. The Uchiha Kage felt bored as he didn't get a response, but fortunately Sarutobi Hiruzen's speech was soon coming to an end. The will of fire is a selfless and great spirit that aims to eliminate the barriers between people, put the overall situation first, and work together for the village. Okay, that's all I have to say about the understanding of the will of fire. More of it still depends on you to comprehend it. The future belongs to you. After Sarutobi Hiruzen finished speaking, he smiled, waved his hand, and quickly left the classroom. The substitute teacher at the side looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen's back in confusion, opening his mouth as if he wanted to say something. Isn't the normal procedure to see whether the new students have a solid foundation before proceeding? The substitute teacher didn't dare to ask any more questions. He just shook his head and looked at the freshmen who were waiting eagerly in the classroom. After a 10-minute break, everyone should gather outside in the playground. We will have an outdoor class next period. After saying that, the substitute teacher also left the classroom. Without the presence of adults, the students in the classroom suddenly became active, greeting the new classmates around them and making new friends. And little Uchiha Kage finally got a response from the little loli in the front row. Can you please stop sitting behind me? Hinata Rika prepared herself mentally and finally said what she had been holding back for a long time. She immediately felt a lot more relaxed, and without waiting for a response, she stood up and ran out of the classroom quickly. She is an introvert and doesn't like to communicate too much with others. I'm being disliked. Uchiha Kage blinked and withdrew his fingers that were suspended in the air in disappointment. The development plan ended before it even began? Uchiha Kage was stunned for a moment, then smiled and no longer cared. It's still early, and Oyu Jinjin is still young. If you can raise her, then raise her. If you can't, then steal her. He never claimed to be a good person. 10 minutes passed in a flash. On the playground, the new students of the ninja school, regardless of gender, stood in 2 rows. Some ninja students who have learned about the next step are rubbing their hands in anticipation, eager to show off their skills in front of their classmates. Classmates, our ninja school's curriculum is divided into cultural courses and outdoor courses. As the name suggests, the cultural class is to teach you some basic knowledge of ninjas, as well as solutions to some common problems. The outdoor class is about shuriken throwing, physical skills, and the practical application of basic ninjutsu. The substitute teacher paced back and forth in front, talking freely. The purpose of the first class is to understand everyone's basics, and then everyone will throw a set of shurikens. The substitute teacher led the team into the 5-meter shooting range for novices, took out several sets of shurikens used as teaching materials for training, and began to call on students one by one to demonstrate. Uchiha Kage did not make any trouble. He stood in the team and watched his classmates' performance quietly. Perhaps it is because the Uchiha clan is born with strong mental strength and is good at observing and capturing targets. Even those classmates who were born in the ninja clan, Uchiha Kage, who had only practiced shuriken throwing for 2 days, felt that he was better than them. Next, Uchiha Shisui. Here we come. The Uchiha Kage was startled and his expression became serious. Although he does not approve of Uchiha Shisui's traitorous behavior of betraying his clan members, his talent is worthy of Uchiha Kage's attention. At the age of 7, he participated in the Third Ninja World War, and in the Third Ninja World War, he earned the name of Instant Body Shisui with his Mangekyo Sharinan and Phantom Body Instant technique. He is the second person in the original work who is dubbed as the strongest in the Uchiha clan, besides Uchiha Madara. Let me see with my own eyes the talent of the strongest of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Kage said in his heart. Amid the crowd, Uchiha Shisui walked out of the team, his 2 crossed palms like a juggler, with a whole set of shuriken sandwiched between his fingers. The next second, the arms crossed in front of the chest were swung out violently, and shurikens shot out instantly. The trajectories may be straight or in an arc shape. Like a rain curtain weaving into a net, all shooting towards the target ahead. Swish, swish, swish. The shurikens in the sky clearly spread out in a net-like trajectory, but in the end, they all converged precisely on the bullseye the size of a ping-pong ball. This is the Uchiha-style shurikenjutsu that the Uchiha clan has accumulated and summarized from the wisdom and skills of countless ancestors during the war-torn Warring States period. Amazing, how did he do that? Wow, this move is so cool. The freshmen who were watching were all amazed and impressed by Uchiha Shisui's wonderful performance, and even the substitute teacher couldn't help but have beads of sweat on his face. What an enviable ninja talent. Just this shuriken technique with tricky ballistic trajectory is a gap that many ordinary people will find difficult to cross in their lifetime, right? Another super genius who graduated right after entering school. The substitute teacher shook his head in shame and continued to call the name of the next student to be tested. The Uchiha Kage who was standing in the team and watching was not particularly surprised by Shisui's performance. To put it simply, Uchiha-style shurikenjutsu is a comprehensive collection of shuriken throwing techniques within the clan, which, combined with powerful dynamic observation capabilities, allows for the use of shuriken in a variety of ways. Although he can't move his hands as smoothly as Shisui now, with the shadow tears constantly stimulating and strengthening his mental strength, he doesn't need to worry about his dynamic observation ability at all. All that is needed later is to let the shadow clone practice the technique of throwing shuriken diligently, which is something that has no learning threshold at all for him. With Uchiha Shisui's example, the performances of the following students seemed a little dull. Uchiha Kage, who was ranked last, performed quite well, missing the target with 3 shurikens, which disappointed some people who thought that since he and Shisui were both from the Uchiha clan, there should not be much difference between them. After the whole class had gone through a round of testing, the substitute teacher called on the freshmen to compete in pairs in the class. According to Uchiha Kage's observation, these new students of the ninja school, like him before, have almost zero combat experience. Even those students who came from the ninja clan were not much different. Although they looked powerful in attack and defense, only the movements looked good. At most, I can mix in a few inappropriate basic 3 body techniques, but forget about the family secrets. This is normal. After all, this is not the Warring States period. Even if a student is from the ninja clan, there is no throne to inherit at home. Unless it is necessary. Which parent would be willing to let their children start hard training before they even go to school? Just teach your children some fancy tricks and let them show off when playing with their peers. The scene of pulling each other's hair and swinging fists continued until Uchiha Shisui appeared, and the style of the scene changed. The next match is between Uchiha Shisui and Hinata Rika. The substitute teacher shouted, holding the roll call book. Uchiha Shisui, he's the one who's really good at throwing shuriken. Ah, it's really unlucky for someone to be his opponent. The freshmen looked at Hinata Rika standing in the middle of the field and expressed their sympathy for her misfortune. Although the use of dangerous weapons like shuriken is prohibited in this battle, Uchiha Shisui is so good at using shuriken, who can still regard him as a normal person. Lee Ge, it's a nice name. The Uchiha Kage who was watching on the side silently memorized the name of the little loli in the front row. In the days after that at the ninja school, he would probably just spend his boring time teasing girls. The two people in the field formed a seal of opposition with each other, and at the teacher's command, the duel officially began. Hinata Rika had just made the classic soft fist parrying move when Uchiha Shisui on the opposite side immediately took action. Uchiha Shisui quickly formed seals with both hands in front of his chest. Before the freshmen around him could see anything, his figure turned into an afterimage that was difficult to capture with the naked eye. He jumped several times in a row on the field and quickly approached Hinata Rika. This is the instant body flash technique among the 3 advanced body techniques. So fast. Hinata Rika was startled, and just as she raised her wrist to block, an arm quietly stopped in front of her neck from behind. Classmate, you lose, Uchiha Shisui said softly and gently. Because he was afraid of scaring his classmates, he even kept his arm so far away from Hinata Rika's neck. Okay, it's just a small test at the beginning of the school year. Are you using this place to pretend to be sunny? The Uchiha Kage rolled his eyes in annoyance in his heart. No wonder he was successfully ambushed by Danzo with an Izanagi in the future. With such a personality, even if he is also known as the strongest in the Uchiha clan, he will never reach the strength of Uchiha Madara. This is a huge gap in the consciousness of the strong. There seems to be an odd number of new students in the class. The Uchiha Kage stared unhappily at Uchiha Shisui, who was making the seal of reconciliation. His eyes rolled and he began to secretly calculate in his mind. Shisui, who has already mastered the instant body technique, must have also mastered the basic 3 body techniques. There is no need to say much about the basic fire style, the great fireball technique, which is popular in the clan. However, given Shisui's gentle personality and his tendency to stop at the right time, as long as the plan is proper, I might be able to successfully launch a sneak attack on him before Danzo. Hehe, since you like to hold back and show off, I'll teach you a lesson in advance. The Uchiha Kage remained calm on the surface, but he was already laughing evilly in his heart. Just wait, Shisui, I will teach you the fighting spirit of a strong man. Like the previous shuriken throwing, the scenes after Shisui seemed a little overshadowed. Those freshmen from the ninja clan also gave up the idea of showing off in front of others. They no longer put on those fancy moves and just threw a series of turtle punches at each other when they got on the field, ending the battle session without any interest. As Uchiha Kage waited anxiously, he was finally the only one left in the class who had not yet appeared. Next, the battle between Uchiha Kage and the substitute teacher held the register in his hand and scanned the freshmen present with a frown. Now there is only one student left who has not yet played, but it would be unfair to ask the students who have already played to play again. Teacher, I want to fight with Shisui. In the eyes of the Uchiha clan, only fighting with the strong is meaningful. The Uchiha Kage walked to the center of the field, looked at Shisui with a smile, then turned and said to the substitute teacher, Hey, Shisui, look. The substitute teacher, who was struggling with the issue, heaved a sigh of relief upon hearing this and looked at Shisui with a questioning look. It's okay, teacher. Shisui looked with some surprise at the Uchiha Kage, with whom he had no previous interactions except for being of the same clan, and nodded to the substitute teacher, as if he felt that he had agreed too readily and might undermine the confidence of the classmate who had previously played against him. Shisui quickly glanced at Hinata Rika and added a sentence. If you keep pretending, I will make you show your crotch right now. The Uchiha Kage thought secretly in his heart, but with a smile on his face as always, he waved. Gee, the two can fight back and forth? The freshmen who were watching were talking about it and were very interested in this match. Uchiha Kage versus Uchiha Shisui, both sides use opposing seals. Under the command of the substitute teacher, the battle between the two people on the field officially began. Shisui performed the same as in the previous game. As soon as the battle started, he quickly formed seals with his hands in front of his body and used the flickering technique to quickly approach the Uchiha Kage. Although Uchiha Kage had not yet come into contact with the advanced 3 body techniques such as the flickering body technique, he was not to be outdone. He took a step forward and ran towards it in the 2 directions, while quickly forming seals with his hands in front of him. The distance between the two people was quickly erased as they ran towards each other. From the perspective of an observer, Shisui, who used the technique of instant body movement and turned his body into an afterimage, was undoubtedly the one taking the initiative. In fact, this was indeed the case. When Uchiha Kage had just run 3 or 2 steps, Shisui's figure approached in the blink of an eye like a gust of wind. Classmate, you. Shisui's knife reached out for Uchiha Kage's neck, but before he could finish his voice, a cloud of white mist bang covered Uchiha Kage's figure completely. Are you planning to use the clone technique to create an opportunity for a sneak attack from your original body? Before the effect of the ninjutsu was seen, Shisui had already analyzed Uchiha Kage's thoughts. A trace of vigilance arose in his heart, and his eyes moved left and right, quickly observing the surroundings for suitable hiding places. A person can hide behind the big rock in the left front, and the waist-high bushes on the right can also hide a person, and the tree canopy in front. Of course, in addition to these suitable corners for hiding, Shisui's eyes did not forget the location where Uchiha Kage was previously. After all, for novices who have not mastered the art of clones, the simplest way to use it is to have the real body and the clone act together to confuse the enemy. But as the white mist dissipated, Shisui, who was secretly on guard, and the people watching around him were all stunned when they saw the completely unfocused and intelligent eyes of the few clones who remained on the scene, and the corners of their mouths twitched. This clone doesn't look very smart. Which genius did you learn this from? It looks fake at first glance, right? It has no confusing effect at all. The onlookers thought so, and Shisui thought so too. Shisui let down his guard against the clones around him, and focused all his attention on the places he had observed in advance where people could be hidden. Just as he turned his head to guard against other places, the Uchiha shadow hidden in the Great Wisdom clone quietly lowered his body behind him, and his hands were as fast as the wind, suddenly stabbed out. Is there something wrong with those clones? Shisui was shocked, but when he heard the strange noise behind him and realized something was wrong, his body was too late to react. Oh. Shisui's face instantly turned purple, and he soared into the sky, covering his severely injured buttocks with both hands. The shrill and creepy screams make people sad and cry. The secret technique of Konoha ninjutsu, 1,000 years of killing. The man was stabbed and flew away, and then Uchiha Kage calmly called out the name of the move. If you want to launch a sneak attack, you have to act like a sneak attack. After lecturing Shisui about the strong will of even a lion will use all its strength to fight a rabbit, the teacher-loving Uchiha Kage felt particularly relaxed and waved to the audience around him with a smile. The freshmen who were watching around looked at Shisui, who was screaming in pain with his buttocks sticking out on the field, and turned with a stiff neck to the smiling Uchiha Kage. They suddenly felt their anus tighten and subconsciously protected their buttocks with both hands. Is this guy a devil? Especially Hinata Rika in the team, her face turned pale with fright when she thought of the Uchiha Kage sitting in the row behind her. With his bad temper, he wouldn't do that to her during class. Right. The other side. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was weighed down with matters of concern, left the ninja academy and had no mood to wander around the village, so he went straight back to the Hokage building. Hokage-sama, Minato-senpai is fully prepared, and the sealing squad is ready to move at any time to handle the next mission. An UMBU member appeared behind Sarutobi Hiruzen and reported with his head down. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, tapping the handle of the chair with the pipe in his hand. His eyelids drooped slightly, his eyes flashed with a cold light, and he asked in a cold voice, "Any news about the movements of the tailed beast Jinchuriki and other villages?" He can make some concessions, some compromises, and even give up some interests for the sake of peace, but this does not mean that anyone can reach out to Konoha and frantically test his bottom line. The powerful destructive force of the tailed beasts is well known throughout the ninja world. Even on the battlefield, they are like trump cards and powerful weapons. No matter what the opponent's purpose is, they must be killed. Once he finds out which village is responsible for setting this booby trap in Konoha, he won't mind starting a war as a return gift to Konoha. The Seven Tails Jinchuriki of Takigakur is still active in the village, and there is no news from other villages yet. I understand. Let's go down. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, but didn't push him too much. The tailed beasts serve as strategic deterrent weapons for each village, and the whereabouts of the Jinchuriki are naturally confidential information that each village needs to strictly keep. Spies lurking in other villages naturally need some time to find out the information. In his mind, the biggest suspects at the moment are still the Sand Village and the Cloud Village. A poor man who thinks all day long, one who wanted to bite off a piece of fat from Konoha to feed himself, one who was greedy by nature, felt that he had suffered a great loss if he didn't take advantage of others. Bang! The door of the Hokage's office was violently pushed open, and Danzo Shimura arrived with two Hokage advisors, Mito Kato and Yutain Koharu. Hiruzen, you are no longer fit to be the Hokage. Without waiting for Sarutobi Hiruzen to speak, Danzo took the initiative to attack. It is because of your retreat and weakness that others feel they have an opportunity to take advantage of you and want to bite off a piece of fat meat from Konoha. Danzo Shimura pulled a chair over and sat down opposite Sarutobi Hiruzen without any hesitation. The anger on his face was visible to the naked eye. Danzo, who believed that he was more suitable to be the Hokage than Sarutobi Hiruzen, had long regarded Konoha as his own. Now that he knew that outsiders had stretched out their claws to his things, how could he not be angry? Hiruzen, your attitude towards the outside world has indeed become a little soft over the years. Yutain Koharu and Mito Kato looked back and forth at the expressions of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo, and after looking at each other, they finally decided to speak out in support of Danzo, who was angry. Lest this firecracker affect them. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Utane Koharu and Mito Kato N and directly filtered them out. As old partners who have been together for decades, he knows very well that the only thing that Utane Koharu and Mito Kato N care about is the power in their hands. He's just a customer who plays mediator between him and Danzo on a daily basis, so don't worry about him. I already have a way to deal with this matter. I will do my best to limit Konoha's losses. Sarutobi Hiruzen smacked his pipe and replied casually, not wanting to argue too much with Danzo over the matter. Once the matter is investigated, he, as the Hokage, will at least be blamed for negligence, but how can the Hokage take the blame? Hiruzen, are you still planning to keep this from us at this point? Do we have to wait until the tailed beasts appear before us before we have the right to know? Danzo stood up angrily, slammed his palm on the table, and roared with spit flying, Konoha is not your Konoha alone. I'm just afraid that you'll treat Konoha as just yours. Sarutobi Hiruzen rolled his eyes in his heart when facing the aggressive Danzo. He knew clearly that Danzo's frequent attacks on him were intended to shake his position and seize the opportunity to seek the position of Hokage, but a person who walked in darkness and did whatever it took to achieve his goals could never become Hokage. Danzo is still taking it for granted. The image of Hokage cannot have any stains. Hiruzen, what exactly are these tailed beasts that Danzo was talking about? Is someone planning to attack Kushina? Please explain the current situation clearly. As Konoha's senior advisors, we have the right to know about all matters of Konoha. Utane Koharu and Mito Kato N, who were standing nearby, had only known that ninjas from other villages had sneaked in, so they hurriedly followed Danzo over. Now, after hearing that it was related to the tailed beasts, he was suddenly shocked and asked quickly. They are no longer allowed to watch or try to smooth things over when something like this could endanger themselves. We'll have to ask our Hokage. I only heard some partial information through my subordinates. Seeing that Utane Koharu and Mito Kato N could no longer sit still and began to take the initiative, Danzo snorted coldly and sat down calmly. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Danzo, who had calmed down, then looked at Utane Koharu and Mito Kato N, who were determined not to give up until they got the answers clearly, and rubbed his brows helplessly. He is the only one who can compromise. Yesterday, Minato and several other ninja teams encountered a large number of strange ninja clones in the village. Through the analysis of their terrifying total chakra, they concluded that the Jinchuriki from other villages secretly sneaked into Konoha. I have arranged for the Umbu to check for strangers in the village. Minato has also set up the Flying Thunder God mark in the village and ordered the 3 sealing squads to be on standby at any time. As long as the tailed beast makes a little noise in the village, Minato can lead the sealing team to seal it at any time. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a puff of thick smoke and revealed his entire response. Now that the enemy is in the dark and we are in the light, it is impossible for the village to focus all its energy on this matter. Using the least amount of energy to solve this problem is the best solution he can think of at the moment. According to what Sarutobi Hiruzen said, they had no way of finding the location of this Jinchuriki who had infiltrated Konoha, so they could only passively defend themselves? What if one day they are eating hot pot and singing songs at home, and suddenly a tailed beast jumps out and turns their house upside down? Who can they turn to for justice? Crazy, they are crazy. They actually let the Jinchuriki sneak into Konoha secretly. Utane Koharu and Mito Kato N's lips turned pale with fear and they jumped up and down in anger. Konoha, which was the victor in the previous 2 Ninja World Wars, had never fallen into such a passive situation. Isn't it because Hiruzen is being too weak? Danzo sneered and continued to put eye drops on Sarutobi Hiruzen. As long as he keeps pointing out Sarutobi Hiruzen's mistakes in his duties, and then steps forward to clean up these problems and gain reputation. Despite all the criticism, I don't believe that I can't take back the position of Hokage that rightfully belongs to me. I will have someone find out which village was responsible for this matter. Danzo stood up and looked deeply at Sarutobi Hiruzen. You have lost the composure of your youth and have become indecisive. That you are no longer fit to continue to sit in the position of Hokage, Hiruzen. After he finished speaking, Danzo turned and left. It was not until he was about to cross the corridor that the familiar voice came from the Hokage's office behind him. Danzo, I am the Hokage. Danzo's ears twitched and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. The one who broke through the defense in this confrontation was Sarutobi Hiruzen. The curve of his mouth only lasted for a moment, but after turning the corner of the corridor, Danzo's expression sank into darkness in the changing light and shadow, and his eyes were filled with a sinister aura. Konoha is not doing well, and none of you can expect to live in peace. It's difficult for him to deal with Konoha's booby trap, but the booby traps in other villages are there and he can't escape. After discussing a countermeasure plan with the 3rd Hokage, Minato Namikaze worked hard all night and finally, together with his clones, carved the mark of the Flying Thunder God on every street and corner of Konoha. The exhausted Minato finally remembered the Chunin sprint plan agreed upon with Team 7 yesterday. Before resting, he left a clone behind and explained the matter to his clone. The clone inherited the original body's current state and was also very tired, but there was nothing he could do. Who made him a clone? Minato's clone, with dark circles under his eyes, arrived at the meeting place before the agreed time. Before the three members of Team 7 could wait, the Minato clone was the first to see a large group of the same Heyday clones from yesterday, squatting by the Minamiga River filling water balloons. You have a childlike heart. Is your true self actually a child? Minato's clone scratched his hair, yawned tiredly, and leaned against the tree while pretending to sleep. Observe it from time to time, but don't disturb it. After all, there is no point in attacking the clone. It would be a headache if the opponent changed his tactics and hit himself without showing his head at all. The Heyday clone who was filling the water balloon soon discovered the Minato clone, and perhaps because of tacit understanding, neither side disturbed the other. Hurry. The developer is right here, maybe I can ask for some advice later. The Heyday clones quickened their movements and soon filled a bag of water balloons. This is the balloon I bought at a roadside store with the money I got from selling the big sausage I stole from Kakashi's house last night to an old lady who was buying vegetables. There are 100 pieces in a pack, and I bought 3 packs. The clones of Heyday quickly formed a square formation beside the Nanga River. Each of them held a water balloon in their hand and controlled the chakra to rotate in their palm. As long as you successfully break the water balloon, the first stage of practicing the Reisnon will be completed. Bang, bang, bang. All of the Heitake clones, who had burst the water balloon at the very beginning of their training, were stunned where they were, staring blankly at the remaining water stains on their hands. Could it be that I am the legendary 1 in a million genius? The Heyday clone thought about it. It seems normal. In the original drama, Naruto's first stage of practicing Reisnon was also very fast. The sound of the water balloon bursting woke up Minato's clone who was dozing against a tree. Minato's clone came back to his senses and looked at the broken remains of the balloon and the water stains on the ground with some confusion. When his sight shifted to the Heyday clone who was trying to compress the density of chakra rotating in his palm, his eyelids suddenly jumped. Concentrated, compressed, and rotating high-density spherical chakra. Isn't this the A-level ninjutsu Reisnon that he developed to help Kushina fully utilize her huge chakra, imitating the tailed beast ball? This technique has not yet been integrated with the changes in chakra properties and has not been fully developed. How does this guy know how to practice it? The confused Minato clone did not choose to dwell on it alone, but used the teleportation technique to come near the formation of the Heitake clone. You are practicing the Reisnon, right? Who taught you how to practice this ninjutsu? The Minato clone looked at the training progress of the Heyday clone and asked straight to the point. Now, apart from him and Kushina, the only person who knows how to practice the Reisnon is Jiraiya, who is still wandering around outside, looking for the Child of Destiny. Actually, he is collecting materials somewhere. Maybe they had guessed wrong before? This guy is actually Jiraiya's disciple from outside. Did he come to see the situation in Konoha? The Heyday clones who were suddenly attacked were not frightened. After all, their lives were worthless. One of them looked at the Minato clone, stopped practicing, and put his arm around his shoulders in a familiar manner. None of this matters. You seem to be out of sorts. Let's talk about something else interesting. The Heyday clone pulled the Minato clone towards a tree without saying anything. Thinking of Naruto's childhood experience in his previous life, he sighed meaningfully. Don't be fooled by the fact that the third Hokage looks kind and reliable. In fact, people who sit in high positions have serious thoughts. Well, Hokage-sama is really a good person. What do you know? I'm a know-it-all in the ninja world. I know who the mother of the 6 paths sage is. Just listen carefully. The Heitake clone looked like an experienced person, patted his chest, and continued to vent his desire to share. 100 bad things happened in the ninja world. Don't worry, at least half of them were caused by Danzo. Even if you dig out this guy's heart, it would be full of black water. As he was talking, the Heyday clone saw the remains of the balloon on the ground and cursed, "Damn Danzo, you made me buy 3 packs of useless balloons." Minato clone. The two clones chatted like this for about 10 minutes, and Nohara Lin from Team 7 arrived at the gathering place first. Lin was a little confused as to why Minato-sensei was sitting and chatting with the guy they fought yesterday, but she didn't say anything to disturb him. He sat quietly aside, curiously observing the formation of Heitake's clones practicing the Reisnon in the distance, while pricking up his ears to listen to the conversation between the two. What's 106, 58, 89? Lin tilted her ear in the direction of the two people with some doubt in her heart. Ah, it's from Lady Tsunade. Lin, who knew the answer, quickly hugged herself tightly, her face turned blood red, and balls of heat began to rise from her head. But can anyone really grow that big? Lin, who had only heard of Tsunade, one of the 3 ninjas but had never seen her, hugged her knees and thought silently in her heart. Suddenly, her eyelashes fluttered and she saw Kakashi walking towards her. However, Kakashi's condition seems to be similar to that of Minato-sensei. "Kakashi, didn't you get enough rest last night? Why do you have such dark circles under your eyes?" And Minato-sensei is the same. Lin stood up and approached, asking with a concerned look on her face. "I'm fine, I just ran into some troubles." Kakashi's eyelids drooped slightly, and he looked a little listless. Only when his eyes swept over the formation of Heitake's clones nearby did his emotions fluctuate noticeably. Last night, after these mentally ill guys packed up his food in bed and took them away, he hadn't fallen asleep for long when these guys came back. At the same time, their team expanded. They said there were mosquitoes outside and they couldn't sleep well. Then they forcibly occupied his house and kicked him out. He had to feed mosquitoes on the tree all night. If he hadn't seen Minato-sensei sitting and chatting with one of them, he would have rushed up with a kunao in hand to seek revenge. How could there be such a scoundrel in the world? The Heyday clone who was chatting with Minato also saw Kakashi with dark circles under his eyes, and waved at him enthusiastically, which made Kakashi so angry that he loosened his hand holding the ninja sword again and again. It was not until Obito appeared in sight that the Heyday clone reluctantly stopped talking. Okay, now it's time to get down to business. Let's stop talking here today. The Heyday clone patted Minato's clone on the shoulder like a brother, secretly gave himself a generation, then stood up, showed the fist blade on the back of his hand, and rushed towards Obito without hesitation. He doesn't have any good feelings towards Obito, a villain who betrayed his teacher and ancestors. No doubt, beat him up, you must beat him up. If you can't beat him today, beat him tomorrow, beat him every day. This world is one huge battle. Cool. Minato's clone looked at the lively scene again and touched his hair in confusion. It seemed like I didn't get to ask any of the questions I wanted to ask, but instead was forced to listen to a bunch of miscellaneous things? But it was not without gain. I have a bad opinion of the Hokage and several high-ranking officials. I have explored the intelligence of Konoha, but I also know some strange news that has no meaning to ninjas. The lustful human pillar, etc. Lustful plus knowing how to practice the Rasengan. This teacher Jiraiya must know the inside information. Kakashi, Lin, please be careful about the situation here. I'm leaving for a while and will be back soon. Minato's clone glanced at Obito who was fighting, and told Kakashi and the others to be careful of the formation of Heyday clones who were practicing the Rasengan nearby. Then he activated the Flying Thunder God seal that was set up near the Hokage building last night and disappeared on the spot. Hokage building. Minato, using Flying Thunder God to rush, arrived at the Hokage's office without stopping. Hokage, I have new information about those shadow clones. Teacher Jiraiya may have some knowledge about this Jinchuriki's true form. Minato told his observations and analysis. Of course, Minato chose to simply skip over the bad words spoken against the third Hokage and the Konoha high-level officials without going into details. What if that guy turns out to be Jiraiya's student, his own junior fellow apprentice? How embarrassing would that be for everyone? Judging from the brief time we spent together this morning, that guy is pretty easy to get along with. Kakashi, teacher, don't believe it, test it yourself. I see, Jiraiya, I'll send someone to tell him to come back as soon as possible. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, approving Minato's analysis. How to practice the Rasengan, which is only known to Minato, Kushina and Jiraiya. Where else can one learn it except from Jiraiya, who is never in the village and whose whereabouts are erratic? This is good news. Jiraiya really gave him a huge surprise without saying anything. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the sun about to reach noon outside the window, and his mood became particularly comfortable. If the Jinchuriki who sneaked into Konoha has a close relationship with Jiraiya, Konoha may be able to use the bond between them to keep this Jinchuriki in Konoha's hands. Let the enemies who plotted against Konoha lose more than they gain. And this is just the first step of Konoha's counterattack. Compared with yesterday, today's army of shadow clones had a relatively reasonable division of tasks. In addition to practicing the Rasengan formation, Team 7 continued to practice sparring with Obito and his two companions, constantly accumulating their own combat awareness and experience. This is extremely important for the formation of personal combat power and will be a long-term task in the daily life of the shadow clone in the future. Take Uchiha Madara, who came from the Warring States period, for example. His strong combat awareness and rich experience allowed him to dance freely in the ninja forces of the Fourth Ninja World War with only the dynamic vision provided by the Sharingan. Might Dai and Might Guy, a young father and son, have a team of 9 shadow clones. They lined up in a row early in the morning and followed the father and son around the village for physical training. This time, the shadow clone did not rush for quick success. He took a rest when he was tired and continued after he was well rested. A good body is the foundation of everything, so this is also a long-term task. During this period, Asuma was irritable and his thoughts were easy to guess. After a day of fighting yesterday, the shadow clone had basically figured out his fighting style, and it would be hard to gain much by continuing to fight him. So the shadow clone of Ui Shinka directly changed the opponent and experienced the intensity of the application of illusion in battle from Ui Shinku. In addition to these targeted growth tasks, there are dozens of shadow clones in the death forest full of beasts and insects, conducting the first real hunt in 2 lives. The essence of a ninja is ultimately a weapon, a tool. Reborn into this world, he is no exception. Sooner or later, his hands will be stained with blood. It is better to adapt to the environment in advance than to be passively carried forward by the environment later. The prey hunted can also be used to feed the clones, which is a good thing that kills 2 birds with 1 stone. Time flies during the days of practice. Blink of an eye and it's already the weekend. Teacher Zayazai, I haven't seen you for a few days. You look handsome again. Uchiha Kage walked briskly to the clan's training ground, and as soon as they met, he praised Uchiha Takashige highly. Anyway, nice words don't cost money, so he won't lose anything by saying more. Ahem, Xiaoying, as ninjas we shouldn't pay attention to those unimportant things. A blush appeared on Uchiha Zayazai's face, and his chin was slightly raised with pride, but he waved his hands pretending to be indifferent and lectured Uchiha Kage. Oh, what a tsundere Uchiha, they are just toys in my hands. Uchiha Kage laughed in his heart, but he still looked like a good student. Teacher, I still can't learn the fireball technique. Maybe my talent is very poor. Uchiha Ying pulled the corner of Uchiha Zayazai's clothes with his little hand, raised his head slightly, and looked at him with eyes full of hope and disappointment. I want to try if I have the talent to learn illusion. It's okay if you can't learn it, Xiaoying. Everyone has something they are good at. Maybe you are incredibly talented in other areas. Uchiha Zayazai quickly comforted him, and rubbed Uchiha Ying's soft hair, and said, let's start learning illusion now. Let me tell you, with the powerful motion capturing ability of the Sharingan, the clan has collected many ninjutsu from other villages, including quite a few illusions. Uchiha Koneo was easily controlled by the Uchiha Kage using a little trick. The previously agreed upon teaching of one illusion technique turned into two, namely the D-level learning difficulty of Kazumi Servant Technique and the magical Narakabu technique. The Kazumi Servant Technique is a supporting illusion technique. It can ignore distance and create black horror phantoms in the target site of rocks, trees, and other environments that can be split apart when attacked. Although it has no substantial killing power, it is extremely disruptive. The magical Naraku sighting technique is a more traditional classic close-range illusion. Take advantage of the fear in everyone's heart, materialize it, and deal a psychological blow to the target that when facing an enemy with a weak will, it can basically directly determine the outcome. These two illusion techniques are not difficult to learn and are very practical in battle. They are much more practical than the flash bomb, lightning pillar, of the hidden cloud village. The difficulty of learning D-level ninjutsu is basically that as long as one has a mature mind and understands it once or twice, one can learn it. This is certainly not a problem for Uchiha Kage. With Uchiha Zioneo's explanation, Uchiha Kage was quickly able to fully apply it. However, considering that the principle of illusion is to use chakra to disrupt the opponent's five senses to make him fall into hallucinations, in order to prevent someone from connecting the clone and the original body through chakra aura, Uchiha Kage does not intend to let the original body use illusion. If you don't have the strength to overturn the table, being servile is the way to go. Don't be discouraged, Xiaoying. Everyone is good at different things. Uchiha Zayazai had a bitter face and his brows were tightly locked together. He continued to comfort the Uchiha Kage who was depressed because he had not learned the illusion. Damn it, it's all my fault. Knowing clearly that the child has had difficulty learning the three body techniques, you still want to teach him such a difficult illusion technique. It's so sad for the child. Uchiha Zioneo blamed himself in his heart and couldn't stop sighing. I thought I was already very strong at the age of 20, even though I hadn't opened my Sharingan yet. I didn't expect that my student was even more brave. It seems that I have to look for E-level ninjutsu in the future. The Uchiha Kage, who was pretending not to use illusions in order to rationalize the future, quickly recovered. The next step is to fulfill the promise and make a drastic change to the image of Uchiha Koneo. Although he was not a stylist or a woman in his previous life, he lived in the new media age of information explosion and had a certain understanding of how to attract women. For example, the gentle loser type who is 185 centimeters tall, has 8-pack ABS, and wears half-frame glasses, the one who is close to others with a billionaire attitude and says, "You are playing with fire." The overbearing CEO type, the soft-voiced, gullible puppy type. The first step for a man to liberate his appearance is to be clean. No matter how handsome you are, how charming you are, or how cool you look, it's useless if people can smell your stinky odor before they even get close to you. So our first goal now is to take a hot spring bath. The Uchiha Kage raised his head and spoke seriously. In order to make himself appear more convincing, he stood on a stone to make himself look taller. But Uchiha Zayazai reached out to tidy up his hair, then lowered his head to sniff the smell on his body, then looked up in confusion. There's no strange smell on your body, right? But why don't I still have a girlfriend? Say Chaish, don't say anything, don't ask. Uchiha Kage interrupted Uchiha Zayazai, jumped off the stone with his legs bent, waved his hand, grinned and said, I have a connection outside, and I made a small fortune recently. I'll pay for today's consumption. Just follow my instructions. As he spoke, the Uchiha Kage walked forward with his head held high and his chest puffed out. That's right, after a week of hard work by the bookstore owner, the Time Stop series became a hit in the ninja world as expected. The first payment of royalties finally arrived in his hands yesterday afternoon, a full $1 million. Even though he had said before that he didn't care much about the profits, when he saw the stacks of money in front of him, Uchiha Kage realized that he was too naive. The stimulation that makes your heart beat like it's about to jump out of your throat is so addictive that it's even not much worse than the intracranial orgasm during creation. Now that we are rich, how can we not go and see the legendary hot spring mixed bath? Yahoo! The desire to consume is rising. Mixed bathing hot spring, here I come. Uchiha Zioneo looked at Uchiha Kage's ruthless steps and laughed out loud. He reached out and touched the few bills in his pocket and sighed slightly. As a teacher, how can I let students pay? The most famous hot spring holy land in the ninja world is the land of hot springs. but the Land of Fire occupies the land with the richest resources and also has several hot spring resources within its territory. There is such a hot spring hotel in Konoha village. Madam, mixed bathing, two of you, Uchiha Kage shouted to the proprietress at the front desk. Well, the proprietress is an elderly lady. Xiaoying. Uchiha Zioneo quickly stepped forward and covered Uchiha Kage's mouth, and smiled awkwardly at the proprietress. Men's bath, we want men's bath, joke. The men's bath costs 1,000 yen for one adult and one child, and the mixed bath costs 1,500 yen, he doesn't want to waste such money. Are you sure you want the men's bath? The proprietress moved her pen slightly, looked up at Uchiha Zayazai and the others, and said, a young girl just entered the mixed bathing area. Listen to me, we're going to take a mixed bath. Uchiha Kage's eyes sparkled, he pulled Uchiha Koneo's hand away and said excitedly. This time, Uchiha Zioneo did not object, but his eyes moved left and right, and he was obviously tempted. After registering at the front desk, the two changed into boxer briefs in the room and opened the mixed bathing curtain with anticipation. Ga, how come this is different from what is written in Jireiya's book? Is this a young girl? Uchiha Kage looked at the large space that had been cleared in the middle of the hot spring. The middle-aged woman, weighing about 200 pounds, and Uchiha Xiao looked at each other. This young man is compared with the boss lady, right? Yohoho, you have a nice body, handsome boy, come over and chat for a while. The middle-aged woman weighing about 200 pounds couldn't help but brighten up when she saw Uchiha Zioneo, and she covered her mouth and laughed softly. Although Uchiha Koneo is an inconspicuous passerby in the clan, as a member of the Uchiha clan, his appearance is guaranteed. In addition, ninjas need to exercise regularly, so his body is also stylish and well-proportioned. The most likely reason why he still has no girlfriend is that the guards have a bad reputation in the eyes of ordinary people in the village, and the Uchiha clan respects the strong. So the reason why Uchiha Koneo is still single is because of the hateful Danzo. Teacher, your good fortune has come. Uchiha Kage pushed Uchiha Zioneo and quickly entered the hot spring through the empty space next to him. Although I have lost money now, it cost money. If you don't take advantage of it, you will end up losing more money. That you must stop the loss in time. Damn Danzo. Ruined my hot spring dream. Uchiha Kage submerged his body in the hot spring, leaving only his small head exposed. The heat makes my head feel dizzy, but it's actually quite comfortable. Before Uchiha Kage came, it was clearly agreed that he would pay the bill, but Uchiha Takashi was a loyal and honest man after all, so he paid the bill in advance. Because of this, Uchiha Koneo, who felt that he had lost both money and appearance, looked a little depressed. Alright, teacher. It won't hurt to be stared at. Next time I have a chance, I will invite you to experience the hot springs in the land of hot springs. Uchiha Kage tried to comfort him with words, but it was obviously not effective. Obviously, this hot spring trip shattered a man's beautiful fantasy. Cheer up, teacher, our explosive reform plan is not yet complete. Think about those beautiful young ladies. Do you feel like you are alive again? Uchiha Kage walked along the way, cheering up Uchiha Zioneo all the way, and finally helped him recover. The second step to liberating your beauty is to take care of your hair. Cleanliness is not just about a person's hygiene, it also refers to the first impression he or she makes on others. Teacher, your hairstyle looks a bit sloppy. It would be better if you cut it shorter. Uchiha Kage said this, pulling Uchiha Zioneo directly into a barber shop on the side of the road. Even though he doesn't understand the styling, he has watched a lot of anime characters. He just picked up the pen and started to make some strokes in the barber shop. The long spiky hedgehog hair that was close to his face became neat and tidy in the barber's hands, although it still cannot change the nature of the hedgehog head. Fortunately, my hair is relatively soft, so I can get myself a hair crown and a long brocade robe. Quack! You are not allowed to fascinate the Uchiha in the clan. The last step of the transformation is fashion. Clothes make the man, and saddles make the horse. Good taste in clothes can enhance a person's temperament to the greatest extent. A clean image plus good taste in clothes is enough to determine others' first impression of you. After coming out of the barber shop, Uchiha Kage took Uchiha Koneo directly to the clothing store. The hoodies, shirts, vests. And so on that Uchiha Koneo liked were all rejected by Uchiha Kage at a glance. Listen to me and put on this outfit. Xiaoying, this is a yukata. Aren't there pants for you? Think of a pretty young lady, a sweet and soft girlfriend who you can kiss and hug. Stop talking, I'm wearing. After an effective communication, Uchiha Koneo successfully put on the same costume as Suzuki in white. That's right, don't tuck your chest too tight, show your chest muscles a little, and make it look loose, understand? Uchiha Kage made some further adjustments and nodded with great satisfaction. Nowadays, if you want to find a partner, you have to take an unconventional approach and be the coolest guy on the street. Even peacocks know to spread their tails when they are courting a mate, so it's not shameful at all to wear Pinru's clothes. You're right. After the major transformation, Uchiha Koji attracted a lot of attention when he walked on the street. After walking only 2 blocks, several bold young ladies came up to him and started chatting with him. Uchiha Koneo, who was experiencing happiness, was almost flushed. He just let himself go and wandered around the streets of Konoha, leaving the Uchiha cage behind. "Oh, you really forget your loyalty for the sake of beauty. I hope you can help me give birth to a beautiful little wife, so that it won't be in vain that it's a waste of my hard work." Uchiha Kage shook his head, sighed, then turned and left. Conceal your achievements and fame. After parting, Uchiha Kage walked towards the snack street. With a huge sum of money in his hands, he wanted to eat lavishly. When they were about to walk out of the commercial street, Uchiha Kage's powerful mental power sensed something in the air. He looked up in confusion, and then looked towards the shop across the street. A sento is a public bathhouse. It turned out to be the old pervert Sarutobi Hiruzen. Uchiha Kage curled his lips in disgust. Although he also likes to look at beautiful girls, he will never peep at them. Even if he has the ambition to be a prime minister, he will not show sympathy to married women. Of course, those who are helpless and in need of care cannot be counted among them. I despise such immoral people the most. They are ruining the reputation of LSBs like me. We must find a way to take him down. Uchiha Kage's eyes flickered and he began to calculate in his mind. The telescope technique can monitor the target from a distance through the target's chakra aura, and Sarutobi Hiruzen can even observe it while within the range of the Konoha village barrier, and he could sense the chakra aura in the sky. It can be inferred that the principle of this technique is to use some method to release one's own chakra to the surveillance location, and then transmit the scene perceived by the chakra to the crystal ball for image reproduction. In this way, if I use illusion to disrupt the chakra responsible for perception and make it perceive the wrong situation, then this wrong picture will also be reproduced on the crystal ball. And because of the crystal ball in between, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't tell that the scene he observed was actually an illusion. There is something to it. Very interesting. It just so happened that I had just learned 2 illusion techniques. If I tried hard, I might be able to scare Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was in high spirits, into insanity. What a great opportunity. Let's take this opportunity to test the power of the 3 Megatama Sharinon in illusion. The Uchiha Kage smiled evilly and observed the surrounding environment. As I passed a shadow disappeared from under my feet into an empty corner. Sarutobi Hiruzen had an indecent and obscene look on his face, staring intently at the eye-catching painting on the crystal ball in his hand. Steam rises and mist appears. It is like a fairyland in heaven and a beautiful scenery on earth. Sarutobi Hiruzen's nostrils trembled slightly, and 2 hot streams slowly flowed out. Just when he was watching with great excitement, the harmonious and beautiful picture in the crystal ball was broken by a sudden accident. I saw a figure suddenly falling from a high altitude into the water, causing a large splash of water. Then, as if a chain reaction was triggered, the picture inexplicably exploded with white mist, completely blocking the view. How dare someone spy on the women's bathhouse in broad daylight? Humph, the security team can't even maintain law and order in the village. They are really derelict in their duty. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was in high spirits, suddenly became angry. Although the crystal ball could not transmit sound, it did not prevent him from guessing what was happening over there. Even peeping can lead to such a low-level accident. How stupid. Sarutobi Hiruzen gritted his teeth and cursed the stupid guy who disturbed his fun. Another picture? Sarutobi Hiruzen caught a glimpse of the crystal ball restoring the image and quickly calmed down, intending to continue cultivating his sentiments. But when he looked over again, his previously rosy face instantly turned pale, then purple, then blue. The scene in the crystal ball was still the same as before, but the beautiful scenery inside was completely destroyed. All I see are dark-skinned, muscular, and hideous-looking men soaking in the pool. Where is the beauty in them? Combined with the inexplicable white mist that blocked the screen before, Sarutobi Hiruzen instantly came to a conclusion in his mind. What he had been spying on was this group of rough guys who used transformation techniques to take a bath. Eyes, my eyes, please give me a pair of eyes that I have never seen before. The sinister and cunning Kumagakure ninja, to hide in such a shameless and vulgar way. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at the picture in the crystal ball, his face dark and gloomy. No one else but the hidden cloud village has such obvious characteristics. After experiencing this kind of thing, what a great psychological damage it must have caused to a man in his 50s. This is. Sarutobi Hiruzen noticed that the picture in the crystal ball had changed again and looked over quickly. Asuma. When Sarutobi Hiruzen saw the face of the person being grabbed and pressed to the ground by the rough man from the hidden cloud village, he suddenly panicked and could no longer sit still. These Kumagakure beasts are actually playing castration in Konoha. Notify the Umbu to surround the Sento bathhouse in the commercial street and eliminate the Kumagakure ninja hiding inside. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes were red and he shouted out of the window with bloodshot eyes, holding the crystal ball with trembling hands. In just a few moments, the group of Union beasts had already completed the castration with a knife and began to study the philosophy that made people's anus tighten. He no longer expected to rescue Asuma. After such humiliation, living is more painful than dying. The other side. A dark alley around the corner from the public bathhouse. The shadow clone used all of his power of the 3-Magatama Sharinan to help create a more realistic illusion. He stopped only when he saw the figure of the Umbu appear nearby, and then he dissipated his clone without hesitation, leaving only the quiet alley as usual. The next day, Uchiha Kage slept until noon before getting up reluctantly. He did not pay much attention to the follow-up of yesterday's public bath at the public bathhouse, but he did hear some gossip from his neighbors. For example, the Umbu forcibly searched the women's bathhouse on the order of the Hokage. The family members surrounded the Hokage building to ask for an explanation, and the bathhouse owner demanded compensation for his reputation. Anyway, it was quite lively. I hope Sarutobi Hiruzen can remember this lesson. Uchiha Kage did not have any special plans for today's schedule, but he continued to satisfy his consumption desires as a nouveau riche. His target, the barbecue restaurant run by the Akimichi clan. If Ichiraku ramen is a common delicacy at the level of shaxian snacks that ordinary people can afford on a daily basis, then the barbecue restaurant run by the Akimichi clan should be a little more high-end, at least at the level of Heidai Lao. Uchiha Kage, who loves sweets, of course chose the secret barbecue with honey flavor. During the roasting process, the sweet honey will melt and penetrate into the meat as the temperature rises, making it sweet and delicious. At the same time, because of the presence of honey, the surface of the roasted meat will take on an attractive golden color. Sure enough, there is a reason why it is expensive. Uchiha Kage imitated the manners of the nobles on TV that he clumsily but elegantly cut a piece of grilled meat with a knife and fork and put it into his mouth, chewing it happily. The term nouveau riche is too tacky, but elegance never goes out of style. Haha, Minato, look at that kid, he's so interesting. Hearing someone talking about him, Uchiha Kage put down his knife and fork and turned to look in the direction where the voice came from. Minato, a red-haired woman, and a man with messy white spiky hair were sitting on seats separated from him by 2 rows of holoscreens. With such obvious features, Uchiha Kage naturally recognized their identities at a glance. Judging from the food on the table, the 3 of them should have arrived earlier than him. I'm sorry, Kushina, I mean no harm. I see you're all alone, would you like to come and share the table with us? Seeing Uchiha Kage looking at him, Minato also made an invitation in a familiar manner. Uchiha Kage had no objection and brought his secret honey barbecue over. My name is Namikaze Minato, this is my love Kushina, and this is. Minato smiled and introduced the Uchiha Kage, but when it came to Jiraiya, he was interrupted by Jiraiya. That's right, I am one of the 3 invincible legendary ninjas, the white-haired boy of Mayaboku Mountain, the Toad Sage Jiraiya-sama. After a series of awkward dances, Jiraiya looked proud. Said, I know you, the author of Making Out Paradise. The Uchiha Kage sat down completely unaffected and spoke calmly. Ha! Master Jiraiya, look at what you have done, even such a young child knows your perverse works. Kushina's temperature instantly turned red, and she transformed into a blood-red pepper, grabbing Jiraiya's collar and pulling it back and forth. Minato on the side could only smile awkwardly. Teacher Jiraiya is indeed too dishonest and has already started to poison the children in the village. Kushina's temper came and went quickly. Ahaha, I didn't expect to meet such a little fan in the village. Jiraiya laughed and scratched his head in embarrassment. He also didn't expect that the children in the village knew him not through the legend of the Sunin, but through the Make-Out Heaven. How can I describe this feeling? It's like a glorious image has been shattered in one day. Damn bookstore owner, how can you sell books to children? My name is Uchiha Kage, and I'm not a fan of Jiraiya-sama. The plot of your book is too lousy. The plot of the book that's been popular recently is more interesting. Uchiha Kage swallowed a piece of barbecue, looked at Jiraiya who was scratching his hair in embarrassment, and continued to provoke him. If you don't work harder to create better works, you will be completely left behind in the writing world in the time it takes to eat a meal. Uchiha Kage successfully aroused Jiraiya's creative passion. Not only that, perhaps it was the harmless camouflage ability that human cubs possessed, as Minato and Jiraiya did not avoid the Uchiha Kage at all during their conversation. The Uchiha Kage also learned that the reason why Jiraiya returned to Konoha village was because his shadow clone was practicing the Raiznan. That the Konoha high-level officials therefore believed that the shadow clone was related to Jiraiya and should at least know some information. No wonder the shadow clone's growth plan this week went according to plan, very boring, without any disturbances. However, Jiraiya has already returned to the village, and the Konoha high-level officials should have already known that the 2 sides have no relationship. I wonder how the Konoha high-level officials will react? Uchiha Kage was just a little curious about this. No matter how things developed, the only thing he had to do was to hide his identity until he was fully grown. The happy weekend has passed quietly. At the old gathering place of Team 7, beside the Minamiga River, in addition to Minato's Team 7, there is one more person here today, Jiraiya. Is this the shadow escape ability you mentioned? It's really amazing. Jiraiya looked at the Heyday clone who was sparring with Obito not far away. After flying backwards, he turned into a shadow and quickly returned to the battle. He looked at Minato with curiosity. Experience told him that this image looked like the shadow secret technique of the Nara clan, but in fact it was a blood ability similar to the water transformation of the Kazuna clan, and it seemed that it was not as simple as he saw. This blood ability is very powerful. When entering the shadow form, it can be immune to some common physical attacks. At the same time, the movement speed will become very fast. In addition, it can hide in the shadows of others. Unless it is a perception type ninja, it is difficult to find it. Minato nodded to Jiraiya and said seriously. During the period of waiting for Jiraiya to return to the village, although the village's attitude towards these clones temporarily eased, he never gave up collecting information on the clones. The information about shadow release being able to hide in the shadows came from when Obito was peeing by the river, and a clone of Heite poked his head out from the shadow under his feet and kicked him into the river from behind. Before the Heite clone showed up, Minato, who did not investigate carefully, did not notice anything unusual about Obito's shadow. I see. Jiraiya nodded, and suddenly looked stunned. Can you hide in the target's shadow, and still be hard to detect? Doesn't this mean that we can take materials at will? What an enviable blood ability, Yoshi, it's decided, this will be the ability of the protagonist of my next work. Jiraiya sighed, his spirit became excited, and literary ideas flowed in his mind. Minato looked at Jiraiya from the side and felt a bit amused. You clearly said you were here to observe these Chi-Mu clones and find a way to find out their background, but you ended up coming here to collect materials? Have you learned the Raise-Non yet? And you've even added the property change. Minato turned his head to look at the battlefield where Obito and the Heide clone were fighting, with a hint of surprise in his expression. With so many shadow clones practicing together and the experience accumulated, it is understandable that one can learn the Raise-Non in a week. During this period, he can also add chakra attribute changes to the Raise-Non. This talent is quite extraordinary. In the field, the Heide clone used the substitution technique to successfully trick Obito into using the fire style, Great Fireball technique on the wooden stake, while he himself had already circled behind him. Spiral wheel. The Heide clone held a pitch-black Raise-Non infused with yin attribute chakra in his palm and pressed it hard against Obito's back. Kakashi and Minato haven't taken action yet, could it be that? The Raise-Non in his hand was almost touching Obito, and no one came out to intervene. The Heide clone suddenly realized that something was wrong. Really? The next second, Obito, who was hit directly by the Raise-Non, exploded into a cloud of white smoke. It turned out that it was a shadow clone that Obito released in advance to attract his attention. You bastard, I even checked to see if there's anyone behind me before I go to sleep. How could I let you attack me from behind? Obito emerged from a branch nearby and spoke viciously, quickly forming seals with his hands. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. Flames spewed out from Obito's mouth and flew from all directions to attack the Heide clone. It was not easy to avoid such a strange attack trajectory of ninjutsu. Really? What if I do this? Seeing that there was no time to dodge, the Heide clone simply cheated and used shadow release to transform into a shadow and merge into the ground, quickly spreading towards the shadow under Obito's feet. The expression on Obito's face froze immediately, and he jumped back and forth on the branches in a panic, trying to get rid of the Heide clone. But shadow is the opposite of light, how could Obito avoid its speed? In just a moment, the Heide clone successfully took up residence in Obito's shadow. Come out if you can. Believe it or not, I will burn you to death with my fireball, Obito said to the shadow under him with a dark face. This feeling of being monitored like a shadow and a thorn in his side made him feel uncomfortable all over, and he didn't even dare to relax a bit. He had absolutely no trust in the Heide clone who attacked him from behind while he was peeing. Go ahead and burn it. You only have 2 range type ninjutsu anyway, and my life is worthless. If you want to burn yourself, feel free to do so. The Heite clone showed his head from the shadows, taunted, and then quickly retracted it. Almost at the same time he retracted his head, 2 shurikens were inserted into the previous position. I've made a note of this. I heard that a person is most helpless when they are taking a shit. I hope you don't have this ability. The Heite clone looked at the impotent and furious Obito and grinned. Apart from his shadow escape ability, he really couldn't compete with the other defeated Obito, but if you take into account the ability of shadow release, Obito can only be controlled by him. Although this kind of victory or defeat still depends on sneak attacks, but how can you guard against thieves for 1,000 days? Obito pointed at his own shadow in anger and silence, his expression changing as brilliantly as a neon light. He had no doubt about the shamelessness of Heite's clone, and would really launch a sneak attack on him while he was taking a shit as he said, "You're helpless, right? Just buy me 2 packs of balloons and I'll let you go this time. They're not expensive, just the price of 3 strings of glutinous rice balls." The Heitake clone felt that his emotions were in place, and the real purpose was revealed. No wonder he is obsessed with the money he spent on balloons. He is really not a human being. I originally thought that their clones would just have to endure hardships in the early stages, and once the royalties from the original body came in, they would be able to live a good life. But even though the original body has become extremely wealthy now, he is still reluctant to spend money on his clones and wants them to be self-reliant. And you keep saying that this is to put pressure on them so that they will have more motivation to work harder? Hitui, such black-hearted capitalists should be hung on telephone poles. What a pity, who made them so unlucky that it was only their clone that suffered the most. Obito had no choice but to spend money to buy safety. Looking at the balloon in his hand, which he didn't know what it was used for, he sighed. He wants to eat glutinous rice balls too. These balloons are not useless. Remember the spiral wheel trick I used just now? As long as you bring me 3 strings of glutinous rice balls every day, I will teach you how to learn this trick. The Heyday clone stole a glance in Minato's direction and whispered to Obito, ready to steal the wisdom of others for his own benefit. He also wants to achieve the freedom of glutinous rice balls like the original body. Tisk, Obito looked at the Heyday clone and sneered. That move of yours is just Minato-sensei's Raisnon with some other stuff added, right? Your shamelessness is really eye-opening. Huh, I heard that a person is most helpless when he is taking a shit. Although Minato's clone in Team 7 has already mastered the Raisnon, the side missions have not become easier except for the long-term mission of continuing to enhance their fighting will and experience. Under the effect of the Shadow's tears, Uchiha Kage had already become instinctive about the changes in the nature of Yin attribute chakra, and integrating it into the Raisnon was a natural and effortless process. But he possesses all 7 attributes of chakra, so how could he be content to limit himself to just making black balls? Big balls, small balls, red balls, green balls. And so on, he wants to make them all. In short, the changes in the properties of other chakra attributes have been included in the training plan. This is also a consensus among many ninjas who have few trump cards in their hands and want to improve the power of their own ninjutsu. Everything was continuing as usual for Might Guy's clone in charge of physical training, but Ui Shinku's clones had already withdrawn. The mental power of Uchiha Kage, who has already opened the 3 Magatama Sharingan, is very strong in itself. Coupled with the bonus of Shadow's tears, the illusion of Kurane Ui, who is a genin, basically has no effect on him. The time it takes to disrupt the 5 senses may not be as long as the time it takes her to seal herself. It can only be said that Master Hong still has a lot of work to do. So after personally experiencing the application of illusion in actual combat, the clone retreated in a magnificent manner. Also retreating was the clone that was originally responsible for hunting in the Death Forest. At this time, due to the oppression of an unscrupulous and black-hearted capitalist, these withdrawn clones were forced to shoulder the livelihood issues of their companions and were gathering together for pre-war mobilization. The workers of Suville have proved that they can live well without capitalists. Comrades, the power of the collective is invincible. As long as we clench our fists and work together, our lives will get better and better. An avatar stood on the tree and gave a speech with a tone that was sometimes passionate, sometimes angry, and full of emotion. The black-hearted capitalists won't provide us with security for our lives, not even a string of meatballs. We must have our own little treasury. That's right, I just separated it last night. Yesterday, my real body went to eat Chudeo's secret honey barbecue. It tasted so delicious. If I have money, I will also go to try it. After a mobilization meeting, the clones were as excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. At the temptation of the delicious food they had been longing for, they turned into shadows and rushed to Kana's mission hall, fearing that they would be slow to catch up. That's right, after a week of high-intensity training and the death of hundreds of clones, the clones, who felt that they were already the best among the genin, set their sights on earning money to buy food and taking on the commissions in the mission hall. Apart from anything else, with his ability of shadow escape, simple D-level tasks like catching cats and playing with dogs are easy for him. After turning into a shadow and approaching, he gently grabbed the target's neck and the money was easily obtained. As for the clones, they don't have the identity number of Konoha Ninja and cannot accept missions? This is easy. Isn't it enough to just find a Konoha ninja to help take on the mission and collect the mission reward? It's nothing more than having one more hand and earning less intermediary fees. As for someone who is greedy and dares to take the hard-earned money of the clone, then let's talk about a person who is most helpless when taking a shit. The shocking effect of shadow release, kick you into the pit with one kick, is no less than the famous skill of Konoha White Fang. In addition to these D-level tasks that are like picking up money, the clones naturally did not miss the C-level tasks that are slightly more difficult, including escorting, destroying or capturing wild beasts, destroying bandits in the mountains. This kind of dangerous mission truly reflects the daily life of an ordinary ninja. C-rank missions are the main source of income for most genin to support their families and are the most sought-after missions in the village. Intermediaries are no longer of any use here. At this time, I have to bring out the rogue spirit of my clone. No matter whether you agree or not, I will just hide in your shadow and follow you out to complete the mission. If you encounter bandits, you should take action when necessary. If nothing else, just rest quietly. When you come back and get the reward for the mission, ask for my share. Don't give? Then let's talk about shadow escape. I'll kick you into a pit in one go. Hokage building. What a deep plot, what a vicious calculation. Sarutobi Hiruzen listened to the news reported by the Umbu beside him, his face full of sorrow, and his wrinkled face looked even more vicissitudes of life. An unknown number of shadow clones, coupled with extremely fast speed, a powerful hiding ability that can hide in the shadows of others, and the thunder of the tailed beast. In fact, after learning that Jiraiya had nothing to do with these shadow clones, he had already reached his wit's end with this matter. To deal with these clones, one must gather most of Konoha's strength, identify all the spies from other villages hidden in the village, find the real body of the clone, and finally face a mad-tailed beast. Including the businessmen, tourists, and those who come to issue tasks, plus the permanent population of the village, there are probably more than 100,000 people in the entire village. How do we check each of these tasks one by one with such a huge workload? Even if you are courageous and put in a lot of effort to find out, won't you still have to face the consequences of the tailed beast going crazy in the village? By then, the opponent who planted this mine will definitely not miss such an opportunity to bite off a piece of meat from Konoha. These clones are also a good method. There have been many frictions among the major ninja villages in the fight for mission resources that once these clones take up too many of Konoha's low-level missions, the ninja genin will receive subsidies from within the clan, but the civilian genin who rely on low-level missions to support their families will naturally make trouble. With the amazing growth rate of these clones, I'm afraid that within a year, they will start to seize the mission resources that other chinins use to support their families. After a long period of reciprocating, Konoha would decline on its own without anyone else having to take action. This is totally an open conspiracy. Post more simple tasks in the name of the village and keep an eye on those opportunists to prevent them from snatching the tasks. Sarutobi Hiruzen gave the order with a sullen face, looking out the window with a dim gaze. Judging from the time, news from other villages should be coming back soon, right? This conspiracy is indeed difficult to crack from the front, but we must capture the leader first. As long as we know the identity of the opponent who planted this mine, with Konoha's current strength, it is not difficult to use some unconventional tricks to crack it. Although Konoha has many powerful ninja clans with a long history, under the policy bias of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, the number of civilian ninjas has increased a lot over the past few decades. Most of these civilian ninjas have mediocre qualifications and no backing. For them, who were more like cannon fodder than ninjas, it was a blessing for them to meet a responsible chunin to lead the team after graduating from the ninja school. After these team-leading ninjas have helped them become familiar with the rhythm of completing tasks, the relationship between the two parties basically ends there. Without economic resources, civilian ninjas who only know the 3 body techniques are almost all cannon fodder genin. If you want to become stronger, if you want to acquire ninjutsu, if you want to leap over the dragon gate and become a chunin, you have to work hard to complete dangerous tasks, lick the blood on the tip of the knife, and crawl forward. A chain of mountains about 10 miles away from Konoha. A 6-member genin team from Konoha was located in the lush forest. Judging from their vigilant behavior, they had already entered a pre-war state. The commission comes from a merchant who often travels to Konoha. The mission is to eliminate the bandits who are robbing the mountain because it involves fighting. The mission reward is 100,000 taels. Is everyone okay with it? The experienced middle-aged genin confirmed the mission again before taking action as usual. No problem, I am very satisfied with the reward. That's fine with me. Several members of the team nodded in confirmation, and were very satisfied with this mission. This kind of sea-level mission with a reward of 100,000 is very popular in the village. They were lucky this time. Well, I want to ask, is the remuneration here divided by head count or by effort? An unfamiliar voice rang out beside them, instantly making the hairs of several members of the genin team stand on end. They all fled to hide in the nearby jungle, looking at the empty space in confusion. Where are the people? Could it be that they were all hallucinating? As several people were in doubt, the experienced middle-aged genin hiding in the bushes felt as if he had fallen into an icy cave. Cold sweat ran down his back, and the wind was so cold that it pierced his bones. The feeling of being watched like a shadow was stimulating his brain crazily. The owner of that sentence was now very close to him. Senior, I am just an ordinary genin. Please tell me what information you want. I will tell you what I know. The middle-aged genin's teeth were chattering wildly, and he took great effort to squeeze out the words. Although a ninja's career always lingers on the brink of life and death, at his age when he has experienced the harmony of his wife and children, there is always something tying his heart. How do you usually distribute the rewards for tasks? The shadow of the middle-aged genin rippled, and the clone that had followed them out of the village appeared, and he asked. It is best to discuss important matters such as remuneration in advance. He still likes to be reasonable. After all, the pit is really stinky. The middle-aged genin thought that the clone would ask him some information about Konoha. He was obviously stunned when he heard the question, but he quickly reacted. Oh my god. Asking a few irrelevant questions in advance to disturb his mood, he is now facing a professional torture ninja. I heard that the methods of such people are very cruel. We are all about the same strength, and the rewards for completing the mission have always been distributed equally. The middle-aged genin replied nervously, his heart beating fast. Oh, then for the 7 of us, that's 0.14,000 taels per person, and a string of glutinous rice balls costs 10 taels. The clone counted on his fingers, and while he was angry at the original body's stinginess, he was also full of hope for his future. Well, for 7 people it's more than 12,000, and the village will charge 10% as an agency fee. The middle-aged genin said this angrily, his eyes suddenly lit up, and his body suddenly pounced forward. Swish, swish. Almost at the same time he jumped out of the bushes, several kunai were shot into the bushes. Endo, how are you? Several members of the genin team asked, keeping an eye on what was happening over there in the bushes. I didn't A middle-aged genin named Endo had just felt the joy of surviving a disaster and was about to stand up to reply to his teammates when he fell into the ice cave again. A figure suddenly emerged from his own shadow. "You guys are very enthusiastic in greeting each other. Let me introduce myself. I am the 7th member of the team. You can call me Zed." The clone appeared in front of several people and introduced himself confidently. The special name Zed is used because today is a very important day. From the moment he followed this team of genin out of the village, he had already embarked on the road of trials to become a true ninja. Ninjas are destined to face the situation of reaping the lives of others, which is a very common thing in the ninja world where people are accustomed to separation of life and death. But for Uchiha Kage, who lived in a peaceful society before traveling through time, this was a difficult process of reshaping his worldview and truly integrating into this world. Dozens of clones worked day and night for a week before they finally used the corpses of poisonous insects and ferocious beasts in the Death Forest to bring out the beast in their hearts and completed the initial psychological construction. And the group of bandits in today's mission are the nourishment for his real rebirth. Zed. We didn't agree to your joining. Ninjas won't trust strangers easily. As they spoke, several members of the genin team reached for the shurikens in their ninja tool bags. But before they could take it out, the clone G had already turned into a shadow and flew away for a long distance. He came to inform them, but he didn't care whether these people agreed or not. The situation has changed. The mission involves ninjas, which is beyond our scope of handling. I suggest abandoning this mission. Agree. The members of the genin team looked at each other, and finally gritted their teeth and decided to give up the mission they had worked so hard to get. After all, true bravery is protecting yourself. This way. After separating from the genin team, there was no need for the clone Jet to continue hiding his Sharingan since there was no one nearby. After making eye contact with a few sparrows from a distance, the sparrows flapped their wings and flew high into the sky, searching with their wide field of vision. West. The clone G saw a sparrow circling in the sky, and it obviously discovered something. Without hesitation, he turned into a shadow and quickly shuttled through the dense forest. Soon, a village built with miscellaneous wood on the top of the mountain came into his sight. The village was in ruins, and the layout inside was very messy. Swords and iron bars were randomly placed by the wall, and there was not even a sentry outside the village. From this position, one could even see 2 drunken bandits gathering around a small tree to release water. This is true. After all, this gang of bandits can build their lair standing more than 10 miles away from Konoha. It is obvious that he has no brains. The clone G turned into a shadow and quietly slipped into the village. He did not rush to act, but first observed the village. Well, that's confirmed. A village built on a hilltop, a male-female ratio of 22:0, and brocade cloth and a pile of groceries that doesn't fit the environment at all. The bandits didn't run away. The clone G stared at the neck of the drunken bandit who was sleeping soundly in the corner of the grocery store with a dim gaze. He held his breath and remained silent for a while, then stabbed down steadily with the fist blade on his arm. Scold! The bandit whose throat was pierced by a sharp weapon suddenly opened his eyes wide, and with the blood flowing back, he could only make a nearly silent ho-ho sound from his mouth. Sarutobi Hiruzen's method of using the village's finances to fill vacancies for low-level tasks and at the same time cracking down on intermediary ninjas cannot be said to be useless, it can only be said to be completely ineffective. My clone is acting like a rogue and doesn't care whether you agree to be an intermediary or not. As long as you accept the mission, I will intervene. These low-level ninjas don't have the strength to resist. Unless Konoha is ruthless and gives up the important financial income from the commission missions, it will have no way to deal with the clones, which is impossible. Because of the limited mission resources, Konoha's genin initially complained about the clones' forced intervention to get a share of the pie. Later, with the injection of village financial funds, the public anger was alleviated, but they were still dissatisfied. But within 2 days, these clones who kicked people into the cesspool at any time and once caused a surge in soap sales actually reversed their reputation as street rats. The initial cause was a team of genin who had decided to give up the mission. When they returned to the village and went to the mission hall to cancel the mission, they found that their clones were already waiting for them at the door with the mission certificate. This is the money you earn like you picked it up for free? Later, another team of genin took on the escort mission. But who knew that the employer concealed the news, and on the way he met his enemy with a group of wandering ninjas who were seeking revenge. The leader of them was a senior genin from a small village. At the critical moment, the clone who had been following this team stubbornly actually took the initiative to step forward, giving the team's genin a chance to evacuate. If it's just to add another person to share the money, then absolutely no one would be willing to do it. But what if this person is dedicated to completing the task and would take the initiative to step forward when encountering danger? This guy is definitely my big brother. The genin of Konoha immediately came to their senses. Not only does the efficiency of completing tasks improve, but there is also an extra layer of safety when encountering danger. Isn't it just a normal share of the remuneration? It's a win-win situation for everyone and everyone is happy. Konoha Finance, Hokage Building. The atmosphere in the office seemed unusually depressing. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at the information about the Jinchuriki of each village sent back by his spies, his face grim and frightening. No changes. All the news reported by the spies was that there was no unusual movement of the Jinchuriki from other villages. But if there is no unusual movement, then those unusually active shadow clones in the village are all fake. Those are hundreds of shadow clones with the same amount of chakra as an ordinary Jonin. Even when he was at the peak of his physical fitness, he could only create a shadow clone with half the chakra of a Jonin. However, the strength of these clones is only at the level of Genin. If this is not Jinchuriki, then what is it? Note, normal shadow clones have chakra divided equally, and Naruto's normal state when he was a Genin was 4 cards. Now this matter is like a thorn in his heart, which he can neither pull out nor swallow. Feeling depressed, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his head and looked out the window that he wanted to use the scenery to relieve his mood, but he happened to see his clone catching a cat on the roof next door. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his head quickly, veins bulging on his forehead. He covered his chest in pain and took a deep breath. Okay, now I feel even worse. Ninja school. The cultural teacher was standing on the podium, talking about the boring will of fire. It was obvious from the way he was reading from the textbook that he didn't really understand the will of fire. Tisk tisk, the Uchiha Kage who was sitting in the last row couldn't help but shake his head and click his tongue when he saw Shisui standing straight and focused in the front row. Even with a lecture level that was almost like a machine recitation, Shisui could listen so seriously. He was really impressed that the little lowly Hinata Rika in the front row should have the reaction that a normal person should have, right? Hinata Rika, who was described as a normal person by the Uchiha Kage, was feeling uneasy at the moment. The feeling of being watched from behind made her hair stand on end. The brutal secret technique, 1,000 years of killing, demonstrated in the outdoor class was so impressive. For this reason, she has been practicing pelvic floor exercises for a week in class, and she can't even remember what the teacher taught her. And this week it's even worse. When the feeling of being watched from behind appeared, she would occasionally feel a chill on the back of her neck, with a terrifying feeling that someone was out to harm her. There were so many empty seats in the classroom, but he chose to sit behind her. Why is she so unlucky? Time passed by every second in agony. When the bell rang, the cultural teacher hurried away with the textbook, not staying for a second. Please, can you please not sit behind me? Hinata Rika had been practicing anal exercises with all her body strength in class, and her face turned red due to the rush of blood. She looked at Uchiha Kage and pleaded. She has said the same thing many times in school. The students who had empty seats behind him turned their heads at the same time and looked at the Uchiha Kage with nervous expressions. They were afraid that if he agreed, it would be their turn to be unlucky. Just the glances from behind from time to time were scary enough. Only the Abarame classmate who didn't have a deskmate looked at the Uchiha Kage with longing, but he didn't dare to say it out loud because his deskmate in the front row was staring at him intently. Lee Ji-chan, and everyone else, you have to trust my character. We were fighting against each other that time, Shisui. Besides, I used the famous technique of Konoha White Fang Sr., not some dirty tricks. Uchiha Kage looked at Hinata Rika, then glanced at the classmates who were staring at him nervously. The corners of his mouth formed a stiff arc, revealing a sincere smile. He never thought that he would become the isolated person in the class just because he used the secret technique of Konohagakure, 1,000 years of death. That was clearly a serious duel, a serious ninjutsu. But it would have been better if he didn't smile. When he smiled, the students nearby suddenly felt their anus tighten and instantly dreamed of that morning when Uchiha Yang also smiled like this and stabbed Shisui away. Soon it was time for class again and the substitute teacher walked into the classroom. After the communication failed, Hinata Rika angrily sat back in her seat, and the other students also breathed a sigh of relief. Uchiha Kage looked at the back of the little lowly in the front row, sighed in his heart, and stared at the podium in a trance. Since I defeated the powerful Shisui, shouldn't I enjoy everyone's admiration? The substitute teacher who was writing on the blackboard had a sudden jump in her heart, subconsciously tightened her anus, her eyes became a little erratic, and she didn't even notice that she had written something wrong on the blackboard. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, it's already a month. The training ground of Team 7, beside the Minamiga River. Obito, who was eliminated again from the Chunin exam due to being late, has been in a very bad mood recently. After arriving at the training location, he angrily rushed towards his clone, who was extremely incompatible with him. Your own failure is sad, but your opponent's growth is even more frustrating. The result of the battle between the two of them changed from hand to hand in the beginning, but in the past few days, he has clearly felt the pressure increasing. He wants to become Hokage. How can he be willing to watch himself being surpassed little by others? He also has to work hard to roll it up. After the baptism, Uchiha Kage, who was freed from the shackles, completed the sublimation of his state of mind, and his fighting spirit almost leaped exponentially. This kind of illusory thing is difficult to describe in words. Simply put, Uchiha Kage can fight without any psychological burden and naturally with the purpose of killing his opponent. To give a real-life example, when facing an opponent, he can respond faster, see through his weaknesses faster, and kill his opponent more decisively and quickly. Or it can be described this way: the processor was upgraded directly from i3 to i7. The leap in fighting will naturally also drove the speed of improving combat experience. The clone gained new insights every day in the battle with Team 7. How this manifests in actual combat is like he could defeat a maximum of 3 genin before, but because of his increased fighting will and experience, he can now handle more and in less time. And when facing opponents that cannot be defeated, you can persist longer. In short, the combat effectiveness at the same level has been greatly improved. At this time, the clone, who has been officially renamed, is having a fierce battle with his old enemy Obito on the field. It can be said that the fight is hard to let go. On the field, after more than 10 rounds of fighting, the clone Jeff, whose physical strength was gradually weakening, swung out his fist blade, and the sharp cold light went straight to Obito's face. Seeing this, Obito did not dare to hesitate at all. He crossed the kunai in his hands to block, and before the other fist blade of his clone Z arrived, he deflected the blade and ran in the opposite direction, ducking and rolling to create some distance. Shadow Clone Technique. Obito completed the hand seal the moment he stood up. The white mist dissipated, and 3 Obitos appeared on the field, whose real face was hard to tell. Unfortunately, the clone G had no intention of making any distinction. Shadow Escape Blades. Dozens of shurikens created a piercing noise like a swarm of bees in the air, forming a covering attack on Obito and his shadow clones. Fire Style, Great Fireball Technique. Obito also had rich experience. One of them stayed where he was, formed hand seals, and spit out a huge fireball to intercept the incoming shuriken. The other 2 took advantage of the fire blocking their vision and quickly moved to both sides, hiding in the treetops to plan the next battle. But the clone G will not stand there stupidly waiting for the fireball to go out. Clang! Suddenly, a sound of metal was heard from the treetops on one side. Then a ball of fire suddenly appeared and quickly spread to a spherical chakra aura with a diameter of 1 meter. This is the result of the clone's hard training over the past month, a Reborn that incorporates the changes in the properties of fire-attributed chakra. As soon as the figure of the clone G appeared in front of the tree stump with only half of the charred deadwood left, several balls of fire flew out from the opposite tree canopy. Fire Style, Phoenix Fire Technique. The clone G faced the incoming fireball and calmly jumped back to dodge it. When he couldn't avoid it in time, he used his fist blade to split it. At this time, Obito, who stayed on the field to release the huge fireball, approached tiredly with a kunai in his hand. The clone Z glanced at him and quickly flew to the opposite tree canopy. Fire Style, Reborn. Seeing Obito forming seals in the tree canopy, his clone Zhang approached and quickly condensed the prototype of a Reborn in his palm. However, when the Reborn was formed, the momentum suddenly changed and attacked Obito, who was following behind him. The sudden turn of the clone ZE startled both Obito. I wanted to do something, but it was too late. At the critical moment, Minato, who was on the side, used the technique of instant body movement and took Obito out of danger in 2 jumps. Boom! The Reborn blasted a deep pit on the ground, and the scattered flames licked the edge of the pit frantically, leaving some charred areas around it. The clone G gasped and retreated to a safe distance, relying on the reaction force of the energy overflow. Damn it, how do you know that the one behind is my real body? Obito looked at the deep, dilapidated pit on the ground, his chest heaving violently. There was fatigue from excessive exertion, and fear from nearly dying, but even more than that, it was still hard to accept the fact that he had been defeated by his all-time loser. He saw with his own eyes that these clones couldn't even withstand 10 moves from his hands at the beginning. The Shadow Clone technique is based on the current state to divide the chakra amount equally. After your original body released a huge fireball, your use of kunai in the battle revealed your insufficient chakra. He didn't suspect anything at first until he saw your Shadow Clone seals on the tree. You have also released a C-rank ninjutsu. Your Shadow Clone and your real body should both be short of chakra at this point. Minato looked at the clone J in surprise, pursed his lips and explained. During this period of time, he witnessed the growth rate of his clone G with his own eyes. Coupled with such excellent ninja qualities, he will definitely become a famous ninja in the ninja world in the future. It's a pity that the matter of Reborn has become an unsolved mystery. It would be great if the other party was really a ninja from Konoha. In a ninja battle, accurate calculation of chakra can also be the key to victory or defeat. Kakashi on the side calmly withdrew the half-foot he had taken, listened to Minato's explanation with his ears perked up, and took note of it with deep agreement. It seems that ninjutsu cannot be used easily. Perhaps I should pick up the Heitake swordsmanship. Damn it, you were just lucky this time and won by chance. Let's continue the fight after I have rested well. Obito turned around and looked at his clone Jie, with dissatisfaction written all over his face. The clone Jie ignored Obito's cries of dissatisfaction, as his condition was not good at the moment. Due to his age, his total physical strength is limited, and the final victory or defeat is entirely determined by ninjutsu. If you want to fight, go and pick anyone from the team over there. You have to remember that the one who just defeated you is just a shadow clone. The clone G pointed to the nearby training ground. The other comrades whose chakra attributes had changed then tiredly released their clones and turned into shadows, dissipating from the spot. His mission has been completed, and it is time to return to his body and enjoy the freedom of delicious food. Obito was completely stunned, with the only thing in his mind being the last words of his clone Ze. The one who defeated him was just a shadow clone, and clones like these can be counted in groups in the village. Kakashi, how many clones of the same kind can you deal with? After a long time, Obito came back to his senses, walked over to Kakashi who was training nearby, and asked seriously. Although he often looked for opportunities to argue with Kakashi because of Rin's admiration for Kakashi, he was still very clear about Kakashi's talent. Kakashi was already a Chunin 5 years ago. Hearing this, Kakashi looked at the team of clones that were practicing the transformation of chakra properties, and suddenly remembered Minato's introduction to the shadow clone technique, and his face turned cold. Fool! No one is a real fool. Even in peacetime, there are always minor frictions between the 5 major villages. The espionage activities to spy on other villages' intelligence have never stopped, just hoping to detect dangers and opportunities earlier. The scene of hundreds of shadow clones with great chakra of Jonin active in the village was already a well-known fact in Konoha, and naturally it could not be concealed from the eyes and ears of spies from other villages. Like Sarutobi Hiruzen, the other 4 Kage also believed that this was a terrifying amount of chakra that only the tailed beast Jinchuriki could possess. While they were secretly wondering which village was responsible for this, they all turned their attention to Konoha. Their keen sense of smell told them that this was a great opportunity to bite off a piece of fat from Konoha. Even the Hidden Mist village, which is far away from the mainland and surrounded by sea water, could not resist such temptation and quietly increased its activity on the border of the Fire Country. Hokage Building. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo sat calmly opposite each other in the office, with an Umbu member beside them who came to report the latest intelligence. Hokage-sama, there are signs of a large number of Kumagakure ninja activities in the land of rice recently. There are also active Iwagakure ninjas on the border of the land of grass. The land of rain. There were 2 frictions yesterday, but everyone exercised restraint and no casualties occurred. The Umbu finished his report and waited for instructions. I understand that you go down first. Sarutobi Hiruzen was in a very low mood, and although his expression was solemn, he was calm enough. What a bullshit restraint, it's nothing but waiting and watching for Konoha to reveal its own flaws. These old rivals are really like hyenas that they want to take a bite out of Konoha at the slightest chance. It has only been 7 years since the end of the Second Ninja World War, and now there are signs of trouble again. The other villages are now eyeing Konoha that we cannot reveal any flaws next. After the Umbu left, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked calmly at Danzo with his weathered and deep eyes. Although he didn't say it explicitly, he had already revealed his idea of not wanting to start a war and the fact that Konoha was the target of everyone's criticism. Hiruzen, I don't need you to teach me. I know the seriousness of the matter. Danzo stood up, glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen, and spoke calmly, then turned and left, pausing before walking out of the office door. I'll leave the village to you. I'll divert their attention as soon as possible. Although he hoped that the Third Ninja World War would take place, and then through his military exploits he would quickly accumulate enough reputation among the people of Konoha to push him to become Hokage, it definitely couldn't be now. Having experienced 2 Ninja World Wars, he knew the cruelty of war. No matter how powerful Konoha was, it would be difficult to resist an attack from all sides. He wants to be Hokage, but he doesn't want to be the Hokage of a declining Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Danzo's leading back, a slight smile appearing on the corner of his mouth. He could tolerate Danzo doing some small things behind his back and tolerate him frequently contradicting his authority as Hokage, but it was not just because they were familiar with each other. When the village was in crisis, Danzo was no less enthusiastic than him, the Hokage. This old partner devoted his whole heart to the village, but was so busy that he didn't even leave any offspring. Apart from having a somewhat dark personality, he was also a loyal supporter of the Will of Fire. But sometimes a dark side in character is not a bad thing. Based on his understanding of Danzo, there will be big chaos within the several villages that are eyeing Konoha this time, and they will have no time to take care of him. I just wonder if this will expose the mastermind behind sending out these clones? I hope so. Otherwise, we can only. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at his clones that appeared from time to time on the street outside the window, his eyes flickering. These clones are ultimately a huge hidden danger. It would be best if the mastermind behind this reveals a flaw this time. We can use some means to force him to withdraw the bomb and then retaliate. If not, this hidden danger must be completely resolved before the unrest in other villages is quelled. This time, we can use some means to keep other villages from taking care of themselves before they make up their minds, but what about next time? Then Konoha might really face a situation where it is surrounded by wolves. Of 2 evils, choose the lesser one. Compared to the brutal war, the rebellion of the tailed beasts is not unacceptable. The next few days, there was a lot of activity in the Hokage building, and Konoha teams were sent to the border to prevent the villages from escalating the conflict before Danzo could take action. This border wind also blew into the village. Whether it is ninja or ordinary residents, the pace of daily life has quickened and the tense atmosphere cannot be concealed at all. Relying on the status of his current clone Jia as the big brother in the civilian genin team, there is no need to go out of his way to inquire about the news. With everyone talking, the news naturally came to the Uchiha Kage. The Third Ninja World War will take more than a year, so it probably won't happen this time. Uchiha Kage didn't know that this incident was caused by him. He just recalled the plot of the Third Ninja World War in his mind and no longer cared about it. Suddenly, Uchiha Kage's eyes lit up. The attention of Konoha's higher UPS is now focused on the border. Doesn't that mean they can secretly reap some benefits in the village? For example, a scroll of a sealed book that records many forbidden techniques. However, the sealed book is in the Hokage's residence, and Sarutobi Hiruzen must be resting at home at night, so we can only act during the day. It's exciting to think about breaking into the Hokage's residence in broad daylight and stealing the wisdom accumulated by successive Hokage of Konoha. When it comes to seeking excitement, Uchiha Kage has always liked to act decisively, and his clones are no exception. On a windy afternoon, the clones began to act. The Hokage mansion is the home of the village chief that has been passed down from generation to generation since the first Hokage, and is not located in the Sarutobi clan's territory. A bit ugly. The clone Zi looked at the two-story building in front of him that looked like a steamer, and was somewhat skeptical about the taste of Senju Hashirama. This kind of building with no aesthetic appeal exudes a strong cheap atmosphere. It is not even as good as the small house of 70 or 80 square meters left by his cheap parents. How could this be the home of the Hokage passed down from generation to generation? In the early days of Konoha, it could be said that it was just a business, and everything was kept simple. But in Konoha, a city full of tall buildings, and with the strength of the Sarutobi clan that could send out 3,000 ninjas in the Fourth Ninja World War, he had reason to suspect that this was just a show of clean government. The clone jet transformed into a shadow and merged into the shadow of the dense forest. He carefully observed the Hokage's house for several circles and found that in addition to the two Umbu guarding in the open, there was also a secret sentry squatting on the tree. Well, a very classic three-person ninja team. To be able to join the Umbu, one must be at least a Chunin, let alone an Umbu guarding the Hokage's residence where a large number of secrets and sealed books are placed. Such an important position must definitely be held by an Umbu ninja who is deeply trusted by Sarutobi Hiruzen. The clone Zi looked at the Hokage's residence with fiery eyes. Flying Thunder God, 8 Gates Ninja Technique, Darkness Technique, Spiritualization Technique. He is in need of ninjutsu right now. Especially the multiplying detonating talismans. Once you learn it, the artistic elements can be as high as a 3-story building. Hokage-sama. The two Umbu guarding in front of the Hokage's residence saw Sarutobi Hiruzen approaching and quickly stood up and greeted him. Jet, who transformed into Sarutobi Hiruzen's clone, nodded calmly at the two of them, walked past them, and pushed the door open. The more you talk, the more mistakes you make. Silence is also a virtue. Lying down? There's an Umbu team inside. The clone Zi was originally a little happy because he easily deceived the Umbu guarding the door, but after entering the Hokage's residence, 3 more Umbu ninjas appeared behind the wall on one side of the window. In particular, one of them had a pair of pure white pupils revealed under his Umbu mask. He was a ninja from the Hyuga clan. Even though the Byakugan doesn't have a strong expressiveness in the original work and has no chance to appear because of being squeezed out by the later Mangekyo Sharingan and Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, this does not mean that the Byakugan is weak. Compared to the Sharingan, which is difficult to open, the Byakugan, which can be opened through self-training, is undoubtedly more stable. Its basic abilities of telescope, perspective, and insight give the Hyuga clan powerful perception abilities, and they are well known in the ninja world. And because the Byakugan can see through the chakra points of itself and its opponents and perfectly control the flow of its own chakra, it is the nemesis of illusion-type ninjas. This is true before the Sharingan evolves into the huge watershed of the Mangekyo. Hokage-sama. The 3 Umbu ninjas in the room greeted Sarutobi Hiruzen when they saw him. The clone G nodded in response as if nothing had happened. Since I didn't know the layout of the room, I could only walk towards the nearest room at random. After pushing the door open, Clone J. Very good, it's the toilet. I don't feel like going to the toilet for the time being. After staying in the toilet for a minute, the clone Z flushed the toilet and went out, then walked into the next room as if nothing had happened in front of several Umbu. Okay, your kitchen is next to the toilet, so you can eat after you poop, right? The clone G couldn't come here in vain, so after showing off 2 tomatoes on the spot, he went out and entered the house opposite. Well, this is a bedroom. I see. The first floor is for eating, drinking, defecating, urinating and sleeping. The clone G pushed the door open with an expressionless face, and was greeted by a pair of white eyes staring at him. This happened again and again, even a fool should have realized that something was wrong. It's a transformation technique, do it. After the Umbu from the Hyuga clan opened their Byakugan, they saw clearly the abnormal chakra flowing in Sarutobi Hiruzen's body, and their previous suspicions were confirmed. Shadow mimicry. An Umbu ninja formed seals with his hands, and the shadow beneath him quickly spread out and connected with the shadow under his clone Jia. The secret technique of the Nara clan. Interesting. After the clone G tried to move his body to no avail, he became interested in the secret techniques of the Nara clan. After all, we are all shadows, why can you control me? I must find an opportunity to learn from it. At this time, the Umbu ninja of the Hyuga clan had also approached, performing soft fist techniques to seal the acupuncture points of the clone G, but his soft fist had just been swung halfway when he quickly changed his tactics and retreated. He also has. The Hyuga clan's Umbu ninja withdrew his hand that had a bloody mark on it, and cast a suspicious look at the shadow under the clone G. His pure white pupils suddenly trembled and his voice stopped abruptly. In his white eyes, the terrifying amount of chakra in that shadow was definitely something he had never seen in his life. He, did you finally find out? Amid the strange laughter of the clone Jia, identical clones emerged from the shadows below him, and immediately surrounded several Umbu in the sea of people. Hurry up, after we complete our goal this time, we can truly be called a robber. The clones immediately divided the work, one part entangled the Umbu members, and the other part quickly went to the second floor to search for the sealed book. The Hokage residence is only 2 blocks away from the Hokage building. With the speed of ninjas climbing walls and climbing roofs, it would take a short time for Sarutobi Hiruzen to discover the abnormality and rush to support. The clones came to the second floor, where there were only 2 rooms. Without hesitation, they rushed into each of them. Here, there are 2 bookshelves of scrolls. Take it all, take it all. The clones immediately became excited. One of them grabbed a scroll and broke out of the window on the second floor. Before he landed on the ground, he had already formed seals with his hands, creating a circle of white smoke around the Hokage's residence. After he landed, his already numerous clones became even more numerous. However, because they were originally clones and there was no shadow tears to replenish them from behind, the chakra of these clones was actually divided equally. Everyone, run towards where there are many people around. The clones quickly dispersed. The sun was setting, and the green shade of the dense forest in front of the Hokage's residence stretched out for a long time. Hokage-sama, the Hokage's residence was invaded. It was done by those clones in the village. A special Jonin-level Umbu broke free from the large crowd of clones and hurried to the Hokage's office to report. What, are the sealed books and Konoha secrets inside lost? Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was drinking water, almost choked to death and asked hurriedly. He had just made up his mind to solve the problem of these clones at all costs, but before he could even make room, the clones hit him head-on. It was still tangled inside when I left. The Umbu replied. Gather the Umbu and block the area around the Hokage's residence. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen could no longer sit still. He didn't even have time to change his clothes. After leaving a word, he jumped out of the window. The sealed book that records forbidden techniques is the foundation of ninjutsu accumulated by Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen jumped quickly onto the roof and hurried to the Hokage's residence. But I haven't seen the Hokage's mansion yet, and the group of familiar-looking people. He appeared in front of him first, carrying a scroll of ninjutsu. Damn it! Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes immediately turned red, and he roared angrily, kicking the nearest clone hard. The clone noticed it immediately, but his physical fitness couldn't keep up with the reaction and he was immediately knocked to the ground. Then it dissipated with a bang. Seeing that the clone disappeared without leaving any ninjutsu scroll, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately realized that the clone carrying the scroll running around the street was most likely a sleight of hand used to confuse the vision. However, since it involves Konoha's ninjutsu background, he cannot miss any possibility. Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. The shuriken thrown by Sarutobi Hiruzen split into pieces in the blink of an eye and shot towards several clones on the roof that would not affect passersby. Fire style, great fireball technique. One of the clones stepped forward and released ninjutsu to block, but it only dissolved a few of them before being shot into a puff of smoke by the subsequent shuriken. However, this obstruction caused the other clones to run further away. After Sarutobi Hiruzen dealt with a few more clones, he looked at the still numerous clones on the streets and rooftops with a grim face. It had already happened, and he could only try his best to make amends. At least we can't let the sealed book and Konoha's secrets leave the village. Notify the barrier team to immediately seal off the village. No one is allowed to enter or leave. Notify the clan leaders and Jonin of each clan to immediately go to the Hokage building to attend the Jonin meeting. For the sake of simplicity, the protagonist's first shadow clone will be called G from now on, and the clones released by G will be counted separately. Text: all the Umbu teams directly under the Hokage were sent by Sarutobi Hiruzen to deal with the clones running around the streets. But these clones are very slippery. When they find themselves being targeted by members of the Umbu team, they not only continue to release clones to disrupt vision, but also hide in the crowd and use transformation techniques to disguise themselves, playing hide and seek. The members of the Umbu team not only have to distinguish whether passersby are disguised as clones, but also have to distinguish between trash cans, telephone poles, and even their shadows on the streets. The workload suddenly increased exponentially. If it was a perception ninja, it would be fine. As long as he could sense whether there was abnormal chakra flow in the passersby, trash cans, telephone poles and shadows, he could directly detect the disguised clone. However, there are still only a few perception ninjas in the Umbu team. Hokage building. In the conference room, the atmosphere was silent and somewhat depressing. The clan leaders of Konoha and the senior ninjas in the village were already in place, waiting for the arrival of the Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. As for the key points of this meeting, everyone who had witnessed the chaos in the village on the way here already knew it. After all, the existence of those clones was not a secret at all. You should have seen the chaos in the village when you came here. Unfortunately, the sealed book containing many dangerous forbidden techniques and Konoha's secrets was stolen. Not making everyone wait too long, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared at the front of the conference room with a gloomy face, and he looked like a suppressed volcano. A second before he came in, there was still no news of the Umbu taking back any scrolls. What? The Book of Seals was stolen. Those forbidden techniques are the crystallization of wisdom that the second Hokage left for the village. The clan leaders and the Jonin in the village were all shocked by the news. Every forbidden technique in the sealed book is extremely precious. Once obtained by the outside world, it will definitely be the biggest loss Konoha has ever suffered. The chiefs of the Ino, Deer, and Butterfly tribes were shocked, but at the same time they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they did not hand over the secret techniques of their tribe that were the foundation of their foundation to Konoha. Hokage-sama, we must not let the forbidden techniques in the sealed book leave the village. The guards can join the action now. Uchiha Fugaku, who had just become the clan leader a few years ago, was shocked as if an electric shock had passed through his body. He immediately expressed his opinion to Sarutobi Hiruzen and was extremely positive about the matter. Most of the forbidden techniques in the TM sealed book are aimed at the Uchiha clan. Once obtained by the outside world, the situation of the Uchiha clan facing the opponent will take a sharp turn for the worse. Hokage-sama, the Hyuga clan's ninjas are also on standby at any time. The Aberame clan, the other ninja clan leaders and the Jonin in the village also expressed their opinions. I immediately had people open the village barriers so that the sealed book and Konoha's confidential documents could not be leaked out of the village. However, these guys have very strong shadow escape speed and hiding ability, and it is difficult for non-sensing ninjas to find them. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and briefly described the current situation. He looked at Nara Shikaku beside him and said, Shikaku, this is the current situation. You can arrange the specific action plan. Nara Shikaku nodded and thought for a moment. Given the opponent's escape speed and hiding ability, my suggestion is to have other barrier teams divide Konoha into multiple areas and conduct investigations step by step. The ninjas who can participate in this operation must be at least Chunin in strength. They can form their own teams, and each team must have at least one sensory ninja. I'll leave this to the Hyuga clan and the Aberame clan. Minato and a barrier team must stay behind and be on standby. As soon as they find the target's body, they must be transferred to the Death Forest. We cannot let the tailed beast wreak havoc in the village. Nara Shikaku calmly analyzed the information about G and made corresponding solutions, and soon established the entire battle plan. If you don't have anything to add, then let's get started. Seeing that no one spoke, Sarutobi Hiruzen announced the end of the meeting. Everyone left and gathered the ninjas and the clan to prepare for action. Soon, thanks to the efforts of the barrier squad, a new barrier was formed at the edge of the barrier outside Konoha, cutting out an area approximately 1/10 of Konoha's size. Hundreds of ninja teams entered and began to conduct a carpet search street by street. With such a large-scale operation that mobilizes the whole village, even if the Death Forest and other uninhabited areas are included, it will probably take less than a month to complete the entire investigation. However, what they could never have imagined was that at this time, in addition to the decoys outside that attracted attention, the large force had already quietly slipped into the Nara clan's territory. Be decisive and resolute, that's it. Why are there so few people in the Nara clan? At this time, night had fallen, and G turned into a shadow and blended perfectly into the night, just like he planned before acting as usual. The Nara clan's territory is very large, covering a mountain range behind it, but the residential area only occupies a very small area. Even if we count based on 5 people per household, the Nara clan only has about 100 people, which is less than the number of people on Uchiha Street. Well, that's right, he likes to take advantage of the situation. G sneaked all the way in the cover of night and successfully slipped into the courtyard of the Nara clan leader. Don't ask how they confirmed it, just pick the most impressive one to enter. The clean and honest Hokage's house is here purely to cause trouble. The house was brightly lit, and Shadow Escape's ability would only be more obvious in such an environment. G appeared directly at the door and knocked. Who are you? Nara Yoshino, who was waiting for her husband in the house, heard the knock on the door and rushed to open it. When she saw that it was a stranger, she was about to ask, but she was suddenly dazed. Suddenly, scenes that terrified him unfolded before his eyes. Magical Naraku seeing technique. I'm sorry, ma'am. The shadows beneath G surged, and one figure after another jumped out and began to search the room, while he stared at Nara Yoshino alone, and if she showed any signs of waking up, he would immediately make up for it. There are really a lot of books in this house, on the bedside, on the bookshelf. After searching for a long time, he finally found the scroll containing the secret art of shadows in a wooden box in a compartment. When he was leaving, he saw Nara Yoshino sitting on the ground with lifeless eyes, looking like she was being played with. G felt a little bit sorry for her and lifted her up to the sofa with great effort. There's nothing I can do about it. Who can blame him for being a kind-hearted person? Having obtained the Nara clan's secret shadow technique, G certainly wouldn't mind making 2 more trips. As ninja clans that have been friends for generations, the Ino, Shika and Jo clans naturally want to share the good fortune that if nothing else, the Akimichi clan's multiplication technique is enough to make him jealous. No one can resist becoming bigger. After all, even RMB is preferred by everyone with a larger denomination. Although it was not a good idea to do so, he would not let the pig, deer, and butterfly tribes suffer. At most, when he used the secret technique, he would. The news of the theft of the clan's secret skills soon reached the hands of the patriarchs of the pig, deer, and butterfly clans. Akimichi Choza and Yamanaka Inoichi were about to return to their clan, but were persuaded by Nara Shikaku in time. Things have already happened, and it is too late for them to go back now. Instead of going there and being led astray by the nose, it is obviously more appropriate to investigate step by step according to the previously set plan. In the dense forest on one side of the Minamiga River, a 4-member ninja team was jumping and shuttling back and forth on the branches. They were the 3 members of Minato's Team 7 plus a perceptive ninja from the Hyaga clan. Here, the Hyaga clan ninja had bulging blood vessels on his face and his eyes were fixed on a patch of green shade in front of him. Fire style, great fireball technique. Upon hearing this, Obito spit out a scorching fireball towards the green shade without hesitation. Logically speaking, as they were still genin, he and Rin had no qualifications to participate in this operation. However, as Minato's students, and with Kakashi, a genius who became a Chunin at the age of 6, in the team, after a lot of persistence, they finally got their wish and participated. Shadow mimicry. Zed appeared from under the tree, controlling the green shade to rapidly extend and connect with the shadow under Obito, then turned his body around, and the scorching fireball immediately changed direction. After obtaining the Nara clan's shadow secret technique, G, who had a very high degree of control over yin attribute chakra, easily mastered it after understanding the principles a little bit. He had also learned the spiritual secret technique of the Yamanaka clan, which was a technique of mind transforming. However, he had no idea about the Akimichi clan's technique of multiplying the changes in the yang attributes, so he could only study it slowly in the future. The few people who were originally behind Obito quickly dispersed to both sides and avoided the fireball. Kakashi used the instant body technique to quickly approach and stab towards them with the ninja sword in his hand. We've known each other for so long, it's inappropriate to be so cruel, right? As G spoke, his body quickly retreated, and at the same time, he formed hand seals to control the shadow under him to condense into several solid tentacles, blocking Kakashi's attacking ninja sword from all angles. After acquiring the Nara clan's secret shadow technique, he now has more than just a few more tricks up his sleeve in battle. Kakashi did not answer what G said. After cutting off the shadow's tentacles, he quickly closed the distance, and the ninja sword in his hand was still merciless. Obito, who had gotten rid of the shadow imitation technique, was somewhat annoyed. His own ninjutsu was actually used to attack his teammates. Especially this guy has become stronger again. Asshole, I want to become Hokage. Obito roared angrily, took out a kunai from the ninja tool bag on his waist and rushed forward. After Kakashi got close to G, he was entangled by his fierce Hatake sword technique and had no chance to form hand seals or perform shadow secret techniques. If he continued like this, he would become increasingly weaker as he was not physically strong enough. Although this can also hone combat experience, if I lose like this, it would seem that I have kidney deficiency. Zed's 2 fist blades blocked Kakashi's ninja sword, and when he glanced at Obito who appeared behind Kakashi, he immediately made up his mind. Zed struggled to deflect Kakashi's ninja sword and concentrated his mental strength to form seals with his hands towards Obito. Ninja technique, the art of turning the heart. After a moment of trance, Zed had temporarily taken over Obito's body. Looking at Kakashi who was swinging his ninja sword towards his falling body in front of him, Obito's mouth curled up in an evil arc. Kakashi stopped the force of his upward thrust, and quickly turned the ninja sword in his hand, drawing a graceful arc in the air before slashing towards G's body. Looking at G's inexplicably falling body, there was a hint of doubt in Kakashi's cold eyes, but this did not hinder the speed of his sword drawing. Just when he was about to insert the ninja sword into G's body half an inch, he felt a chill on his spine and his hair stood on end. Before he gave up the attack and checked the situation behind him, he felt a pain in his tender parts that made his soul tremble. Ugh! Kakashi's face turned pale, he let out a cry of pain, covered his hips with his hands, and transformed into a sky-high monkey, soaring into the sky. Kakashi. Lin ran over in panic. She wanted to treat Kakashi but was too embarrassed to check his wound, so she turned to look at Obito and asked in confusion, Obito, you. Don't worry, the kunai I'm using is a fart. Obito showed the kunai in his hand and was just lamenting that he was too kind-hearted. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of the Hyaga clan ninja attacking his body. Before he could take any action, the spiritual power dissipated into nothingness due to G's death. Linear. In the blink of an eye, Obito's dormant will took over his body again. Not knowing the situation, he was about to ask Rin, but was met with Rin's distant gaze. Obito, don't act yet, I suspect you've been caught in an illusion. Lin said with a frown. She didn't think that was Obito's original intention just now, but in order to avoid any more accidents, it would be good for everyone to keep a distance for the time being. Obito looked at Kakashi, who had a miserable face, then looked at the kunai in his hand, and he could guess something in his mind. Although Lin's approach was correct, wow. This time, Sarutobi Hiruzen was determined to resolve the matter thoroughly, even if it meant digging deep into the ground. Even after G used the Sharingan to record the contents of the forbidden techniques in the sealed book and returned all the ninjutsu scrolls and secret scrolls, Konoha's actions did not stop. The regional investigation, coupled with such a strong force, meant that Uchiha Kage had no chance to replenish his number of G. Just when people made sure that this area was cleared, you appeared again in the blink of an eye. Doesn't it prove that your real body is in this area? As a result, the Uchiha Kage could only watch as his clones were found and eliminated one by one, and the long-term training mission that had been set was put on hold. But he definitely earned it. Compared with the two long-term training tasks, the speed of strength growth is stable but slow, and acquiring powerful ninjutsu is undoubtedly a faster and more intuitive way to increase strength. However, before Konoha lifts the regional barrier, there will be no opportunity to learn these ninjutsu for the time being. Why? The time of rapid progress has passed, and from now on, I can only rely on reading some small books and drinking some wine, shadow tears, to continue to improve my spiritual strength. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed since Konoha sealed off the village. Hokage's office. After searching through numerous checkpoints and passing through layers of barriers, Danzo, who returned to the village exhausted, finally saw Sarutobi Hiruzen, whom he had been thinking about day and night. 2 months. Do you know how I spent these 2 months? Hiruzen, you disappoint me so much. Danzo looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with a pale face and roared angrily. For 2 months, he led his rude subordinates to keep an eye on the other 4 major ninja villages. He forged fake rebellion letters to frame several ninjas in the Hidden Mist village and caused civil unrest. He sneaked into the War Reserve material warehouse of the Hidden Sand village and destroyed it with detonating talismans. He led his men to disguise as Uegakure ninjas to attack the ninjas transporting materials in the Hidden Cloud village, and he led his men to disguise as Kumagakure ninjas to sneak attack the Uegakure border ninja team. After much hardship, he finally turned the 4 major ninja villages into a mess, and his route suffered heavy casualties. When he came back, he saw, faced with Danzo, who was spitting out saliva from his mouth and venting his anger at him, Sarutobi Hiruzen was completely unable to defend himself and could only remain speechless. With the full cooperation of the village ninjas, every corner of the village was carefully checked twice. Even the Uchiha clan's territory, which had a rift with the village, was no exception. After failing to find G's true form the first time, Konoha put a lot of effort into confirming the identities of everyone in the village, including the ninja merchants traveling between different places, and tourists from the Land of Fire. During this period, they did discover a number of spies planted in Konoha by other villages, but their most important target, the real body of G, seemed to have completely disappeared, and no clues could be found. Even though the sealed book and the scroll containing Konoha's secrets had been recovered, the contents inside had definitely been read by G. This was a major dereliction of duty that he, as the incumbent Hokage, could not refute. That's enough, Hiruzen. The root has suffered too much loss and is no longer strong enough to continue. The other villages are not fools either. If they continue to attack, they will only end up making things worse. After venting his anger, Danzo calmed down and said to Sarutobi Hiruzen, in order to divert the attention of the 4 major ninja villages, his root subordinates suffered heavy losses. But if you lose something in one place, you may gain something in another. The current situation is a good opportunity for him. Such a serious dereliction of duty during his tenure, if the problem has not been resolved afterwards, will inevitably cause great shaking to Sarutobi Hiruzen's position as Hokage. As long as he fans the flames behind the scenes, it will not be a problem to make him resign. Currently, the only person in the village who can compete with him for the position of Hokage is Orochimaru, one of the 3 ninjas. However, Orochimaru and he have a very good cooperative relationship behind the scenes, so it is not difficult to get him to withdraw voluntarily. The thoughts in your mind are just a moment in reality. I need some power and funds to restore the strength of the roots as soon as possible. Danzo looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen deeply. This time the loss of the root was entirely for the village, and Sarutobi Hiruzen had no excuse to refuse him. I agree that the roots have the right to select people in the village, and the finance department will also allocate funds to support the restoration of the roots. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and agreed. Having successfully obtained what he wanted, Danzo did not stay long and turned to leave the Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen smashed the pipe in his hand. Of course, he knew what was in Danzo's mind, and he also knew a little about what was going on between Orochimaru and Danzo. This was originally his most satisfied student, and he had high hopes for him to succeed as Hokage. However, after the Second Ninja World War, Orochimaru gradually became very close to Danzo. It's a pity that Jiraiya is not in the village now, and Minato's reputation is still slightly inferior to Danzo and Orochimaru. Sarutobi Hiruzen tapped the ash on the corner of the table, looked out the window, and let out a long sigh. Those barriers that rose up seemed to be mocking him. Not only did the village lose 2 months' worth of mission commission income, but they also failed to achieve their goal. Those ninja merchants and tourists who had been trapped for 2 months cursed Konoha in their hearts. This wave is a complete loss of both fame and fortune. As soon as the school bell rang, the Uchiha Kage who was sitting next to the door ran out of the classroom. His life was peaceful and boring during these 2 months. If there is anything special, it is only that Shisui has graduated from the Ninja Academy early and he has made new friends. Hongdu, try this, it's my treat. On the commercial street, Uchiha Kage handed a milkshake to Mitarashi Anko, and he himself held a cup and drank it happily with a straw. This is a treasure shop he discovered. It is so delicious that he would like to call it Uchiha Milkshake. Ha, it tastes good, I'll treat you to some tricolor meatballs later. Hongdu's forthright personality was evident since childhood, and he took the drink and started drinking. It was very simple to describe how the two met. They were both sweets lovers and their ages were not much different. After meeting each other twice, they started to make plans to go shopping on the streets together to taste desserts. Hey, look, Xiaoying, it's Lord Orochimaru. Before they reached the stall selling tricolor meatballs, Hongdu's eyes suddenly lit up and she pulled Uchiha Kage's arm and shook it. The three ninjas who became famous in the Second Ninja World War are household names in Konoha. Apart from the Hokage, the three ninjas are the most admired objects among children. The Uchiha Kage looked in the direction of Hongdu's finger. He wasn't as excited as Red Bean, as his clone, G, had fought against Orochimaru before. It's decided, I will take Lord Orochimaru as my master, so that all my classmates will envy me. As Hongdu spoke, her face flushed with excitement, as if she had already imagined herself showing off in the ninja school after successfully becoming a disciple. Red Bean was also a person of swift and decisive character. After making up her mind, she rushed directly to Orochimaru with her calves and gave him a big gift. Master Orochimaru, please accept me as your disciple. Red Bean bowed, stood up and looked at Orochimaru with admiration. Uchiha Kage, this wave is a little familiar. Orochimaru paused. Looking at Hongdu, who suddenly appeared in front of him and wanted to become his disciple, his expression was a little surprised, but soon changed into a gentle smile. Sorry, I don't have any intention of accepting disciples for the time being, Orochimaru said in a gentle voice, making a mistake in his steps and trying to bypass Anko. But just as he took 2 steps, his legs felt heavy. Please, teacher Orochimaru. Red Bean hugged Orochimaru's legs and directly forced the sale, looking at him with a pair of watery eyes. You. Orochimaru tried to pull his legs back, but was afraid of hurting Anko, so he didn't use much force. I looked down and saw the pitiful look of Hongdu, who was clinging to me. She's expression secretly raised the corners of his mouth, and he suddenly thought of his deceased disciple Shengshu. They all have a personality that is somewhat similar to that idiot Jiraiya. May I have your name? Orochimaru asked, looking down. There's hope. Anko, Mitarashi Anko. Hongdu's eyes lit up, and that pitiful expression disappeared instantly, replaced by a bright smile. I didn't let go of Orochimaru's legs, for fear that he would run away. Hongdu, what do you think is the meaning of life? Orochimaru asked, licking his lips with his tongue. In fact, he himself didn't have the answer. Eat delicious 3-color meatballs, red bean soup, taiyaki, and the milkshake I just drank was also amazing. Red Bean counted on her fingers, recalling the delicious desserts she had tried. After making sure that she had not missed any, she looked up at Orochimaru seriously. I can treat the teacher to 3-color meatballs. Treating guests to their favorite 3-color meatballs is definitely the highest level of hospitality in Hongdu's mind. Cheap, affordable, and delicious. If you have time, you can come to the laboratory in the back mountain to find me, although I may not be there. Orochimaru smiled slightly when he saw the Uchiha Kage waiting on the side. He bent down, picked up Hongdu who was in his lap and put her down. He rubbed her head with his palm, then walked away. Okay, Orochimaru-sensei. Red Bean's eyes were bright and she bowed deeply towards Orochimaru's back again. He was very serious 1 second, but his true colors were revealed the next. Hey, Xiaoying, I'm now accepted as a disciple by Master Orochimaru. As long as you treat me to 3-colored meatballs, I'll protect you in school. Hongdu patted her chest loudly, looking like a cocky big sister. Okay, let's see how you do it. Uchiha Kage rolled his eyes speechlessly at Hongdu, who didn't even mention her offer to treat them. Don't worry, I'll treat you to some red bean soup. Ah, damn the prices, why are there only 4 meatballs in a string? Ignoring Hongdu's complaints, Uchiha Kage looked at the barrier gradually dissipating in the sky, and his heart, which had been calm for a long time, became restless again. It's finally over. I can finally start practicing those forbidden techniques I acquired before. 2 long-term tasks that were suspended can also be resumed. And the grudge that was forged when the clone G was wanted by the whole village. Not to mention the ninja clans and civilian ninjas in the village, there is nothing wrong with them obeying the orders of the Hokage and safeguarding the interests of the village. But as the chief of the Uchiha clan who has been ostracized by the village's top leaders, what does it mean that you are leading your people to charge so aggressively? How can I, a hero who will save the lives of my entire clan in the future, be subjected to such injustice? On the night when the barrier disappeared, G's figure reappeared like mushrooms after rain. Uchiha clan territory, clan leader's residence. Uchiha Fugaku, who had already gone to bed to rest, suddenly opened his eyes, hastily picked up a kunao, and rushed into the next room. Put Itake down. Uchiha Fugaku stared at G in front of him with a nervous face. Considering that Itake was still in the other party's hand, he did not dare to act rashly. Don't worry, Chief Fugaku, I am a moral pioneer who respects the elderly and loves the young. I will not harm children. G stretched out and flattened his hands on Itake's little face, and smiled harmlessly at Uchiha Fugaku. Although he couldn't stand Itake's genocidal behavior of exterminating his clan in the future, he was still just a 2 or 3 year old cub. Before his character was formed, he didn't intend to judge a child based on things that hadn't happened yet. After all, he is not an inhuman beast, but appropriate punishment is necessary. Thinking of this, G increased the strength of his hand, and Itake's eyes also shed tears at the right time. This pitiful look made Itake even more interested in bullying Itake. Just at this moment, Uchiha Mikato also appeared outside the door, looking at Itake and G's hand with a worried look on her face. Ahem, my lady is here. G coughed lightly, attracting Uchiha Mikato's attention to himself, then he took out a piece of paper from his body and read it with full emotion. Hello, dear Mikato. Your smile is so warm and brilliant, your gentle eyes are deep and bright, your beauty and kindness are like a ray of sunshine in spring. As G was reading the manuscript, Uchiha Fugaku, whose face turned ashen, seized the opportunity to reveal his 3-Magatama Sharingan and released an illusion towards G, bringing Itake back to Mikato at an extremely fast speed. My dear Mikato, I'm not saying that Patriarch Fugaku is a bad man, but you deserve better. Relying on his powerful mental strength, G quickly got rid of the illusion and continued to stimulate Fugaku's emotions with words while admiring his terrible expression. Even if it is just words without any real action, this kind of behavior in front of the husband is super exciting. Fugaku's face was as black as a piece of charcoal ash. G's behavior was undoubtedly like shitting on his head. After rescuing Itake, Fugaku could no longer bear it and charged straight at Zed, taking him with him as they broke through the window and fell into the courtyard. The sound of metal and the collision of ninjutsu rang out in the yard. In a short while, Fugaku, who had solved the robbery, returned to his room with a bored look on his face to sleep. After encountering such a bad thing, his mood might not be very good even in his dreams. This kind of thing happened not only to the Uchiha, but also to the Hyuga, Abarame, Inyazuka. All the ninja clan leaders of Konoha encountered the same thing. Of course, Sarutobi Hiruzen, as the Hokage, couldn't escape either. Because of the theft, the security of the Hokage's residence has been greatly increased. Not only were there Umbu patrolling the area day and night, but reinforcements were also received from the Hyuga clan to ensure that each team had a perceptive ninja from the Hyuga clan. Someone is coming, more than one. Before G showed up, he was discovered by the perception ninja of the Hyuga clan who was on patrol. Sarutobi Hiruzen also quickly walked out of the Hokage's residence. Who the hell are you? Sarutobi Hiruzen did not take action immediately. He stared at G in front of him and asked in a deep voice the question he wanted to know most. After the previous village sealing operation, he had a deep understanding of how difficult the robbery was. The ones acting outside are all clones, and they have no information about the original body at all. Even if you use 1,000 tricks, it will be meaningless to them. These clones are released obviously for you to kill at will. G did not answer Sarutobi Hiruzen's question, but watched around. A middle-aged woman was seen standing at the entrance of the Hokage's residence, looking over here to see what was going on. She also took out a manuscript she had prepared in advance. Hello, dear. G looked up at the middle-aged woman in the distance and swallowed. He couldn't finish reading this manuscript. Robbed the manuscript in the hand, he casually crumpled it into a ball and cleared his throat. Ahem, Sarutobi Hiruzen, I think Lake Biwa still has its charm. Boo. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen's heartbeat stopped and his eyes became bloodshot instantly. TM stole the Book of Seals and Konoha's secrets, leaving an indelible stain on his resume, and now he's here to provoke him in person and shit on his head. Even Ninja Bear couldn't stand this kind of insult. Water style, water dragon bullet technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly formed seals with both hands. Chakra instantly condensed into a lifelike water dragon behind him, which opened its huge mouth and rushed towards G in front of it. Wind style, great breakthrough. 8 trigram's palm. The Hokage had already taken action, so there was no reason for the Umbu nearby to just watch, and they immediately joined in the battle with the other knights using their own methods. At present, G's strength is a bit biased, and overall he is only at the level of a Chunin. Sarutobi Hiruzen led several Umbu teams to quickly defeat his opponent. Just knowing that Zed has revived in Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen will probably have a hard time falling asleep. When they saw that Zed, who had taken 2 months to clear out, appeared again in Konoha, all the ninjas involved in the operation were completely devastated. At first, even though they knew that these Gs were clones, when they saw Gs in the village, they would think of eliminating these guys who caused damage to the village. But as the days passed, the morale of the Konoha ninjas was gradually worn away. There is no point in killing them all. After recognizing this reality, the Konoha ninjas could only helplessly choose to ignore the robbers running around in the village. As long as they didn't run over to cause trouble, they would just treat them as cats and dogs on the roadside. However, if they want to live a stable life, it depends on whether Ji-tong agrees. Some Chunins and special Jonins who performed well in the last operation were lucky enough to be targeted by Ji. Almost every few days, he would find them to practice, which made these people very annoyed. They felt a headache when they saw Ji. A vast forest of death. A large number of Ji's figures were scattered among them, trying hard to digest the forbidden techniques obtained from the sealed book. This time that once these forbidden techniques were digested, his strength would be greatly improved. Dangerous and bizarre forbidden techniques, coupled with the amount of chakra of a Jonin, even if he still has weaknesses in physical skills, strength, speed and hand seals, when facing special Jonin and some Jonin, he has a great chance of defeating his opponent in a 1v1 situation. And the Jonin are already one of the few high-end combat forces in every village. However, since it can be called a forbidden technique, it goes without saying that it is difficult to learn. Look, it's been almost a month, and Ji, who is learning Flying Thunder God, is still cutting people into pieces, with either arms or legs missing. If you don't know, you would think he is practicing self-mutilation. The ninja school is now on vacation and starting its summer break. Uchiha Kage, Red Bean, and Hinata Rika were sitting under the pavilion in the amusement park, each holding a box of ice cream to cool them down. After half a year of being at the desks in front and behind her, and with the mediation of Red Bean, the little lowly Hinata Rika finally let go of her prejudice against Uchiha Kage and stopped doing anal lifting exercises in class. I don't understand why grown UPS would scream and shout when they ride a merry-go-round, but I'm not even afraid of a pendulum. Hungu ate a spoonful of red beans on the ice cream and looked at a couple on the carousel who were snuggling in each other's arms with disdain. The Uchiha Kage said nothing, all his attention focused on the white floral skirt that was blown up by the carousel. These legs are so white. Hinata Rika took one look and lowered her head, concentrating her firepower on attacking her ice cream. The introverted girl looked like a complete background board in the amusement park. Hey, Xiaoying, your showy teacher is here. Hundu suddenly shouted loudly. Uchiha Kage looked in the direction of her finger, and saw Uchiha Koneo still wearing the white bathrobe with half his chest exposed, strolling in the amusement park hand in hand with a young woman. Is this Xiaoying's teacher? Hinata Rika in the background looked up, blushed, then lowered her head and continued to attack the ice cream. Why is he dressed like this? This is too. My teacher has a problem here. Uchiha Kage looked a little unnatural, and pointed to his head as he spoke. He never expected it. After discovering that this set of clothes could attract girls' attention, Uchiha Koneo actually changed all the casual clothes at home into this set. He now hated Uchiha Zioneo so much that his teeth were itching. You made me lose face in front of my female classmates. Okay. That's how you play it, right? The news that the students you taught wrote about Liu Bei will be revealed to you right away. Hundu, Lig, I just remembered that I have something to do at home, I have to leave first. After Uchiha Kage finished speaking, he disappeared in a flash. Uncle, I want to buy a piece of land and build a big house so I can get married in the future. Uchiha Kage looked at the middle-aged man in his 40s in front of him and spoke. This is a member of the clan from the lineage of elders who is in charge of house and land transactions. Well, just a regular guy doing business. Haha, you're already thinking about getting married at such a young age. The middle-aged man laughed out loud at Uchiha Kage's words, shook his head and said, don't be impatient about such a vague thing, let's talk about it when you grow up. I'm serious. It's about the vacant land to the east of the clan's land. Although it's a bit far from the commercial street, it's large enough that we're going to get the title deed today. Uchiha Kage looked into the middle-aged man's eyes and said seriously, where are your parents? The piece of land you mentioned is not cheap. The land alone may cost more than 1 million taels. Looking at Uchiha Kage's serious expression, the middle-aged man curled his lips. The land was originally intended to be used to build a small playground, but the village ended up moving the playground project elsewhere. Such a large piece of land would cost millions of taels, so building a house on it would cost tens of millions, wouldn't it? You'll see him when you get a chance. Just prepare the title deed and follow me to get the money. The Uchiha Kage didn't want to say more and urged the man. At the strong request of Uchiha Kage, the middle-aged man followed him to his residence with doubts. It was not until the boxes of banknotes were placed in front of him that he completely believed it. They are really rich. They are low-key enough to live in such a small house. No wonder I haven't heard of such a wealthy family in the clan for so many years. After obtaining the land deed, Uchiha Kage found a construction team within the clan and consulted about the prices and construction period of various building materials and labor. After calculation, he found that although the remaining cash was not enough, the royalties from Liu Bei's books were still coming in continuously. He estimated that there would be a considerable cash flow for about half a year, so it would be no problem to build a house. Alas, once we return to the time before liberation, the bed is only a dozen meters long. Uchiha Kage fantasizes about the future, the happy life ahead. His face is filled with full happiness. Rebirth, my daily life of getting rich in Naruto. Agaga. Uchiha Kage paid the first batch of funds to the construction team on the same day. After receiving the money, the construction team was very enthusiastic and immediately started surveying. People are always keen on gossip, even the Tsundere Uchiha is no exception. When boxes of banknotes were carried out of Uchiha Kage's house, neighbors came forward to inquire about the situation. When they learned that Uchiha Kage had bought the vacant land in the east and planned to build a big house, they were all shocked. Where did a poor child whose parents had both passed away get so much money? Speaking of inheritance, how much inheritance can two Chinins leave behind? As more and more people were confused, naturally someone asked the Uchiha Kage, and the Uchiha Kage did not hide anything. Oh, I wrote 2 books and published them, and these are the royalties I earned. Ah, not much, right, only about $1 million in the first month, and barely 10 times in the second month. What, the security team only gets a salary of over 100,000 yuan a month? That shouldn't be the case. My master is also on the security team. You asked me who my master is, of course it's the most handsome Uchiha, Uchiha Zioneo. That afternoon, when Uchiha Zioneo was returning home with his girlfriend, he met his tribesmen whispering on the street. Others stared at him as if he were a thief, while whispering something to their children. Kano-kun, have your clan members discovered that I'm not from the Uchiha clan? Uchiha Koneo's girlfriend curled up in his arms, feeling extremely uncomfortable with the gazes around her. Are the rumors circulating in the village true? It was clearly not here when I came last time. Don't worry, Keiko, those are just rumors. The Uchiha clan members are cold on the outside but warm on the inside. In fact, everyone gets along well. Uchiha Koneo was a little confused about the reactions of his clan members, but he still tried to comfort his girlfriend whom he had finally found. Suddenly, Uchiha Koneo saw a colleague from the security team on the street. That's great, I can ask about the situation. Hey, Karasuk, is there something happening in the clan that I'm not aware of? Uchiha Zioneo waved enthusiastically, asked, and walked over with his girlfriend. Unexpectedly, his colleague took a step back and looked at him with contempt. Zai, I never thought you were this kind of person, Uchiha Karasuk said with disdain. Karasuk, I don't understand what you are talking about. What's wrong with everyone? Uchiha Koneo hugged his girlfriend, who was shrinking a little in his arms, tightly and asked in confusion. He just accompanied his girlfriend to the amusement park today and didn't do anything that would anger anyone, right? Still pretending? We all know that you actually taught a kid who is still in a Jonin school to write Liu Bei's book. This matter might have even reached the clan leader. As Uchiha Karasuk said this, he took out 2 books from his arms and threw them into Uchiha Zai's hand, then snorted coldly and turned away. He bought these 2 books just to know how to make so much money. It was definitely not because he wanted to read them himself. Absolutely not. School time stop, domination hypnosis. Uchiha Kage's work? Could this be the book about Liu Bei written by Xiaoying? After listening to his colleague's words, Uchiha Zioneo looked at the book in his hand and found it difficult to accept. Although his student was a little clumsy in learning ninjutsu, he was definitely a good kid. He also helped him find such a good girlfriend. Uchiha Zai gritted his teeth and finally opened the book. 1 page, 2 pages, that's no problem, right? Don't look down on the young and the poor. Good ambition. The teacher understands you. Uchiha Zioneo proudly turned to the 3rd page, then quickly closed it, his face suddenly turning red. I didn't teach you this? But I also want to see what happens next. Uchiha Zai took a deep breath, adjusted his mindset, and opened another book, Dominant Hypnosis, and was immediately struck by lightning at the opening. I couldn't help but think of the sad look on Uchiha Kage's face when he failed in learning illusion. Good for you, no wonder you are so sad. It turns out that the motivation for learning illusion is all here. Keiko, you have to believe me, this is definitely not what I taught you. Uchiha Zai gritted his teeth in hatred, and resisted the urge to explain to the girlfriend in his arms. After seeing the contents of the book, Keiko's face turned red. She buried her head in Uchiha Zioneo's chest and said in a mosquito-like voice, Zioneo, you don't have to explain. If you like, I can. Hearing this, Uchiha Zioneo immediately forgot everything. I couldn't help but put myself into the scene I just saw, feeling the warm and soft body in my arms, my heart beating very fast. Uchiha Zai's teeth were a little dry. He swallowed hard and uttered only one word. Good. The next day, the sun was already high in the sky. Xiaoying, you bought such a large piece of land, you don't really want to marry 100 wives by building such a big house. Uchiha Koneo originally wanted to teach his misbehaving student a lesson with the solace of his shoes, but after arriving at the open space, he completely forgot all his previous thoughts. Oh my god. With such a large vacant lot, how big a house would it take to build one? How much would it cost? Is it so profitable to write a book about Liu Bei? Why do you become a ninja? Why do you work so hard in the security team? It's just to make money. If I don't marry 100 wives, will I marry 100 husbands? The overseer Uchiha Kage gave Uchiha Xiao a blunt look, then patted his arm and said, Come on, teacher, try your best to give me a beautiful little wife. You, Uchiha Zai put his raised hand down again, his face flushed red. He looked around and leaned close to Uchiha Ying's ear and said, Can you teach me what you wrote? Away, no, Uchiha 18 styles. Uchiha Kage looked at Uchiha Zioneo in surprise. Could it be that he was mistaken? Was this man with thick eyebrows and big eyes not actually an honest person? SHH, keep your voice down. Uchiha Zayazai quickly covered Uchiha Kage's mouth, looked around to see that no one was paying attention to them, and then he breathed a sigh of relief and said, "You also know that teachers in the security force have low salaries, and they will have to raise children in the future. How can you make money by writing this book? Of course, I won't let you teach me for nothing. If you want to learn any ninjutsu, I can help you find a way within the clan." Uchiha Zayazai said. "That's not necessary." Uchiha Kage heard this and shook his head. It will take a long time to digest the forbidden techniques obtained from the sealed book, and there is no time to learn ordinary ninjutsu for the time being. Besides, after he opened the Mangekyo under the accumulation of shadow tears, there was no need to hide the Sharingan anymore. That he could just copy. What ninjutsu, professor? What copy ninja Kakashi? Never heard of it. Then, Uchiha Kage told Uchiha Zioneo about his understanding. The essence of making money from books, it's all about selling emotions. I won't talk about the profound things. Our writing skills are not good enough, so we can only find another way, relying on the subject matter and imagination to win. Although the main theme of this track cannot be changed, we can add some different background environments and give the protagonist some abilities, talents, or identities that others do not have. For example, the Akimichi clan's multiplication technique, the first Hokage self-healing ability. Uchiha Kage finished speaking seriously, and nodded to Uchiha Zayazai. Of course, appropriate magic modification is also fine. Selling emotions, magical change. Uchiha Zayazai frowned and thought for a while, then suddenly became serious. Xiaoying, you said that the protagonist is an ordinary person in the eyes of everyone. One day, he encountered a dilemma that no one else could solve. At this time, only the protagonist stood up. It was only then that everyone realized that the protagonist was a strong man who was tired of his original life and lived in seclusion under an assumed name. Is there any use for this? Uchiha Zioneo asked in confusion. What the hell? Is that you, the crooked-mouthed Dragon King? Hee. It's very interesting. It would be better to give the protagonist a signature smile to deepen the reader's memory. Uchiha Kage laughed dryly twice. You really can't underestimate anyone's imagination. I don't know if there will be a weird plot like It's Getting Cold, Let XX Go Bankrupt in the ninja world. In the months since Danzo Shimura returned to the village, negative rumors in the village about Sarutobi Hiruzen's serious dereliction of duty, resulting in the theft of the Book of Sealing and Konoha's secrets, have never disappeared. However, even as these rumors grew more and more intense in the village, Sarutobi Hiruzen never responded directly to the matter, as if he had never heard of it. Danzo was furious at Sarutobi Hiruzen's attitude of not doing anything and waiting for the matter to resolve itself. How can you still have the nerve to continue sitting in the position of Hokage despite making such a huge mistake during your tenure? It was just that the teacher was partial to me back then. This position should have been mine. Death Forest, Night. Multiplying detonating talisman. G held an explosive talisman in his hand and formed a seal with one hand. With the infusion of chakra, the explosive talismans were suddenly lit up by flames. Before the first one was about to explode, one after another continued to appear. Boom, boom. A series of explosions echoed in the Death Forest. Giant trees fell down and thick smoke rose up, covering the explosion point tightly. There were only a few dozen shots in total. Not as powerful as I imagined. G, who was watching from the side, looked at the destructive power in front of him that was exchanged for the life of a comrade clone, and shook his head with some dissatisfaction. Theoretically, the multiplicative detonating tags can be used for infinite blasting, but that is when used in conjunction with the impure world reincarnation. Without the infinite chakra of the impure world reincarnation, even if he used all of his Jonin-level chakra on this technique, he would only increase the equivalent of the detonating tag. But it shouldn't be a big problem. Ninja's defenses are mostly fragile. As long as he doesn't encounter those guys with thick blood, he has a powerful way to kill. We've watched the show long enough, come out. G turned his head to look at the bushes not far away and shot out several shurikens at the same time. The shuriken made a sharp cutting sound in the air, and before it shot into the bushes, a huge gust of strong wind blew out and blew the shuriken into all directions. At the same time, several black shadows rushed out and fell to the ground in 2 rows. You have great talent. Not everyone can learn Tobirama-sensei's forbidden techniques. With such blood and talent, any village would have been vigorously cultivated, but when you first appeared in Mie, you only knew a few of the most basic ninjutsu. You're a wandering ninja, right? Danzo slowly walked out of the crowd, glanced at the billowing black smoke on the side, and looked at G with a calm expression. However, only he knew the shock in his heart. Acquiring a ninjutsu and learning a ninjutsu are not the same concepts, and this is even more so when it comes to forbidden techniques. Isn't it true that Minato is the only one in the entire Konoha who has mastered the Flying Thunder God technique? What do you want to say? G raised an eyebrow slightly, not sure why Danzo was looking for him. However, he had nothing to say about this guy who had done so many evil things and participated in planning the Uchiha clan extermination night. After finally meeting him in the wild, he should not beat him up. Just as Danzo opened his mouth to say something, a group of dark shadows suddenly appeared around them under the guise of night and surrounded them. "Stop, I'm here to discuss cooperation with you. As long as we join forces, there will be a place for you in Konoha's upper echelons after I become Hokage." Danzo looked at the detonating tags in the hands of a group of G's around him, his face changed, and he directly revealed his purpose of this trip. He had recently obtained accurate information about the Jinchuriki of other villages, and after discovering that there was no information matching that of G, he boldly deduced that G was a wandering ninja and he thought that his conditions could impress G, so he came to seek cooperation. Of course, the main reason is that the strength of the roots has not yet recovered from the last loss. He could no longer tolerate Sarutobi Hiruzen not responding to negative news and shamelessly occupying the position of Hokage that belonged to him. Ha, mutually multiplying detonating talismans. The surrounding G sneered, ignored Danzo, and rushed directly towards the root and Danzo in the center like human bombs. Boom, boom, boom. The series of explosions lasted for several minutes before stopping, but when the smoke and dust cleared, not even a complete body could be found inside. Tisk, what a good leader, he uses his clone to let his subordinates take risks. G smacked his lips and sneered, not even looking at the mess in front of him. Considering how insidious Danzo was, how could he dare to appear in front of him in his true form when he knew that he had successfully cultivated the multiplying detonating talisman, an underground base hidden in the roots? Danzo walked in front of a group of half-grown children, reviewing the training of these new members of the root. Teacher's Mutual Multiplication Detonation Talisman. Suddenly, Danzo stopped in his tracks, his eyes filled with shock. The memories brought back by the Shadow Clone's death made him break out in a cold sweat. He was extremely glad that he had kept a trick up his sleeve and the person he met was only a clone. The scene of being engulfed by endless flames made him feel terrified just thinking about it, and Danzo groped his bandaged arm. If it was the Uchiha clan's forbidden technique, Izanagi. No, no way. Sensei Tobirama's forbidden technique was created specifically to restrain the Uchiha clan. Danzo's face was as gloomy as water, and his fingers gripping the cane made a crackling sound. It was all the fault of that idiot Sarutobi Hiruzen. He actually let something as important as the Book of Sealing be stolen. There were many forbidden techniques in it that even he, the Hokage's assistant, had never had the chance to dabble in. The strength of the root is not enough, and there is no suitable external aid. Danzo closed his eyes and remained silent for a while. When he opened his eyes again, an unconcealable ferocity was revealed in his eyes. Use poison. In the hands of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Konoha will only become weaker and weaker. A research base built in the back mountain in the open of Konoha. In a laboratory full of utensils, Orochimaru was concentrating on fiddling with a pile of bottles and jars in front of him. Although he could not study the taboo areas of life that interested him most in such a formal occasion known to the village, this did not affect his rigorous attitude towards science. Suddenly, Orochimaru stopped what he was doing, his snake-like wild eyes fixed on the shadow at the door, his wet tongue licking the corner of his mouth. G-kun, it is not a good habit to come uninvited. I'm just a clone. Be careful not to damage the equipment in the laboratory. The shadow at the door twisted, and G emerged from it. He said, cooperation is beneficial to both of us. I know you are very interested in those forbidden techniques. When he came to the ninja world, in addition to strength, immortality was also something he could not refuse to pursue, and Orochimaru, as the #1 scientist in the ninja world, was undoubtedly the best partner. Whether it is ninjutsu or the restricted areas of life, Orochimaru has done in-depth research. Unfortunately, Orochimaru, who has not experienced the Third Ninja World War, has not yet completely indulged in the pursuit of immortality, and still retains some feelings for Konoha. Ji-jun, I don't see your sincerity in cooperating with me by using Konoha's things. Orochimaru's eyes moved slightly, and he looked at Ji and chuckled. The things do belong to Konoha, but you don't have them, and your teacher won't give them to you. Ji nodded, spread out his hands casually and said, there's nothing wrong with accepting your own selfishness. This is human nature that cannot be changed. Even the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, who was known for his kindness, would prioritize the living conditions of Konoha over the more deplorable sand village. Including you and me, we are all products of selfishness. Interesting, Mr. G's words really moved me. I wonder what our first cooperative project will be. Orochimaru's pupils froze for a moment, then he smiled even more, licking the corner of his mouth with his tongue. I am very interested in Ji-jun's bloodline limit. You can study the clone later, let's talk business first. Ji gave Orochimaru a blank look, borrowed paper and pen from him, and copied several forbidden techniques that he had recorded with the Sharingan on the paper. Look, this technique of impure world reincarnation allows the souls of the dead to return to the world with the help of the bodies of the sacrifices, and this technique of spiritualization allows people to control their own souls. The seal of the impure world reincarnation technique should have a part that restricts the soul to the body. Ji pointed at the complicated seals on the paper and looked at Orochimaru with a serious gaze. We clone the body of the deceased in advance, and then use the impure world reincarnation to pull his soul out of the underworld, let him learn the art of spiritualization, and finally let him use the art of spiritualization to enter the cloned body in advance, and use that part of the curse to trap the soul in the body. Is this a kind of eternal life? Orochimaru looked at the complicated seals on the paper with a dazed look in his eyes. Although what G said was quite imaginative, there didn't seem to be anything wrong with the logic behind it. It is an S-level soul ninjutsu, which is not something that ordinary people can learn, but it is worth a try. It will probably take quite some time to find this part of the curse. As for cloning technology, I currently only have successful experience in cloning incomplete limbs. You should leave first. I will study your bloodline limit when I have time. Orochimaru's eyes lit up and his body was full of energy. He directly ordered G to leave. Since the loss of his best friend and student, he has lamented the fragility of life more than once. Isn't the idea given by G before him a layer of insurance for the fragile life? He can't wait to get started. As the last few days passed, the controversy surrounding Sarutobi Hiruzen's serious dereliction of duty during his reign seemed to have gradually subsided. Hokage Building. Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen held his favorite cigarette in his mouth, leaned back in his chair and looked out the window. Ever since the information of the Jinchuriki of other ninja villages was fully updated and it was confirmed that the Zed in the village was not the Jinchuriki of his village, although it was still unclear why Zed had such a terrifying amount of chakra, Sarutobi Hiruzen's mood did improve. He is not the bloodline of other famous ninja clans, nor is he the Jinchuriki of other villages. Even if G is a ninja from other villages, the bond between them is slightly fragile. As long as Konoha works hard, it may be possible to recruit him to its own side. In this way, if G passes on the forbidden technique, Konoha will gain a brand new bloodline ninja clan, which is more or less a compensation. If not, Konoha will make a huge profit. Judging from the current situation, the chances are still quite high. At least, although G's actions in the village are sometimes a bit dirty, he is always very sensible, isn't he? So Sarutobi Hiruzen assigned this task to Minato, who was the first to come into contact with G, and he sat in the office every day waiting for good news. Hey, let's take a look at the situation. Sarutobi Hiruzen stretched his waist and took the crystal ball out of the drawer. After the last lesson, he no longer dared to peek into the women's bathhouse. When he saw a woman, he felt that a burly man had turned into. Sarutobi Hiruzen placed his hands on the crystal ball and performed the telescope technique. With a wave, a picture unfolded on the crystal ball. Well, have they eaten together yet? How about sending them on a mission to test the bond between them? Sarutobi Hiruzen blew out a smoke ring and felt his throat a little dry from the smoke. He picked up the teacup on the table and started to sip it. He was thinking about what mission to assign to Team 7 when he suddenly felt a pain in his stomach. Sensing something was wrong, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately looked at his teacup. Poisonous. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked towards the door with sharp eyes, and silently extracted chakra to check the condition of his body and remove toxins. However, with the intervention of chakra, the toxins in his body erupted more violently. Puff! Sarutobi Hiruzen spat out a mouthful of dirty blood with a look of pain on his face, his body trembling, and the teacup on the table was knocked over by his staggering body. Not good. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes twitched. Sure enough, as the sound of a teacup overturned was heard, a ninja dressed as an umbu suddenly rushed in from outside the office door. Hokage-sama, what's wrong with you? The ninja dressed in umbu attire exclaimed as he quickly approached Sarutobi Hiruzen. Someone come. Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to stop it, but because of the poison in his body he had no strength and could only cry for help. When the ninja dressed in umbu attire on the opposite side saw Sarutobi Hiruzen calling for help, he suddenly sped up his actions, pulled out the ninja sword with a sharp cold blow on the back, and stabbed it into Sarutobi Hiruzen's chest. Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to dodge, but gradually even raising his eyelids became too heavy. When the ninja dressed as umbu was about to put the tip of his knife into Sarutobi Hiruzen's chest, an invisible gust of wind instantly cut off his arm holding the knife. Wind style, wind cutting technique. A four-man umbu team appeared in the Hokage's office. One of them cast a seal and performed a ninjutsu. The other members did not dare to delay and rushed towards the assassin with ninja swords in hand. The assassin had already prepared himself for death, so when he saw the umbu team appear, he did not hesitate, but took out a detonating tag and detonated it next to him. Take Hokage away quickly. Earth escape, earth flow wall. Lightning release, 4-pillar binding. One member of the umbu team carried the unconscious Sarutobi Hiruzen and evacuated using the instant body movement technique, while the rest of the team used their own methods to block the impact and range of the explosion. With a loud explosion, a big hole appeared in the Hokage building, and thick smoke rose up. Fortunately, the Hokage building had a solid structure, and the umbu team used ninjutsu to limit the expansion of the explosion, so it did not cause any impact on the surrounding areas. Along the Nanhi River, Ji was gnawing on half a rabbit in his hand, squinting his eyes as he looked at Minato and his companions who were eating grilled fish across from him. After they finished eating, he said in a mean way, "There are quite a few people standing on the shore of this river and peeing in it. Not to mention those far away, such as Obito. Although the water is flowing, but fish can swim too." Obito and Kakashi's faces turned blue and they were retching. Suddenly, Minato stood up and looked at the thick smoke rising in the distance with a serious expression. It's in the direction of the Hokage building. Something happened in the village. Don't look at me. Although I'm annoyed with those old guys, I usually don't fight in the downtown area. How bad would it be to scare the kids? I'm very civic-minded, okay? Outside the door of an operating room that was blocked and protected by the Umbu, Danzo, Mito Kato-en, and several Konoha Jonin were waiting quietly in the aisle. After a long time, Utane Kohara pushed the door out with two medical ninjas, looking tired. How is Hiruzen doing now? When Danzo saw the frown on Utane Kohara's face, he was delighted, but his face showed a look of nervous concern, and he walked forward and asked, "Hey, he's still unconscious. The poison in Hiruzen is a complex toxin that explodes very quickly. There's no time to prepare an antidote. I can only use the technique of extracting small poisons to reduce the toxins in his body. As for the vital organs that the toxin has already penetrated, I dare not act rashly. I'm afraid I can only ask Tsunade to come back." Utane Kohara looked tired and shook her head helplessly. Although she is in charge of Konoha's medical department and is very experienced, this only shows her qualifications. The medical ninja track requires a lot of talent. She can't even rank in front of the famous top medical ninjas. But considering Tsunade's current situation, hey, Hiruzen is her teacher after all, so we can only try. Mizuto Minion had a conflicted look on his face, and he shook his head and sighed in embarrassment. After the Second Ninja World War, Tsunade, who lost her lover and brother, suffered from hemophobia. Not only that, Tsunade was also deeply dissatisfied with this group of Konoha's high-ranking officials, otherwise she would not have left the village and ignored them for several years. With such a big mess in Konoha, other villages are likely to take action after hearing the news. To be on the safe side, I will temporarily take over the position of Hokage so that we can deal with the next situation, Danzo said with a gloomy look in his eyes, looking between Utane Koharu and Mito Kato-en to get their opinions. "Thank you for your help, Danzo. I'll leave the village to you." Both Utane Koharu and Mito Kato-en had no objection to this. As the Hokage's assistant, Danzo is most familiar with the Hokage's duties, and given the current special circumstances, he is the most suitable candidate. After getting a satisfactory answer, Danzo hurriedly left using the excuse of village affairs, as he still had a lot of things to prepare. After this incident, Sarutobi Hiruzen's security was greatly improved. He could not find any opportunities to continue his attack in the village, but he had no problem preventing Tsunade from returning to Konoha. He had already given Sarutobi Hiruzen the opportunity to abdicate voluntarily, and this result was what he brought upon himself. The familiar Hokage building. The familiar Hokage's office, but the person sitting in the Hokage's position this time was Danzo Shimura. "Namikaze Minato, I'm sure you've heard about the third Hokage's situation. This time the mission of finding Tsunade and returning to the village will be given to your class." Danzo, wearing the Hokage hat, looked at Minato Namikaze in front of him and spoke calmly. "Master Danzo, I will definitely live up to the village's trust." Minato Namikaze nodded in response, completed the task, and turned to leave. Danzo looked at Minato Namikaze's leaving back and a cold smile appeared on his face. After taking the position of acting Hokage, the first thing he did was to take out a portion of the financial funds and posted a huge bounty on Minato Namikaze in the underground bounty office. Under the temptation of huge bounty, this mission of Minato's team will definitely be very exciting. As long as Minato is dealt with, Tsunade's problem of returning to the village will be solved, and it will also be easier for him to control the Nine Tails Jinchuriki in his own hands. As for killing ninjas from the same village? No, this is a sacrifice for Konoha. As the safety of the third Hokage was at stake, the time for this mission was extremely tight, and Team 7 gathered at the village entrance and prepared to set off on the day. You always think ahead and not what's behind, you're always in a hurry and prone to making mistakes. We have an agreement that you must take good care of yourself when you go out. If you dare to come back injured, I will definitely teach you a lesson. Kushina nagged Obito at the entrance of the village. There was no way around it, this one was the dumbest and stupidest of Minato's three students, and the one that worried her the most. "Rin-chan, Kakashi, and Minato, you have to take care of yourselves too," Kushina instructed the few people at the entrance of the village. As the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, she cannot leave Konoha at will. The only thing she can do is to care about the people around her. Hey, you're eating alone without telling your buddies, right? I heard in the village that you're going to look for the big cow of 106 this time." A shadow rushed out of the Konoha village at an extremely fast speed, and kicked Obito to the ground on the way. Then, Zed appeared beside Minato and patted him on the shoulder. "We don't care about the life or death of the third Hokage, the main thing is that I just like this." Kushina, who was standing at the gate of the village, was naturally not stupid. After thinking about Minato's mission goal this time, she understood what the big cow of 106 meant by G, and her red hair immediately danced in the wind. "Asshole, Minato, and the rest of you, if you dare to follow this asshole and learn bad things." Kushina's anger was visible to the naked eye, but she also knew that Zed was a shadow clone that no village could do anything to, so she could only turn to threaten Minato and the others. "I understand, Kushina, we must." With cold sweat on his face, Minato hurriedly pulled several people from Team 7 away. After walking a distance, Minato breathed a sigh of relief, but his expression became solemn. "Where did you hear about our mission?" Minato asked Zed. I heard it from the person behind me when I was queuing up to buy red bean meatball soup. As G spoke, the shadow beneath him quietly solidified and suddenly tripped Obito, earning an angry look from Obito. Kushina was so good to him, yet he still did such a cruel thing that he should be taught a lesson, right? It can be used as a training prop for daily practice of the secret technique of controlling shadows, so it is a good use of it. Water hearing this, Men turned his head and looked in the direction of Konoha, then turned his head and looked at his three students calmly, and said solemnly, "This mission may encounter a lot of trouble. My only request to you is to protect yourselves. This mission, which concerns the safety of the third Hokage, is definitely a top secret of the village." But before he set out, the content of the mission had already spread in the village. All these unusual things made Minato's heart sink. Their mission this time would definitely be full of danger, and they had to be cautious in every step that followed. Not to mention those far away. Knowing Konoha's current situation, other villages will definitely not sit idly by and watch them find Tsunade. They will definitely encounter snipers from other villages. Don't worry, Minato-sensei. No matter what dangers we encounter, I will deal with them. I am the future Hokage. Obito clenched his fist with full of fighting spirit. You are not a good enough Hokage. Kakashi's summoning ninja dog Puck seems to be smarter than you. I don't think you can be Hokage even if Puck becomes Hokage. Zed raised his eyebrows and attacked Obito with words. As long as Obito is unhappy, he will feel comfortable. Minato's guess was accurate. They set out from Konoha and then went to find out where Tsunade had been recently. In less than a day, they experienced 3 attacks by stray ninjas. Through interrogation, it was learned that someone in the underground bounty agency had offered a huge reward of 50 million to Minato and his gang. Money can make people move, which undoubtedly makes the mission of Minato and his crew more difficult. In the evening, on a forest trail in a small town in the Land of Fire, Minato and his crew were attacked by a group of wandering ninjas. As time was running out, Minato and his men fought with all their strength as soon as they met, striving to eliminate the enemy as quickly as possible. However, the opponent this time was much stronger than the wandering ninja who only knew a few basic ninjutsu. Even if he used his full strength, it took a lot of effort. Hiss, thank you, Lin-chan. Obito breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing the wound on his arm gradually healing under the effect of the palm fairy technique, he thanked Lin, who was standing beside him. Minato-sensei, those we just encountered should be elite ninjas from other villages, right? Kakashi sat on a stone pestle by the road, wiping the blood off the ninja sword, breathing slightly hard. The opponents he faced just now were far superior to the previous wandering ninja in terms of ninjutsu and combat experience. They cooperated well and attacked decisively, and it took him a lot of effort to defeat them. That's right, the next battle won't be easy. Minato raised his head and said this seriously, continuing to search for information about the enemy's identity on his body. Unfortunately, these people had cleared out all clues before they arrived, so in the end he ended up with nothing. It's dangerous to rest in the wild in this situation. Let's continue on our way and try to reach the town ahead before dark. Minato put away the map and said to the others. Kakashi and the others naturally had no objection. As for G, he has no say, and even if he did, he would not refuse. That's the biggest cash cow in the ninja world of 106. He couldn't wait to see it. We can go back slowly. It would be best if we could kill that old bastard Sarutobi Hiruzen. Led by Minato, the group continued on their journey, but within 10 minutes, large numbers of shurikens were shot out from the dense forests on both sides. Another ambush. Fire style, great fireball technique. Obito formed a seal and spit out a fireball. The raging flames immediately burned the incoming rain of shurikens into a pile of rotten iron debris. Water style, water curtain tent. A water curtain formed instantly, suppressing the range of Obito's fireball a little. The subsequent shurikens passed over the edge of the fireball and enveloped the few people. Minato and his companions did not blindly consume chakra like Obito. They only used their body movements to dodge. If they could not avoid it, they would use their ninja swords or kunao to deflect it. As for G, it was even simpler. He chose to directly enter Minato's shadow and watch the show. He didn't want to put any effort into saving Sarutobi Hiruzen. After dodging the first wave of shuriken attacks, Minato and his companions rushed into the crowd. This time, their opponents were just a group of wandering ninjas who were lured by the bounty. Even Obito could easily win. As for Lin, medical ninjas are forbidden to actively join the battle unless it is necessary and critical. Hey, Lin-chan, how dare these idiots do this? A bunch of rabble dared to attack a team led by Konoha's elite Jonin. They are just asking for trouble. Ji and Lin fell behind and were chatting, when suddenly another group of ninjas wrapped tightly in armor appeared on the branches. Judging from the skillful techniques of instant teleportation they displayed when they appeared, they were obviously a group of well-trained elite ninjas. Let's move a little further back. It's not safe to watch the show here. Without any hesitation, the shadow under him condensed into tentacles, wrapped around Lin, and retreated to a tree in the distance. As long as trouble doesn't come to him, he has no intention of taking action at all. Unfortunately, things often go against one's wishes. When the new group of ninjas rushed towards Minato and his 2 companions, 2 of them sent out to chase after them. Hey, I have a bad tempered, I'm giving you face. Seeing that he had retreated on his own initiative, but someone still dared to chase him, G's mood suddenly became bad. Minato, who has a 50 million bounty on his head, is over there, and the ninja leading the mission is also over there, and you come to bother us while we're just standing there watching the show. Brothers, come out and work. G tapped the shadow below him with his toes, and after a surge, two figures walked out. How could he possibly only prepare one life when trying to build a relationship with a big cow that could smash Susanna's chest with its tiny fists? After the two G's appeared, they went towards the two ninjas who were chasing them. Although G's manipulation of the shadow secret technique is not yet proficient to the point of being able to use it as if it were his own arm, he does have some of the style of Tokyo Kaneki Ken when fighting. In addition to dealing with the fists in Zed's hands, the enemy also has to be careful of the shadow below that may suddenly attack from a certain angle, so they are very timid when fighting. In just 2 or 3 minutes, the two ninjas were stabbed to death in mid-air by the thorny solid shadows. After dealing with the two opponents, G leisurely hid in the shadows. "Yeah, let's go, woo. SHH, I won't help, just watch the show. This group of people is not enough for Minato to fight alone." Without waiting for Lin to finish her words, G controlled the shadow tentacles to wrap around her mouth and continue to stand on the tree and watch the show. The fact was indeed as G said. These ninjas were as fragile as a group of babies in front of Minato's swift flying thunder god. No matter how hard they tried, they could hardly touch the corner of Minato's clothes. Minato simply used the kunao in his hand to slash across their throats and easily defeated his opponents without even having to use the Rasengan many times. It is no wonder that Orochimaru lamented the fragility of life. Ninjas clearly mastered ninjutsu with incredible destructive power, but their lives could be easily taken away by a small kunao. "Hey, fly thunder god, flying thunder god." G looked at Minato, who was relaxed on the court and couldn't help shaking his head and sighing. He can now perform it successfully, and he can't dismember the corpse. However, when he performs Flying Thunder God, he is very stiff and can't turn. If this Flying Thunder God is used in battle, the opponent will probably stab you like a cockroach, right? Just when G thought the battle was about to end, a kunao shot rapidly towards Minato's landing point from 800 miles away, at such a fast speed that only a vague shadow could be seen. Minato, who had just used Flying Thunder God and appeared behind a ninja, was about to stab with the kunao in his hand, but when he sensed the kunao flying towards him at a high speed, he had to raise his hand to block it. Clang! Sparks flew. Minato, who had picked up the kunao, disappeared from the spot again without hesitation. The next second, a flash of fire brushed against Minato's departing shadow and exploded violently on the spot. The unlucky ninja who could have left his body intact was completely reduced to pieces in the explosion. Very fast reaction speed. Seeing your forehead protectors reminds me of the first Konoha ninja I fought, the first Hokage. Kakuzu, the former elite jonin of the Takigakure village assassination unit, was known as the man who lived as long as the heavens and the earth. Minato stood on a branch, looking calmly at Kakuzu, who walked out from behind the tree. Konoha naturally collected and analyzed intelligence on Kakuzu, a well-known veteran ninja who has been active in the ninja world for many years. However, no village wanted to offend such a powerful lone ranger, and the intelligence collected was extremely limited. All we know is that the other party used a secret technique from the Takigakure village called Earth Grudge, and had an extremely high completion rate for bounty missions in the underground bounty. Dozens of senior ninjas died in his hands. Obito, Kakashi, you go first, and gather at the next location. Minato threw out a kunao and followed it up with the Flying Thunder God's second stage. After taking care of the enemy that was entangled with Obito, he said to Kakashi and the others, "Facing a strong enemy like Kakuzu, who has been active since the time of the Shodaime Hokage until now, he has to give his all and has no time to take care of the two of them." "Understood, Minato-sensei." Kakashi and the other man nodded solemnly. They only took one look at Kakuzu from a distance and were frightened by his strong murderous aura. They naturally understood that if they stayed, they would only become a burden to Minato. But how could Kakuzu just watch them leave? Before coming here, he naturally collected intelligence on the bounty targets. The data of Minato's more than 300 A-level missions and dozens of S-level missions shocked him. Of course, he would not miss any opportunity to weaken the opponent's strength. Lightning release, pseudo-darkness, wind style, suppress. 2 earth grudge masks protruded from Kakuzu's shoulders, and he opened his strange mouth to spit out high-pressure wind balls and sharp lightning spears, attacking Kakashi and Obito. Kakashi and Obito sensed something was wrong and were about to dodge, but suddenly black lines emerged from the ground beneath their feet and wrapped around them. After being in contact with Zed for such a long time, Kakashi and the other man have made great progress in their vigilance, if nothing else. When the black line just spread to the ankle, Kakashi cut it off with his ninja sword. Obito had suffered new injuries in the previous battle, so his reaction was naturally slow. In the blink of an eye, the black thread was wrapped around his waist. "What should I do? I haven't become Hokage yet." Seeing the lightning and wind pressure getting closer and closer in his sight, Obito's face turned panic, his pupils trembled violently, and a hint of blood suddenly appeared. When his life was about to end, Obito finally awakened the Uchiha clan's bloodline limit, the Sharingan. At the critical moment, Minato appeared behind Obito, put his hand on his shoulder, performed the Flying Thunder God technique, and instantly took him away. Boom! Under the destruction of the Thunder Spear and the high-pressure wind ball, the ground was splashed with dirt and rocks, and the debris of sand and gravel was scattered around like a rain of bullets in the overflowing strong wind, as expected of Konoha's yellow flash. Even though he had seen it from the side before, when he really faced Minato, Kakuzu couldn't help but marvel at his speed. But he was not panicked. As long as Kakashi and Obito were there, the initiative was always in his hands. You guys go quickly. Minato left the Flying Thunder God technique on the shoulders of the two men without leaving a trace, and reminded them again. Then, the area around Kakuzu was covered with Flying Thunder God style kunai like scattering diamonds. Fire style had hard work. Kakuzu sneered as he controlled the Earth Grudge mask to continue attacking Obito and the other man, while his peripheral vision kept capturing the locations around him where the Flying Thunder God style kunai were engraved. Living long is also an advantage. At least he has some knowledge of the Flying Thunder God technique. Kakashi dodged on his own as before, and Obito, who had activated his Sharingan, did not lag behind this time and successfully avoided Kakuzu's attack. Without the need to rescue the other two, Minato launched an attack towards Kakuzu this time. Raise-nan. Minato shot out two kunai engraved with the Flying Thunder God style, and after using a raise-nan from the front to knock away Kakuzu's attacking tentacle fist, he performed the Flying Thunder God's second stage and instantly appeared next to the back of Kakuzu's head, and stabbed the kunai in his hand again at the back of Kakuzu's head. At this moment, the two Earth Wrath masks on Kakuzu's shoulders suddenly turned their heads and opened their strange mouths. Compound Ninja Technique, Flame Wind Wave, Fire Style, Headache and Wind Style Suppression were used together. The wind helped the fire, and the fire took advantage of the wind, and suddenly a huge sea of fire swept towards Minato. A raise-nan condensed on Minato's empty palm, and before the sea of fire reached him, he flashed to the other side in front of the Flying Thunder God style kunai, and fired the raise-nan in his hand towards Kakuzu. Earth Release Earth Spear. Kakuzu turned around quickly, his arms hardened and turned black, blocking the attack of the raise-nan until he was pushed away for a long distance, at which time the raise-nan dissipated. You have a lot of combat experience, but it's still far behind me. Keiku didn't even bother to look at the black lines on his arm, but he turned to look at Minato, who was also wrapped in black lines, and said in a cold voice, I will send you to the gold exchange office soon, but before that, let's take the heart of one of Konoha's elite jonin first. As soon as he finished speaking, a large number of black lines emerged from Kakuzu's body and headed towards Minato's heart. But after the black line pierced through Minato's chest, nothing was left except a cloud of mist. What? Kakuzu was startled and was about to look for Minato's figure from the Flying Thunder God technique around him, when a sound of wind cutting sounded behind him. Raise-nan. Watergate carries the raise-nan appeared behind Kakuzu, and just as the Earth Grudge mask on his shoulder opened its strange mouth, the raise-nan had already hit Kakuzu's back hard. Boom! The raise-nan, which was compressed with high-density chakra, exploded at close range and instantly threw Kakuzu to the ground. Even the soil and rocks on the ground were shattered by the huge force. As the smoke and dust rose, a group of black lines dragging Kakuzu's limbs and several masks appeared not far away and reorganized. Shadow Clone.is it when I used the combined ninjutsu. Kakuzu stared at Minato with his dark green pupils. His body recovered quickly under the black stitches. In the raise-nan just now, he lost a heart under the water attribute mask. Minato's performance was not only outstanding in speed, his combat experience and analysis and handling of details in battle were also at the top level among all the opponents he had encountered over the years. It seems that this 50 million bounty is not so easy to get. Kakuzu's green eyes flickered. I want to give up, but I can't bear to part with my beloved little money. After some hesitation, he decided to try to seize the opportunity of Minato's mistake next time. Kakuzu used the technique of instant body movement to chase after Kakashi and Obito, with black lines dancing behind him. 3 Earth Grudge masks protruded from his shoulders, and powerful chakra condensed at the monster's mouth. Earth's Wrath, Final Shot. After the 3 Earth Grudge masks of wind, fire, and lightning accumulated energy, the chakra condensed together and shot a terrifying chakra cannon at Kakashi and Obito, who were not far in front of them. Kakuzu, the former elite jonin of the Takigakur village assassination unit, was known as the man who lived as long as the heavens and the earth. Minato stood on a branch, looking calmly at Kakuzu, who walked out from behind the tree. Konoha naturally collected and analyzed intelligence on Kakuzu, a well-known veteran ninja who has been active in the ninja world for many years. However, no village wanted to offend such a powerful lone ranger, and the intelligence collected was extremely limited. All we know is that the other party used a secret technique from the Takigakur village called Earth Grudge, and had an extremely high completion rate for bounty missions in the underground bounty. Dozens of senior ninjas died in his hands. Obito, Kakashi, you go first, and gather at the next location. Minato threw out a kunai and followed it up with the Flying Thunder God's second stage. After taking care of the enemy that was entangled with Obito, he said to Kakashi and the others, facing a strong enemy like Kakuzu, who has been active since the time of the Shadame Hokage until now, he has to give his all and has no time to take care of the two of them. Understood, Minato-sensei. Kakashi and the other man nodded solemnly. They only took one look at Kakuzu from a distance and were frightened by his strong murderous aura that they naturally understood that if they stayed, they would only become a burden to Minato. But how could Kakuzu just watch them leave? Before coming here, he naturally collected intelligence on the bounty targets. The data of Minato's more than 300 A-level missions and dozens of S-level missions shocked him. Of course, he would not miss any opportunity to weaken the opponent's strength. Lightning release, pseudo-darkness, wind style, suppress. 2 earth grudge masks protruded from Kakuzu's shoulders, and he opened his strange mouth to spit out high-pressure wind balls and sharp lightning spears, attacking Kakashi and Obito. Kakashi and Obito sensed something was wrong and were about to dodge, but suddenly black lines emerged from the ground beneath their feet and wrapped around them. After being in contact with Zed for such a long time, Kakashi and the other man have made great progress in their vigilance, if nothing else. When the black line just spread to the ankle, Kakashi cut it off with his ninja sword. Obito had suffered new injuries in the previous battle, so his reaction was naturally slow. In the blink of an eye, the black thread was wrapped around his waist. What should I do? I haven't become Hokage yet. Seeing the lightning and wind pressure getting closer and closer in his sight, Obito's face turned panic, his pupils trembled violently, and a hint of blood suddenly appeared. When his life was about to end, Obito finally awakened the Uchiha clan's bloodline limit, the Sharingan. At the critical moment, Minato appeared behind Obito, put his hand on his shoulder, performed the Flying Thunder God technique, and instantly took him away. Boom! Under the destruction of the Thunder Spear and the high-pressure wind ball, the ground was splashed with dirt and rocks, and the debris of sand and gravel was scattered around like a rain of bullets in the overflowing strong wind. As expected of Konoha's yellow flash. Even though he had seen it from the side before, when he really faced Minato, Kakuzu couldn't help but marvel at his speed. But he was not panicked. As long as Kakashi and Obito were there, the initiative was always in his hands. You guys go quickly. Minato left the Flying Thunder God technique on the shoulders of the two men without leaving a trace, and reminded them again. Then, the area around Kakuzu was covered with Flying Thunder God style kunai like scattering diamonds. Fire style had hard work. Kakuzu sneered as he controlled the Earth Grudge mask to continue attacking Obito and the other man, while his peripheral vision kept capturing the locations around him where the Flying Thunder God style kunai were engraved. Living long is also an advantage. At least he has some knowledge of the Flying Thunder God technique. Kakashi dodged on his own as before, and Obito, who had activated his Sharingan, did not lag behind this time and successfully avoided Kakuzu's attack. Without the need to rescue the other two, Minato launched an attack towards Kakuzu this time. Raise-nan. Minato shot out 2 kunai engraved with the Flying Thunder God style, and after using a raise-nan from the front to knock away Kakuzu's attacking tentacle fist, he performed the Flying Thunder God's second stage and instantly appeared next to the back of Kakuzu's head, and stabbed the kunai in his hand again at the back of Kakuzu's head. At this moment, the 2 Earth Wrath masks on Kakuzu's shoulders suddenly turned their heads and opened their strange mouths. Compound Ninja Technique, Flame Wind Wave, Fire Style, Headache and Wind Style, Suppression were used together. The wind helped the fire, and the fire took advantage of the wind, and suddenly a huge sea of fire swept towards Minato. A raise-nan condensed on Minato's empty palm, and before the sea of fire reached him, he flashed to the other side in front of the Flying Thunder God style kunai, and fired the raise-nan in his hand towards Kakuzu. Earth Release Earth Spear. Kakuzu turned around quickly, his arms hardened and turned black, blocking the attack of the raise-nan until he was pushed away for a long distance, at which time the raise-nan dissipated. You have a lot of combat experience, but it's still far behind me. Keiku didn't even bother to look at the black lines on his arm. He turned to look at Minato, who was also wrapped in black lines, and said in a cold voice, I will send you to the gold exchange office soon, but before that, let's take the heart of one of Konoha's elite jonin first. As soon as he finished speaking, a large number of black lines emerged from Kakuzu's body and headed towards Minato's heart. But after the black line pierced through Minato's chest, nothing was left except a cloud of mist. What? Kakuzu was startled and was about to look for Minato's figure from the Flying Thunder God technique around him, when a sound of wind cutting sounded behind him. Raise-nan. Watergate carries the raise-nan appeared behind Kakuzu, and just as the Earth Grudge mask on his shoulder opened its strange mouth, the raise-nan had already hit Kakuzu's back hard. Boom! The raise-nan, which was compressed with high-density chakra, exploded at close range and instantly threw Kakuzu to the ground. Even the soil and rocks on the ground were shattered by the huge force. As the smoke and dust rose, a group of black lines dragging Kakuzu's limbs and several masks appeared not far away and reorganized. Shadow clone.is it when I used the combined ninjutsu. Kakuzu stared at Minato with his dark green pupils. His body recovered quickly under the black stitches. In the raise-nan just now, he lost a heart under the water attribute mask. Minato's performance was not only outstanding in speed, his combat experience and analysis and handling of details in battle were also at the top level among all the opponents he had encountered over the years. It seems that this 50 million bounty is not so easy to get. Kakuzu's green eyes flickered. I want to give up, but I can't bear to part with my beloved little money. After some hesitation, he decided to try to seize the opportunity of Minato's mistake next time. Kakuzu used the technique of instant body movement to chase after Kakashi and Obito, with black lines dancing behind him. 3 Earth grudge masks protruded from his shoulders, and powerful chakra condensed at the monster's mouth. Earth's Wrath, Final Shot. After the 3 Earth grudge masks of wind, fire, and lightning accumulated energy, the chakra condensed together and shot a terrifying chakra cannon at Kakashi and Obito, who were not far in front of them. While Kakuzu released chakra beams, he secretly controlled the black lines of the Earth resentment to wait underground near the landing point of each Flying Thunder God technique, waiting for Minato to fall into the trap. But before the terrifying chakra beam exploded, Minato threw several kunai with detonating tags at him. Kakuzu's eyes twitched, and he had to retract the black line of Earth resentment from underground and quickly dodge the explosion of the detonating talisman. When he couldn't avoid it in time, he used Earth Escape to harden his arms and then block it. Boom! The terrifying chakra beams and detonating tags exploded almost at the same time, which led to the complete failure of Kakuzu's plan to seize the initiative. As soon as the explosion of the detonating tag ended, Minato, who rescued Kakashi and Obito, appeared in front of Kakuzu, and the Raiznan in his hand pierced through his chest. Puff! A large amount of black lines of resentment came out of Kakuzu's mouth and shot towards Minato's face. But before the black line got close, Minato's figure disappeared from his sight, and he could only touch the air. The black line of Earth resentment danced around Kakuzu, as if it was powerless and furious. Another mask is broken. Does that mean we have to do it 3 more times? Minato looked at the mask of the Earth grudge that fell at Kakuzu's feet and had some guesses in his mind. What a shame. It looks like your bounty is out of my reach. After losing another heart, Kakuzu was certain that it would be difficult for him to take Minato's bounty. As he spoke, Black Line rolled up the mask on the ground, alerting Minato to carefully retreat. Minato also saw that Kakuzu was retreating and did not continue to attack. Suddenly, Kakuzu's ears twitched, and before any figure appeared in the bushes in front, the black line of the Earth resentment suddenly shot out. Ah, strange woo. After 2 screams, black threads wrapped around 2 beating hearts and sent them into Kakuzu's body. Oh, money never belongs to fools who can't see themselves clearly. Kakuzu looked at the group of wandering ninjas that appeared in front of him, sneered, put the Earth Wrath mask back on his body, and walked through them as if no one was around. The group of wandering ninjas were frightened by Kakuzu's terrifying murderous aura and timidly made way for him. It was not until Kakuzu's back left that the wandering ninjas felt their body temperature return to normal. When he turned to look at Minato and his group, he was already overwhelmed by greedy desires. Kill, I want the 15 million tails, die. Greedy fools don't deserve sympathy. Night, a small town on the border of the Fire Kingdom. After dealing with a wave of stray ninjas who were ready to get killed, Minato and his crew finally arrived at a relatively safe inn to rest. Tomorrow we will take a boat from the Iron Country to the Hot Spring Country. We have already entered the border between Konoha and the Hidden Cloud Village and the Hidden Mist Village. There is a high probability that we will encounter resistance from both sides. We can't delay on the road. We need to put away everything related to Konoha and try not to reveal our identities. At this time, Minato had used the transformation technique to turn himself into an ordinary-looking image, and gave instructions to Kakashi and the others. Kakashi and Lin nodded obediently, and several of them changed their appearance and disguised themselves. Minato-sensei, look at him. He said he was going to disguise himself, but he insisted on being so ostentatious. Obito glared with gritted teeth at Zed, Ken Kaneki, who had transformed into a white-haired, heterochromatic boy. Ever since he opened the Sharingan, he has been wanting to get back at his enemies all the time. Everyone is doing it ordinary, but you have to be so unique, so cool? I can't help it. Being handsome is a lifelong thing. As the protagonist, I can't be ugly in my life. G raised his eyebrows and looked at Obito, who was gritting his teeth. The shadow under him condensed into tentacles, circled behind Obito and suddenly gave him a big punch on the back of his head. You just opened a Megatama, why are you yelling here? Parker can't yell as much as you can. Zed looked at Obito and sneered. Aside from the medical ninja Lin, you're the worst at the scene. Okay, everyone go and get some rest. We have to travel early tomorrow morning. Minato stopped Obito, who wanted to go forward and duel with Zed, feeling helpless. He also knew that Jibian's appearance was a bit ostentatious, but no one listened to what he said. Anyway, he is not a Konoha ninja anymore, so it won't have much impact on the next mission, so let him be. I don't know why Zed and Obito don't get along so well. They can both be close friends with Kakashi's summoning ninja dog. Is it possible that in Zed's eyes, Obito is even worse than Watergate? Scratching his head. JPG. No words were spoken that night. The next day, Minato and his group set out early in the morning and boarded the ship from the Land of Iron to the Land of Hot Springs before noon. I heard that the hot springs in Yonokuni are amazing. I really want to go and see them. G leaned against the stern with his arms under his head, sighing as he looked at the clouds and the distant sky. You still take a hot spring bath? Minato asked in surprise, and Kakashi, and to enjoy yourself with just a clone? Nonsense, I can eat and poop. G gave a cold look to several people. Except that he cannot practice soul-related ninjutsu, he is exactly the same as a normal person. If he wants, He can even keep his corpse for a period of time after death to fake his death. In the background at LOL, Zed used his clone to deceive Kane. When you get there, lend me some money to see the big scene, I'll pay you back when I get back. Zed patted Minato's shoulder and said bluntly. Whether it is the original body or G, they share memories and have long wanted to experience the mixed bathing hot springs in the hot spring resort Yunokuni. As for Konoha's mixed bathing hot spring, it's a really sad story. Uchiha Koneo, yes. The journey was smooth and the group arrived at the kingdom of hot springs safely. The intelligence says that Lady Tsunade appeared in a casino near the capital of Yunokuni 3 days ago. Let's go over there and get some information now. Waterman told several people about the next steps. The land area of Tang Kingdom is not large. It can even be said that the capital is the only place in the country that can be called a town. However, as a famous tourist destination in the ninja world, its economic level is still very high. The street is much more lively than Konoha's commercial street. The group asked for directions and headed towards a nearby casino. Hello, have you seen this person? Excuse me, have you seen this person? Asking questions along the way, Minato and his crew finally got a clue about Tsunade at the third casino. You're looking for a fat sheep. People in the nearby casino should be familiar with her. She has been in the Kingdom of Hot Springs for 2 months. I wonder how many people she has supported. Yesterday afternoon, a creditor came to the casino to collect a debt, and the big fat sheep ran away to avoid the debt. Look, this door that is being repaired was damaged when she left. The short and fat casino owner narrowed his eyes and looked at the few people. If you are familiar with her, please compensate me for the door here. I can tell you the direction she left. After paying a little money, the group successfully learned from the casino owner the direction in which Tsunade left. On the left side of the fork in West Street in front of the casino, according to the casino owner, this road connects the rural villages and there are no other intersections along the way. After leaving the casino, Minato and his crew set out on the road again. The path is not as wide as the official road, less than 2 meters wide. On both sides of the road are some randomly growing shrubs and vines, as well as trees of varying heights. The lush green ocean blocked a lot of the sunlight, making the surrounding environment seem quiet and dim. In addition, since they had a mission to accomplish, the group couldn't help but become a little alert. They traveled in silence all the way. After asking around in a village they passed by without any results, the group set out on the road again for half an hour and finally made a new discovery. There are signs of fighting around. Minato looked at the mess of potholes that appeared on the road ahead and bent down to check the clues left on the field. It should be between last night and this morning. There are no signs of explosion on the edge of the pit. It can be confirmed that Lady Tsunade was attacked. Minato analyzed as he twisted the soil between his fingers. He picked up a blood-stained kunai from under a nearby tree and looked solemnly at the side of the road where the grass and vines showed signs of damage. Over there is a large mountain forest. Regardless of whether the blood on the kunai was Tsunade's or not, it was not good news for Tsunade, who suffered from hemophobia. However, the enemy has not even cleaned up the battlefield, which means they still have time. Everyone, we have to speed up from now on. Deep in the mountains, the messy wild vines around perfectly covered the naturally formed dead tree hole, where Tsunade and Shizun were hiding. Lady Tsunade, the blood has been cleaned up, Shizun said after cutting off the blood-stained edges of Tsunade's clothing and burying them. Phew, Shizun is really becoming more and more reliable. Tsunade heaved a sigh of relief upon hearing that, untied the gauze covering her eyes, and rubbed Shizun's head violently. If Jingian hadn't covered her eyes with gauze in time this time, she might have really capsized in the gutter. Who knew that these uninvited guests would take out Kunao and hurt themselves as soon as they met her, and even splash blood on her? Did they really think that she, one of the 3 most famous ninjas in the ninja world, could be easily controlled by such despicable means just because she suffered from hemophobia? It must be the trouble caused by the damn old man. He delayed my going to the casino to win money. I had a feeling that my luck would be great today. Tsunade's fists were clenched so tightly that the joints crackled, and she gritted her teeth in dissatisfaction. Although she didn't know the specific reason, it didn't stop her from connecting it all to Konoha. You have to know that as a top medical ninja in the ninja world, in this relatively peaceful period, even if she ran to a casino in the capital of any country, as long as she did not enter other ninja villages and did not inquire about their confidential information, no one would risk offending all 3 ninjas to attack her. Even because of her relationship with the daimyo of the Land of Fire, the daimyo of other countries would enthusiastically wave silver bills to welcome her and pray for her good health. The current trouble was definitely caused by those old and undead high-ranking officials of Konoha. Lady Tsunade, the enemy is still out there searching. What should we do? Shizun asked as she fixed her hair and looked at Tsunade. It's really a headache. Tsunade grumbled with a pursed mouth. To be honest, she had no good way to deal with this group of shameless enemies. Suffering from hemophobia, she first lost a pair of eyes when fighting the enemy. Even when the bloody smell around her entered her nasal cavity, she would fall into fear and lose her ability to fight if she did not quickly divert her attention. The restricted battle gave her a headache and made her want to explode. Go, Shizun. Suddenly, Tsunade saw a kunai wrapped with an explosive tag shot through the wild vines and pierced into the ground of the tree hole. She shouted loudly, kicked the tree wall beside her, and rushed out of the gap with Shizuka. Stay with me. An explosion sounded behind her. Tsunade wrapped her eyes with gauze again, gave some instructions to Shizuka, and then threw a punch forward with chakra flow. The masked ninja who was swinging a ninja sword in front of him suddenly caved in backwards, and then flew backwards at a faster speed than when he came. With her powerful strength, a ninja with a fragile life would almost certainly die if she was hit by one punch. After all, she is the only medical ninja who can ignore the medical ninja code. Seeing their companion being killed in seconds, the other masked ninjas did not continue to approach, but chose to stand far away on the tree and throw shurikens. As her eyes were already entangled and she also had to protect Shizen beside her, Tsunade did not move rashly. Instead, she increased the amount of chakra she refined and burned. A circle of chakra visible to the naked eye lingered around her clenched fist. Drink! Tsunade shouted loudly and punched the air in front of her with incredible force. Just like the Hyuga clan's 8 trigrams palm and the Day Tiger after the 8 gates ninjutsu array opens the Jingmen, Tsunade's extraordinary power punch compresses the air in front of her to form a shock airflow. Due to his sophisticated control of chakra, this powerful impact formed a mirror-like air vortex, blocking all the flying shurikens. As expected of the 3 ninjas of Konoha, seeing that a round of shurikens failed to work, the masked ninja who led the group chose to surround the group without attacking and winked at the people around him. A group of ninjas quickly left and soon returned, carrying corpses of prey of varying sizes in their hands. Throw it over and let some blood flow. At the signal from the leading ninja, the others used kunao to make bleeding cuts on the prey's body and threw them at Tsunade. Compared to the sharp kunao, the bodies of these prey are obviously much heavier, and couldn't touch Tsunade and the others at all. As the blood flowed out from the bleeding hole, the air nearby was soon filled with a strong smell of blood. Tsunade held her breath the moment she smelled the blood, and tried her best to think of other things to divert her attention. But holding your breath cannot last long, as the smell of blood in the air becomes stronger and stronger. As the smell of blood in her nose became stronger and stronger, Tsunade couldn't help but start to panic. Even though she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, bloody scenes emerged one by one from the bottom of her heart through her brain's imagination. Dizziness, nausea. Cold sweat fell from Tsunade's forehead like a waterfall. All the strength in her body was quickly drained away. She fell directly to the ground, her body shaking uncontrollably. Lady Tsunade! Shizen shouted in panic, jogging forward and hugging Tsunade. Looking at the masked ninjas that were beginning to gather around her, even though she was clearly terrified, she still trembled as she opened her arms to block Tsunade. Shizen clenched her teeth hard to stop them from trembling, and a look of determination appeared on her frightened little face. Don't hurt Lady Tsunade. Hearing Tsunade's refusal, Minato and his group's faces stiffened. Their mission this time is to find Tsunade to cure the poison in the third Hokage, but if Tsunade is unwilling, doesn't that mean their mission has failed here? Wouldn't the third Hokage who couldn't wait for treatment in the village also die? If the Kage of a village was assassinated in his own village, what kind of damage would Konoha's reputation suffer if this news spread? Which employer still has the confidence to entrust a task to Konoha? You were indifferent when the village needed you. How can an idiot woman like you be worthy of becoming one of Konoha's 3 ninjas? Minato looked conflicted, not knowing how to persuade her. Obito beside him jumped out impatiently, pointed at Tsunade's nose and started scolding her. As the descendant of the Shad-Aim Hokage and the disciple of the Sand-Aim Hokage, Obito was talking like pouring beans, and Minato beside him was struck by lightning. He shuddered and quickly covered Obito's mouth. Master Tsunade, Obito just likes to talk nonsense. You are so generous. Minato had an awkward and restrained smile on his face, and he just hoped that Tsunade would not argue with Obito. Tsunade narrowed her eyes dangerously and looked at Obito, the proud giant on her chest jumping up and down with anger. You are from the Uchiha clan. Fiona Leon doesn't even dare to give you the courage to talk to my wife like that. Beat him up. G kicked Obito aside and waved his hands. Suddenly, shadows emerged from under him and surrounded Obito, punching and kicking him. There were cries of pain and wailing at the scene. Don't be angry, my wife. This guy is an idiot. I will beat him up every day from now on. As G said this, he stepped forward to soothe Tsunade's resentment. But before he could touch the thing he had been dreaming of, Tsunade, who was in a rage, used her extraordinary strength to punch him in the face, and he turned into a handful of mist and disappeared. Tsunade's eyes twitched and she breathed a sigh of relief. When she threw the punch subconsciously, she began to regret it. On the one hand, it was because he was hemophobia and was afraid of the sight of blood, and on the other hand, it was because G came from Konoha after all. Fortunately, it was just a shadow clone. Tsunade frowned, but she did take Obito's words into consideration. Although she was dissatisfied with several high-ranking officials of Konoha, she still cared deeply about the village founded by her grandfather. After all, this village contained the hard work and wishes of the Senju clan, and it was also the place where her brother and lover made sacrifices for it. Let's go. The medical fee cannot be reduced at all. Tsunade made a decision in her heart, and all her confusion was swept away. She walked ahead freely. When Ji saw Tsunade moving away, he also left behind the bruised and battered Obito, leaving only one of them outside in the open, while the rest disappeared into the shadows. Zed quickly caught up to Tsunade and followed her. He had to be shameless and act like a dog-skin plaster along the way. Even when eating or sleeping, he would not leave Tsunade more than 2 meters away. Even if Oyu Jinjin hasn't used it yet, he has to put the meat into his own bowl first. As for the love that Jiraiya buried in his heart, Ji can only give him one line of lyrics. Why do latecomers win? Because the former do not fight or compete. The group had completely deviated from the road in the mountains and forests after Minato stood on a tree and used the sun to determine the direction. They began to hurry on their way. All the people in the group were ninjas, and their speed in the mountain forest was no slower than on a flat road. However, when they passed a rock wall, their pace slowed down. Such a strong smell of blood. Being able to smell it so clearly from such a distance, there must be a lot of dead people. Ji saw the right moment and stepped forward to support Tsunade, who was suffering from hemophobia. He did not miss any opportunity to get close to his wife, take advantage of her, which made Shizen speechless. Minato and Kakashi frowned and looked towards the cave on the rock wall not far away. Seeing such a strong smell of blood in such a remote environment, a word instantly lingered in the minds of the two. Cult. Minato-sensei. Kakashi placed one hand on the hilt of his ninja sword and looked at Minato for his opinion. This is the land of soup, and we have a mission to accomplish. Minato shook his head at Kakashi. Their most important task at the moment is to take Tsunade back to Konoha as soon as possible to treat the third Hokage. Besides, this is not the land of fire, so it is not appropriate to create trouble here. It seems that the mission of maintaining world peace still has to be handed over to me. Ji watched the interaction between the two and tapped the ground with his toes. 7 figures immediately emerged from the shadows. No matter it is the legendary big fat sheep or the new wife in the future, one must save up a lot of money for his wife. The operating funds of this cult can just be used to top up the wife's money. And judging from the strong smell of blood, this cult is most likely the evil god cult mentioned by Haydn in the original work. If so, we can take the evil god cult spell, death by blood, and see if the clones can use it. If they can, we can declare this wave to take off. Even if it doesn't work, I can give it to Orochimaru as a research material. I just need to be careful when communicating with Tsunade along the way that I don't have much life left, so I need to save it. After seeing Ji's actions, Minato and his companions understood his thoughts. After leaving 7G behind, the group continued on their journey without slowing down. After Minato and his group walked away, the 7Gs who remained behind also began to take action. No selection. Instead of moving cautiously and stealthily, the 7 robbers broke into the cave entrance openly. It's not that Ji looks down on them, these cults are just a group of rats hiding in the sewers. They only dare to harm ordinary people. They are driven away and swept away by the ninja forces and dare not show their heads to fight back. Even the only famous cultist in the original work, Haydn, was able to stand up only by relying on his own immortality and the curse of death with blood. As for those ordinary cultists, their strength may not be as good as some wandering ninjas. The entrance of the cave is not big, but once you enter, you will see a wide stone path that opens up. There are obvious traces of artificial masonry on the stone walls around and above your head. After dealing with the 2 black-robed cultists guarding the entrance of the cave, Ji went deeper and soon arrived at a wide square. They ran into a group of cultists who were gathering in front of the stone statue and performing a mysterious sacrificial ceremony. The pagans want to disrupt our ceremony dedicated to the evil god. Kill them. Go to hell and confess to the evil god. The cultists went crazy instantly after seeing Ji's figure. Amidst fanatical roars, the cultists rushed forward, waving sticks, shovels, and even dung forks in their hands. Ji looked coldly at the mob that was besieging him, and the 7 shadows under him stretched out tentacles as if they had life. Amid the wild dance, accompanied by sharp sounds of wind, screams and wails soon joined the chorus. Ha ha ha, don't be afraid. Death is just returning to the arms of the evil god. Damned pagans, the evil god's faithful followers will soon offer you to the evil god to apologize. The black-robed man standing in front of the statue laughed and roared like crazy when he saw that all his outer believers were killed. Then he waved his sleeves and shouted to the people around him, "Go, the evil god is watching you. I will offer you to the evil god. In the abyss of blood and darkness, Lord Evil God will see my loyalty." Black and white curse marks appeared on the cultist's face, and he rushed forward with a roar and a mad look on his face. The cultists who rushed up this time were much more formal, and the weapons in their hands were long-handled sickles and double-edged axes. Tisk, you ignorant fool. Ji controlled a large number of shadow tentacles that had solidified into entities and shot them straight towards the cultists in front of him. After surrounding them, the shadow tentacles suddenly gathered together. Then twist them together tightly like twisting a hemp rope. Click. The cultists caught in the tentacle web had only one chance to utter a sound, and then there was the sound of bones twisting and breaking, and blood flowed to the ground along the entangled tentacles. There is no best, only the most suitable. Just like Haydn and Shiji who possess immortal bodies through blood, he is also a perfect match with the Nara clan's shadow secret technique. Can you please ask your evil god to come out and let me see him? Ji stepped on the pool of blood, past the corpses under his feet, walked to the black-robed man in front of the stone statue, and asked curiously. Compared to the god of death that appeared when the Shiki seal was performed in the original work, the evil god mentioned by Feijuan is a completely unfamiliar mysterious existence. It would be absolutely false to say that he is not curious. Haha, don't worry, you'll be able to see the evil god soon. The man in black robe laughed crazily, and on his exposed skin, one could see the same black and white curse marks as those on the cultists just now. There was a madness and piety in the eyes of the man in black robe, and he made seals with his hands. Immediately, the pool of blood on the ground of the square seemed to be guided and surged rapidly, outlining a huge circle on the field, including Ji and the man in black robe. At the moment the blood formation took shape, Ji inexplicably felt that some kind of connection had been established between himself and the man in black robe. Is it possible to successfully activate the death god's blood reward without using one's own blood? Is it because I'm standing in a blood array? Ji had some guesses in his mind. You will be the most outstanding gift I present to the evil god. This is your honor. The man in black robe picked up a spear with a crazy look on his face, turned it around, pointed the spear at his heart, and stabbed it without hesitation. Illusion, Sherinan. Ji revealed his long-hidden 3-Magatama Sherinan and released a ray of mental energy from a distance to invade the black-robed man's consciousness, causing him to pause his movements. Several robbers left the blood formation range one after another, leaving only one. Then, he used illusion to control the black-robed man to stab his arm with a spear. Phew! The spear directly pierced through the black-robed man's arm, and Ji, who remained in the formation, also suffered the same injury on his arm at the same time. I see. Ji, who remained in the blood formation, had shining eyes. When his arm was injured, he vaguely saw an illusory soul above the blood formation, which synchronized the injury to himself through some mysterious connection established between him and the man in black robe by the blood formation. Is the evil god also a being similar to the mask of death worshipped by the Uzumaki clan? Almost the same life for life. One affects the soul, the other affects the body. It's because of the appearance of this freak with immortality, Haydn, otherwise the curse of death by blood would also kill one by one, etc. Ji's heart suddenly started beating very fast. He only has the same spiritual energy as the original body, but no corresponding soul, so he cannot meet the conditions for the psychic corpse to seal the god of death. But he is the perfect masterpiece of Yindun's creating form and nothingness, with a physical body and blood. How can he not be considered another kind of immortal body? Similar to the immortal body of the game players of the fourth calamity who have resurrection points. He, Ji let out bursts of evil laughter. After exiting the range of the blood formation, he used illusion to control the black-robed man and committed suicide. After searching the base of the evil god cult for a while, they finally found a parchment scroll that recorded the curse of death by blood, as well as more than 30 million taels of silver notes and some real gold and silver. I have to say, cults are really good at making money. The salary of the introverted teacher in the original story, after deducting daily expenses, would probably take him 20 to 30 years to save up. After storing the things into the storage scroll, he disposed of the corpses in the evil god cult base with a fire, and then Ji started to return to Konoha with the storage scroll. Of course, Ji, who never forgot his original intention, still left a comrade to visit the hot spring resorts in the land of hot springs, which was famous in the ninja world, and also to explore the way for the main body. Maybe the disguise worked. The journey here for Minato and his crew was dangerous, but the return journey was much easier. Apart from encountering a group of ruthless bandits who robbed them on the way, they didn't encounter any other troubles. After 2 days of travel, they successfully returned to Konoha village. Minato went to the Hokage building to report, and the 3 members of Team 7 who were exhausted from the journey went home to rest. Ji continued to follow Tsunade in Shizun, playing a dogskin plaster the way it should be. I haven't been back for a few years, but the village hasn't changed much overall. Tsunade looked at the building layout on both sides of the street, recalling past scenes. Ever since she could remember, she witnessed the village becoming more and more prosperous step by step, but the relatives she cared about most also left her one by one as time passed. Honey, do you want to eat 3-color meatballs? It's my treat. Seeing that Tsunade was in a low mood, Ji bought her favorite 3-color meatballs and handed them to Tsunade. If you want to win a woman's heart, you must always respond to her emotions. Heartsuit, take it away. I hate sweets, especially meatballs. Tsunade looked at the robber who had been pestering her all the way like a dogskin plaster, and her feeling of loss disappeared in an instant, and her eyelids couldn't stop twitching. On the way, she learned about Zed's information from Minato and others. These are a group of shadow clones that never show their true form and cause a lot of headaches for the Hokage and other high-level officials. Even though they stole Konoha's seal book, the village couldn't do anything to them and could only helplessly allow them to continue their activities in the village. This is a group of lawless beings. Now she has returned to Konoha, which is also the base camp of Ji. She wanted to escape, but she couldn't. Salty party? Ji, who was trying to show his courtesy to the wrong person, was stunned for a moment, finished the 3-colored meatball by himself, and then stuck to him again. Never mind the saying that sweet and salty cannot coexist. He is a war orphan who lost his parents at a young age. What's wrong with liking my aunt? He was weaned too early in this life, so he has to find a chance to make up for it, right? As soon as Minato and his crew returned to the village, Danzo got the news through his root subordinates. At this moment, his mood was as ugly as it could be. After the last assassination attempt, there were several Umbu teams patrolling and guarding around Sarutobi Hiruzen's ward at all times, and everyone entering and leaving had to have their identity carefully checked before they could pass. He simply couldn't find a suitable opportunity in the village. Even if he wanted to take action by force, it would be difficult to do so with the current strength of the roots, and he might even be exposed, which would eventually lead to trouble. To this end, he spread the information, issued a bounty in the underground gold exchange, and placed his hopes on other ninja villages and the group of underground hyenas who relied on the gold exchange for their livelihood. But now it seems that everything he did has failed. Hiruzen, you are really lucky. Danzo clenched his fists and sighed. The gloom in his eyes quickly disappeared, and he became as calm as a deep spring. Now that things had come to this, the only thing he could do was to pretend he knew nothing. The body of the assassin who assassinated Sarutobi Hiruzen was nowhere to be found, and those who knew the assassin's identity, spread the information, and issued the bounty were also eliminated by him. He did not leave any clues in these two incidents. Even if Sarutobi Hiruzen had some guesses afterwards, with his indecisive character, he would just continue to pretend to be confused. Konoha Medical Department. Outside the door of the ward where Sarutobi Hiruzen was, several high-ranking officials of Konoha and a few scattered jonin were waiting for news in the corridor. Soon, the door of the ward opened and Tsunade walked out with Shizun. The old man's poison has been cured. He will be fully recovered after a period of rest. Remember to send the medical fee over later. Tsunade looked at the faces that annoyed her, waved her hand impatiently, and walked away quickly with Shizun through the crowd. Walking out of the medical department and breathing the fresh air outside, the depressed mood in my heart was relieved. She didn't want to see the faces of those old guys at all. But when she looked up again, Tsunade's face fell again. Okay, here's another piece of plaster. Honey, did you miss me after not seeing me for half an hour? Do you want a drink? Zed stepped forward and approached Tsunade, handing her a bottle of sake produced by the Nara clan. Tsunade's two main interests in life are gambling and drinking, and he will definitely not make the wrong offer this time. Shizun, come on, accompany me to the casino. Tsunade didn't hesitate to grab the sake and gulped it down in the street, then walked towards the casino in the village with a heroic stride. Snort. Those old guys will definitely refuse to pay the medical fees for various reasons, so don't blame her for putting the gambling debt she borrowed today into Konoha's account. The fat sheep wife is going to distribute welfare in the village? When Ji heard that Tsunade was going to the casino, his eyes lit up. He immediately grabbed a comrade on the street and asked him to go back and collect the gambling money. Good things should be kept within the family. Just relying on the fat from the big fat sheep, I will be able to support more wives in the future, right? As expected, Tsunade performed as steadily as ever in the casino. In just an hour, the gambling debts owed by the accountant made the casino owner's eyelids twitch, and he didn't dare let her continue playing. There are too many and he is afraid that Konoha will not recognize them, and then he will be the one who suffers. Damn it, I've already used up all my bad luck, and I'm about to win money. Tsunade, who was addicted to gambling, was grinding her teeth angrily. Suddenly, she remembered that Ji beside her had been winning money in the casino, and she looked over with glowing eyes. Lend me some money for gambling. When I win, I'll pay you back with interest. Tsunade's eyes rolled around, and she put her arm around Ji's shoulders, patting him like a brother. My wife doesn't lend money to gambling dogs. Ji rejected Tsunade ruthlessly, and when her face collapsed, he changed the subject. Wife, you don't have money to eat, come on, I'll treat you. Shizun, let's defeat him today. Tsunade glared at Ji angrily. There was no point in worrying about Ji calling her wife, or taking advantage of her. After all, no matter how much she worried, it was useless. She just had to call Ji what she wanted to call her. In the spirit of not taking advantage of a good deal, if someone treats you to a meal, you naturally choose the expensive one. The Akimichi clan's barbecue restaurant. After the three of them sat down, Tsunade ordered a table of various barbecue dishes that she could not afford before. All the money was lost. Zed, why did the owner keep looking at you since we entered the store? Tsunade asked with a curious look on her face as they waited for their food. If I had only looked at her, I wouldn't have been curious. It was mainly because of the owner's expression. How should I put it? It's like a young wife who is bullied and wronged, feeling depressed but helpless. Especially the owner is a fat man with a greasy look. Well, it's hard to comment. Oh, just a tribe member who has some prejudice against me. Ji glanced at the owner standing at the front desk and said indifferently. Seeing that Tsunade was still a little confused, he stretched out his bloated middle finger, and his shadow condensed into a solid tentacle and poured himself a glass of water. I didn't learn their secret techniques in vain. Now many of the ninjas in Konoha are my dear clansmen. The corners of Tsunade's mouth twitched, and the pride on her chest also rose and fell. It turns out that he not only stole the village's sealed book, but also stole the ninja clan's secret techniques. Moreover, since no one can do anything to him, he still dances in front of them every day. To have encountered such a scoundrel, the ninjas of Konoha are really unlucky and have to swallow their anger. Aren't you afraid they'll add something to your meal? Tsunade asked. Jingian, who was standing aside, was also feeling conflicted, not knowing whether she should eat the food after it was served. How could you doubt my loved ones, my brothers and sisters like this? These are all people from my clans who I have visited and had close ties with. Hokage building, Hokage's office. After waking up, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat back in his position as Hokage. Although he was still a little weak, he was no longer in any serious condition. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat silently at his desk, checking the list of people who had entered and left the Hokage building before he was stabbed and poisoned. This matter is so extraordinary, and there is a sense of weirdness everywhere. The Hokage building is the political center of Konoha. Not to mention an assassin, even people from the village need permission to enter, let alone poison the water cup in the Hokage's office without a sound. At this time, an Umbu walked into the office. Have you found out where Yamanaka Ryoki is? Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his eyebrows and looked at the Umbu. Yamanaka Ryoji was the Umbu member who was in charge of guarding the entrance and exit of the Hokage building that day. After he was stabbed and poisoned, Yamanaka Ryoji disappeared. This is the only clue currently before him to find the identity of the assassin. The ninja dog finally found traces of burning in the death forest based on the scent on Yamanaka Ryoji's clothes. The bone remains on the ground can basically be determined to be left by Yamanaka Ryoji. The Umbu reported, looking down. Go down. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. The clues ended completely here, but he already had the result in his mind as clear as a mirror. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked out the window, murmured wistfully. In my heart, I really don't want to believe that this inheritor of the Will of Fire, who is so ruthless and willing to protect Konoha at all costs, would do such a thing just for the position of Hokage. Why? All the sorrow in Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart finally turned into a long sigh, and his body, which had not yet recovered, looked even older. He didn't want to see his old partner continue to degenerate, but he couldn't bear to do anything to him. The Kingdom of Wind. In the vast desert, the yellow sand swirls in the sky following the trajectory of the wind, ruthlessly snatching away every trace of moisture. Despite being in such a harsh environment with scarce resources and where even breathing would choke you with a mouthful of yellow sand, the sand village has taken deep roots here. On the highest bedrock, they dug out a valley by manpower and built the village on which they depended for survival. Two figures stood on the endless yellow sand. Hey, the price of iron sand purchased by the Kingdom of Craftsmen has dropped again recently, but the price of gold sand has remained stable. I can only trouble you to do more, Luosha. The Sandaime Kazekage shook his head with a tired look on his face. At his feet was a large amount of iron sand that had just been mined from the desert. He reached out and patted his elite guard and student, Luosha. Back then, with the full support of the daimyo of the Land of Wind, the strategic significance and the harsh environment of windy sand were taken into consideration when the village was built. However, no one expected that the person who inherited the daimyo would be such a stingy miser. Located in a vast uninhabited desert, almost all the survival supplies in the village have to be purchased from the outside world. Without the financial allocation from the daimyo, it is completely impossible to rely on task entrustment to support the village's financial expenditure. The Wind Country is sparsely populated, so the number of mission assignments is naturally small. The neighboring countries are also adjacent to the Earth Country and the Fire Country, so the competitive pressure is extremely high. Seeing the village's financial deficit getting bigger and bigger, the third Kazekage was so worried that he took his guards and students to mine himself, but it couldn't supplement much of the fiscal revenue. So we still have to go to the Wind Country daimyo to find a solution. Luosha, I have to go back to the village to arrange my schedule for the next few days and meet with the daimyo to urge for this year's financial allocation. If you are tired, come back with me. Lord Kazekage, I just need to rest for a while. After the Sandaime Kazekage put the iron sand into the storage scroll, he said hello to Luosha, but when he saw that he refused, he left alone with the scroll on his back. They were in the heart of the desert of the Wind Kingdom, so they didn't have to worry about encountering any danger. The Sandaime Kazekage was walking against the yellow sand, when he suddenly saw a familiar figure vaguely in the wind and sand. As the distance got closer, he finally saw the person clearly. Scorpion. The Sandaime Kazekage was slightly startled, and walked up to him and asked, "Did Elder Cho ask you to come to me?" He had watched Elder Cho's grandson grow up since he was a child. Scorpion lowered his head and remained silent without answering. The Sandaime Kazekage didn't care either. After all, Scorpion had always been a dull and taciturn person since he was a child. Come back with me. You've been out for too long. Elder Cho must be worried. The Sandaime Kazekage took Scorpion's hand and was about to return to the village. But his hand sank, and the scorpion's foot that he was holding didn't move at all. Just as he turned his head in confusion, he felt a stabbing pain in his hand. The Sandaime Kazekage frowned and reflexively pulled his hand away. I looked at the painful area and didn't find anything unusual, so I didn't think much about it. Scorpion, let's go, don't be in a daze. The Sandaime Kazekage patted Scorpion's shoulder and pulled him back to the village. This time, Scorpion followed him, but after taking a few steps, the Sandaime Kazekage saw double in front of his eyes. By the time he realized something was wrong, his body had been paralyzed by the poison. Scorpion, why? The Sandaime Kazekage knelt on one knee to support his paralyzed body, looking at Scorpion in front of him with disbelief. Why would this taciturn young genius, hailed as the future of the village, poison him? You ask why. The village's defeat in the Second Ninja World War was due to your incompetence as the Sandaime Kazekage. Those who died in that war, including my parents, were killed because of your incompetence. Scorpion looked at the Sandaime Kazekage with hatred and a sarcastic smile on his face. The strongest wind shadow. I'll let you see my ultimate art before it becomes mine. Red secret technique, 100 machines maneuver. As he spoke, Scorpion opened a storage scroll and instantly summoned hundreds of puppets. The moment they appeared, chakra lines that were almost invisible to the naked eye were connected to them, controlling the puppets to move. Scorpion, it's not too late for you to turn back now. The Sandaime Kazekage was stunned when he heard the reason why Scorpion hated him. Seeing that Scorpion was going to continue to make mistakes, he couldn't help but shout at him. At the same time, he was extracting chakra and was alert to Scorpion's next move, but Scorpion's poison was very strong that not only was his body paralyzed, but even the extraction of chakra felt strongly blocked. Look back, I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Just be at peace and become my art. Scorpion said calmly, using chakra lines to control hundreds of puppets to form a formation in front of him. Then the puppet's jaw opened, and countless fine poison needles formed a rain curtain, completely covering the Sandaime Kazekage within the attack range. The Sandaime Kazekage manipulated the iron sand to form a semicircular shield in front of him. However, due to the blockage of chakra circulation, there will be some holes in this shield from time to time. Poisonous needles flew through the holes and shot into the body of the Sandaime Kazekage. By the time the rain of poisonous needles had completely settled, the Sandaime Kazekage had already fallen lifeless on the yellow sand. Scorpion walked over with an expressionless face. Looking at the Sandaime Kazekage who had lost his life, he had no desire for revenge. When Heitake Sakumo committed suicide, he had already lost the real goal of revenge. After putting the Sandaime Kazekige's corpse and puppet into the sealing scroll, Scorpion's lonely figure slowly disappeared into the yellow sand. Tsunade, who had been away from home for several years, was not in a hurry to leave when she returned to the village this time. Without the gambling money, Tsunade began to wander the streets aimlessly, observing the changes that had taken place in the village over the years. When it was getting dark, the sucker who was trying to save his life bought a lot of food and sake. Night, the land of the Senju clan. This once powerful ninja clan in the ninja world has undergone decades of changes, and after its clan leader Hashirama Senju's decision to integrate into Konoha, no trace of it remains. Even Tsunade, the last person to inherit the Senju surname, only had a family mansion left. Tsunade was not a diligent customer, so she simply cleaned up a room in the dusty house, moved in a table, and put food and wine on it. Shizun, don't bother with that. We'll just stay for one night and leave. Tsunade stopped the busy Shizun, sat down and pulled off a chicken leg, then started eating it with a sip of wine and a bite of meat. She found that being stuck by the shameless dog skin plaster was not a bad thing. At least she didn't have to worry about losing all her money and having no money to eat. Jingian has had a hard time these years. Her favorite food is actually brown rice, which is cheap and filling. Come drink with me, it's you who paid for it. Tsunade was bored drinking alone, so she opened a bottle and handed it to Zed. Honey, I'm still young like Shizun, so I can't drink alcohol. I'll use a milkshake instead. Zed pushed the bottle back and clinked glasses with Tsunade while holding a milkshake. At first, the disappearance of the Sandaime Kazekage did not cause much reaction in the Sand Village. The Sandaime Kazekage, who possesses the bloodline limit magnetic sand release, is known as the strongest Kazekage in the history of the ninja world, and was last seen in the heart of the desert in the Land of Wind. With such strong strength and at home, no one would consider the disappearance of the Sandaime Kazekage as an accident. Moreover, the village's financial deficit also confirmed what Rosa said, pointing to the whereabouts of the missing Sandaime Kazekage as the daimyo's mansion in the Land of Wind. The top leaders of the Sand Village are well aware of the outrageous stinginess of the current daimyo of the Land of Wind, so they don't think that the third Kazekage, who is urging for financial allocations, will come back soon. As time went by, week after week, the top leaders of the Sand Village finally realized the seriousness of the problem. They sent people to Daming Prefecture to gather information, and the news that came back confirmed the bad thoughts in their minds. The Sandaime Kazekage had never been to the daimyo prefecture. The top leaders of the Sand Village were completely panicked and mobilized all the ninjas in the village to look for the third Kazekage. At the same time, the Umbu were also secretly investigating. Such a big commotion naturally could not be hidden from spies from other villages. After learning about the situation in the Sand Village, the Kirigakure Village and the Cloud Village were happy to watch the show from the sidelines. After all, they were too far apart, and the yellow sand of the Sand Village was not worth their covetousness. But some people don't think so. For example, Uegakure and Konoha, two villages that have conflicts of interest with the Sand Village. No matter it was the First Ninja World War or the Second Ninja World War, the three parties fought each other for the interests of the border areas. Isn't this just adding insult to injury? They want to kill you just because you are sick? Root Underground Base. Go and pass on this information about the logistics reserves of the Sand Village to the people of the Uegakure village. I believe they will not miss this opportunity. Danzo threw a document to the root ninja in front of him, and looked at the departing figure with a gleam in his eyes. After the last action of destroying the strategic materials of the Sand Village will definitely pay more attention to the protection of its logistical reserves. It is better to leave such risky things to others. Afterwards, Danzo took out a stack of information about the Jonin of Sand Village from the drawer, and picked out those who were from the ninja clan and had backgrounds. Looking at the ninja intelligence information in his hand, Danzo thought for a while, and then pulled out those ninjas who were not strong and famous, leaving only the last two lists. Let me add the final spark to your performance. Danzo narrowed his eyes and looked at the rest of the list. If he could take this opportunity to completely destroy Tsunagakure, one of the 5 major ninja villages, and make it decline and never recover, with such an achievement, his reputation in the village would surpass Sarutobi Hiruzen in one fell swoop. No matter how reluctant Sarutobi Hiruzen is, he cannot stop him from becoming the Hokage. Uegakure village is built among the rocks of the mountains. Tsuchikage building. The short san named Tsuchikage Onoki sat at his desk, holding in his hand the latest intelligence intercepted by the village's ninjas. Father, this is an opportunity to inflict heavy damage on the Sand Village. Huang Tu, who was standing next to Onoki, also saw the contents of the intelligence, and an expression of excitement and joy appeared on his honest face. If the Sand Village falls, all the Mission Commission resources in the border area between the Land of Earth and the Land of Wind will belong to their Uegakure village. Humph, how could such important information as the location of the logistics reserve be obtained so easily from a small ninja squad stationed at the border? Someone wants to use us as a tool. Uniki snorted and slammed the information on the table. This is not difficult to guess. Judging from one's own experience, the location of the Uegakure village's logistical reserves is the village's confidential information that, apart from a few high-ranking officials in the Uegakure village, only the trusted ninja team stationed there knows about it. Father, do you mean that we should not know this information? The honest and kind Huang Tu scratched his head. He was not good at such complicated things. No, we must seize the opportunity that is right in front of us. Uniki stared at the information on the table, turned to look at Akage beside him, and handed the information to him. The blasting team is not allowed to participate in this operation. Send people to sneak into the Sand Village and attack and destroy these locations at night. Tell them to bring detonating tags and try not to use Earth Escape ninjutsu. Onoki gave the instructions in a deep voice, with a sly gleam in his eyes. The Sand Village. A roar echoed through the streets, and the flames were particularly conspicuous in the night. In the Kazekage building, after the mysterious disappearance of the Saname Kazekage and his only grandson, Cho, who had not slept a good night's sleep for a day, had just closed her tired eyelids when she was alerted by the explosion in the village. What happened in the village? Cho walked out of the Kazekage building quickly and stopped an Umbu member who was in a hurry and asked him, Elder Cho, the logistics storage warehouse has just been attacked. The Umbu members are all heading to support. Cho's heart sank when she heard this. Before one crisis is over, another crisis arises. This is the second time this year that the Sand Village's material warehouse has been attacked, the third Kazekage has mysteriously disappeared, and the fiscal deficit. The village is facing more and more problems. When Cho hurriedly arrived, the battle was over. All that remained at the scene were the remains of a burning wreck and the bodies of the attackers. While Cho was squatting on the ground examining the enemy's corpse, Ebizo, who had heard the news, came over after understanding the situation at the scene, and trotted over and asked, did the enemy leave any clues? Cho stood up and shook her head, with a few unactivated detonating tags in her hand. The attackers left no clues to their identity. Looking at the logistical supplies that had been reduced to ruins, the two men's faces turned gloomy. This was undoubtedly a great blow to the already poor village. It's adding insult to injury. The next morning, the top leaders of the Sand Village summoned the village's Jonin and Ninja Clan leaders to prepare for a meeting to elect the fourth Kazekage. If the village continues to be leaderless like this, it will only become a funnel for the enemy to destroy it. Why hasn't anyone arrived after so long? Being punctual is the most basic quality of a ninja. Those who fail to arrive should be considered as having given up voluntarily. Cho had a pair of dark circles under her tired face and said impatiently with a frown on her face. His younger brother Ebizo naturally had no objection, and now that the two most powerful people in the village had expressed their opinions, the meeting to elect the fourth Kazekage began. I support Ye Kang. In previous battles with the Uegakure village, Ye Kang led the team to repel the Uegakure demolition team many times, making great contributions to the village. The power of Scorch Release is obvious to all. The chief of the Yishi clan immediately spoke out to support the leader of his clan. I support Luo Xia. The powerful magnetic escape technique of the Saname Kazekage has already proven his strength to us. Luo Xia is also the bodyguard and disciple of the Saname Kazekage. He may inherit the title of the strongest Kazekage in the future. Moreover, Luo Xia's magnetic escape technique can also extract gold from the desert, alleviating the village's current financial difficulties. The chief of the Sand Waterfall clan also spoke out in support of his own people, and even brought out Luosha's trump card that could make money for the village. Even though Sand Village is poor, it is still one of the top 5 ninja villages in the ninja world. The position of Kazekage is also a popular position in the eyes of everyone. The conference room suddenly became lively. Some people supported Yakang, some supported Luosha, and some ninja clans also pushed up their own outstanding jonin. Of course, there are some who remained silent. Quiet. Everyone, please start voting according to the list. Cho stopped the noisy crowd in the conference room and was about to enter the final voting stage when the door of the conference room suddenly opened and an Umbu walked in. Elder Cho, Elder Ebizo. After the Umbu came in, he glanced at everyone and reported to several elders. The Umbu found the bodies of Furukawa and Shugata in the alley. There were no traces or clues of fighting around. How is it possible? Everyone in the conference room opened their eyes wide when they heard this. Only then did I understand how those who didn't come were not punctual. 2 senior ninjas died in the village without any struggle, and there were no signs or clues of battle left around them. How powerful was the person who killed them? Or was it an acquaintance who committed the crime? These 2 are not ordinary jonin. Their data on completing missions in the village are among the best. Their deaths were so strange, and the timing happened to be when the village was electing the 4th Kazekage? For a moment, the atmosphere in the conference room became silent and depressing. Everyone was wondering which ninja clan was eliminating dissidents in order to compete for the position of Kazekage, or whether someone with a dark mind was thinking about how to eliminate dissidents. Cho and Ebizo, who were experienced and wise, saw the atmosphere in the conference room and naturally understood what they were thinking, and they felt a chill in their hearts. Given the current situation in the village, if people's hearts are disturbed, the consequences are self-evident. The most urgent task is to select the candidate for the 4th Kazekage as soon as possible and make the final decision. Everyone, please continue to vote. Once we are done, the Yondaime Kazekage will be in charge of investigating this matter. Cho and Ebizo looked at each other and said to everyone. The atmosphere in the conference room was dull. In the end, with the support of votes in Cho and the other 2, Raza successfully took on the position of the 4th Kazekage. After the meeting was hastily dispersed, Luosha, several elders and members of the Umbu rushed to the scene where the body was found, but no clues were found at the scene. So this matter came to an end in vain. But the separable human heart will not change because of this. Such an incident occurred, which seemed to be an attempt to eliminate dissidents in order to compete for the position of the 4th Kazekage. In the end, there was no reasonable result for this matter, which made Raza's position as the 4th Kazekage seem unconvincing. There are also some ambitious ninjas who think they are more suitable to be the Kazekage than Raza, and even the families behind them are beginning to get restless. As a result, under the instigation of some people with ulterior motives, the Kingdom of Wind began to become turbulent and civil wars broke out. The country is desolate. Kanaha. News of the unrest in the Wind Kingdom had already spread to the village. While everyone in the village was talking about it at the dinner table, Uchiha Kage had already accelerated the process of mastering the Shadow's Tears, and at the same time, the focus of Ji's training had shifted to the 4-symbol seal. In the eyes of the people of the ninja world, the result of the Third Ninja World War was that countless ninjas were killed and wounded, the interests of the 5 major countries were balanced, and the vitality of the ninja world was severely damaged. But in the eyes of people like him who have read the original work, the most important results are still the blackening of Uchiha Kenji, the conspiracy of Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu, and the fuse of the 4th Ninja World War. He has traveled through time. If the plot is still to follow the original novel, then wouldn't it be a waste for him to be the protagonist? What a bullshit Kamui that can't hide tears. Uchiha Kenji, just be a sandbag for me to practice with. In order to participate in the Third World War in better condition, Uchiha Kage is almost always reading new works by major literary masters in the ninja world every day. Watch it in class, after class, while eating, before going to bed. The news that the Uchiha family had a little Jiraiya spread like wildfire and became a household name in Konoha. Of course, this little Jiraiya is a derogatory term. According to the teacher at the ninja school, this little Jiraiya has been enrolled in school for more than a year, but he has not yet mastered even the most basic 3 body techniques. His academic performance is also at the bottom of the class, and it is even a question whether he can graduate. Due to the great disgrace he brought to the Uchiha clan, his lucky teacher Uchiha Zioneo was also expelled from the guard team. However, Uchiha Koneo was not at all panicked. The serialized works he published had already made a name for himself in the ninja world, and he earned much more than his salary in the guard force. Xiaoying, stop looking at that and check if there are any problems with the new article I'm about to publish. Uchiha Takashige caught him at the door of Uchiha Kage's new house. He snatched Liu Bei's book from Uchiha Kage's hand and stuffed his own manuscript in his. Hey, teacher, I don't like reading this kind of book without color. Uchiha Kage looked at the manuscript in his hand, sighed helplessly, and then flipped through it hastily. The plot created by Uchiha Zioneo is the same as his previous idea, belonging to the series of The Return of the Strong. From the beginning, it reveals a full atmosphere of forcing the king. There are some ideas, but not many. All the elements of his story background are from the ninja world. The protagonist is directly set as the most powerful ninja in the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Madara, who wrote a book called The Return of Shura. Perhaps it was for this reason that he did not dare to add color to the story. After all, if he wrote too much, his family members would come to teach him a lesson. Okay, no problem. Uchiha Kage flipped through the book casually, then changed it back and looked at Uchiha Zioneo, saying, "Have you decided what name to give my little wife? Get out of here. If it's a daughter, I will definitely stay away from you and won't let you even look at her." Uchiha Koneo's face instantly turned black, and he kept cursing as he left. How about Uchiha Milkshake? Uchiha Fruit Pudding is also good, I love them all. Uchiha Kage looked at the back of the apprentice old father as he hurried away, grinned, and shouted loudly to stimulate his fragile heart. Go back to the room and close the doors and windows. After Uchiha Kage adjusted his emotions, he took out the black box containing the Shadow's tears from the system space, frowned and took a small sip. As his spiritual power grew stronger, his efficiency in absorbing shadow tears also increased. His consciousness switched back and forth between the pink subtitle group and the corrosion of the dark minions. When the wildly active spiritual power calmed down, his trance consciousness gradually recovered. Soon, chakra attributes fire, wind, thunder, earth, water, yin, yang, ninjutsu, shadow secret technique, all blades, shadow secret technique, clone, shadow secret technique, demon slash, forbidden secret technique, instant prison, shadow killing array, unlocked, shadow ninjutsu, soul destroying tribulation, unlocked, raise non, shadow secret technique, mutual detonating talisman, omitted, holixi. You've already mastered half of this, why don't you use your ultimate move for me? Oh, the Uchiha Kage shook the black box in his hand with more than half of the shadow's tear left, speechlessly. It will automatically absorb the natural energy in the air to recover. I won't talk about the Shadow Ninja technique, Soul Destroying G. Although it is just G's passive in the game, the name sounds very cool and hipster. It's acceptable if it unlocks slowly, but what about my ultimate move? Where is my signature skill as the Shadow Lord? Look at the skills given by the Golden Finger. Apart from the clone, the other two are throwing shuriken and releasing chakra. These are at most E-level ninjutsu, right? As a protagonist, why is it so difficult for me to become Long Aotian again? The Sand Village. Wind Shadow Building. In the eerily quiet meeting room, several Sunaga Corps high-ranking officials and Ninja Clan leaders with different thoughts gathered here. Squeak as the door of the conference room was pushed open, everyone looked over there at the same time. Looking at Luo Xia, who was dusty and in a miserable state, some people did not hide their contempt and ridicule in their eyes. Lord Fengying, is there any news about the financial allocation from the Daming Prefecture? When exactly? If it's too late, many departments in the village will not be able to operate. By then, the villagers will probably be very disappointed in you. Someone asked. Judging from his expression, he was obviously laughing at Luo Xia. The daimyo was very angry about the chaos in the Land of Wind and was very dissatisfied with the Sand Village. He was only willing to pay 30% of the original financial allocation. If we don't satisfy him and resolve the domestic chaos as soon as possible, we will completely withdraw our support for the Sand Village next year. Luo Xia pinched his brows and pursed his lips and said, "The whole person looks like an eggplant hit by frost and looks listless." When he first took over as the fourth Kaze Kage, he was full of ambition and dreamed of leading the Sand Village to prosperity, but the difficulties and chaos in the village that followed made him exhausted. When he went to the daimyo's mansion to urge for financial allocation, he was embarrassed by the stingy daimyo of the Wind Country and his officials. What? The daimyo Fu is only willing to give 30% of the original amount. Now, everyone in the conference room no longer cared about laughing at Luo Xia. After all, this matter now involved their own interests. Just when there was a chaotic quarrel in the conference room and someone even suggested sending ninjas to teach the daimyo of the Wind Country a lesson and make him learn to be obedient, Cho spoke up. Quiet. Cho stopped everyone and continued speaking only after the meeting room became quiet. Everyone has seen the current situation. If it continues like this, Sand Village will sooner or later fall out of the ranks of the top 5 ninja villages. The village belongs to everyone, and I don't think anyone wants to see such a situation. Those who are behind the scenes and fanning the flames. As long as they stop, I promise on behalf of the village that there will be no investigation or prosecution afterwards. Cho looked serious as she looked at everyone in the conference room. If there weren't a group of people with complicated connections behind the chaos in the Kingdom of Wind, how could one crisis after another continue unresolved for so long? After a series of warnings and promises, the meeting came to an end. After everyone with different thoughts left, Cho, Ebizo and Raza sat down again. Luo Xia, don't be too happy too soon. Even if these people temporarily calm down for their own benefit, there will still be a hidden danger to the village and you. The reason is that you haven't accumulated enough reputation in the village. Cho looked at Luo Xia, whose expression had calmed down a little, and said solemnly. The Saname Kaze Kage disappeared too suddenly, and the village had always had hope in this strongest Kaze Kage, so it did not focus on electing the Kaze Kage at the first opportunity, and ultimately missed the opportunity for a smooth transition. If we look at it in detail, this is also a historical issue. In the Second Shinobi World War, as the defeated country, the Sand Village suffered heavy losses, and the leading figures among the young ninjas were directly cut off, resulting in the lack of a best candidate whose reputation can surpass everyone else. Elder Cho, what do you think we should do? Luo Sha's expression also became serious, and he looked at Cho and asked. The support of Cho and Ebizo played a decisive role in his ascension to the position of Kazekage, and he naturally trusted them both. The best way now is to divert the conflict, to transfer the conflict within the Sand Village to the outside world. This is what I found from the body of the attacker during the last attack on the reserve warehouse. The identity of the enemy is most likely Kanaha, Cho said as she pulled out a few detonating tags from her pocket. The Uegakure village has a demolition team that is good at infiltration and sabotage operations. They also use the more convenient and inconspicuous detonating clay. Detonating tags are basically only used on the battlefield. Of course, we cannot rule out that this was a disguise deliberately made by the Hidden Rock village, but Cho, whose son and daughter-in-law both died at the hands of Kanaha, has a deeper hatred for Kanaha and is more willing to believe that the attackers were people from Kanaha. You mean to declare war on Kanaha? But Luo Sha looked a little hesitant. Kanaha, which had been the victorious nation in the first two Ninja World Wars, had already proven its strength with facts. Naturally, he had no confidence in declaring war on Kanaha when he hadn't even taken the throne of the Kazekage yet. Don't worry. Now that I've said it, I've naturally given it careful consideration. Cho looked at Luosha calmly and continued, Kanaha occupies the land with the richest resources in the ninja world. It is naturally difficult for us to resist it alone. But other villages are all eyeing Kanaha's resources. As long as we take the lead, other villages will not give up the opportunity to get a piece of Kanaha's pie. With the combined strength of the four great ninja villages, even the most powerful Kanaha will be unable to resist. As long as you lead the village to defeat Kanaha, no one will be able to question you. At the same time, the profits gained from Kanaha will also solve the village's financial problems. Cho said. Fire seemed to be brewing in her calm eyes. She knew that anyone in Luo Sha's position would not refuse such a kill two birds option. Can't refuse either. When the Sand Village sent people to propose an alliance to other ninja villages to fight against Kanaha, they immediately agreed and no one refused. However, Luo Sha and his companions also knew that the other ninja villages were only speaking well, and they all had their own ulterior motives in secret. They wanted the Sand Village to take the initiative and tie down Kanaha's large army on the front battlefield, and then they would wait for an opportunity to gain the greatest benefit at the lowest cost. So the Sand Village decided to use civil means first and then military means, to see if they could extort some profit from Kanaha without taking any action. As for excuses, is there a more powerful excuse than the disappearance of the Sandaime Kazekage? Kanaha. Shortly after the three ninjas from the Sand Village swaggered into the Hokage building, the Umbu hurried over to inform Danzo, Utane Koharu, and Mito Kato N. Hiruzen, what do you want us to do? Danzo and his two companions arrived together, glanced at the three Sand Village ninjas in the office, and asked Sarutobi Hiruzen. This is the declaration of war sent by Sand Village, please take a look. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a puff of smoke and handed over the small scroll on the table. Declaration of war? When has the ninja world ever needed something like this during a war? Danzo and the other two were stunned when they heard this. A mocking arc immediately appeared on the corners of their mouths. They took the scroll and began to read its contents. But the more he looked, the more sneer appeared on his face, and the look in his eyes became gloomier. Put the blame of the disappearance of the third Kazekage on Kanaha? Still have to pay huge compensation? Otherwise, will they declare war on Kanaha? Snored. Hiruzen, don't tell me you called us here to agree to these unreasonable conditions. Danzo snorted coldly, threw the scroll to the ground angrily, stared at Sarutobi Hiruzen and asked, is it necessary to call them for such an outrageous request? Wouldn't it be enough to just kill these three sand ninjas? How dare the Sand Village, which was in turmoil not long ago, speak to Kanaha like this? Utane Koharu and Mito Kato En also spoke up, staring at the three Sand Village ninjas in front of them with sparks in their eyes and scolding them, almost eating them. As you can see, Kanaha will never accept such unreasonable accusations and conditions. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head and sent the guest away. In their view, the current actions of the Sand Village are a typical case of shooting 3 times without getting a date, but since it involves war, he simply called Danzo and the other two over. After the 3 Sand Village ninjas left, the 4 of them sat down in the office. The Tsunegakure, which just ended the war, has a lot of money to spend, and they want to make up for it from us. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head and joked, then stopped smiling and became serious. But since this is a war, we must be prepared. Our focus should be on the border of river country. It would be best if we could get direct information about Tsunegakure's movements. The 4 of them discussed in the office for a while and finally decided on a response plan. However, none of them took the threat of war from the Sand Village too seriously and only remained on alert. After all, with the Tsunegakure having just ended the war, it's hard to see why Sarutobi Hiruzen and his gang have the confidence to declare war on Kanaha. Until a few days later. When the news that a large number of Sand Village ninjas had crossed the border and invaded river country reached Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen and his companions finally understood what was going on. Sand Village is serious. Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately dispatched a team to support the ninja troops guarding the border of river country, and ordered them to keep the war out of the country. As for the River Kingdom, which is located on the border between the Wind Kingdom and the Fire Kingdom, they can only consider themselves unlucky that this is a world where the strong prey on the weak, and this is the tragic fate of a small country. The country of Sichuan. Sand Village Frontline Command Center. After leading a large group of ninjas from the village to invade the land of rivers, Razacho and his companions did not rush to attack, but instead ordered the troops to station along the border of the Land of Fire. It aroused the nerves of the ninjas stationed in Konoha's border troops, but they were reluctant to take that crucial step. The entire border was filled with a tense atmosphere of impending war. Elder Cho, Konoha's reinforcements have just arrived at the border. Should we continue to wait? Luo Sha looked at Cho and asked. Having taken over Fengying not long ago, he is still a little immature when dealing with some issues. There are many things he needs to learn humbly, such as battlefield command. The most important thing when dealing with these old foxes is patience. Now it depends on who loses patience first. Send the search team along the border of the Fire Country all the way to the border of the Rain Country to collect logistical supplies, and cause some trouble for Konoha first. Cho looked at the map on the table, the candlelight reflected in her eyes. Once the war with Konoha begins, if other villages fail to join in time, the situation they will face will only be worse. No one wants to make wedding clothes for others. However, if they continue to remain in a stalemate here, it will be meaningless and they will only become clowns in the ninja world, and the chaos in the village that has just been settled will be ignited again. So we need to add fuel to the fire in other villages and let them see the opportunity. If there is no movement from other villages in 7 days, we will start to attack the border of the Land of Fire from a local area and attract Konoha's attention. But we must be careful to control the intensity of the battle and limit our casualties. As Cho spoke, she explained her motivations and purpose for doing so, striving to train Raza to become a qualified Kazekage of the village as quickly as possible. Time flies by. Spend time between. The Land of Rain. This place located at the junction of the Land of Fire, the Land of Earth, and the Land of Wind was originally the most war-torn country in the ninja world. But even the weakest land can give birth to people who love it deeply. During the Second Ninja World War, Hanzo, known as the demigod of the ninja world, appeared out of nowhere and led the Hidden Rain village to fight against the 3 major ninja villages one after another. It was also because of his strength that the 3 major ninja villages stopped bringing the war into the country, leading the country away from the fate of becoming a wasteland. At this time, due to the tense situation before the war between Tsunagakure and Konoha, as well as Tsunagakure's actions of robbing and collecting logistical supplies along the way, countless people living on the border of river country chose to abandon their hometowns and flee into the territory of Rain Country with their families. Under the seemingly never-ending rain, a group of young people wearing red and black windbreaker robes watched from afar the scene of refugees pouring into the Rain Country. Damn it, why do these big countries always want to provoke wars and always use war to destroy other people's homes? Chief, do you think we can really build a world without war? The noisy voices of my companions were in my ears. Yahiko looked at the refugees in the distance, and the light in his eyes became firm. I definitely will. War only brings suffering to people, and there is no other meaning. After saying this, Yahiko walked against the flow of people towards river country. After him, Konan, Nagato, and other war orphans like them quickly followed. With the current strength of the Akatsuki organization composed of war orphans, it is undoubtedly a pipe dream to want to stop the war between the 2 major ninja villages. They are a group of idealists with justice and light in their hearts, but they are not fools. In a war, the casualties in the area that becomes the battlefield are often much greater than the casualties on both sides combined. This is because in addition to the 2 warring parties, many hyenas and monsters who smell the blood will seize the opportunity to jump out and join this feast. After all, murder and arson are truly cost-free businesses. The Akatsuki organization is unable to stop the war between big countries like Tsunagakure and Konoha, but it has no problem dealing with gangsters, bandits, and wandering ninjas. Time flies by in the blink of an eye. Seeing that no other ninja village had taken action yet, the Sand Village finally launched its offensive. Mainly composed of small teams of ninjas, they began to attack the various Konoha defensive positions on the border of the Land of Fire in sections. As the friction between Tsunagakure and Konoha in river country escalates visibly, although it has not yet reached the point of an all-out war, everyone can see that this is not an easy problem to solve, and an all-out war may break out at any time. In order to deal with the war that might break out at any time, Sarutobi Hiruzen had to once again send a ninja force of 1,000 people to the border of river country, and at the same time appointed Danzo, who volunteered to serve as the frontline combat commander and lead the team. When Konoha's attention was all focused on the front line of the battle with Tsunagakure, other villages finally couldn't hold back and joined in. The first to respond was the Uegakure village, which was closest to Sand Village in Konoha. Now that the large forces of Konoha and Tsunagakure are concentrated on the border between River Country and Fire Country, doesn't this give them the best opportunity for a sneak attack? As for the target, it must be the wealthy Konoha. Onoki acted decisively and sent a vanguard of thousands of elite ninjas to quickly invade the Land of Grass and approach the border of the Land of Fire. In order to break through the border of the Fire Nation in one go, they launched a swift offensive. Faced with the all-out offensive of Uegakure right from the start, the small ninja force of Konoha stationed at the border of the Land of Grass could only fight and retreat, relying on the slight advantage of being familiar with the terrain to struggle to block the offensive of Uegakure. But there were always some positions that failed to defend, and for a while, the war was introduced into the border of the Fire Nation. Konoha, Hokage Building. When Sarutobi Hiruzen learned the news, the Konoha frontline defense forces that were blocking the Uegakure offensive had already fallen into a disastrous situation. Onoki is indeed a fox who has become very cunning with age. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the information in his hand with cold eyes. No one expected that while both sides were still using small forces to attack and test each other on the Sand Village front where war was most likely to break out, the Uegakure side actually quietly sent thousands of elite ninja troops to invade the border of the Land of Fire. Fortunately, due to the tense situation on the Sand Village front, Konoha's mission hall had long since stopped accepting mission commissions, and those ninjas who were on missions outside had also returned to the village one after another, so that there was no one available. "Notify Minato to come see me," Sarutobi Hiruzen said to the Umbu in front of him, and before he took the order and left, he added, "Tell him to call G as well." Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes flickered. Even though there is nothing one can do about G, who is often active in the village, he still needs to pay due attention to him. Sarutobi Hiruzen has also seen G's astonishing growth rate. If G is willing to help Konoha fight the enemy on the battlefield, it will be a great help. What does the previous unhappiness between the two sides matter? There's nothing we can do to him anyway, so finding an opportunity to get back some benefits would be a great option. Not long after, the door to the Hokage's office was violently thrown open. "Hey, Lao Deng, if you have to fart, do it now." Ji walked in carelessly, pulled out a chair and sat down. Seeing this, Minato, who was standing behind him, twitched his mouth. He awkwardly put down his hand that was about to knock on the door and walked in as well. "Hokage-sama, what do you want from me?" Minato asked seriously. There is a tense atmosphere in Konoha village right now as war is approaching, and it is obvious that Sarutobi Hiruzen called him here for something very important. The Forward Defense Force reported that the Hidden Rock Village has launched a massive attack on the border of the Land of Fire through the Land of Grass. The war situation has deteriorated and support is urgently needed. I have decided that you will be in charge of leading the team to provide support. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Minato and said solemnly. Compared to the Sand Village where the civil war has just ended, the front line of the battle with the Uegakure village is undoubtedly more difficult and more dangerous, but if the Uegakure can be defeated, the military merits and fame gained will be greater. He naturally understood the purpose of Danzo's active response to the war, so he wanted to train someone more suitable than Danzo to become Hokage. Minato has everything including character, image and strength. The only thing where he is slightly inferior to Danzo and Orochimaru is fame, and the battlefield happens to be the most suitable place to accumulate fame. I understand. I will definitely live up to your trust. Minato responded solemnly, and from the look in his eyes that showed nothing but determination, it was obvious that he did not understand the implication of Sarutobi Hiruzen's words. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked into Minato's eyes and without explaining to him, he turned to look at Zed again. Konoha is now facing a dangerous situation of fighting on two fronts. If you are willing to join the battlefield and help Konoha repel the enemy, we will not pursue the matter of you stealing the Book of Seals and the secret techniques of the pig, deer, and butterfly tribes afterwards. What? What did you say? G's face changed and he immediately glared at Sarutobi Hiruzen. What do you mean by stealing? I am a member of the Uchiha, Senju, Nara, Yamanaka, Akimichi. Clan. What's wrong with me learning some of my own ninjutsu? Why don't you call my dear clan leader and clan members over and ask them if they have any objections? Is it necessary for an outsider like you to come here and sow discord between our family matters? When G caught Sarutobi Hiruzen, he started spitting at him. He has taken ninjutsu as his surname. What else do you want from him? Well, it seems that the Uchiha clan has not been robbed. Minato scratched his head in confusion and came over to ask. Oh, I'll go steal a pair of Sharinan and put them on in a couple of days. Or how about one Byakugan and one Sharinan? The last name Hyaga seems to be a good one too, G said without any hesitation. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Minato. The office was silent for a moment. Sarutobi Hiruzen also realized that it was impossible for him to get something for free here, so he could only show his sincerity. It can be considered that Konoha is hiring you. Based on your contribution to the battle, Konoha will pay you a corresponding reward. For a Jonin level enemy, you will be paid 10 million Ryo, and for a Chunin level enemy, you will be paid 3 million Ryo. Sarutobi Hiruzen said. This is considered a common practice in the ninja world. Many ninjas from small countries and some powerful wandering ninjas would concentrate their forces to form ninja organizations and be hired in wars between countries. but it is hard to say what their professional ethics are like. Therefore, in the war among the 5 major ninja villages, hired ninjas rarely appeared. An hour after Minato and Zed came out of the Hokage's office, a ninja force of 1,000 people gathered and set off in a mighty manner through the Konoha Gate. Zed, who was standing with Minato's team, looked at the team behind him. There were many people he knew, but only a few of them had names in the original work. The first one is Shisui, who is only half a year older than him. Shisui, who has already passed his 7th birthday, has opened the Uchiha family's bloodline limit in Sharingan due to the death of his father, and he has double Megatama. The next is Ui Shinku and his daughter, Ui Kurane, who will be known as the Little Widow of Konoha in the future. As for Asuma Sarutobi, who was in the same class as Kurane Ui, he had been arranged by his father Sarutobi Hiruzen to train in the Fire Temple, which guards the daimyo's mansion. It's a bit sad, but understandable. After all, human nature is selfish, of course, except for licking dogs, because licking dogs do not understand human nature. The atmosphere of the advancing team was quiet and depressing, even the lively Obito was also silent. After all, no one could guarantee that they could come back alive from the battlefield. What are you looking at? I can't give you my Sharingan. Obito noticed Zed's gaze and immediately hid in Minato's direction alertly. G looked at Obito in confusion. When he saw the helpless smile on Minato's face, he instantly realized that Obito had known what he had said in the Hokage's office. Tisk tisk, who would care about your eyes when you are an idiot who can't even beat a clone of my shadow clone? G smacked his lips in disgust, then pointed his lips in the direction of Shisui and said, "See, I opened the double Megatama at the age of 7. No one wants someone like you even if you give it away for free." If it were before, he might have some ideas about Obito and Shisui's Sharingan, but now, sorry, the original ones are better. Konoha Sand Village Frontline. With the entry of the Uegakure village, the intensity of the Tsunagakure's attack also increased, and the number of casualties on both sides also gradually increased. Konoha Front Command Center. Danzo sat in the tent, looking at the sand table map in front of him, the fire of ambition burning in his eyes. Danzo has been unable to get over the fact that he lost the position of Hokage due to his momentary cowardice. What others see as a bloody battlefield is now the best step to gain fame and ascend to the position of Hokage in his eyes. Especially when he heard the news that Konoha's frontline defense forces were retreating on the battlefield between Konoha and Uegakure village, Danzo became more determined to fight a quick victory on the Sand Village battlefield. Only in this way can he move the battlefield faster and accumulate the highest military exploits and reputation on the battlefield. So shortly after Danzo arrived at the front line, Konoha changed its previous defensive stance and began to take the initiative to attack. The frontline battlefield between Konoha and Tsunagakure fell into decay in the blink of an eye. On the long battle line, both sides had to carry away many corpses from various positions every day. Forest position number 69 near the Rain Country. Uchiha Koneo and 2 ninjas from the clan who had become familiar with each other were sitting on a branch on a cliff. With the cover of leaves and the terrain, the enemy's motives can be observed in a concealed position. "Hey, Karasuke, there are so many people in the clan, why was I chosen?" Uchiha Zioneo sighed with a dejected look on his face and asked towards the bushes beside him. He didn't like fighting in the first place, and since he was about to become a father, he naturally hated taking part in such dangerous things. There were clearly a bunch of fanatics rushing to the clan meeting, so why did they let an honest man like him win the prize? I hope the war will end sooner rather than later. Uchiha Karasuke held the ninja sword, looked at the Sand Village's defense line in the distance, and said indifferently. Another Uchiha Jonin leaned against a tree board, listening to the conversation of the two with his ears perked up. Suddenly, he noticed something strange, and the 3 Magatama Sharingan suddenly appeared in his eyes, and he looked towards the dense forest under the cliff. "Something's happening," the Uchiha Jonin shouted at the 2 men. With the powerful motion capture of his Sharingan, he clearly saw several puppets climbing up the branches of the dense forest under the cliff quietly and silently. Fire style, great fireball technique. The Uchiha Jonin instantly formed seals with his hands, opened his mouth and spit out a huge fireball at the puppets in the dense forest below. When he shouted, the puppet's master knew that he had been discovered and controlled the puppet to fight back. The puppet opened its strange mouth and shot dense poisonous needles towards the people on the cliff. Unfortunately, after falling into the fireball, it quickly melted and nothing was left. Damn it, Konoha's bloodline ninja is really hard to deal with. The Tsunagakure puppeteer with a cloth wrapped around his face cursed inwardly. Since a sneak attack doesn't work, a strong attack will work too. In front of the Sand Village position, Yakang was not upset when he saw that the people he arranged failed to succeed in the sneak attack. That it was just an idle move, so it would not be a big problem if it failed. Attack, let Konoha see the strength of our Sand Village. After Yakang finished speaking to the Sand Village ninja beside him, he took the lead and rushed towards Konoha's position. Afterwards, the Sand Village ninjas also followed in a large number. Scorch release Master Yakang, the Sand Village is trying to use our position as a breakthrough point. When the Uchiha Jonin saw Yakang's figure and the nearly 100 ninjas under the cliff, his face immediately turned ugly. Perhaps because of their geographical location, Danzo didn't pay much attention to their position, that there was only their team of ninjas on guard nearby, and they were obviously unable to resist the aggressive Sand Village. Once these Sand Village ninjas break through here and enter the Land of Fire, it will be unlikely for them to launch a surprise attack on the frontline forces from behind, but the logistical supplies of Kana will most likely be in danger. Hurry up, we must pass the information here to the frontline headquarters. The Uchiha Jonin analyzed the situation briefly in his mind and made a decision. Uchiha Koneo and Uchiha Karasuke naturally had no objection. After hearing the order, they shot shurikens at the Sand Village ninjas who were approaching rapidly from the bottom of the cliff, and then turned around and retreated. How could we let you go back and report the news? Yakang looked at the backs of the three people and sneered. She quickly formed seals with her hands, and while she was still in the air, several orange fireballs appeared around her and chased after the three people. Burning, escape, oversteaming and killing. Yakang controlled the fireball and chased after the three people at an extremely fast speed. Wherever the fireball passed, the moisture in the trees along its path was instantly evaporated, leaving only a wisp of shriveled rotten wood. Some bloodline ninjas' dominance on the battlefield can reach inhuman levels. Sensing the scorching air wave rapidly approaching from behind, the Uchiha Jonin leading the team felt a little panicked. Although he has opened the 3 Magatama Sharingan and has firmly entered the ranks of Jonin, there is still a gap in strength between Jonin. The 3 Magatama Sharingan gave him powerful motion capture capabilities and powerful illusions that were hard to defend against. But in the ninja world, especially at the Jonin level, there are very few fools who dare to look directly into the Sharingan during a battle. Illusions were of no use, not to mention the powerful motion capture capabilities. When they were at a disadvantage in both strength and numbers, stopping meant death. Shadow Clone Technique. While running, Uchiha Jonin formed seals with his hands, and a shadow clone appeared beside him accompanied by light mist. Then, the shadow clone changed direction without hesitation. Fire Style, Great Fire Dragon Technique. The shadow clone spit out a huge fire dragon towards the several burning fireballs coming from behind. The fire dragon opened its huge mouth and swallowed the fireballs in one gulp. Everyone thought it had taken the attack, but who knew that in the next second, an even more terrifying temperature would erupt from the fire dragon's body. Boom! The horrific explosion directly turned the fire dragon into gorgeous fireworks. The violent scorching air waves hit the surroundings, turning the shadow clones and the surrounding trees into charred powder. Yakang's scorching fireball can not only quickly evaporate the enemy's moisture with high temperature, but its explosive power is also not inferior to Uegakure's demolition team. Wind Style, Air Flow. The aftermath of the explosion had not yet dissipated when the combined wind escape technique of the Sand Village side quickly broke through the flames. The terrifying airflow left visible traces in the air and rapidly approached the three Uchiha tribes. I can't hide anymore. Earth Escape, Earth Flow Wall. X2. The leading Uchiha Jonin and Uchiha Karasuke quickly stopped, formed seals quickly, and pressed their hands on the ground. Suddenly, two thick earth walls rose from the ground, blocking the strong wind. Stupid Uchiha Zioneo doesn't know defensive ninjutsu. A sharp cutting sound was heard. The earth wall, which looked very solid, could not hold out for even a moment in the raging wind and was torn into pieces as easily as paper. Amid the flying dust, a group of Sand Village quickly approached, and then controlled the wind attribute chakra to quickly blow away the dust. What? Where are the people? After seeing the situation clearly inside, all the Sand Hidden Guardians exclaimed in surprise and doubt. Even though the wind escape technique they jointly performed was very powerful, it wouldn't be enough to instantly destroy the enemy to ashes, right? This isn't the bloodline elimination dust release from the neighboring Uegakure village. Over there, Yakang was the first to notice the figure standing on a tree branch not far away. As he spoke, several burning fireballs were shot towards the target. Scorch release. Wind attribute chakra plus fire attribute chakra. G stood on a tree branch, muttering as he watched the burning fireball flying towards him. The shadow under him extended three thick tentacles, which entangled the three Uchiha clan members respectively. The next second, G's eyes suddenly changed. One pupil turned into a blood-red pupil like a broken glass mirror, with light reflected in it, like a real kaleidoscope of colors. The other pupil was a white pupil as pure as snow. Of course, the Byakugan is a magic spell, mainly because the heterochromia makes him look cooler. Chuyunibiya plus grouping. In order to obtain a powerful Mangekyo Sharingan, the protagonist of the book he reads every day has abnormal abilities such as smashing Walieto. Unfortunately, the process of opening his Mangekyo Sharingan was so smooth, he just opened and closed his eyes and it was done after waking up from a sleep. He only discovered it when he saw it in the mirror while washing and brushing his teeth the next day. The abilities contained in both Mangekyo Sharingan are called 8 meanings, but there are slight differences between the left and right eyes. The basic abilities of both Mangekyo Sharingan are to perfectly control one's own mental power. The difference is that the left eye acts outside the body. The ability of the host is to connect the mental power with the target, to achieve same frequency, and to be able to peek into the other party's inner thoughts, but it only has a single target effect. The right eye acts within the body, and its host ability is to perfectly combine mental strength and physical strength to achieve absolute concentration in will, and the eye of truth that can ignore the effects of illusions. The Hayagov family's white eyes, how could it be? He stole the Byakugan from the Hyuga clan. What's the other one? Why does it look so much like the Sharingan? The three Uchiha clan members captured the changes in Ji's pupils from the side and were filled with doubts. They knew the Byakugan of the Hyuga family, but since the Mangekyo Sharingan had not appeared in the clan for a long time, they could not recognize it when it appeared before them. Ji raised his arm slightly and released two different attributes of chakra, fire and wind, from his palm at the same time. His pupil power controlled the outward mental power to forcibly blend the two attributes of chakra. Is the fusion too rough? Ji wrinkled his eyes slightly, realizing that the chakra ball that he had forcibly mixed in his palm was about to run wild, and he immediately controlled his mental power to launch it towards the oncoming scorching fireball. Boom! The flames of the explosion once again separated the two sides. Run in the direction of the rain country. I'll cover you. 3 lives for 3 million taels. Remember to settle the bill when you get back. While the heat wave was still there, Ji turned around, put down the three Uchiha people, looked at Uchiha Zioneo and said, "Brother Ji, I will definitely give you the money after I get back, but if we take a detour through the rain country, it will delay the time to report the news." Uchiha Koneo was originally just feeling lucky that the bodyguard hired for him by his students was really capable, but after seeing the crazy looks from his two companions, he spoke with some embarrassment. Even though the high-ranking officials of Konoha looked for opportunities to suppress them, the Uchiha clan still had deep feelings for Konoha and would actively protect it. After all, this is also the home they live in. This is obviously an omission in the deployment of the frontline commander. If you think you can escape and report the news under the pursuit of nearly 100 elite ninjas from Sand Village, go ahead. Ji rolled his eyes at them and ignored them. The Sand Village on the opposite side obviously concentrated the elite spearhead troops except for those on the front battlefield. He can help them because of their good relationship, but if you insist on dying, then there is nothing he can do. After all, he followed Uchiha Takashige to the Sand Village battlefield not just to protect him. Danzo has been hiding all day, and now he finally comes out. How can we not seize the opportunity to send him off, give him salvation? Ji from the Sand Village battlefield came here with a mission, and he can't die in a bloody battle with the Sand Village. The heat wave caused by the explosion was quickly blown away by the Sand Village ninjas. When the Sand Village approached again, the three Uchiha tribes quickly made a choice under the pressure of the crisis, gritted their teeth and broke through in the direction of the rain country. The Sand Village ninja looked at the backs of the three Uchiha men and did not send anyone to chase them. As an elite force that broke into the enemy's rear, they valued quick battles and quick decisions. By the time these three men made a circle and sent back the message, they had already completed their mission and retreated. Teams 3 and 4 stay here, and the rest of you quickly clear the way ahead and head to the mission location. Yakang gave the order calmly, leaving only 5 people from the Sand Village behind him, while the rest of the large force quickly poured into the territory of the Land of Fire. Quick victory! Yakang said this, and approached Ji again with several burning fireballs around him. The other 5 Sand Village ninjas who stayed behind were all puppeteers, apparently to avoid being accidentally injured by the dangerous scorch release. They released their puppets one after another, launching disruptive attacks on Ji from medium and long distances. In an instant, there were more than a dozen figures besieging Ji on the field. 8 meanings and in Ji's pupils, which were like broken glass mirrors, Yakang's figure was reflected one after another. He instantly entered the same frequency and controlled her inner thoughts. Afterwards, every fierce attack by Yakang would be predicted by Ji in advance and narrowly avoided. Even when Ji was dealing with the puppet masters around him, Yakang's attacks never worked. What a shame, in front of me, the puppeteer is the most useless being. There was a hint of annoyance on Ji's brow. The various tricks used by these puppet masters were indeed a bit too disgusting. The next moment, when thousands of poison needles and flaming water guns were about to hit him, an inky black skeleton rose up around Ji and blocked all the attacks. The third power, Susanoo. What is this? All the attacks were blocked. The puppeteers around him saw that their attacks had no effect at all, and their faith collapsed immediately. They muttered with dull expressions. Scorch escape, oversteaming kill. Yakang, whose attacks had been ineffective, gave up his usual offensive and directly used a large-scale OAE attack. Yakang shouted. The scorching fireballs around the body began to gather together rapidly, forming a large fireball with extremely unstable aura that flew towards Ji's Susanoo skeleton. Ji, who was in the same frequency with him, had expected this. With the crazy influx of eye power and chakra, half of Susanoo's skeleton quickly grew flesh and blood and was covered with a layer of light armor. Boom! A violent explosion was heard, and thick smoke and dust directly obscured the figure of Susanoo. After seeing the explosion in front of them, those puppet masters whose faith had collapsed also felt a glimmer of hope in their hearts again. But soon, a pitch-black arm stretched out and dispersed the smoke and dust in front of them, and the Sand Village puppeteers could also see the scene inside clearly. Such an attack couldn't break his defense. Captain Yakang's move is powerful enough to threaten the tailed beasts. The Sunaga Corps puppeteers screamed in disbelief. If even Yakang's attack can't break the enemy's defense, what can they do? A very powerful attack. Ji looked at the Susanoo whose armor and flesh had been torn apart, leaving only a layer of skeleton, and he didn't think about repairing it. Susanoo is still the most suitable for bullying those stupid people who use cold weapons like kunao. You go first. Yakang frowned and shouted to the Sand Village puppet masters behind him. In the ninja world, it is not uncommon for people to betray their companions in order to survive or to sacrifice themselves for their companions. The so-called spirit of sacrifice and dedication can not only be cultivated by the will of fire instilled in Konoha since childhood, it's just that few people talk about it often. This kind of person is either stupid or evil. Master Yakang, you. The Tsunagakure puppeteers were somewhat hesitant. Hurry up, this is to complete the village's mission, Yakang reprimanded sternly. The puppet masters of Tsunagakure then turned around and left quickly. Ji watched with interest from the side, but did not chase after him. As a time traveler, he has some sense of belonging to Konoha, but it's really not much, especially when he knows that the Uchiha clan extermination night will happen in the future. His sense of belonging to Konoha becomes even weaker. Ultimately, it's just a selfish character. Just like he felt a sense of belonging to the Uchiha clan because there were beautiful girls in the clan, and he felt a sense of belonging to the Hyuga clan because, this will have to wait. Just like now, he found that he could have a sense of belonging to Tsunagakure. Yakang was always on guard against Ji and did not launch an attack rashly. He only felt relieved after all the puppet masters of Tsunagakure ran away. Well, now it's just our time together. Ji put away Susanoo, supported his head with one hand, tilted his head to look at Yakang, and said with a smile, "Beautiful Miss Yakang, are you interested in studying the breeding of double bloodline ninjas with me?" Ha! As soon as Yakang's puzzled expression appeared, it was replaced by a frown. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and a cold voice squeezed out from between his teeth, "You can try it. Being a ninja is not a respectable profession." On the battlefield, captured ninjas often had to endure inhuman torture, and they would almost want to torture them until their teeth were broken to find out about their experiences since they were breastfed. In her eyes, Ji's words were undoubtedly a mockery of her. Yakang rushed towards Ji with a nimble figure, attacking in various ways and angles using the burning fireball combined with physical skills. Unfortunately, her thoughts were completely transparent to Ji. No matter how she attacked, she could hardly hurt Ji at all. Bang! Every time they passed each other, the solid shadow tentacles were like tough whips, separating from Yakang as soon as they touched him, leaving only a crisp sound in the air. In less than 5 minutes, Yakang's cheeks turned red with embarrassment, as if water was about to drip out. "You, shameless!" After another crisp sound, Yakang took the initiative to distance himself from Ji. His breathing was disordered, his bulging chest heaved violently, and he stared at Ji with his eyes, as if fire was about to spit out of them. Considering the ninja's tolerance to pain, this injury is obviously nothing, but the injury is in the wrong place, and he was being teased by his opponents the whole time. How can this be called shameless? There is a saying in our hometown that if you see a woman you like, you should knock her out with a stick, carry her back to the cave and she will be your wife. I feel sorry for my wife and can't bear to leave her. Beat with a stick. Ji spread his hands with an innocent look on his face, but the smile on his lips was harder to suppress than the recoil of an AK. My kaleidoscope ability is simply amazing. It's like turning on a love strategy aid. I am the poor one. Woo-hoo! Ji looked at Yakang in front of him, whose face was full of shame and whose legs were trembling, and his eyes rolled around. Although I really want to snatch her back and make her my wife, what else can I do except make her drool? Why? Since I can't get her body, getting her heart first is also a great joy. When my beloved wife Yakang was betrayed by the village leaders and became a victim of interests, and she was disheartened and hopeless, I stood up and offered my warm arms. Quack quack! Several Sand Village puppeteers who had left earlier were quickly moving through the dense forest, chasing the main force along the planned route, when they suddenly noticed unusual movements from behind. Captain Yakang was defeated so quickly. Several puppeteers felt nervous, looked at each other, and quickly hid in the tree canopies on both sides. But when they saw the other person clearly, their nervous mood turned into joy. "Captain Yakang, did you defeat that guy?" Several puppeteers asked in surprise. This mission can also eliminate a powerful enemy of Konoha, which is definitely the icing on the cake. Focus on the mission, our actions are very important. Yakang shook his head and said with a serious expression. Although she was troubled, she knew that as the leading ninja of this mission, she could not show such emotions in front of her companions. Now, Sand Village is completely suppressed by Konoha on the front battlefield, and is relying entirely on the poison researched by Eldercho to hold on to the defense line. If this continues, it is not impossible for Konoha to break into the Kingdom of Wind. Their mission is very important, and if they succeed this time, they can buy the village at least a month of buffer time. The robbery didn't delay them for long, and after trying their best to catch up with the main force quickly, Yakang and his companions. Everyone, divide into 2 teams. One team will follow me to destroy Konoha's frontline logistics storage warehouse, and the other team will destroy Konoha's subsequent supply routes along the way. After the mission is successful, evacuate according to the planned route. The tent of Konoha Tsunagakure frontline headquarters. Danzo, who had just withdrawn from the front line, had just picked up his bowl and chopsticks and hadn't even taken a bite when he heard the news that the Sand Village attacked and destroyed the frontline logistics reserve warehouse. He was so angry that he covered the rice on the table. How dare they, a mere sand village, attack our Konoha's logistics storage warehouse? Danzo's face instantly turned red, and his cold eyes seemed to be spewing fire. He has always been the one to scheme against others, but he didn't expect to get his eyes pecked by a goose while hunting geese all day. This time, the Sand Village played a trick on him. It is obvious that if we just work harder and give him a little more time, the war in Tsunagakure will be over. Send someone back to the village to inform the front line of the situation and urge the follow-up supplies to be delivered as soon as possible. Danzo put the rice back into the bowl and said without looking up. Fortunately, Konoha is a large and powerful family, and can fully bear this logistical loss. Just at this moment, a ninja walked into the tent. Master Danzo, the supply lines along the way have been severely damaged by the Sand Village. It will take some time to repair them, the Konoha ninja reported. Danzo gritted his teeth and yelled angrily. This time he was in no mood to eat at all. If you follow me back to the village, aren't you afraid that I will tell everyone about you? You'll be in danger then. Yakang was traveling quickly in the desert against the flying sand. When he saw the shadow of the Sand Village appear in his sight, he said with a heavy heart. Because they successfully completed the mission, although they were unable to reverse the situation in the village, the pressure on the front line was indeed relieved a lot. The reason she returned to the village this time was because the top leaders of Tsunagakure sent a message saying that there was a secret mission for her that was very important to the village. Although Ji did not obstruct their actions during this mission, she still felt heavy in her heart to bring a powerful ninja who was unknown to the enemy back to the village to accept a secret mission. Don't worry, as long as the people in your village don't provoke me, I won't attack them. Ji hid in the shadow of Yakang behind him, admiring her exquisite back, slender waist and hips with a happy mood. As for the worries in Yakang's heart, he naturally understood them clearly as he was in the same frequency as Yakang. In order to take care of Yakang's wife's feelings, he did not use any harsh force on the Sand Village puppeteer who had attacked him before, so how could he fail here? In the end, Yakang had no choice but to believe what Ji said and entered the Sand Village with heavy steps. Walking in silence on the street, Yakang, with something on his mind, was in no mood to pay attention to the two hawkers calling out their wares. It was not until they were almost approaching the Kaze Cage building that a gentle smile suddenly appeared on Yakang's face. Xiao Wan, you've been waiting for a long time. Yakang half knelt down, supported one who excitedly threw herself into her arms, and gently stroked her head, with a touch of maternal glow on her face. Ji, who was also a war orphan like Wan, was delighted and wanted to hug the big sister. Teacher. Wan buried her little head in Yakang's chest, greedily sniffing the scent that made her nostalgic and at peace. After a while, she raised her head and looked at Yakang with expectant eyes. Teacher, can you spend more time with me practicing this time when you come back? You kid. Yakang looked at Wan's expectant and nostalgic eyes. Although he wanted to agree, the secret mission that the top leaders said was very important to the village was obviously more important. Yakang could only put his promise aside for later. He rubbed Wan's head and said, when I finish my mission in the village and come back, I will definitely spend more time with you. Okay, teacher, we have a deal. The look of disappointment flashed across Wan's expectant face, and he quickly smiled at Yakang. Yakang waved at her and walked towards the Kaze Cage building. This little girl is also quite suitable to be a concubine. Ji, who was hiding in the shadows, said in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Shut up. The corner of Yakang's eye twitched, the smile on his face tightened instantly, and he squeezed out two words from between his teeth. Hey, think about it carefully. I have the Uchiha clan's Sharinan in my left eye, the Hyuga clan's Byakugan in my right eye, and I also have the clan secrets of the Senju and Inoshikajo in my hands. Konoha can't do anything to me. My dear Yakang, you don't want the Sand Village to be destroyed by me, do you? Ji detected Yakang's dangerous intention of getting people to beat him up, so he quickly analyzed the pros and cons and threatened him. Yakang calmed down and tried hard to suppress his heaving chest. He walked into the Fengying building with a stern face. Ji was also brought in the shadow. After opening the Mangekyo Sharinan, his illusion ability became even stronger, and he was also better at concealing his own aura. He was not worried at all that he would be discovered by the Sand Village. Kazekage-sama. Yakang pushed open the door of Fengying's office and walked in. Yakang, thank you for your hard work on this mission. When Luosha heard the voice, he put down the documents in his hand, looked up at Yakang to comfort him, and then his face became serious. As you know, the situation on the front line is not optimistic for the village. Now I have a very important task for you. We urgently need help from other villages to relieve the pressure on the Sand Village front. After secret contacts among the top leaders in recent days, the Mist Village has agreed to form an alliance with us and promised to send troops to attack Konoha. Luosha handed a scroll of information to Yakang and said solemnly, you need to deliver this confidential information in person to the top leaders of the hidden Mist Village. Having just come down from the front line, she was naturally aware of the grim situation in Tsunagakure, and she was more concerned about this task that could solve the problems currently facing the village. After Yakang left, Luosha looked at her back, with an intriguing smile on the corner of his mouth. After the Uegakure village joined the battlefield, he had already seen the huge gap in strength between Tsunagakure and Konoha. Even if Konoha fought on two fronts, he could hardly see any hope of Tsunagakure winning. In that case, why not use the hands of his enemies to eliminate those who disobey him and pose a threat to his position as Kazekage? Among the ninjas on the front line of Sand Village now, a large number of them are ninjas from those families who coveted the position of Kazekage and secretly tripped him up. As for Yakang's diligence and loyalty to the village, so what? After the defeat in the war against Konoha, his position as Kazekage will definitely be shaken, and Yakang will be the most likely to replace him at that time. It just so happened that Yakang had a deep feud with the Hidden Mist Village on the battlefield of the Second Ninja World War. Use her to exchange for an entrance ticket to the Hidden Mist Village and completely muddy the waters of the Ninja World. By then, he may be able to lead the Hidden Sand Village to gain some benefits and completely consolidate his position. This was decided and agreed upon by the Tsunagakure high-level meeting. Because he cared about the village, Yakang set off in a hurry after receiving the task. Even if the water route is faster, it will take at least a week to take a boat south to reach the Hidden Mist Village. Konoha Uegakure Front Battlefield. Compared to the Sand Village where people are constantly testing and passively upgrading their battlefield, the Uegakure is undoubtedly more decisive. Before Konoha could react, the vanguard of thousands of Uegakure ninjas had already rushed to the border of the Land of Fire and launched a fierce attack. On the last defensive position on the Konoha border, the frontline commander of the Konoha Defense Force, Minura Yeju, led a team of only 4 people including him, and firmly nailed it on the position. There are estimated to be 50 enemies. Miyakin Yejuan poked his dusty head out from behind the rock wall and observed the enemies outside. Then he looked at his companions and encouraged them. Everyone hold on, Minato Jonin has already led the reinforcements 2 days ago. We will definitely be able to get the reinforcements. Whether they believed it or not, the surrounding Konoha ninjas were secretly cheering themselves up. After all, they had to hold on to the glimmer of hope in this desperate situation. Haha, I found you. Earth release, Earth release. A burst of laughter was heard among the Uegakure ninjas. Then, the rock wall in front of Konoha's position suddenly cracked, the ground shook violently, and large pieces of rubble scattered around the 4 people. As the rock wall's defense line cracked, the 4 people from Konoha were completely exposed to the eyes of the Uegakure ninjas. Are you the only ones left, rats of Konoha? The leader of the Uegakure Jonin, Taoshi Ren, looked at Minura Yejuan and the other 3 and grinned. The surrounding Uegakure ninjas stared at the 4 people with smiles on their faces. They had been attacking for so long, and Konoha's frontline defense forces were finally about to be wiped out. Earth-style, rock cannon technique. After an Uegakure ninja spat out a stone that kept growing bigger and like a solid cannonball towards Minura Yejuan and the other 3, the rest of the Uegakure ninjas rushed forward as if they had received an order. Hold on, support will be here soon. Miyakin Yejuan looked solemn. He shouted to his companions around him, holding a kunao and ready to fight the enemy. He actually didn't know where the support troops were or when they would arrive. Maybe all he needed was an excuse to keep going. But even if he could force himself to cheer up, several days of hard resistance had left his body exhausted. Before he could move 2 steps, his legs went limp. Is it going to end? Miyakin Yejuan murmured. At this moment, time slowed down in his eyes and everything in front of him seemed to stop. But the next second, when he used his hands to support his fallen body, the time around him resumed flowing, and a yellow flash appeared on the field in the blink of an eye. Those hideous enemies fell one after another after the yellow flash appeared. Konoha's support is here. Miyakin Yejuan was stunned for a moment, then his face lit up with joy and he exclaimed. As he exclaimed, the ninjas from the Konoha support force who had fallen behind also appeared in sight one after another. This is not a dream. They successfully held out until support arrived. Tisk, hitchhiking is really useful. The moment Minato appeared on the field, Zed emerged from his shadow and joined him on the battlefield. But he has a wife, Ben, a money-eating beast, to save. Several solid shadow tentacles danced wildly around his body, and as he quickly passed in front of the Uegakure ninja, the tentacles were always able to pierce the enemy's vital points in time, and his speed was no slower than Minato's. After all, he didn't need to pause to throw the sword of ninja love. Let that man go, let me do it. When Ji saw that an Uegakure ninja actually blocked Minato's flying thunder god attack, his eyes suddenly shot out a creepy light. It's 10 million taels. Ji directly gave up the other gold coins and rushed towards the Uegakure Jonin. At the same time, his eyes quickly turned red and white, and he entered the state of Chuyunibiu. 8 meanings and more. Countless figures of the Uegakure Jonin were immediately reflected in Ji's shattered glass mirror Mangekyo Sharinan, capturing all of his inner thoughts. As long as the difference in strength between the 2 sides is not big, this is the magic skill of never losing in single combat. Earth Escape Yellow Spring Marsh. After narrowly escaping Minato's attack, Dong's Siren was extremely nervous that he noticed that Ji was approaching him quickly, so he immediately formed hand seals and used ninjutsu to stop him. It was a pity that what he was thinking was completely transparent to Ji. A second before the quagmire appeared, Ji had already changed lanes and dodged it, and then approached rapidly with undiminished momentum. Clang, clang. Dong Si Ren raised his ninja sword and quickly blocked the stabbing shadow tentacle. Whenever he wanted to turn from defense to offense, the shadow tentacles would always force him to have no choice at an extremely tricky angle, and he would struggle in the rhythm of Ji's attacks. Finally, when he used his sword to block a tentacle that was stabbing from his side, the cold fist blade had already pierced through his heart. Red and black blood gushed out of Dong Si's mouth, and he looked at Ji with confusion. Such a weak fight even reminded him of the time when he was a child training with his father, where he was completely beaten. Maybe it's because I'm the smart one and you're the dumb one. Ji drew out his fist blade swiftly and spoke in a calm voice. At the same time, a pleasant voice inexplicably sounded in his heart. Ding, Alipe has received 10 million taels. Dong Siren's pupils quickly dilated and his lips were still trembling slightly. I don't know if it's because I'm angry or because I'm angry. After dealing with the Uegakure Jonin, Ji turned around and joined the battle again. After snatching several heads from the Konoha support troops that arrived one after another, this position was completely pacified. Is that the Byakugan of the Hyuga family? The other one I haven't seen before also looks like the Uchiha family sharing on. As soon as the battle stopped, the surrounding Konoha ninjas began to whisper about the eyes that Ji showed in front of them for the first time, with hatred that was difficult to conceal in their eyes. The theft of Konoha's Book of Sealing and the secret techniques of the Ino, Deer, and Jo clans had already made all Konoha ninjas dissatisfied. Fortunately, when Ji fought with the Konoha ninja, he was very restrained and there were no casualties. Since they had no way to deal with him, they had no choice but to bury their dissatisfaction deep in their hearts. But now, Konoha's organic bloodline limits have begun to be stolen and robbed by Ji. There must be casualties among the villagers behind this, but they don't have any means to deal with Ji. Your eyes. Minato also looked at Ji in the field solemnly. He was about to ask, but then he changed his mind. Given how much the Hyuga clan values the Byakugan, they would have made a fuss if their Byakugan was taken away. The Uchiha clan has never seen anything like this before with their Sharingan. Think about the mission to find Tsunade and return to the village. During the journey, everyone was pretending to be ordinary, but he wanted to be unique. Is it an illusion? Minato asked out loud, feeling relieved. They have gotten along very well over the past year or so, and he often invites Ji to his home. If the other party endangers his fellow villagers for the sake of bloodline limit, he really doesn't know how to deal with it. Ji smiled non-committally. Illusion. Zihi Shinku in the crowd murmured and nodded. He did feel the special chakra flow from Ji's eyes. It's okay, it turns out it was just an illusion. The surrounding Konoha ninjas felt much more relieved after hearing this. After all, if Ji were to take ruthless action against the people in the village, they might not be able to stand here peacefully, and they would have to worry about the safety of their family members who stayed behind in Konoha. After a short episode, after Minato and several Konoha Jonin learned the latest intelligence from the front line from Mimura Yameki, they began to assign tasks to the support troops, striving to recapture the frontline positions taken by Uegakure and drive the Uegakure ninjas out of the territory of the Land of Fire. Upon receiving the order, the Konoha support forces dispersed into small teams and launched operations along the battle line towards the border of the Land of Grass. With the addition of new powerful troops to the battlefield, the war between Uegakure and Konoha became more intense, with new battles occurring almost every moment. Minato's joining gave Konoha an advantage on the front battlefield, but the Uegakure side quickly changed their strategy and completely gave up the front battlefield. By combining powerful Jonin and special Jonin together, they would occasionally break a hole in Konoha's defense line like a sharp knife, prevent Konoha's counterattack, and wait for the arrival of follow-up troops. Konoha Uegakure Front Line Command Tent. Nara Shikaku, who was sent by Sarutobi Hiruzen to serve as Minato's partner, sat in front of the table, looking at the map in his hand in deep thought for a long time, and suddenly an almost tangible brilliance flashed in his eyes. That's right, the supply route to Uegakure village must pass through here. Nara Shikaku picked up a pen and circled a place on the map. Kanabi Bridge. Minato, we need a team to break through the Uegakure defenses, penetrate deep into the enemy's belly, destroy the enemy's support bases, and cut off the supply routes. Nara Shikaku looked at Minato and said with a serious expression. Needless to say, a mission that could almost turn the tide of a battle is extremely dangerous. The team that carries out the mission must not be weak, but also have strong mobility. And in Konoha, when it comes to speed, no one can match Minato. Minato is undoubtedly the best person to carry out this mission, but he happens to be the commander of Konoha's frontline troops. Shikaku, you are more suitable for the frontline command position than me. I feel relieved to have you around. Minato smiled at Nara Shikaku, then said seriously, I request that this mission be given to our team. But, no buts, Shikaku. Konoha is now at war on two fronts, and Kirigakure has just ended its civil strife, so there's no need to worry too much, but the Hidden Cloud Village is always a threat. Minato said as he looked Nara Shikaku in the eyes. Anyone who knew anything about the Hidden Cloud Village would not believe that it would be as quiet as it appeared now. Their daimyo, Reikage, and even the entire ninja village, all have a positive and enthusiastic attitude towards war. As long as he sees benefits, he will get involved that he can be said to be a troublemaker in the ninja world. Only by quickly resolving Konoha's current problem of fighting on two fronts can Konoha face the next situation in the ninja world in a better state. I see. Nara Shikaku looked at Minato's serious eyes, nodded, and said, "From the beginning of your action, I will let the frontline troops increase their offensive and try to divert the enemy's attention." While the early morning mist was still spreading, Konoha's frontline troops suddenly increased their offensive, leaving Uega Corps completely confused. Without anyone noticing, the members of Minato's team bypassed the Uega Corps defense line, hid in the dense forest, and began to move towards their target location, Kanabi Bridge. As for G, of course he would not miss this battle, which was the fuse of the Fourth Ninja World War in the original work, but this time the person he shadowed is changed to the key person to be protected, linear along the way. They were cautious and tried their best to hide their tracks, but this was after all in the heartland controlled by the enemy. Near noon, they ran into a group of 6 people from the Uega Corps team. Quick victory. Minato acted decisively and fired a kunai to take a life. When cutting the second enemy's neck, the other enemies, the people, were also captured by Ji and Kakashi respectively. The situation here can't be concealed for long. We have to speed up next. After simply hiding the enemy's body, Minato said calmly. Afterwards, several people gave up hiding and quickened their pace. Things turned out just as Minato expected. Less than half an hour after the group had moved forward, they noticed something unusual coming from behind them. Obito. While running, Minato and Obito exchanged glances. Obito immediately understood and left the team with Minato. When a large number of kunai were shot out from the dense forest behind, Obito suddenly raised his head and spit out a huge fireball that had been accumulating for a long time. Fire style, great fireball technique. By the time the kunai was melted into molten iron by the high temperature flames and fell to the ground, Minato had already dealt with the enemy chasing him from the tree. Amiri Uega Corps is no match for me. Obito and Minato caught up with the team, adjusting their glasses with a cocky look on their faces, boasting about themselves. A tentacle instantly spread out and whipped him on the back of the head. Amir Obito is no match for me. Obito rubbed his head with a grin, and did not dare to resist. After all, Ji really did what he said. Since he was told to be beaten every day, he has been beaten every day, no matter it was windy or rainy. Even if he was staying at home on vacation, he would still be beaten. In his eyes, Ji is a more terrifying creature than the angry Miss Kushina. I was really defeated. After encountering the Uega Corps pursuit team, Minato and his crew were completely exposed to the Uega Corps sight, and they were pursued one wave after another, as if there was no end. Finally, when they encountered the Uega Corps pursuit team again, an accident happened. When Minato used the Flying Thunder God's second stage to pierce a kunai into the back of an Uega Corps ninja from behind, a thorny branch suddenly emerged from the ground and stabbed at him. Would release. As Minato dodged, he couldn't help but be shocked. This is the iconic bloodline limit of the first generation Hokage, who is known as the god of the ninja world. Since the death of the first Hokage, Would Release has completely disappeared from Konoha. Would Release has a special meaning to Konoha, but how could Would Release appear here? While he was confused, Minato suddenly sensed a chakra similar to the Would Release aura just now moving away quickly. Minato glanced at the Uega Corps ninjas around him who had been almost dealt with, and without hesitation, he quickly chased in the direction of his perception. But what he could never have expected was that not long after he left, several Uega Corps Jonins and a group of Uega Corps ninjas caught up with Kakashi and his companions. Tisk, Mayfly technique. Although Ji seemed to be observing the Uega Corps ninjas around him, he was paying attention to the tree stump in the distance out of the corner of his eye. Under the inside of the white eyes that he disguised with illusion, a half-black and half-white face was staring at this side intently. At this moment, Black Zetsu felt inexplicably panicked after seeing the Mangekyo Sharingan that he had never seen before. The well-informed Black Zetsu naturally knew about Ji, who was active in Konoha, but where did this Mangekyo Sharingan come from? This matter was somewhat beyond his control. At this moment, Ji on the field suddenly moved. Several solid shadow tentacles beneath his body shot towards Lin beside him at lightning speed. Lin! Kakashi, who was on alert of the surrounding Uega Corps, suddenly had his pupils trembled, and Obito, who was standing by, roared at the top of his lungs when he saw the scene, with the Megatama in his Sharingan spinning at high speed. Lin was completely stunned by what was happening before her eyes, until the shadow tentacles brushed past her face, cutting off strands of hair, and her heartbeat began to start again in her chest. Clang! Uega Corps Jonin Oishi originally planned to use the secret technique, camouflage invisibility, to first deal with the medical ninja Lin, who was protected at the back of the team. But unexpectedly, when he was about to succeed, he was suddenly attacked and had no choice but to raise his kunai to resist. White eyes, that's really troublesome. Dashi blocked the attack and quickly retreated away from the attack range of the shadow tentacles, looking into Ji's eyes and said, "So that's how it is." Kakashi and Obito, who realized the situation, breathed a sigh of relief at the same time, and Obito's Sharingan also remained at the 3 Magatama state. "Damn it, you sneak attacked Lin-chan." Obito stared at Daiichi with gritted teeth. Just as he was about to take action, the Uegakure faction took the lead. The Uegakure Jonin Majima came to meet Kakashi with a samurai sword in hand. After Oishi realized that he could not play to his strengths in front of Zed, he also turned invisible and cooperated with his teammate Jonin Wagwang to attack Obito. Leave me a bunch of trash. G looked at the opponent who had only one special Jonin and 7 or 8 Uegakure ninjas left in front of him with a hint of disdain in his eyes. All these people combined might be enough for Susanoo to face off against, but before that, he still had more important things to do. Darkness walking technique. G quickly formed seals with his hands and then let out a low shout. His target was Black Zetsu, but he didn't want to attract Black Zetsu's attention, so he expanded the range of the spell greatly this time. Suddenly, boundless darkness enveloped the vision of everyone in front of them, including Kakashi and Obito who were already fighting with the enemy, and Black Zetsu who was lurking in the distance. Why is it dark? What kind of ninjutsu is this? The people on the field were in chaos and the pitch-black darkness, and no one dared to make a move. At this moment, a figure emerged from G's shadow and quickly disappeared into the shadow of the tree stump where Heizetsu was hiding under the camouflage of darkness. It's not that he doesn't want to go to a few more places, but mainly because after opening the Mangekyo Sharingan, the increase in the quality of the clone was eventually reflected in the consumption of shadow tears, causing the main body to recently consider going to places with more natural energy to replenish it. After doing everything, when the darkness dissipated from everyone's eyes and they saw the situation clearly, they were all shocked. What is this? Can we really fight this thing? The Uegakure ninja looked at the tall, ink-black Susanoo that appeared at the position where Ji and Lin had stood before, and then looked at the short kunao in his hand, and felt that his entire worldview was shattered. Are they really people living in the same world? Kakashi and Obito also looked at Ji's Susanoo with serious expressions. They watched Ji grow up little by little with their own eyes, but now it seems that they have no idea of Ji's full strength. But that's true, after all, it was always the clones that fought against them. Clone? Kakashi and Obito looked at each other, and both saw obvious bitterness in each other's shocked eyes. Black Zetsu, who was watching from a distance, frowned. He couldn't understand why Ji used the darkness walk technique before using Susanoo, and also included him in the range of the technique. However, he was very confident in his stealth ability, so he simply stopped caring about it. What's this? Lin, who was inside Susanoo, was also confused. Asked. For today's ninja world, the last time the Mangekyo Sharingan and Susanoo appeared was in the Battle of the Valley of the End several decades ago. Several generations have passed in this era when death is as easy to drink as water. The ultimate power that resides in the Uchiha clan's Mangekyo Sharingan is also known as God's power. Ji stood in the third stage of Susanoo, looking down at the Uegakure ninjas on the field, and said in a cold voice, "It is your honor to witness the power of God." After saying that, Ji approached the Uegakure ninja in front of him, and at the same time, the giant hand of Susanoo swept towards them. Damn it, get out of the way. Uegakure special Jonin Suma, she cursed inwardly and quickly told everyone to get out of the way. But before they could take any action, the shadow cast by Susanoo began to sprout tentacles that wrapped around their legs and feet. Boom! Under Uegakure's unwilling gaze, Susanoo's super large force fell heavily on them. The bodies of the Uegakure were like rags, flying far, far away. I wasn't surprised at all that I easily defeated my opponent. Susanoo, as the third power housed in the Mangekyo Sharingan, has absolute dominance over those ninjas who have not mastered special secret techniques and bloodline limits. Stay away, idiot. After dealing with his opponent, Ji immediately shifted his target point. One of his tentacle rolled up Obito, who was in danger in front of the two Uegakure Jonin, and threw him behind him. Then, the large shadow under the tall Susanoo instantly twisted into a huge pillar-like tentacle, and smashed down hard on the invisible rock. Oishi's eyes jumped as he failed again in his sneak attack on Obito. He turned around to dodge, but as he took action, the tentacles that were falling down followed his figure closely. Earth escape, earth splitting palm. Seeing his teammates in danger, Huoguang immediately formed seals and placed his hands on the ground. Suddenly, the ground under the boulder quickly cracked and collapsed, forming a concave-shaped hole in the ground. Boom! The huge, twisted tentacles caused the ground to tremble, but the collapse of the pit was not very large. Fine. Huoguang looked at the scene in front of him and felt relieved. Humph, naive. Ji sneered and raised the tentacles in front of everyone. I saw a branch covered with thorns extending from the place where the huge tentacle landed on the pit, and on it was a bloody boulder. Now it's your turn. Ji looked at the fire nearby with a playful look. The huge tentacles also pulled away as quickly as water, differentiating into densely packed slender tentacles that lingered around Susanoo. The inky black color coupled with the cold chakra aura of the Mangekyo Sharingan makes it the most evil monster in the world in the eyes of others. Hey, stop joking. Sweat was pouring down Huoguang's face. He gritted his teeth and tried hard to move his stiff body. He had always been confident, but he had never imagined that one day he would be under the watchful eyes of the enemy and even his body would be out of his control. Boring. The silhouette of the fire was reflected in Ji's Mangekyo Sharingan, and he shook his head calmly. The next second, the thousands of tentacles around stopped lingering and pierced through the body of fire like arrows shot from a bow. After opening the Mangekyo Sharingan, he has firmly stood at the forefront of the ninja world's combat power, but he will not learn from a certain second pillar. As a person with a high IQ, even if it is just a clone, he still understands the principle of picking on the weak. After the fire was resolved, the only enemy left on the scene was the Uegakure Joninmaji who had been suppressing Kakashi the entire time. So, G turned his attention to Kakashi's battlefield. A ninja who is good at swordsmanship, great, try my swordsmanship too, G said softly, controlling the shadow to condense into a huge sword in Susanoo's hand. Is this a sword? Lin's eyes widened, she looked at the giant sword in Susanoo's hand, then at G beside her, her face full of hesitation to speak. On the court. Not long after the battle began, Kakashi was disrupted by the Demon Leech's shadow clone technique and attacked from behind. From then on, he was completely suppressed by the Demon Leech's offensive rhythm. Clang! After another ninja sword duel, Kakashi's tricky posture still affected his injuries. His strength suddenly stagnated and the Demon Leech seized the opportunity and kicked him away with a straight kick. Bang! After landing, Kakashi quickly stood up, holding his chest, his breathing a little disordered. Looking at the ninja sword thrown some distance away from him, he instantly gave up the idea of taking the risk to pick it up. In the blink of an eye, the expression on Kakashi's face became firm. The lightning attribute chakra quickly gathered in his palm, forming dazzling blue lightning. The strong electric current made an extremely shrill bird cry. Chidori! Kakashi gathered the Chidori in his palm and rushed towards the Demon Leech quickly. The Demon Leech looked at Kakashi who was approaching quickly, holding the ninja sword and ready for battle. Just as the two were about to come into contact, a huge shadow loomed over their heads, and at the same time, a sharp sound of breaking wind suddenly sounded. What? Maji and Kakashi were both startled, but they had no time to react, the fierce blow had already fallen heavily. Boom! Susanoo held a huge black sword and smashed it down on the head of the Demon Leech. The huge force directly cut a crack more than 10 meters long on the spot. Hee, another trick to trick people. G looked at the Demon Leech that was killed in one blow without any reaction, and a smile appeared in his eyes. Although he is not proficient in the Flying Thunder God technique yet, he can engrave the Flying Thunder God technique into the shadow and then control the shadow to spread to the target location, which is equally hard to defend against. Especially in a dense forest, an excellent place filled with shadows, actual combat would probably be more of a headache for the enemy than the Flying Thunder God technique that Minato left behind that could only be performed with a kunao. Ahem. Are you going to kill me? Kakashi was blown away by the blast, his face covered with dust. He coughed twice, and complained with his eyes raised as he looked at Zed and Susanoo. What are you talking about? I'm a serious micromanipulation master, Lin-chan, go put some red medicine on him. In the distance, Black Zetsu, who was peeping from inside a tree stump, saw that things were not going according to his plan, so he also used the mayfly technique to leave. What he didn't know was that G had quietly followed him like a shadow. Black Zetsu is traveling very fast when he uses the mayfly technique, and it is almost impossible to touch him. After half a day's work, they returned to the mountain cemetery. Master Madara, there is a change in your plan. Those clones active in Konoha who call themselves ZE possess the Uchiha clan's Mangekyo Sharingan. Those Uegakure are powerless against the third power, Susanoo. Inside the dimly lit cave, Black Zetsu poked his head out from the stone wall and reported information to the white-haired, emaciated Uchiha Madara. A new Mangekyo Sharingan, interesting. Black Zetsu's words obviously aroused Uchiha Madara's interest, so he turned his head to look at Black Zetsu, but this glance was not a big deal. Uchiha Madara's pupils were stunned and his brows immediately frowned. Come out, stop hiding. You can hide from that loser Black Zetsu, but don't try to be smart in front of me, Madara. Uchiha Madara looked at the bull-sized shadow against the backdrop of Black Zetsu and shouted, Hey, don't say that, my eldest son is still very smart. G emerged from the shadows with a smile on his face and rubbed the head of Heiju next to him. Black Zetsu was frightened by the sudden appearance of G, and trembled all over. He used the mayfly technique and instantly disappeared into the rock wall. When he appeared again, he had already hidden behind Uchiha Madara. The corner of Uchiha Madara's eye twitched slightly. Black Zetsu is the product he created after opening the Samsara Eye, and he also claims that it is his will. How could G actually call Black Zetsu such a big brother? Uchiha Madara glanced at Black Zetsu, and although he was dissatisfied, he did not show it. During this period, he had lost his ability to move and was completely dependent on the outer statue to survive. You have opened the Mangekyo Sharingan. You are a descendant of the Uchiha clan, right? Have you read the contents of the stone tablet at the Nanga shrine of the clan? Uchiha Madara sat in front of the outer path demon statue, looked up into Zed's eyes, and asked. Although he had already sent out his Rinnegan, with his own powerful foundation, even the 3 Magatama Sharingan he casually installed now could allow him to see through the illusion covered by G on his eye. The chakra aura in those eyes and the same as that in his body also told him that G was truly from the Uchiha clan. If Zed agrees with the Moon Eye project, then he will have a better candidate for the character he originally planned. The fusion of the power of the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan will create the power of the forest? Ji tilted his head and looked at Uchiha Madara. He had not seen the clan's stone tablet, but this is what the original book said. That's right. Uchiha Madara nodded with satisfaction. Now that he has seen the stone tablet, it will be easy to get Ji to approve his Moonai plan and supervise its implementation. When I had my final battle with Hashirama in the Valley of the End, I calculated that even if Tobirama suspected something, he would not let him deal with my body, so I used the forbidden technique of Izanagi to fake my death and deceived him. I transplanted the piece of flesh I bit off from Hashirama onto my own wound. Just when my life was about to end, the Rinnegan opened. Uchiha Madara said a lot. He told the story of everything from his experience of opening the Rinnegan to his Moonai plan that could bring permanent peace to the ninja world. The ninja world has been at war for too long, and the people of this world need peace. I need your help with my Moonai project. Uchiha Madara looked into Ji's eyes and extended an invitation. Although he did not understand Ji's psychology, he did not need Ji to do much, just a guarantee to resurrect him. He is the one who ensures that Nagato, the foster parent of the Rinnegan, will eventually be able to resurrect him, but he is the one who actually implements the Moonai plan. No problem, leave it to me, and don't worry. Ji slapped his chest, and then his expression suddenly changed. He looked at Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu and asked solemnly, "What do you think? If I can seduce the granddaughter of Senju Hashirama, and we exchange chakra every day, is it possible to unlock the power of the universe?" Uchiha Madara, Black Zetsu, the islands surrounding the land of water. Because the wind and waves deviated from the route, Yakang drifted on the sea for more than a week before finally approaching the destination. "Hey, Yakang's wife, let's go to the sea and adventure to become pirate kings, do you want to go?" Zed extended a tentacle from the shadow and tickled Yakang's tight back. "Childish." Yakang said this without turning his head and continued on his way in the foggy forest. As the saying goes, a strong woman is afraid of a clingy man. Just be a good plaster for your husband. As for everything else, the wives will adapt to it themselves. Just like now, Yakang has become accustomed to ignoring some of Ji's little actions. They walked forward for more than 10 minutes, and just before reaching a valley, Yakang ran into the Kirigakure ninja who came to greet her. "Mr. Yakang of the Burning Escape, I am here to greet you. It is an honor to meet you. After all, the fog is thick here, and I am sure you will need a guide." The Kirigakure ninja had a simple and kind smile on his face. "Thanks a lot." Yakang nodded. Because of her trust in the village, she was not at all wary of the Kirigakure ninja in front of her. But just as she passed by, the Kirigakure ninja's expression suddenly became ferocious, and he grasped a kunao in both hands and stabbed it hard at Yakang's lower back. Clang! Puff! Ji stretched out his fist blade from the shadow to block the kunao behind Yakang, and a shadow tentacle pierced through the heart of the Kirigakure ninja cleanly. "You!" The moment the crisp sound of metal was heard, Yakang reacted and distanced himself. When he saw the kunao falling powerlessly from the Kirigakure ninja's hand, his face was full of disbelief. Why would the Yandame Kazekage, who had said that the village would form an alliance with him, attack her when she came as a messenger from Tsunegakure? "Can't you see clearly, foolish wife, you have been sold out by your village?" While Ji was speaking, the Mist Ninja who had been hiding nearby for a long time threw a large number of densely packed kunao and shurikens towards the side. Suzanu! Huge amounts of chakra surged forth crazily, quickly condensing into skeletons, flesh and blood, and finally light armor around Ji and Yakang. At the moment when Suzanu was formed, a dense rain of kunao fell, but it could not even damage the outermost layer of armor, and fell to the ground with a clang. Illusion, Sharinan. Ji's eyes released a kaleidoscope of pupil power, and his mental force accurately disrupted the minds of every Kirigakure ninja. Suddenly, the mist ninjas on the trees fell down one after another like dumplings. The shadow stretched out a tentacle, dragged back an unconscious mist ninja, grabbed him by the collar and started fighting with him. When he opened his eyes dazedly, the illusion was activated again. "Yakang's wife, you come and ask." Ji placed the Kirigakure ninja, who looked like he had an idiot face, in front of Yakang and said. There was some hesitation on Yakang's face, but what was more important to her now was to find out the truth of the matter. Did the village really betray her? "Why did you attack me, Tsunegakure? Do you know?" Yakang asked nervously, afraid to hear the answer that would cause her pain. "In order to let you experience the pain felt by your companions who were killed by the Sand Village, and to provide some psychological comfort. Tsunegakure, those guys from the Sandagakure village handed you over to us." Under the influence of the illusion, the lifeless Kirigakure ninja said everything he knew. "This is not true." Yakang had a dazed look on his face. He took out a kunao from his waist and wiped it on the neck of the Kirigakure ninja. Then he walked to another Kirigakure ninja, woke him up, and cast another illusion, but the answer he got was the same as before. Knowing the truth, Yakang lowered his head in disappointment, biting his lips tightly with his silver teeth. The place where she was born, the place she was willing to devote her whole life to, ruthlessly abandoned her for the sake of profit. Ji killed the unconscious mist ninjas around him one by one, then walked up to Yakang, who was on the verge of emotional collapse, took her hand, pulled her gently, and easily held her in his arms. It seemed that the warmth in his arms made Ye Kang's broken heart feel supported again, and tears instantly flowed. "Don't cry, Ye Kang's wife, I will take you to find trouble in the sand village." Ji smoothed Ye Kang's hair and spoke softly. Ye Kang's sobbing stopped, looking for trouble with the hidden mist village. Ji's movements paused, finding it difficult to understand Ye Kang's current thoughts, so he used the Mangekyo Sherinan to enter the synchronous frequency state with him. Well, Ye Kang was indeed filled with anger and hatred towards the sand village leaders who betrayed her, but her determination to protect the village made her hesitant. Apart from the high-level people who betrayed her, she still has deep feelings for the sand village. She didn't know how to face the sand village, but the surging anger in her heart was too much to suppress, so she vented it on the Kirigakure village, which was right in front of her and had a grudge against her. Tisk! This stupid woman who was betrayed by the village but still retained some feelings for it, won't she let me do whatever I want to her in the future? Therefore, the most urgent task is to take advantage of Ye Kang's wife's vulnerable mood and move into her heart as soon as possible. Listen to my wife, let's go and cause trouble for the hidden mist village. Ji looked at Ye Kang and nodded seriously. After thinking for a while, he said, but we have to sneak into the village, no guns needed, we're going to steal the three-tailed Isabu from the hidden mist village and run away. Let them feel the pain. Both the ability of his Mangekyo Sherinan and Susanoo are very powerful, but if you want to challenge one of the 5 major ninja villages with just these, forget it. Not to mention he has a mentally unstable Ye Kang wife to protect, so safety comes first. He is not some idiot who starts to float as soon as the sky clears or the rain stops. Turn A. After confirming the action, Ji and Ye Kang began to sneak towards the hidden mist village. With the powerful illusion based on the Mangekyo Sherinan, he did not cause any noise along the way. About half an hour after they left, a group of Kirigakure ninjas arrived in front of the valley where Yekura was attacked. Master Yuanshi, the body of the burning release ninja Ye Kang was not found nearby, and all the people we arranged to ambush here were killed. After learning about the investigation from his ninjas, Bai came to the Yuanshi holding a snake-shaped wooden staff and spoke respectfully. Damn it, how dare those despicable fellows from the sand village play tricks on us? After hearing the news, another close confidant of Yuan Shifu, Quan, immediately lost his face and said angrily, "No, the sand village didn't lie to us." Yuanshi's skin was so old that even his eyes could not be seen, but anyone who looked at his calm face would think that he was a wise man. The situation of Tsunagakure on the Konoha battlefield is not good right now, so they naturally won't play tricks on us in the aspect of showing sincerity. We can only say that our people revealed a flaw during the ambush, and were discovered by Ye Kang and killed. Master Yuan stroked his snake-shaped wooden staff and spoke slowly. We must strongly condemn this matter to the sand village. Bai Hequan said indignantly. The sand village showed their sincerity to the mist village, but in the end their own people who were ambushed were killed by the other side. One can imagine how frustrated they felt. No, don't tell the sand village what happened here. A hero who sacrificed his life for the village found out that he was betrayed by the village he trusted the most. Let the sand village discover this surprise themselves. Master Yuan made the final decision. He was looking forward to seeing what kind of chaos would occur in the sand village after this dark scandal of betraying its own hero was revealed in the village. If this matter cannot be resolved well, it is foreseeable that the people of the sand village, which has been pacified not long ago, will become uneasy again, and it will be worse than last time. Who knows, the sand village will fall out of the ranks of the 5 major ninja villages and completely become an unknown small ninja village in the ninja world. Bai and Quan behind Master Yuan are not all fools. After hearing Master Yuan's words, the depression in his heart disappeared, and he began to feel happy about the troubles that the sand village would encounter next. At this moment, they suddenly sensed a huge and violent chakra erupting in the direction of the hidden mist village. The only thing that could allow them to sense such a huge amount of chakra at such a long distance was the tailed beasts of their hidden mist village. Why did the always quiet 3 tails suddenly go berserk? Everyone was a little surprised and confused. After hesitating for a moment, they started to rush towards the hidden mist village. Wuyan, a remote lake area far away from residential areas. The huge 3-tailed icefish actually walked out of the lake area where it had lived for a long time, and climbed onto the shore in a violent posture and wreaked havoc. Lord Yagura, the crowd has been dispersed, and the barrier team has set up the surroundings. Akira Gakorchinen hurried up to Karatachi Yagura and reported, "Understood, let everyone else step back." Karuhi Yagura nodded and said, "Before the other elite ninjas of the village arrived, he was the only one who could stop the 3 tails." Karuju Yagura walked up to Sanwei Isabu and stretched out his arm. Water style, water mirror technique. A mirror made of water suddenly formed in front of Karuja Yagura, and a figure that looked exactly like the 3-tailed Isofu walked out of the water mirror and collided violently with it. Water style, water dragon bullet technique. When the 2 giant beasts collided with each other in front, Gotokkibana Yagura quickly formed hand seals and used water jutsu to condense a huge water dragon, which rushed towards the 3-tailed Isofuta. The huge water dragon carried a powerful potential energy and directly pushed the 3-tailed Isabu from the side, causing it to slide and overturn. Then it was pushed back into the lake by the mirror-like monster that arrived right after. Roar! The three-tailed Isobu, who was at a disadvantage, seemed to feel that he had lost face. He roared angrily, and the huge amount of chakra quickly gathered in front of his huge mouth to form a high-density rotating black energy bomb. The giant beast that walked out of the water mirror on the opposite side was obviously unable to use the tailed beast ball that was exclusive to the tailed beast. While it was stunned on the spot, the tailed beast ball of the three-tailed Isofu had already been accumulated, and after swallowing it into its mouth, it was spit out in a straight line. Boom! The terrifying energy shot out and pierced through the giant beast that walked out of the water mirror. Then, it continued to blast a deep ditch on the stone platform on the shore, and finally landed on the barrier set up by the Kirigakur sealing squad. After twisting for a while, the barrier couldn't bear the weight and broke into a big hole. Barrier team, repair it, quick! The Kirigakur barrier squad was in a panic, and only with the help of other teammates around them did they rearrange the new barrier. It looks like he's really angry. Karuhi Yagura looked at Sanwei Isobu and shook his head. He rarely saw this big turtle, who liked to sleep quietly in the lake, looking so angry. Fortunately, this place is relatively remote and there are not many people living around, otherwise the losses suffered by the Hidden Mist village would be too great. At this time, Master Yuan and his group hurried over. That's right, it's the Uchiha clan's Mangekyo Sherinan. Yuanshi looked at Sanwajio's scarlet eye in shock. As someone who has lived from the era of Uchiha Madara to the present, he certainly understands the power of the Mangekyo Sherinan. Yakura, we can't delay any longer. Everyone, come together, we must hurry and seal the three tails into the Jinchuriki's body. The Yuanshi shouted. As a person with the same power and status as the Mizukage and in charge of everything in the village, he immediately ordered the nearby Kirigakur ninjas to take action. The current situation of the three-tailed beast Isobu is obviously that he is being controlled by someone. Only by quickly sealing him within the body of the Jinchuriki will there be a chance to save the village's tailed beast. Under the command of Master Yuan, the people of Kirigakur no longer cared about casualties. Under the joint attack of nearly 100 Kirigakur ninjas and the 7 ninja swordsmen who arrived later, the three-tailed Isofu was quickly beaten and incapacitated, and was dragged back to the shore by the Kirigakur ninjas with a rope. Yakura, you will be the three tails Jinchuriki. The master looked around at the surrounding ninjas and said to Karatachi Yagura. At the recent meeting it has been decided that Karatachi Yagura will become the 4th Mizukage of Kirigakur. Becoming the three tails Jinchuriki and mastering the power of the tailed beasts will allow him to better consolidate his position as Mizukage and lead the village well. Understood, Master Yuanshi. Goto Kibana Yagura had no objection, nodded, and walked in front of Sanwei Isobu. Just as the Kirigakur sealing squad was about to move forward to begin the sealing, the three-tailed Isobu, who had lost the ability to move, turned into a wisp of smoke with a bang and disappeared from their sight. Damn it! Psychic! Master Yuan and Goja Yagura cursed inwardly almost at the same time, and their faces immediately darkened. The surrounding Kirigakur ninjas looked at each other in bewilderment, wondering what was the point of capturing the tailed beast after all the sacrifices and fighting for half a day. The land of water, the islands. G scratched his head as he looked at the three-tailed Isobu who was lying flat on his back just after he had communicated with the spirit world. This turtle is probably a bit unripe. How long has it been since he lay down on the board? Don't worry, I'll wake it up right away. As G said this, he activated Susanoo and started to fight hard on Sanwei Isobu's head. Under the influence of external force, Sanwei Isobu's eyelids soon began to tremble slightly. As soon as his one eye opened, he saw a breathtaking kaleidoscope eye technique. Isofu, damn. My dear wife Yakang, get in the car, I'm taking you to Yunoku to have a vacation and soak in the hot springs. G patted the back of the three-tailed Isobu and invited Yakang. The land of thunder, the hidden cloud village. The Rakage building. The third Rakage AI frowned as he looked at the information in his hand about the three-way battle between Sand Village, Rock Village, and Konoha. How's the contact with Kirigakur? Any response? I can't wait to join this war. The third Rakage AI looked up at the secretary who came in and asked, his voice as deep and powerful as thunder. The Kirigakur agreed to form an alliance with us and form a united front to attack the other 3 major ninja villages. They voluntarily gave up the benefits they gained from the Sand Village and the Uegakur, but Konoha wanted to get 2 more points of benefits. The secretary nodded and reported, Humph, what right does Kirigakur have to negotiate with us? Even if we give them the benefits of Sand Village and Uegakur, can they take them away? If they were not blocked at sea, I would have fought against Kirigakur as well. The third Rakage slammed the table angrily. The table shattered instantly under his tremendous force, and the documents on it scattered all over the floor, making the secretary next to him look very upset. Lord Rakage, this is the 3rd table you've broken this week. The third Rakage AI ignored the secretary's words, rolled his eyes, and said, you go and reply to Kirigakur and tell them that we agree to their conditions. Okay, Lord Rakage, go next door and bring a new table over. The secretary took the order and left. Before leaving, he did not forget to instruct the guard at the office door to replace a new desk, which has become a daily consumable for the rakeage. Humph, what's the harm in promising you? In the end, whether you can take it away or not still depends on your fists. The thunderous voice of the third rakeage rang out in the office. He has always done business without any capital. Soon, when the battle between Sand Village, Uegakure and Konoha was not over yet, Kumagakure and Kirigakure also joined the battle and chose to attack Konoha almost at the same time. Upon receiving the news that the war had broken out on the front line, Sarutobi Hiruzen was forced to take over and open two new fronts. Facing the pressure from the four major ninja villages at the same time, Konoha can only put all the ninjas left in the village into battle this time. Orochimaru, who had been staying in the laboratory all day, was also called out and was responsible for leading the team to the front line of Kumagakure. As for the Kirigakure ninjas, since the ninjas in their village were very skilled in using the Kirigakure technique, most of the ninjas that Konoha sent to resist them were Ijutsu ninjas from the Uchiha and Hyuga clans. Konoha, Hokage Building. It's chaos. The ninja world is in complete chaos now. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen was smoking his pipe, filling the whole room with smoke. The current situation is no less serious than the previous two ninja world wars. The successive entry of the five major ninja villages has turned all the small countries at the border into war zones. The danger level of Konoha, which is fighting on four fronts, is not much better than the situation of those small countries. Now all the ninjas in the village have been sent to the front. Apart from him, the Hokage, there are only a few Umbu teams left in the village, and at most the teachers of the ninja school. As long as one front fails, or the enemy bypasses the defense line and attacks Konoha directly, it will cause heavy casualties to Konoha, whose current defense is seriously insufficient. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen was sighing, suddenly an Umbu walked into the office. Hokage-sama, the front line reports that the Sand Village has begun to retreat. The Umbu reported. "Hud, the Sand Village has retreated." Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a sigh of relief. Although he didn't want Danzo to achieve too much merit on the battlefield, at this moment, this news would undoubtedly make him feel relieved, so he didn't care about so much. The most urgent task is to strengthen the village's defense as soon as possible. After informing Danzo to leave the defense force behind, begin to withdraw. I will send someone to negotiate with the Sand Village for all matters after the war, Sarutobi Hiruzen said. Well, when Danzo-sama sent back the news, he said that he would bring his troops to support the Uegakure battlefield. The Umbu lowered his head and replied, "The Sand Village. Wind Shadow Building." Ever since Raza ordered Cho to lead the team to evacuate the Konoha battlefield on the grounds that there were too many casualties on the Tsunagakure front line, Cho, whose plans and revenge against Konoha had all failed, took the initiative to unload the burden and lived in seclusion behind the scenes. With the help of Konoha, he eliminated those ninjas in the village who did not obey him, and with the help of Kirigakure, he eliminated his biggest threat, Yekura. Kirigakure did not tell him that Yekura was not dead. Raza also completely secured his position as the fourth Kazekage. The Hidden Cloud Village and the Hidden Mist Village have finally entered the arena. Elder Ebizo, does your secret agent have any detailed information about the battle between Kumagakure and Kirigakure? Raza crossed his fingers and rested them under his chin, then looked at Ebizo, who was in charge of intelligence, and asked. Even though the Sand Village suffered heavy losses on the battlefield of Konoha, as long as they seize the opportunity in the ensuing chaos, they still have the foundation to re-enter the battlefield. The Raikage candidate AI from the Hidden Cloud Village and his partner are active on the frontline battlefield of Konoha, while the Eight Tails Jinchuriki Bruai is secretly heading towards the Hidden Rock battlefield with another troop. There isn't much news about Kirigakure, but an informant said Kirigakure has had contact with Kumagakure recently, Ebizo reported. After all, their Sand Village and Kirigakure Village are too far apart, and due to Kirigakure's unique geographical environment, espionage operations are not easy to carry out. They can only spend money to contact those inside Kirigakure who are willing to sell out village information. But unfortunately, they, the Tsunagakure, are not rich and cannot buy information of too high value. The appetite of the Kumagakure village is really big. Elder Ebizo, the focus of the next intelligence work should be placed on the Uegakure as much as possible. Luo She's eyes sparkled and the corners of his mouth raised slightly. The face that looked a little childish a few months ago now revealed a cunning and surging ambition. Perhaps, the dead Yekang can also be used again. The other side. After leaving a Konoha frontline defense force at the border of River Country on the Sand Village frontline, as the frontline commander, Danzo ordered the ninja troops to advance along the border between the Rain Country and the Fire Country and rush to the Uegakure battlefield. Along the way, there were refugees from small countries who were affected by the war and were fleeing everywhere. It was not uncommon to see wandering ninjas and bandits who were waiting for an opportunity to join in this feast. However, being a ninja is not a profession that allows the luxury of compassion. Their current mission is to get to the Uegakure battlefield as quickly as possible, so they can only pretend not to see the human suffering they see along the way. Danzo led the team and walked in the front. His whole mind was focused on how to achieve the greatest feat on the battlefield and become Hokage. What was happening around him could not attract his attention at all, until they were approaching the Uegakure battlefield at the border of the Land of Grass. With an inadvertent glance, Danzo's heart suddenly began to beat wildly. Everything around seemed to stop. That is, Danzo turned his head in shock and looked at the back of a red-haired boy from the Akatsuki organization who was passing by. The boy was wearing a black robe with red clouds, purple stripes like tree rings. The legendary eyes of the Six Paths Sage actually exist. That boy possesses the legendary immortal eyes. Until the Akatsuki team completely disappeared from sight, Danzo's mind kept repeating the indescribable shock he felt when he caught a glimpse of them. Master Danzo, what's wrong with you? Seeing that Danzo had not made any movement, two root members stepped forward and asked. Nothing. Danzo came back to his senses and said. He reached out and stroked his bandaged eye sockets. If he could possess the legendary sage's eyes, not only would it not be a problem for him to become the Hokage, but even leading Konoha to conquer the 5 major ninja villages and unify the ninja world would not be a problem, right? Order the team to continue to the Uegakure battlefield, and the root members will stay behind. There are some matters in the Raingakure village that I need to take care of. Danzo looked up at the drizzling rain in the Land of Rain and gave an order to the root. The root who received the order quickly went to convey the order, and Danzo also led several root members to separate from the Konoha team here. With the help of inquiries from the root members, Danzo quickly gained knowledge of the Akatsuki organization. Build a peaceful world without war. What a bunch of naive little brats. In a dark, dilapidated house, Danzo finished reading the information in his hand, casually crumpled it into a ball and threw it on the ground, his slightly narrowed eyes emitting a sinister and cunning light. This information did not contain anything you wanted to know. What kind of power did the sage's eyes, which were the same as those of the Six Paths Sage, have? Danzo was extremely suspicious and cautious, so he was unwilling to test it himself. Besides, the country of Rain was still ruled by the demigod of the ninja world who declared war on the 3 major ninja villages and defeated them in the Second Ninja World War. Thinking of the suspicious character of the demigod Hanzo who had to arrange 24-hour rotating guards for himself in the Hidden Rain village, Danzo's mouth curled up slightly in a cunning arc. On one side is the young Akatsuki organization, active on the battlefield and growing stronger day by day. On the other side is the aging and suspicious demigod Hanzo of the ninja world. Isn't this the best chess piece to test yourself? Chief, the ninja troops from the Hidden Cloud village and the Hidden Mist village attacked the anxious Uegakure and Konoha troops in the Land of Grass. The Land of Grass is now in chaos. A large number of refugees have begun to pour into the border of the Land of Rain, and there are also stray ninjas mixed in and causing chaos. The border of the Land of Rain has begun to become chaotic. Leader, the 4th Kazekage claimed that the Sand Village hero was ambushed and killed by the Uegakure, and he led the angry Sand Village troops to fight against the Uegakure. Some Sand Village ninjas have entered the territory of the Rain country. Akatsuki's leader Yahiko listened to the news sent back by his companions with a heavy heart, and watched the rain falling from the sky in silence. Their Akatsuki organization has been working hard to devote its strength to this war, trying its best to quell the harm and suffering brought to people by the war. But in the chaos of the ninja world launched by the 5 major ninja villages, their newly born Akatsuki organization was like a small boat in the vast ocean. No matter how hard they tried, in the end they could only go with the flow. They were unable to stop the war, and now even the Land of Rain was beginning to be affected by the war between the 5 major ninja villages. Yahiko, don't think too much, you have done your best. Konan looked at Yahiko, who looked lost, and spoke to comfort him with concern. She rarely gets lively from this childhood. Lang, a confident and positive companion, saw this expression on his face. Nagato stood silently beside Yahiko and got caught in the rain together. This was the only form of comfort he was good at, which was companionship. I'm fine, sorry to have made you worried. Yahiko took a deep breath and his face once again showed the same confident smile as before. Although our Akatsuki organization is still very weak now, I believe that our dream will come true one day. But before that, we need some help from Hanzo-sama. Let's go. Yahiko clenched his fist and encouraged himself, then led the members of Akatsuki toward the Omega-core building. As a war orphan of the Hidden Rain village, no, it should be said that everyone living in the Hidden Rain village, they all admire Hanzo, the demigod of the ninja world who single-handedly protected the Land of Rain during the Second Ninja World War. They also believe that as long as Hanzo is willing to take action, the problems facing the Rain country will be solved. And seeing how Lord Hanzo had the courage to declare war on the 3 major ninja villages in order to protect the Rain country, he will definitely take action. What they didn't know was that at this time, Lord Hanzo, whom they believed and admired, had already met with Konoha's Hokage assistant Danzo on the rooftop of Yuyin building in heavy rain. Danzo led the Umbu to meet Hanzo, the leader of the Hidden Rain village. At their feet, there were a group of bulging body bags lying on the ground. The people who fell asleep inside were none other than Hanzo's tribesmen. Put the blame on others. It was too late to save them when we found them. Although our Konoha was fighting with the Uegakure village, we saw that they were Hanzo-sama's clansmen, so we sent them back here. Danzo said as he looked at Hanzo, who was walking up to the rooftop. Danzo Dano, did you see who the murderer was? Hanzo asked in a cold voice with a flash of cold light in his eyes. I'm afraid it's the Akatsuki organization, an organization that advocates peace and has recently been expanding its influence in Yugakure. Mr. Hanzo, you indulge them too much. It is precisely because you have lofty ambitions that you indulge those with ambitions. However, not all people who pursue their ideals will be like you. In the end, they will be dominated by desire and power. Hanzo Dano, if you keep going like this, they will take over this village. Danzo's voice was filled with cold temptation, and there was a hint of mocking sarcasm deep in his eyes as he looked at Hanzo. If Sarutobi Hiruzen is getting worse as he grows older, then Hanzo is even worse than Sarutobi Hiruzen. As a powerful man who once dominated the battlefield, he now has to be protected by guards even when eating and sleeping, and lives a cautious life in seclusion. He is definitely a big joke in the ninja world. After a conversation, Hanzo was successfully bewitched by Danzo and invited him to the Rain Hidden Building to discuss strategies to deal with the Akatsuki organization. On the other side, the Akatsuki organization that went to the Hidden Rain Building to seek Hanzo's help was persuaded to go back before they even entered the door. However, they were not without gain. Danzo, who pretended to be Hanzo's confidant, told them the time and place where Hanzo agreed to meet with the Akatsuki organization. He also painted a picture for the Akatsuki organization of peaceful coexistence among the three major countries surrounding the Rain Country. A few days later, when Yahiko and other two, representing the Akatsuki organization, were about to go to the agreed place to meet Hanzo, G quietly followed a suspicious figure and stopped in front of a small building in a remote forest hidden in the rain. Tisk, what a bastard, whose good guy Hiba uses shadow clones every day. G looked at the small building in front of him and felt extremely unhappy. This bastard is really cautious. No matter he is meeting Hanzo, meeting with Akatsuki, or acting with those Konoha Umbu members, he uses shadow clones without exception. Even the person who had just followed him and brought him food was a clone disguised by the transformation technique. Have you paid the copyright fee, and then you start learning? But they were lucky and found the target after searching only a small part of the Hidden Rain village. And it was in such a remote place, so he didn't have to worry about being discovered that he had killed Danzo and missing out on the hiring fee that Konoha had promised him. What the hell is this Konoha darkness? I'm going to dig out your rotten roots right now. G snorted coldly, turned into an arrow, and kicked open the door of the small building. As soon as I entered the house, before I saw Danzo, I heard the sound of window glass breaking. Fuck, good dog. G followed the sound and in front of a broken window, he only saw the back of the old dog Danzo hurriedly disappearing into the dense forest. But that's enough. 8 meanings and G's Mangekyo Sharinan instantly captured Danzo's figure, and at the same time, his external mental power entered the same frequency with that of Danzo, transforming into a shadow and rapidly chasing after him. Damn it, it's that damn guy. Danzo caught a glimpse of a shadow rapidly chasing after him from the corner of his eye, and thought to himself that something was not right. Ever since his shadow clone was blown to death by G in the Forest of Death without any explanation, he realized that G treated him very differently. Obviously, he would hold back when facing the ninjas in the village, but when facing him, he would kill him directly. For the sake of caution, he rarely shows up in Konoha village. Even if he does, he uses a shadow clone instead of his real body to move forward. It was not until this time as the frontline commander of Konoha Sand Village that he rarely used his true form and an appearance. However, after learning from the Uegakure front that G had left the village and started to move around outside, his real body retreated behind the scenes again. But now he is still being found. Shadow clone technique. Seeing that he could not distance himself from G behind him, Danzo released his shadow clone, which then turned around to stop him while the real body continued to escape. He doesn't want to die together with a shadow clone. Wind style, vacuum jade. After Danzo's shadow clone appeared, he immediately formed a seal and turned around, spitting out large amounts of chakra-like bullets at G, who was chasing him from behind, forming a dense barrage of bullets. Darkness walking technique. G's speed in shadow transformation was very fast, and with the insight of same frequency, he easily avoided the attack of Danzo's shadow clone. He then appeared and quickly formed hand seals, and darkness instantly enveloped Danzo's entire world. During this period, shadow tentacles engraved with the Flying Thunder God technique also spread rapidly. After catching up with Danzo, G activated the Flying Thunder God technique and flashed behind Danzo. For symbol seal, chakra cyclones of various colors lingered on the 5 fingers of G's open body, and then he slapped Danzo's bandaged arm. Ugh, damn it. Danzo held his bandaged arm and cursed silently. The bandages on his face had been removed, revealing a 3-Magatama Sharinan. But in front of this ninjutsu created by Senju Tobirama specifically to restrain the Uchiha clan's Sharinan, he still could not see anything. Where will it be? Danzo looked around nervously, sweat pouring down his face. The only Sharinan in his eye socket has been used to activate the forbidden technique, Izanagi. Just like when he hesitated when faced with the choice of staying behind to cover the retreat, he simply could not be as fearless as he wanted in the face of death. Phew, A sharp tentacle gouged out Danzo's rotten roots at an extremely tricky angle. Along with his shrill screams, the boundless darkness began to dissipate rapidly before his eyes. Zed's goose-like snickering also fell into Danzo's ears at the same time. Geese. I wonder if Danzo-sama will wound it be a waste of our precious future for the sake of rotten roots? G asked with a smile as he looked at Danzo, who was curled up on the ground in pain with tears streaming down his face. Only G Nayu. Danzo's body was shaking in pain, his bloodshot eyes fixed on G. He could tell that Zed was using his physical pain to mock the root of his leadership, and just as he was about to say something, a tentacle easily pierced his chest. I've deceived myself, I really thought that everything I did was for Konoha. Zed sneered. The next second, Danzo appeared not far away with his body intact, but the Sharingan in his eye socket had completely dimmed. Danzo stopped talking nonsense and was about to form hand seals to perform a ninjutsu, but before he could act, a tentacle under his feet struck him at the same tricky angle, causing him to lose his roots again. Danzo, do you recognize what this is? G smiled and removed the illusion on his eyes in front of Danzo. In order to make him understand the truth, he even made his Mangekyo Sharingan return to the three Magatama form. You are evil. Put. Danzo's face turned pale with shock, and even the pain in his body was temporarily suppressed. However, before he could finish his words, his chest was pierced again. He spat out a mouthful of dirty blood and fell heavily to the ground. Evil Danzo Shinura, evil Hiruzen Sarutobi, evil Tobirama Senju. After giving a good scolding and venting his anger, G looked at Danzo's body with a slightly evil arc at the corner of his mouth. If you get closer, you can even hear the unique duck laugh. Ga. The hills and valleys are misty with drizzle. The mood of Yahiko and the other two was no longer as positive and sunny as before they came. On the top of the hill in front of them, Hanzo, the leader of the rain country whom they once admired, appeared there with a group of Omegakure subordinates and Konoha's Umbu ninjas. In Hanzo's hand, he was holding Konan, whom he had just captured, hostage with a kunao. Hateful. Master Hanzo, why are you doing this? Yahiko and Nagato looked up at Hanzo on the top of the hill, their faces filled with disbelief. To me, your Akatsuki organization is a thorn in my side, Yahiko. I must make your leader die here. If you dare to resist, this woman will be dead. Hanzo looked at Yahiko and the other man below, and threw the kunao in his hand at Nagato's feet. You red-haired guy, quickly kill Yahiko with your kunao. If you do that, I will let you and this woman go. Half of Hanzo's face was covered by the snorkel mask. Although his expression could not be seen clearly, his voice revealed a pressing and instigating tone. Nagato, don't listen to him, leave me alone and get out of here. Zionin shouted loudly to the two people below. She didn't want to see her two best friends, who grew up with her, killing each other because of her. Moreover, the ambush formation that Hanzo had arranged in advance was intended to wipe them all out right here. This matter was a trap aimed at their Akatsuki organization from the very beginning. When the attention of the group of people on the hill was focused on Yahiko and the other person in the valley, the boundless dark abyss quickly spread from behind them and immediately took away all their light. The art of darkness. What? Hanzo and his companions were all shocked. Suddenly, Hanzo noticed the whistling sound of breaking wind behind him, and his rich combat experience allowed him to react instantly. Water flash technique. After Hanzo formed a seal with one hand, his body instantly disappeared from the spot. The next second, the sound of water splashing and rocks being broken came from where he was just now. At the same time, roars and large-scale screams and wails were heard in the boundless darkness. By the time the darkness dissipated from Hanzo's sight, most of his subordinates had fallen in a pool of blood, and there were only a few Umbu members left in Konoha. In the field, a tall, ink-black Susanoo stood proudly among the dancing tentacles swirling around it. This is Susanoo. I never thought I would encounter the legendary power of the Uchiha clan here. Hanzo looked at the Susanoo in the field with shock. Although he was still very young when Uchiha Madara dominated the ninja world, he was not qualified to witness the scene of Uchiha Madara using Susanoo to fight. But some information about such powerful people would always circulate in the ninja world, which enabled him to recognize that this was Susanoo at this moment. Mr. Danzo, what is happening in Konoha? After recognizing that this was the power from the Uchiha clan, Hanzo looked away in confusion, but Danzo was even more shocked than him. Shadow clone robbery. So you're from the evil Uchiha clan. The shadow clone of Danzo who remained outside did not know that his real body had been killed by G. There was a deep fear hidden on his shocked face. No wonder G treated him so differently. The root under his leadership has several ninja teams that are specifically responsible for monitoring the Uchiha clan's territory. Given how omnipresent G is in Konoha, he must have discovered it long ago. They inherited their teacher's will and were obviously so wary of the Uchiha clan, but in the end, the Uchiha clan still grew up under their noses. The damn Uchiha Fugaku actually acted so well in front of them, who knows how he was laughing at them behind their backs. No! This news must be made known to the main body as soon as possible. The rest of you stay and assist Master Hanzo. The remaining shadow clone of Danzo in the world gave instructions to several root members around him and resolutely discontinued the shadow clone technique. Ji looked speechlessly at the empty space where only a wisp of smoke was left. This dog was forced to death, but before leaving, he glared at him with those sinister eyes. Joe. He shook his head, getting rid of these irrelevant thoughts. Ji turned his head to look at Hanzo, who was standing beside him, and his Mangekyo Sharingan, like a broken mirror, quietly captured him and entered that same frequency. Just now, under the influence of the dark walk technique, Hanzo's reaction speed was too decisive and too fast that Danzo had no ability to resist his combo at all. Although he was in a hurry to make his heroic debut and did not have time to use his Mangekyo Sharingan, Hanzo was definitely the strongest person he had fought so far, except for Minato Namikaze. Although his ambition has been lost, his current strength has not yet left the ranks of the shadow level. Fire style, exploding flame formation. When Hanzo saw that the Danzo he met was just a shadow clone, he didn't think any more about it. He immediately made hand seals to control the detonating talisman that he had buried in advance and stuck it on the sole of Susanoo's foot, and then detonated it. Boom! A ball of fire spread out along with smoke. But in the next second, Ji controlled Susanoo and took a step forward. The wind and waves caused by his walking blew away the smoke and dust, revealing the intact Susanoo. Are you tickling me? Zed looked at Hanzo and sneered. As soon as the old guy started fighting, he started thinking about running away. Let's go together. Hanzo called out to the Omega Corps subordinates, and the route left behind by Danzo behind him. While his ninjas were throwing kunao and performing various ninjutsu on Susanoo, Hanzo had already begun to flee quickly into the distance. Yahiko and Nagato also reacted and rushed up the hill to fight those rain ninja and root ninja. Got up. Ji simply ignored the others. The tentacles engraved with the Flying Thunder God technique turned into shadows and quickly caught up with Hanzo, who was leaving. He activated the Flying Thunder God technique and instantly blocked Hanzo's way. What a shame, Mr. Hanzo, you can't leave anymore, Ji said coldly. Susanoo held a giant sword made of shadow tentacles in his hand and swept it towards Hanzo fiercely. The art of spiritual communication. Hanzo's eyes jumped and he quickly crouched down, slapping the ground with his hands. Bang! In a thick fog, a giant creature stood in front of the sweeping giant sword. After pushing the giant creature sideways for several meters, the momentum of the giant sword suddenly slowed down. At the same time, an old and cold voice sounded from the smoke and dust. Salamander, poison mist spray. After hearing Hanzo's order, the huge salamander opened its terrifying mouth and spewed a thick, dark purple poisonous mist towards the Susanoo in front of it. A large amount of thick poisonous fog completely enveloped Ji's, Susanoo and Hanzo's figure in an instant, and the visibility around them was less than half a meter. Ji curled his lips slightly. The poisonous fog was completely blocked by Susanoo, and it had no effect at all in front of him, even if it disrupted his vision. This was a complete antagonism. I told you, you can't get away. Earth style, Earth Dragon Bullet. Ji realized that Hanzo was still determined to escape, so he wanted the salamander to take him underground and leave. With a cold shout, he quickly formed seals with his hands. Suddenly, when the salamander was preparing to burrow into the ground, a huge, ferocious-looking earth dragon suddenly condensed on the ground and soared into the sky with the salamander's head on its head. Ji controlled Susanoo to appear under the salamander at the right time. The giant tentacle sword was wrapped with yin chakra, and he swung it heavily at the salamander's fragile belly. Roar! The severely injured salamander let out a mournful cry and disappeared in a wisp of smoke. After Hanzo jumped in the air and landed, he quickly flashed and continued to escape. Apart from the poisonous mist of the salamander, Hanzo, who had no other means of high destructive power, could not imagine that he had any ability to fight against Susanoo. Could it be that he relied on the chain side's physical skills? Gundam is good in every way, except that it consumes a lot of energy and lacks a bit of flexibility. There was a slight streak of pain in Ji's eyes, leaving 2 blood marks at the corners of his eyes. He muttered softly and continued to rely on the shadow to assist Flying Thunder God to quickly chase Hanzo. After continuous pursuit all the way, after getting out of the range of the salamander's poisonous fog, Ji quickly released the Susanoo, and the shadow tentacles caught Konan, who fell from the Susanoo. Damn it, this is the first time I've encountered a cage-level warrior who is so intent on escaping. Ji cursed inwardly, wiping the blood from the corner of his eyes, his breath a little uneven. Without the replenishment of shadow tears from the main body, the continuous use of Mangekyo Sharingan and Susanoo would consume a lot of his energy. In addition, Hanzo's proficiency in the water flash technique is also very strong. Even though the Mangekyo Sharingan had captured his thoughts and the shadow tentacles were ready to intercept in advance, Hanzo was still able to dodge at the last critical moment. But, that you didn't really think I was gone, did you? I'll let you live a few more days. Ji looked at the drops of blood on the tentacle in front of him and let out a strange and creepy evil laugh. After collecting Hanzo's blood and sealing it in a storage scroll, Ji then turned his gaze to Konan beside him. When Hanzo controlled Konan earlier, the ropes that tied her arms behind her back had not been untied, and the shadow tentacles were entangled. The curve of her figure is still a bit thin, and the front of her slightly curled bodyline is not as prominent as the back. Under the hazy rain curtain, Xionen's hair stuck to her pretty face, making her look quite pitiful. Perhaps because she knew that her posture was somewhat embarrassing, her face turned red. Can you put me down first? Xionen bit her lips lightly and spoke in a mosquito-like voice. Ji stared at Xionen for a while, and when he heard the voice, a sinister and evil smile suddenly appeared on his face. You don't really think I'm a good person? Ji approached Xionen, kissed her on the face, and said with an evil smile, Dear Miss Xionen, you don't want your companions to get hurt. Xionen's face turned pale in an instant, and he nodded tremblingly. After a friendly exchange, Ji successfully convinced Konan, and then took her towards Yahiko and the others. When they met Yahiko and the other person, they were still surrounded by the Omega-core ninja and the Konoha root. Darkness walking technique. Ji quickly completed the hand seal, and when the dark abyss once again took away all the light from the sight of the rain ninja and the Konoha root ninja, they no longer had the room to resist. After a burst of screams and wails, the battle came to an end. Hello, I'm Yahiko, the leader of Akatsuki, and this is Nagato. Thank you for saving Xionen, thanks to your help this time. After resolving the crisis, Yahiko breathed a sigh of relief, and walked up to Ji with Nagato to express his gratitude. My name is Ji and I know the Akatsuki organization, which is determined to create a world without war without the use of force. Ji nodded and shook hands with Yahiko. That's right, war can only bring death, pain, and harm to people. The purpose of establishing the Akatsuki organization is to make sure that there will be no more wars in the ninja world through communication between people. Yahiko grinned with a sunny smile, as if he had already seen the peaceful world in his mind. Great idea. Ji gave Yahiko a thumbs up. The next second, the voice changed, but you also saw this time that even Hanzo, who also has a peaceful vision, will ruthlessly eliminate his target when his status is threatened. Your previous thoughts were too naive. Ji patted Yahiko's shoulder, took off his Akatsuki robe with red clouds and black background and put it on himself. Tisk, sure enough, this is a raincoat. It would be bad if the pants got wet by the drizzle. Jinjin feels uncomfortable because of the wetness. Anyway, you guys should think about these things yourself. By the way, I have some connections in Konoha. Konan decided to go to Konoha with me. As long as you can persuade other ninja villages, Konoha will not be a problem, Ji said, waving his hand before turning and walking away. Under the questioning looks from Yahiko and Nagato, Konan could only nod and quickly followed. A hot spring sanctuary, the land of hot springs. In a popular hot spring hotel, Ji and Yakang were enjoying a hot spring bath. The warm air spreads from the feet to the whole body, every pore breathes freely, and the hot air makes the skin white and rosy. My dear wife, the Tsunagacore village is even using you as an excuse to declare war on the Uegacore village. Stir up the people's hearts. As long as you nod your head, I will immediately push you to be the wind shadow. Ji looked at Yakang, whose face was rosy and shiny, and chatted with him. He has no good feelings towards the current 4th Kazekage of Sand Village. Raza. He dared to plot against his beloved wife Yakang, so he must be severely punished? The most hateful people are those who are full of conspiracy and interests. Especially this kind of hateful guy who even plots against his own people. Tisk. Ji curled his lips slightly. The poisonous fog was completely blocked by Susanoo, and it had no effect at all in front of him even if it disrupted his vision. That this was a complete antagonism. I told you, you can't get away. Earth style, Earth Dragon Bullet. Ji realized that Hanzo was still determined to escape, so he wanted the salamander to take him underground and leave. With a cold shout, he quickly formed seals with his hands. Suddenly, when the salamander was preparing to burrow into the ground, a huge, ferocious-looking earth dragon suddenly condensed on the ground and soared into the sky with the salamander's head on its head. Ji controlled Susanoo to appear under the salamander at the right time. The giant tentacle sword was wrapped with yin chakra, and he swung it heavily at the salamander's fragile belly. Roar! The severely injured salamander let out a mournful cry and disappeared in a wisp of smoke. After Hanzo jumped in the air and landed, he quickly flashed and continued to escape. Apart from the poisonous mist of the salamander, Hanzo, who had no other means of high destructive power, could not imagine that he had any ability to fight against Susanoo. Could it be that he relied on the chain side's physical skills? Gundam is good in every way, except that it consumes a lot of energy and lacks a bit of flexibility. There was a slight streak of pain in Ji's eyes, leaving 2 blood marks at the corners of his eyes. He muttered softly and continued to rely on the shadow to assist Flying Thunder God to quickly chase Hanzo. After continuous pursuit all the way, after getting out of the range of the salamander's poisonous fog, Ji quickly released the Susanoo, and the shadow tentacles caught Konan, who fell from the Susanoo. Damn it, this is the first time I've encountered a cage-level warrior who is so intent on escaping. Ji cursed inwardly, wiping the blood from the corner of his eyes, his breath a little uneven. Without the replenishment of shadow tears from the main body, the continuous use of Mangekyo Sharinan and Susanoo would consume a lot of his energy. In addition, Hanzo's proficiency in the water flash technique is also very strong. Even though the Mangekyo Sharinan had captured his thoughts and the shadow tentacles were ready to intercept in advance, Hanzo was still able to dodge at the last critical moment. But, that you didn't really think I was gone, did you? I'll let you live a few more days. G looked at the drops of blood on the tentacle in front of him and let out a strange and creepy evil laugh. After collecting Hanzo's blood and sealing it in a storage scroll, G then turned his gaze to Konan beside him. When Hanzo controlled Konan earlier, the ropes that tied her arms behind her back had not been untied, and the shadow tentacles were entangled. The curve of her figure is still a bit thin, and the front of her slightly curled bodyline is not as prominent as the back. Under the hazy rain curtain, Zionan's hair stuck to her pretty face, making her look quite pitiful. Perhaps because she knew that her posture was somewhat embarrassing, her face turned red. Can you put me down first? Zionan bit her lips lightly and spoke in a mosquito-like voice. G stared at Zionan for a while, and when he heard the voice, a sinister and evil smile suddenly appeared on his face. You don't really think I'm a good person? G approached Zionan, kissed her on the face, and said with an evil smile, Dear Miss Zionan, you don't want your companions to get hurt. Zionan's face turned pale in an instant, and he nodded tremblingly. After a friendly exchange, G successfully convinced Konan, and then took her towards Yahiko and the others. When they met Yahiko and the other person, they were still surrounded by the Omega-core ninja and the Konoha root. Darkness walking technique. G quickly completed the hand seal, and when the dark abyss once again took away all the light from the sight of the rain ninja and the Konoha root ninja, they no longer had the room to resist. After a burst of screams and wails, the battle came to an end. Hello, I'm Yahiko, the leader of Akatsuki, and this is Nagato. Thank you for saving Zionan, thanks to your help this time. After resolving the crisis, Yahiko breathed a sigh of relief, and walked up to G with Nagato to express his gratitude. My name is G and I know the Akatsuki organization, which is determined to create a world without war without the use of force. G nodded and shook hands with Yahiko. That's right, war can only bring death, pain, and harm to people. The purpose of establishing the Akatsuki organization is to make sure that there will be no more wars in the ninja world through communication between people. Yahiko grinned with a sunny smile, as if he had already seen the peaceful world in his mind. Great idea. G gave Yahiko a thumbs up. The next second, the voice changed, but you also saw this time that even Hanzo, who also has a peaceful vision, will ruthlessly eliminate his target when his status is threatened. Your previous thoughts were too naive. G patted Yahiko's shoulder, took off his Akatsuki robe with red clouds and black background and put it on himself. Tisk, sure enough, this is a raincoat. It would be bad if the pants got wet by the drizzle. Ou Jinjin feels uncomfortable because of the wetness. Anyway, you guys should think about these things yourself. By the way, I have some connections in Konoha. Konan decided to go to Konoha with me. As long as you can persuade other ninja villages, Konoha will not be a problem, G said, waving his hand before turning and walking away. Under the questioning looks from Yahiko and Nagato, Konan could only nod and quickly followed. A hot spring sanctuary, the land of hot springs. In a popular hot spring hotel, G and Yakang were enjoying a hot spring bath. The warm air spreads from the feet to the whole body, every pore breathes freely, and the hot air makes the skin white and rosy. My dear wife, the Tsunaga-core village is even using you as an excuse to declare war on the Uega-core village. Stir up the people's hearts. As long as you nod your head, I will immediately push you to be the wind shadow. G looked at Yakang, whose face was rosy and shiny, and chatted with him. He has no good feelings towards the current 4th Kazekage of Sand Village. Raza. He dared to plot against his beloved wife Yakang, so he must be severely punished? The most hateful people are those who are full of conspiracy and interests. Especially this kind of hateful guy who even plots against his own people. The streets of Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen walked down the street as usual with his hands behind his back. No matter who greets him, he will nod kindly in response. Even the passing robbery. Wait, robbery? Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned, not understanding why G was walking straight towards him, but before he could utter the question in his mind, G Yali's hands suddenly formed seals. The art of harem. Bang! A cloud of light mist exploded, and a group of naked young versions of Sarutobi Biwako appeared in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen. The sudden stimulation caused Sarutobi Hiruzen to stagger, blood gushed out of his nose, and his face was flushed with dark lines. Zed, what are you doing? Put this jutsu away. Sarutobi Hiruzen roared with a black line on his face. Although the sizes of these figures are slightly different from his wife's, they all show his wife's face when she was young. How could they use this kind of ninjutsu on the street? Aren't you thinking of giving you, Lao Deng, a surprise? Zed said with a chuckle. While putting away his ninjutsu, he took away Sarutobi Hiruzen's dripping blood without leaving a trace. All that's left is for Minato to become the 4th Hokage, and then Sarutobi Hiruzen, the old Biden, can safely announce his retirement. I came here this time to get the battlefield employment fee in advance. I have a wife and plan to find a big house in the village, but I am still short of money, Zed said with a wink. No problem, how much do you need? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked calmly, his heart pounding wildly. This means they are preparing to settle down in Konoha forever. As long as G gets married and has children in Konoha, wouldn't this weakness grow visibly? Why worry about not being able to integrate into Konoha? It's probably worth tens of millions. I've got my eyes on the mansion that little Jiraiya in your village built to marry 100 wives. Give him the money for building a house later, and that will be my home. If he dares to disagree, I will beat him up. G10 spread his hands and said casually, that brat from the Uchiha family. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in understanding, and then took G to the Hokage building to withdraw money. Zed left the Hokage building with a huge sum of money. Less than half an hour after entering the Uchiha clan's territory, a sad and miserable child's voice was heard from the Uchiha clan's territory, and then spread to the streets of Konoha. Wow wow wow, I'm not selling the house. You can't rob my house, you can't rob it, the house is mine. If you have the guts, go find someone to build it yourself. What's the big deal about robbing my house? You robbed my house like a rude thing. How shameless. Wow, shamelessly robbing a house and beating people up. People on the street who didn't know the truth looked in the direction of the sound. I saw an Uchiha cub crying and shouting, running madly in front with a sealing scroll in his arms. Behind him, Je was holding a small wooden stick in his hand, and Kuku was chasing him. The incident was not over until G chased Uchiha Kage around the village and made the matter known to everyone in the village. He, everything is ready. You can go find Kushina to get your wife. Uchiha Kage smiled evilly and walked towards Minato's house. He has disguised himself as G and exchanged identities with his clone. This advantage must be taken by the real person himself. Kushina, open the door, I'm really Minato. Not long after the knock on the door opened with a bang. If you want to die, I can help you do it right now, Kushina said coldly as she stood at the door. Hey, don't be angry. I'm here to take my wife Zionin home. The Uchiha Kage laughed. He also knew that Kushina did not welcome him. After all, he only cared about making Kushina angry every time. As for how Kushina vented her anger, that was none of his business. Home, I guess the whole village knows that you stole the Uchiha child. Kushina glanced at the Uchiha Kage and said with a straight face, Konan will be sleeping at my house tonight. That won't work. Uchiha film line bypassed Kushina, looked at Zionin in the room, and said, ask Zionin where she wants to rest. Upon hearing this, Kushina also turned her head and looked at Konan. Sister Kushina, thank you for your hospitality, I'm leaving now. Konan glanced at the Uchiha Kage, bowed to Kushina and said, then walked towards the Uchiha Kage. Through indirect inquiries during the meal, she got to know more about G, and also knew that Kushina couldn't even leave Konoha village, so she didn't tell Kushina about the fact that she was being coerced. The threat from G was now an unsolvable problem for her, and she could only endure it silently in humiliation. Kana, Miss Kushina. Uchiha Kage waved to Kushina, then happily took Konan's soft, boneless, and cold little hand, rubbed it gently, then turned around and left together. Kushina frowned and looked at Konan's leaving back, feeling an indescribable feeling in her heart. I couldn't figure it out, so I just shook my head and closed the door. Come on, I'll take you around the street. Uchiha Kage whispered to Konan beside him. He is still young, and for him, the emotional value of the sweet mood brought by love is more important than biological instinct. He threatened Zionin to follow him back to the village just to get the meat into his own bowl in advance. Even if I can't eat it for the time being, at least I can get some oil, right? Konan was probably still too nervous and spoke very little along the way. She only gave a brief response when Uchiha Kage asked her questions. Most of the rest of the time, he followed Uchiha Kage silently and watched the goods sold at the street stalls. She was offered food and drinks, and accepted them silently. As the sky gradually darkened, Uchiha Kage clearly felt that the little hand he was holding began to sweat nervously. This girl must be thinking about something bitter. The Uchiha Kage raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and began to walk towards the Uchiha clan's mansion with Zionin in his hand. After walking away from the commercial street and entering the residential area, Konan's hands were obviously sweatier, and even Uchiha Kage could feel that his hands were a little slippery. By the time they entered the mansion, Zionin's head was completely buried in his chest. Xiaonan, don't let your imagination run wild, we're not going to do anything shameful like you think. The Uchiha Kage opened his Mangekyo Sharingan, sensed Konan's thoughts, scratched her palm, and chuckled. The itchiness in the palm of her hand made Zionin's body tremble, as if what she was thinking was spoken hit home. Her face turned a little red, and her glass-like eyes looked towards the Uchiha Kage. Uchiha Kage seized the opportunity and pecked lightly at the rosy and delicate little face. Beiji instantly separate. Today's installment ends here. Zionin wife, my room is right next to yours, feel free to sneak in anytime. The Uchiha Kage smiled brilliantly, savoring the surprising softness on his lips. The situation on the ninja battlefield is changing rapidly. After the troublemakers Kumagakur and Mistgakur launched a strong attack on Iwagakur, the Sand Village followed suit and declared war on Iwagakur. With the addition of Konoha, which was already present, all the small countries in the gap between the 5 major countries instantly became battlefields for the major countries. On the long battlefront, ninjas from various countries who had long been feuding with each other had long lost their minds, and the brutality of the war became more and more intense. Once they meet, as long as they are not the same people, it will be a life and death fight, and it will really turn into a melee. On the front line of the chaotic battle, the troops that Danzo had previously ordered were moving in. Seizing the opportunity of the sudden increase in pressure on the Uchiha front, Minato's Konoha side has pushed the front line into the territory of the Land of Grass. Front line command tent. Nara Shikaku, Minato, and some of Konoha's senior ninjas gathered together, and G, as a fighting force hired by Konoha, was also invited. This time, Kumagakur and Mistgakur, including the later Sangakur, seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack very well. The Ragakur is targeting us. This time, I'm afraid that more than half of their elite forces will be directly destroyed. Nara Shikaka spoke to everyone present with a slight smile on his face, but when his eyes fell on G, his smile instantly disappeared. The timing of Minura's entry was too bad, and the elite forces deployed on the front line of Iwagakur village were stuck in the quagmire almost instantly. Even when the Five Tails Jinchuriki Steen Ninja Han, who arrived with a support force and joined the battle, was unable to stop Iwagakur's decline on the battlefield. However, this can be regarded as a complete solution to Konoha's pressure on Iwagakur. War, in addition to hard power, is also a battle of logistics. Now, Sand Village and Iwagakur no longer have the energy to attack Konoha, and even if Cloud Village wanted to make a detour and launch a surprise attack, it could only send a small force, and it was impossible to open up a long supply route for this purpose. In this way, they only need to leave a force to defend the border, and then they can pack up and return to the village. Thanks to everyone's efforts during this period, the war here is over, and the pressure Konoha is currently facing will be relieved a lot. Minato smiled gently and nodded to everyone. Then, he began to look around the crowd. Although this section of defense line will not serve as Konoha's main battlefield in the future, based on the current chaotic situation in the ninja world, those who stay behind must be able to keep the situation under control. I will stay here with a defense force. In the crowd, Uchiha Fugaku, who came to support from the Sand Village battlefield, noticed Minato's thoughts and took the initiative to step forward and speak. This is not an easy task. The bloody fighting on the front line that had lasted for half a year had just ended, and now everyone wanted to go back to the village to see their relatives whom they hadn't seen for a long time and have a good rest. If the candidate stayed at this time, it would definitely offend people, and because the war here has been basically settled, he would not even be able to gain much military merit. Uchiha Fugaku also saw that the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was preparing to nominate Minato as the next Hokage, and he had a good personal relationship with Minato, so he was willing to lend a hand. Then I'll leave this to you, Fugaku, Minato said as he nodded gently to Uchiha Fugaku. After determining who would stay behind to defend, the Konoha team led by Minato began to prepare to evacuate. At this moment, G, who was in the evacuation team preparing to return to Konoha, suddenly caught a glimpse of the gesture of his companion standing on a tree in the distance, and raised his eyebrows. Minato, buddy has something else to do here, so I won't leave with you guys. Zed patted Minato's shoulder, and suddenly caught a glimpse of Obito's delighted expression when he heard this, and raised his eyebrows. Yo ha! I almost forgot about you. G immediately formed a seal and used the shadow clone technique to create a shadow clone. Then he walked to Obito, pointed at Obito, whose face fell, and said, at least one a day, you can add more according to your mood. After saying that, without waiting for Obito to react, Zed left the team, caught up with his companions in the distance, and came to a forest. Uchiha Madara is dead, Zed asked. Well, most of the inheritance has been obtained, except for the eldest son, who has been hiding. The other robber raised the round fan in his hand and the storage scroll on his waist, and spread his hands. You haven't been cursed, have you? Uchiha Madara is not stupid. Is it necessary for me, a shadow clone, to do this? That's right. After chatting for a while, the two G stopped communicating and turned to look into the distance. From this direction, they sensed a chakra aura that came from the same source as their own. As the perception got closer, two cloaked figures finally appeared in sight, one was G and the other was Yakang. Soon, the four of them gathered together. Hey, did you succeed in hooking up? He. Of course. Alas, it's a pity that the main body is now only. Shut up, is it okay to say something like this? The three robbers had a friendly conversation with each other, and they all understood what had happened to each other during this period. Don't worry, my wife Yakang, your position as the Kaze cage is in our hands. G patted his chest and expressed his opinion to Yakang. Of course one must pay attention to one's wife's affairs, especially such important matters that concern whether one can become the wife of the Kaze cage in the future. 3 cobblers are better than 1 Zujliang. After brainstorming, they quickly confirmed the plan of action. Those Sand Village high-ranking officials who betrayed Ye Kang's wife to Kirigakure will definitely be killed. At this moment, Sand Village was once again involved in the chaos, and the village's defense strength must have dropped sharply. With some deliberate planning, this matter was not a problem at all. The only thing that needs to be paid attention to is how to help Ye Kang's wife gather the scattered people's hearts and stabilize the situation in Sunagakure. Since the disappearance of the third Kaze Cage, then there was chaos and turmoil in the Wind Country, and in the subsequent war with Konoha, the kingdom did not gain any advantage and suffered heavy losses. Now we are caught up in a chaotic war. The losses are visible to the naked eye, but we haven't seen any benefits at all. In addition, the stingy daimyoji of Wind Country who doesn't support his own village and is extremely stingy. Even if Ye Kang became the Kaze Cage, he would probably be extremely frustrated. It would not change the result in the original work that after the 3 wars, the daimyo of the Wind Country handed over all the commissions to the Fire Country and completely became a subordinate of Konoha. Swap the prince and get rid of the daimyo of the Wind Kingdom. The source of funds will no longer be a problem. As for the military support, if someone wants to take advantage of the situation and steal the sand, then Uchiha Madara will take action. G, who was holding the Uchiha clan leader's round fan, shook the fan in his hand, with an evil smile on the corner of his mouth. The shadow clones created after the original body performs the transformation and is fixed cannot be transformed back to the original form even if it is beaten to death. Even the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan cannot see through it. For some people, just a name can scare all the villains. One of the robbers dissipated on his own initiative and passed the news here back to the main body. Ye Kang and his companions began to wander around the Kingdom of Wind and wait. A few days later, a shadow flashed in front of the few people at an extremely fast speed, and then revealed a domineering figure wearing red armor from the Warring States period and with long flowing hair. Bring it here. Uchiha Madara hooked his finger at G, who was holding the Uchiha clan leader's round fan, and his calm voice was filled with an irresistible momentum. When playing cosplay, you have to be realistic enough. From now on, he can't use shadow escape in front of others. He doesn't need to do too much, just maintain the style of Uchiha Madara. Cool guy. G threw the Uchiha clan leader's round fan in his hand to Uchiha Madara and gave him a big thumbs up for his image. Finally, we can start taking action. Ye Kang stretched his stiff body lazily, with a fire burning in his eyes. The 4th Kaze Cage Raza viewed the war against Iwagakure as a chance to turn the tide. After using the dead Higura to stir up hatred against Iwagakure within the village, Raza personally led the team and brought almost all of Sunagakure's remaining forces to participate in this war. At this moment, the defenses of the Sand Village were even more fragile than before when all their forces were concentrated on searching for the missing Sandaime Kaze Cage. Ye Kang and his 4 companions sneaked in easily without any effort. Now that G has perfect control over his own mental power, his mastery of the Yamanaka clan's mental arts is comparable to his mastery of the Nara clan's shadow arts. To perform the so-called heart-turning technique, one does not need to concentrate or aim. One only needs to glance to invade the enemy's mind. With the help of the Shadow's secret technique that allowed them to use it as easily as their own arms, the high-ranking officials of the Sand Village who were incompetent and most guilty of dirty deeds were captured by Ye Kang and his team in less than half a day without alerting anyone. Only the grandmother Cho, who had no involvement in the incident and had already retired, the 4th Kaze Cage Raza, who was now away, and Ebizo, who was in charge of intelligence, escaped. The Kaze Cage building in the center of the Sand Village. Who? Everyone from the Sand Village. I am Ye Kang. That's right. I am the Ye Kang that everyone is thinking of, the one who is already dead. Ye Kang held the microphone in his hand, took a deep breath, suppressed the anger burning in his chest, and spoke. After some noisy and harsh current microphones, Ye Kang's voice spread through speakers all over the village. Ye Kang, hero of Sunagakure Higura, she's still alive. When the residents of Sand Village reacted, they immediately became excited. At this time of war, the emergence of a powerful fighting force in the village is a matter of joy for everyone. Only in this way can their family members who go to the battlefield have more hope of survival. Sand Village Cemetery. With no extra money to buy flowers and no place to pick them, Juan, as usual, talked about his daily life in front of Ye Kang's cenotaph. As a war orphan whose parents died early in the Second Ninja World War, one has almost forgotten his parents' voices and faces, and only remembers the enemies of the Kirigakure ninja. And the only teacher who cared for her was Ye Kang, who had long been regarded as a mother-like figure in her heart. One was pouring out his inner thoughts to Ye Kang's tombstone when Ye Kang's voice suddenly rang in his ears. Old teacher. Juan was startled and looked around the empty cemetery, swallowing hard. Just when one didn't know how to scare himself and his heart, Ye Kang's next words also echoed in the Sand Village. Speaking of this, everyone may feel very confused. Since I am not dead, why hasn't the village heard any news about me for so long? That's because I don't dare, because the one who wants me to die is the village I want to protect with all my heart. Ye Kang looked at the Sand Village that stretched to the distance below his feet with his amber eyes and spoke with his silver teeth clenched. Taking a deep breath, Ye Kang continued to tell the story. From the secret mission she received from the 4th Kazekage Raza that day, to the attack she encountered in the Hidden Mist village, and the information she got from interrogating those Hidden Mist ninjas. All the dirty deeds of the Tsunagakur high-ranking officials were thrown out to be exposed to the wind and sand of the desert. This wasn't Yekra killed by the Uegakur village? The excuses that the Kazekage and the village leaders used to start the war were all lies to us. Damn it! My husband and brother were tricked into going to the battlefield. The residents of Sand Village walked out of their homes one after another and gathered towards the Kazekage building. I want to see with my own eyes whether Yakang, who was said to be dead by the 4th Kazekage and the Tsunagakur high-level officials, is really still alive. They can accept that their family members sacrificed heroically to protect the village and their homes, but they cannot accept being deceived by others into going to the battlefield and making meaningless sacrifices. Yakang, it's really Yakang, she's still alive. Those tied up on the Kazekage building are the Sand Village high-ranking officials who deceived us. The crowd gathered in the square in front of the Kazekage building. Looking up, they could clearly see Yakang standing on the stage, as well as those familiar Tsunagakur high-ranking officials who were tied up. Teacher. It's really a teacher. One stumbled all the way over and fell behind the crowd. Looking at Yakang on the Fengying building, his eyes filled with tears of excitement. Mom, is Dad a bad guy? On a higher floor near the Kazekage building, 2-year-old Tamari with pigtails tilted her head and looked at Karura, who was holding her younger brother Kankuro, and asked. Karura chuckled at that and rubbed Tamari's head. He looked at Yakang on the Fengying building outside the window with gentle eyes full of apology, feeling indescribably complicated in his heart. She used to follow 3 generations. Her husband, a sunny-minded man who worked silently for the village, seemed to have rotted away in the blink of an eye after becoming the 4th Kazekage, and never returned. Betray the hero who sacrificed his life for the village, deceive and incite the villagers to hate and start a war. Now that these things have been exposed in the village, where is there any place for him to stay in the village? She and Luosha had a good relationship, but she couldn't give up the village where she was born and raised, let alone live outside with 2 children. She didn't want to give her children such a dangerous living environment. After a moment of trance, Karula looked at Tamari and Kankuro tenderly in her arms. In the Kazekage building, after telling the story of the dirty and scandalous deeds of the Sand Village high-ranking officials, Yakang began to vent the anger that had been pent up in his heart for a period of time on these Sand Village high-ranking officials. Apart from the screaming pleas for mercy and cursing before the start, these people couldn't even utter a single scream. Under the gaze of everyone in the village, their bodies were dried up by the burning escape technique and turned into shriveled corpses. After dealing with the Sand Village's high-ranking officials and their trusted guards in the village, relying on his past reputation, Yakang easily took over the Sand Village. Those Umbu ninjas who remained in the Sand Village also chose to turn to the light because of the 4th Kazekage Raza's insanity and immorality. Spread the news from the village to the front battlefield as soon as possible. Inside the Kazekage building, Yakang spoke to the Umbu members in front of him. As long as the Sand Village ninjas on the front battlefield knew what happened in the village, they would definitely want to escape from the battlefield and return to the village to find out what happened. Even the 4th Kazekage Raza, who planned everything, would panic after receiving the news of what happened in the village and would no longer think about the war in front of him. In this way, the Sand Village ninja troops on the front line will naturally find a way to extricate themselves from the chaos. Yes. Several Umbu responded. They looked at the 3 unfamiliar figures beside Yakang and did not dare to ask more questions. After the Umbu ninja left, Yakang's beautiful amber eyes looked at Ji, who was standing beside him. Be careful when you act. The elite guards around the daimyo are as strong as the jonin of the 5 major ninja villages, Yakang warned. In the ninja world, there are very few ninjas who target a daimyo of one country. Doing so would easily lead to joint pressure from daimyo of other countries, and they would become the target of bounties offered by major ninja villages and underground gold exchange agencies, with enemies everywhere. If it wasn't for the need for a strong shot of cardiac stimulant to soothe the continuous setbacks and pain that the villagers had experienced in the past 6 months, it would have been difficult for Yakang to agree with Ji's idea. Don't worry, dear, Zed gave an okay sign. Holding the map of the Kingdom of Wind, he turned into a shadow and left the Wind Shadow building in a chic manner. Take me to see your village's one-tailed Jinchura Kid. I will need the tailed beast in the future. Uchiha Madara said to Yakang. Your purpose of approaching me is not just for the tailed beast of the Sand Village, right? Yakang's beautiful eyes were expressive, with a slight smile on his lips, and he said jokingly, Hee, I'm a lustful person. The main reason I approached you is because I was attracted by your beauty. Let's talk about letting your student become my concubine. Another robber took over the conversation and said with a smile, Shut up. Yakang rolled her eyes and said unhappily. Afterwards, Yakang took the lead and led the way towards the prison where Tsunagakur was imprisoning the one-tailed Jinchuriki Bunfuku. 10 minutes later, they arrived in front of a temple-like building. I heard that the one-tailed Jinchuriki has been imprisoned in this temple since he was born. It has been several decades now. There are rumors that the Jinchuriki of other ninja villages are active in the ninja world. Yakang shook his head with emotion. Being imprisoned in a limited environment since birth for decades is enough to make people tremble just thinking about it. This is another person who was sacrificed by the village. The environment inside the temple was not big, and soon they arrived at the prison where the one-tailed Jinchuriki Bunfuku was imprisoned. Inside the prison, an old monk with white eyebrows and beard, who was sitting cross-legged in meditation, sensed the arrival of someone. He opened his eyes, which were not in line with his age, and looked at Ye Kang and the others. "I'm sorry I can't entertain you, distinguished guests, that I hope you will forgive me." Fenfu clasped his hands together and nodded to Ye Kang and the others. It was obvious that Ye Kang's sand village forward protector made him mistakenly think that they were all ninjas from the village. "Let the little guy inside you come out and see me," Uchiha Madara said. Without waiting for his fortune to recover, he used a magic Sharingan to put his mind into a deep sleep. "Share the blessings, wake up," the one-tailed Shukaku shouted in the spiritual space. "Shukaku, don't worry, I'm fine." After Fenfu regained consciousness in the spiritual space, he responded softly. Just as the eyelids of Fenfuku in reality began to twitch and he wanted to open them, the violent-tailed beast chakra began to spread rapidly around Fenfuku's body, and a large amount of sand flowed and gathered around him. "Shukaku, you, shut up, I won't hide behind a bunch of old bones," the one-tailed Shukaku responded loudly. The surrounding sand gathered quickly, and Fenfu's body underwent a huge change that was visible to the naked eye, from the limbs at the beginning to the thick and ferocious tail. Soon, a huge raccoon dog with curse marks all over its body broke through the temple's prison and appeared in front of everyone. "Hurry up and solve it, or there will be chaos in the village soon." Ye Kang looked at the one-tailed Shukaku in front of him and said to Ji beside him. In other words, she had witnessed with her own eyes how Ji easily controlled the three-tailed Isabu of the Hidden Mist village, otherwise she would never have brought Ji here. The current sand village cannot withstand the destruction of a tailed beast. "Don't worry," Ji nodded to Ye Kang. Afterwards, while using the Mangekyo Sharingan to control the mind of the one-tailed Shukaku, he also projected his own mental power into it. "Just be quiet for a moment." After entering Shukaku's spiritual space, the mental power directly selected the target, causing the spirit of Fufuku who wanted to awaken Shukaku to become silent. The real Uchiha Madara outside looked at Shukaku standing motionless in front of him, with a slight smile on his face. After the psychic produced a contract scroll, he directly forced him to sign a psychic contract. After doing all this, Ji also took back the mental power that he had invested into Shukaku. Just as Fubuku, who had regained consciousness, was about to awaken Shukaku, who was controlled by the illusion, various chakra cyclones were already active on the palm of Uchiha Madara outside, and he pressed a palm on Shukaku's body. "For symbol's seal." Suddenly, the huge Shukaku turned into a surging chakra ball again and disappeared in an instant. Only Fenfu's body and the newly appeared four-symbol seal curse on his body were left there. "Master Fenfu, please forgive me, I will have the temples destroyed as much as possible. Repair it quickly," Ye Kang said to Fenfu, who had regained consciousness. Then he turned to look at Ji beside him, and after seeing Ji nod, he said, "The seal of the tailed beast has been reinforced. Master Banfuku can walk around the village if you were bored." On the other side, it took Ji, who was heading to the daimyo prefecture of the Wind Country, 2.5 days to finally cross the vast desert and enter the largest livable oasis in the Wind Country. Fuck. As expected, no matter what era or what bad environment the rich live in, they can always live a life of luxury. Ji walked through the bustling streets and came to the Daiming Mansion, which covered a large area and had luxurious buildings. He couldn't help but sigh. Even the garden-style gardens of the shogunate officials that are lined up nearby are much more luxurious than the mansions built by the main body in Konoha. You have to know that most areas of the Kingdom of Wind are vast desert environments. "Shit, make money, I have to make money, our house can't even support 100 wives." Ji looked at the Daiming Mansion in front of him with envy. Jealousy has changed him beyond recognition. In order to avoid the turmoil caused by the daimyo of the Wind Country from affecting the Sand Village, Ji was very cautious in this action. He transformed himself into a shadow and observed for a long time under the shade of the trees outside the daimyo palace. Finally, when a pot-bellied shogunate official sitting in a sedan chair passed by, he hid in his shadow and sneaked into the daimyo palace. After a not-so-long journey, the official brought Ji into a building filled with music and dancing, and sat down at the last dining table. In addition to the geisha in the middle hall and the guards around them, there were a total of 5 people sitting in front of the food table. Ji was observing the middle-aged man with a flat nose and a big face sitting in the main seat in the shadows, thinking that this might be the target of his trip. But to dress up as such an ugly guy, how much psychological damage would it cause to his young mind? Anyway, if he looks like this, he will never be able to be the protagonist. Inahide-kun, how has the Sand Village performed on the battlefield recently? Last time, the daimyo of the Land of Fire even used the defeated loser Sand Village to embarrass me at a party. Humph, it's really a waste of the huge sum of money I gave them half a year ago. The geishas continued to sing and dance, and the daimyo of the Kingdom of Wind drank a few glasses of wine and gradually became drunk. He grabbed a geisha who was nearby and held her in his arms, kneading the soft dough in his palms, and asked a shogunate official below, Daimyo-sama, we received news from the front line last night that the Sand Village is stuck in a stalemate in the chaos of the battlefield. There is no good news at the moment. When the official called in Ahira heard the question from the daimyo of Wind Country, he hurriedly saluted and replied, muttering to himself in his heart, "The little money I gave to Tsunagakur last time was probably enough to buy a set of shurikens, not to mention other weapons like detonating talismans." Just as he felt his heart burning with excitement from looking at the geisha and his body was about to react, Daoheng hurriedly picked up the wine jug prepared by the daimyo mansion on the dining table, poured himself a glass, and drank it all in one gulp. Phew, comfortable. It has to be Beishui from Daming Prefecture. Now the fire in my heart has completely cooled down. These idiots from Tsunagakur are driving me crazy. You were so eager to get money, but when it came time to give me face, you couldn't even beat a village. How can I have the face to go to the next party? The daimyo of the Wind Country's face turned red with anger, and the strength in his hands increased for no reason. The geisha standing by had a painful expression on her face, but she suppressed her emotions and dared not make a sound. The following banquet was still filled with singing and dancing, but the only one who was truly happy was the daimyo of the Wind Country. The shogunate officials below drank cup after cup of the cool water that cooled their souls, and racked their brains to flatter the daimyo of the Wind Country. As for those geishas dancing on the field, that was just something the Wind Country daimyo gave to them to show off. Night is falling. Several shogunate officials dispersed, and Ji also seized the opportunity of the chaotic crowd when the banquet ended, and quickly sneaked into the shadow of the daimyo of the Wind Country without alarming the guards beside him. Finally, after everyone had left, the drunk daimyo of the Wind Country staggered away, pulling the geisha in his arms. "All of you, get away from me, get out of my house, my beauty, only I can hear the sound." The daimyo of the Kingdom of Wind drunkenly dismissed the guards around him and returned to his room with the geisha beside him. After locking the doors and windows tightly, the daimyo of Wind Country looked back, rubbing his hands with a lewd look. Just when he was about to take a look at his feast tonight, he was confronted with the Mangekyo Sherinan that was getting stronger and stronger in his sight, slowly taking over his whole world. "Don't worry, you are the first, but you will never be the last." The corner of Ji's mouth curled up slightly, and one of his tentacles easily pierced the heart of the unresponsive daimyo of the Wind Country. Afterwards, Ji used the secret technique of the Yamanaka clan to quickly read the memories in the mind of the Wind Country daimyo, and sealed his body in a storage scroll. In an instant, Ji had transformed into the daimyo of the Wind Country. Combined with the powerful illusion of the Mangekyo Sherinan, it would be difficult to be exposed in the country of wind. He, so now it's my feast. Ji looked at the geisha who had passed out on the bed after being knocked unconscious by his magic, and a strange and evil smile appeared on his face. If you love your wife, you won't resort to any bad means. But in this case where it can't even be considered a fleeting romance, that's another matter. In the dark room, shadows transformed into solid tentacles, dancing wantonly. The situation on the battlefield was chaotic. With the hard work of several UMBU members, the news of what happened in the Sand Village spread from 1 person to 10 people, and from 10 to 100. Soon, many Sand Village ninja teams heard the news. When they learned that Yakang was not only not dead, but had returned to take over the Sand Village, and even that their excuse for going into battle this time was a deception by the 4th Kazekage Raza, everyone's first reaction was to doubt the accuracy of the news. But this matter, after all, concerns their families who stayed in the village, and the Sand Village far behind. That if they don't find out the truth, how can they still have the heart to continue fighting? So, the Sand Village ninja teams who received the news began to withdraw from the battlefield one after another and gathered around the Sand Village frontline command tent. "Lord Kazekage, is that rumor about Yakang and the village true or false? Lord Fengying, please give us a definite answer, otherwise no one will want to continue fighting." Many Tsunagakur ninjas gathered in front of the tent and asked loudly. Inside the tent, Luosha listened to the noise of the crowd outside, frowning. They were locked together on the ground, with extremely ugly faces. Of course he also knew the news that had already spread. He never expected that his plan, which should have been all good, would end up in complete failure at this moment because of Yakang who should have been dead. His mind was in a mess right now, and he didn't even know how to respond to the people outside. If this news is confirmed, he, the 4th Kazekage, will become the object of everyone's scorn and won't even be able to return to the village. Damn Kirigakur, they are more likely to cause trouble than to help. Luosha pounded the table angrily. Perhaps the biggest mistake in his plan was that he didn't expect Kirigakur to be so incompetent that they couldn't even take down Yakang who came to their doorstep. "Elder Ebizo, do you have detailed information about the village?" Luosha turned his head to look at Ebizo who was also frowning, and asked unwillingly. Before this, everything was going according to his plan, and he had already secured the position of Kazekage. As long as he can get some concessions from the Uegakur in this battlefield, he will become the most popular Kazekage in the history of the Sand Village. But things have developed to this point. This news is most likely true. All my sources of information in the Sand Village have been cut, in order to avoid the turmoil caused by the daimyo of the Wind Country from affecting the Sand Village. Ji was very cautious in this action. He transformed himself into a shadow and observed for a long time under the shade of the trees outside the daimyo palace. Finally, when a pot-bellied shogunate official sitting in a sedan chair passed by, he hid in his shadow and sneaked into the daimyo palace. After a not-so-long journey, the official brought Ji into a building filled with music and dancing, and sat down at the last dining table. In addition to the geisha in the middle hall and the guards around them, there were a total of 5 people sitting in front of the food table. Ji was observing the middle-aged man with a flat nose and a big face sitting in the main seat in the shadows, thinking that this might be the target of his trip. But to dress up as such an ugly guy, how much psychological damage would it cause to his young mind? Anyway, if he looks like this, he will never be able to be the protagonist. Inahide-kun, how has the Sand Village performed on the battlefield recently? Last time, the daimyo of the Land of Fire even used the defeated loser Sand Village to embarrass me at a party. Humph, it's really a waste of the huge sum of money I gave them half a year ago. The geishas continued to sing and dance, and the daimyo of the Kingdom of Wind drank a few glasses of wine and gradually became drunk. He grabbed a geisha who was nearby and held her in his arms, kneading the soft dough in his palms, and asked a shogunate official below, "Daimyo-sama, we received news from the front line last night that the Sand Village is stuck in a stalemate in the chaos of the battlefield. There is no good news at the moment." When the official called in Ahira heard the question from the daimyo of Wind Country, he hurriedly saluted and replied, muttering to himself in his heart, "The little money I gave to Tsunagakur last time was probably enough to buy a set of shurikens, not to mention other weapons like detonating talismans." Just as he felt his heart burning with excitement from looking at the geisha and his body was about to react, Daohang hurriedly picked up the wine jug prepared by the daimyo mansion on the dining table, poured himself a glass, and drank it all in one gulp. Phew, comfortable. It has to be Beishui from Daming Prefecture. Now the fire in my heart has completely cooled down. These idiots from Tsunagakur are driving me crazy. You were so eager to get money, but when it came time to give me face, you couldn't even beat a village. How can I have the face to go to the next party? The daimyo of the Wind Country's face turned red with anger, and the strength in his hands increased for no reason. The geisha standing by had a painful expression on her face, but she suppressed her emotions and dared not make a sound. The following banquet was still filled with singing and dancing, but the only one who was truly happy was the daimyo of the Wind Country. The shogunate officials below drank cup after cup of the cool water that cooled their souls, and racked their brains to flatter the daimyo of the Wind Country. As for those geishas dancing on the field, that was just something the Wind Country daimyo gave to them to show off. Night is falling. Several shogunate officials dispersed, and Ji also seized the opportunity of the chaotic crowd when the banquet ended, and quickly sneaked into the shadow of the daimyo of the Wind Country without alarming the guards beside him. Finally, after everyone had left, the drunk daimyo of the Wind Country staggered away, pulling the geisha in his arms. "All of you, get away from me, get out of my house, my beauty, only I can hear the sound." The daimyo of the Kingdom of Wind drunkenly dismissed the guards around him and returned to his room with the geisha beside him. After locking the doors and windows tightly, the daimyo of Wind Country looked back, rubbing his hands with a lewd look. Just when he was about to take a look at his feast tonight, he was confronted with the Mangekyo Sharinan that was getting stronger and stronger in his sight, slowly taking over his whole world. "Don't worry, you are the first, but you will never be the last." The corner of Ji's mouth curled up slightly, and one of his tentacles easily pierced the heart of the unresponsive daimyo of the Wind Country. Afterwards, Ji used the secret technique of the Yamanaka clan to quickly read the memories in the mind of the Wind Country daimyo, and sealed his body in a storage scroll. In an instant, Ji had transformed into the daimyo of the Wind Country. Combined with the powerful illusion of the Mangekyo Sharinan, it would be difficult to be exposed in the country of wind. So now it's my feast. Ji looked at the geisha who had passed out on the bed after being knocked unconscious by his magic, and a strange and evil smile appeared on his face. If you love your wife, you won't resort to any bad means. But in this case where it can't even be considered a fleeting romance, that's another matter. In the dark room, shadows transformed into solid tentacles, dancing wantonly. The situation on the battlefield was chaotic. With the hard work of several UMBU members, the news of what happened in the Sand Village spread from 1 person to 10 people, and from 10 to 100. Soon, many Sand Village ninja teams heard the news. When they learned that Yakang was not only not dead, but had returned to take over the Sand Village, and even that their excuse for going into battle this time was a deception by the 4th Kazekage Raza. Everyone's first reaction was to doubt the accuracy of the news. But this matter, after all, concerns their families who stayed in the village, and the Sand Village far behind. That if they don't find out the truth, how can they still have the heart to continue fighting? So, the Sand Village ninja teams who received the news began to withdraw from the battlefield one after another and gathered around the Sand Village frontline command tent. "Lord Kazekage, is that rumor about Yakang and the village true or false? Lord Fengying, please give us a definite answer, otherwise no one will want to continue fighting." Many Tsunagakur ninjas gathered in front of the tent and asked loudly. Inside the tent, Luosha listened to the noise of the crowd outside, frowning. They were locked together on the ground, with extremely ugly faces. Of course he also knew the news that had already spread. He never expected that his plan, which should have been all good, would end up in complete failure at this moment because of Ye Kang, who should have been dead. His mind was in a mess right now, and he didn't even know how to respond to the people outside. If this news is confirmed, he, the fourth Kazekage, will become the object of everyone's scorn and won't even be able to return to the village. Damn Kirigakur, they are more likely to cause trouble than to help. Luo She pounded the table angrily. Perhaps the biggest mistake in his plan was that he didn't expect Kirigakur to be so incompetent that they couldn't even take down Ye Kang, who came to their doorstep. Elder Ebizo, do you have detailed information about the village? Luo She turned his head to look at Ebizo, who was also frowning, and asked unwillingly. Before this, everything was going according to his plan, and he had already secured the position of Kazekage. As long as he can get some concessions from the Uegakur in this battlefield, he will become the most popular Kazekage in the history of the Sand Village. But things have developed to this point. This news is most likely true. All my sources of information in the Sand Village have been cut off. Ebizo shook his head with a bitter look on his face and sighed. Luo She shouted in a low voice. His face was extremely gloomy and his eyes were filled with bloodshot. He knew that he was finished now, and there was no place for him in the Sand Village anymore, but his heart was filled with unwillingness. Unless he verified the authenticity of the news with his own eyes, he was unwilling to accept it. Luo She's order was quickly implemented, and the Sand Village ninjas on the front line of the battlefield were now thinking of returning to the village as soon as possible to find out what happened. In less than half an hour, the Sand Village ninja troops had packed up and the team evacuated towards the Wind Kingdom in a mighty manner. Because everyone had something on their mind, the Sand Village ninja troops marched very quickly. We walked in silence all the way until one afternoon 3 days later. Raza and a group of Sand Village ninja troops braved the flying sand and finally arrived at the gate of the Sand Village. Ye Kang and his companions naturally paid close attention to the marching position of Raza and the Sand Village ninja troops, and waited there early before they arrived at the gate of the Sand Village. When Luo She and his companions arrived at the gate of Tsunagakur, they saw Ye Kang and his companions and the Umbu ninjas guarding nearby. Ye Kang is really still alive. So that news is also true. The fourth Kazekage Raza and those Tsunagakur high-ranking officials betrayed Lord Yegura to the Hidden Mist Village. The Sand Village ninjas following behind Luo She couldn't help but widen their eyes and looked extremely ugly. While they were discussing this, they also took the initiative to distance themselves from Luo She and Ebizo. The fan-shaped encirclement cut off the two men's retreat, and pairs of sharp eyes shot at them like sharp swords. Unlike their family members who stayed behind in the village, most of whom were ordinary people, in the eyes of these Sand Village ninjas, they did not care too much whether they were deceived by the village's top leaders. Some sacrifices are necessary for the sake of the village. What they care more about is that the Kazekage and the top leaders of the Sand Village actually betrayed the hero who fought for the village. Is a village that even betrays its own hero really worth their efforts and even sacrifices? Today, it was Ye Kang who was betrayed by the Yondaime Kazekage and the Tsunagakur high-ranking officials, but who knows if the same thing will happen to them tomorrow. They can accept dying bravely on the battlefield for the village, but they absolutely cannot accept being stabbed in the back by their own village. Ye Kang you. Luo She looked at Ye Kang standing in front of him, and the last bit of hope in his heart disappeared, and his eyes completely lost their color. Humph, you didn't expect that I could come back alive, did you? The decline of Sand Village is entirely due to you and those high-ranking members of Sand Village who only think of dirty schemes all day long. There was hatred and complete contempt in Ye Kang's eyes when he looked at Luo She. These people, as the Kazekage of Sand Village and high-ranking officials of the village, do not think about how to revitalize the village and make it more prosperous, but spend all day thinking about such dirty and vile things as playing power and grabbing profits. It would be strange if the Sand Village could live well if such people occupied high positions in the village. You are too naive, Ye Kang. The village is surrounded by yellow sand desert. All resources must be supplied from outside. Given the current poverty of the village, the only way to promote the development of the village is to launch wars to plunder enough resources. The glances from the surrounding Sand Village ninjas made Luo She lower his head uncomfortably. He clenched his fists and unclenched them, trying hard to find excuses for his behavior. Oh, then you took advantage of my trust in the village and sold me out to the Hidden Mist Village for the sake of the village. The corner of Ye Kang's mouth curled up slightly in a mocking arc. For this enemy who has done such a despicable and dirty thing, exposing him to the wind and sand of the desert and letting him be judged under the gaze of everyone is enough to vent her inner resentment. Luo She lowered his head in silence, wanting to find a crack in the ground to crawl into and hide himself completely. This kind of thing would be despised and scorned no matter which village it happened in. This one incident alone is enough to nail him and those Sand Village high-ranking officials who made the decision to the pillar of shame in the Sand Village. At this moment, the many Sand Village ninjas who were originally staring at Raza and Ebizo suddenly sensed the movement in the wind and sand behind them coming closer and closer, and they couldn't help but shift their gaze over there. As everyone was waiting, a camel caravan soon appeared in everyone's sight, crossing the yellow sand and heading towards the Sand Village. That is the envoy team from the Daimyo Prefecture of the Kingdom of Wind? The Sunagakure ninjas looked at the symbol of the daimyo's prefecture on the camel caravan in astonishment. Except for the time when the village frequently asks for financial allocations every year, the team from the daimyo prefecture would drag on to their sand village. Where would they see people from the daimyo prefecture at other times? Yakang felt relieved when he saw the camel caravan from the daimyo prefecture of the Wind Country. The curve of the corners of his mouth became even deeper, and even the corners of his eyes showed an obvious smile. It seems that the plan in Daming Prefecture is going smoothly. With such a powerful shot of cardiac stimulant, the sand village can now lick its wounds in peace and successfully get through this period of pain. Make way, everyone, there's no need to be so enthusiastic when welcoming us. Official Inahira, who has been in charge of issues related to Sand Village, looked exhausted and dusty. With the help of his servants, he got off the camel with difficulty and arrived at the gate of Sand Village. I won't go into the village. Who is Yakang? Inahira brushed off the sand and dust that stuck to his body and asked the people in Sunagakure. Upon hearing this, everyone in Sunagakure made way for him and turned to look at Yakang. Dao Hung also looked over along with everyone else. As expected, he has the demeanor and bearing of a Sunagakure hero. Even the daimyo has heard of him. The daimyo has agreed to let you serve as the 5th kazekage of the Sand Village. This is the financial allocation that has not been paid last year, as well as the financial allocation for this year and next year. The daimyo also specifically instructed that if Sand Village has any needs in the future, they can contact the daimyo's mansion. The Kingdom of Wind will definitely fully support the development of Sand Village. Daohang walked quickly to Yakang, handed him a few storage scrolls, bent down and smiled flatteringly. God knows how shocked he was when he received this task in Daming Prefecture. His worldview almost collapsed. Is this still the same stingy name? If the guards of the daimyo mansion had not shown any abnormality and he had only drunk plain water at the banquet in the daimyo mansion, everyone would have thought that the daimyo of the Wind Country had been secretly replaced. Only those who have personally experienced the stinginess of the daimyo of the Land of Wind can understand the shock in his heart. As for this woman who could make the stingy daimyo become generous as an exception, he could never be too careful in treating her. Compared to other villages' cautious attitude towards the tailed beast Jinchuriki, the Hidden Cloud Village, which has always believed in muscles and fists, is completely different. They completely regard the tailed beasts as the armed force of the village, and the Jinchuriki who can control the power of the tailed beasts can even be deeply worshipped and respected by the villagers of Kumagakure. Of course, it is normal for villagers to keep a certain distance from the Jinchuriki who have not yet mastered the power of the tailed beasts. After all, who would want to have a bomb next to them that could explode at any time? The Two Tails Jinchuriki, Yabokyoto, lives at the foot of a remote mountain far away from the bustling area of the village. Compared with the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, she is undoubtedly much luckier. After all, that Sundara big cat in her body likes to sleep quietly. As long as the tailed beasts don't come out to cause casualties and destruction to the village, the villagers of the Hidden Cloud Village naturally have no reason to hate her. This means that except for her only good friends, who are her teacher who teaches her training in Nibi Matatabi, Yukito is really no different from other people in the village. By the way, she lives in a remote place, just in case. Because of the war, her teacher went to the front line of the battlefield. At this time, on the training ground at the foot of the mountain, there was only the figure of Mu Ren sweating. The wooden man nimbly flipped back and forth between the obstacles on the training ground, his long brown hair tied into a braid that fell to his waist, swaying with his movements. Fire Rat Jade. The wooden man landed on the wooden stake and spit out a mouse-shaped blue fireball from his mouth towards the shooting range in front of him. During its flight, the fireball split into a large number of mini flame-seeking bombs, which were scattered and shot towards various targets on the shooting range, burning charred holes in the bullseye. Fire Rat Ball Jade. Seeing that there were still a few intact targets on the shooting range that had not been hit, the wooden man directly released multiple chakra balls. After he controlled the chakra ball with his 10 fingers and knocked down all the targets in the shooting range, he wiped the sweat from his forehead with satisfaction and nimbly rolled down from the wooden stake. Thanks, another trip. Having just finished training, the somewhat tired Yamujin sensed a surge of chakra in his body that helped him recover quickly, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. Humph, that was just the chakra I accidentally released. Don't take it for granted. Inside the sealed space, Nibi Matatabi hummed softly as soon as he heard Yukito's thanks. After saying that, he buried his head in his chest and continued to doze off, but from the gently shaking tail, it could be seen that Nibi Matatabi was in a very good mood at the moment. Yumu Ren chuckled twice. She had long understood the Tsundere personality of the big cat in her body. As for why she knew Nibi Matatabi's name, it might be because he felt that the name Cat Cat was too embarrassing, so he took the initiative to tell her his own name. After sitting on the ground for a while, Yumu Ren felt that his strength had almost recovered, so he stood up and prepared to go home for dinner. At this moment, the voice inside my body suddenly sounded in my mind. Be careful, there's someone behind you. What? After receiving Yala's reminder, Yuma Ren turned around immediately. Before she could see the figure behind her clearly, a hand had already been imprinted on her body, for symbol seal. At the same time as Ji's palm imprinted on the wooden man, the shadow tentacles that materialized behind him also controlled the wooden man's limbs. Afterwards, Zed used a Mangekyo Sharinon illusion to knock the wooden man unconscious, summoned a pink sack that he had prepared in advance from the storage scroll, put the sack inside, and wrapped it around his back. Tisk, the experience gained from kidnapping my wife is skyrocketing. After jumping twice to test the sack's firmness, he ran towards the dense forest in the distance. Kidnapping your wife and running away, that's called professionalism. As for the other beautiful wives in the hidden cloud village, he only came alone this time, so he had to do what he could, and leave the rest for the next time he came to the hidden cloud village. G was waiting for Orochimaru in the dense forest when he came back, carrying the kidnapped spoils. It's not that he doesn't want to go first. Now they are in the rear of the hidden cloud village ninja troops. It is absolutely difficult to perfectly bypass all the hidden cloud village ninjas on the front battlefield with the spoils. Once his whereabouts are exposed, the reckless Raikage who could fight against 10,000 enemies at once for 3 days would definitely catch up with him and steal his spoils. For a rare thing like a wife, it is better to keep her at home and keep her safe. It is always better to have a stable life. On the other side, Orochimaru relied on his powerful camouflage ability to swagger into the bustling downtown of the hidden cloud village without attracting any attention. After using illusion to get the direction of the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki Brubai from some Kumagakure ninjas, Orochimaru quickly found a cave where Brubai often practiced. Orochimaru observed outside the cave for a long time, until noon, when a Kumagakure ninja who came to deliver food appeared on the path. Orochimaru finally took action. Orochimaru easily replaced the Kumagakure ninja who delivered the meal by using the technique of disguise, and entered the cave with the meal spiced with special illusion pills. Master Burabi, your meal. Orochimaru disguised himself as a Kumagakure ninja and handed the food box to Brubai. He stared at Brubai with flickering eyes, as if he was staring at a dying person. Thank you for your help. Blubby didn't notice Orochimaru's strange look. He nodded, took the food box, sat cross-legged on the rock in the cave and started eating. As the food in the lunchbox became less and less, the light in Orochimaru's eyes became brighter and brighter, until the chopsticks in Bruai's hand fell to the ground with a pop, and his sinister look became even more undisguised. What a fragile will that he clearly has the ability to control the power of the tailed beasts, but at the same time he is afraid of the powerful power of the tailed beasts. Orochimaru looked at Blubby, who was lying on the ground with his eyes rolled back and completely unconscious, with great interest. A light shone in his eyes that was almost solidified. The power of the tailed beasts is obvious to all in the ninja world. They are almost the deterrent armed force for every village. Such research materials are rare. Orochimaru squatted in front of Bruai, opened his fingers slightly, and then untied the iron seal on his body that was used to seal the eight tails. What a terrifying chakra! Orochimaru looked excitedly at the violent tailed beast chakra surging before him, as well as the eight-tailed Gyuki that was quickly taking shape. His specially made illusion pill can not only destroy the Jinchuriki's will defense, but also the tailed beast in his body, which will start to run wild invisibly under the effect of the illusion pill. Kusanagi sword. Orochimaru seized the moment when the eight-tailed Gyuki was formed and spit out a small snake from his mouth. The snake continued to spit out the Kusanagi sword made of the hardest material in the world, and directly cut off one of the horns on the head of the eight-tailed Gyomon. Then Orochimaru grabbed the fallen horn of the eight tails and put it into the storage scroll. He summoned a giant snake that drilled into its belly, quickly dug a hole and left. Roar. Compared to other villages' cautious attitude towards the tailed beast Jinchuriki, the hidden cloud village, which has always believed in muscles and fists, is completely different. They completely regard the tailed beasts as the armed force of the village, and the Jinchuriki who can control the power of the tailed beasts can even be deeply worshipped and respected by the villagers of Kumagakure. Of course, it is normal for villagers to keep a certain distance from the Jinchuriki who have not yet mastered the power of the tailed beasts. After all, who would want to have a bomb next to them that could explode at any time? The two tails Jinchuriki, Yabokito, lies at the foot of a remote mountain far away from the bustling area of the village. Compared with the eight tails Jinchuriki, she is undoubtedly much luckier. After all, that Sundara big cat in her body likes to sleep quietly. As long as the tailed beasts don't come out to cause casualties and destruction to the village, the villagers of the hidden cloud village naturally have no reason to hate her. This means that except for her only good friends, who are her teacher who teaches her training in Nibi Matatabi, Yukito is really no different from other people in the village. By the way, she lives in a remote place, just in case. Because of the war, her teacher went to the front line of the battlefield. At this time, on the training ground at the foot of the mountain, there was only the figure of Mu Ren sweating. The wooden man nimbly flipped back and forth between the obstacles on the training ground, his long brown hair tied into a braid that fell to his waist, swaying with his movements. Fire Rat Jade. The wooden man landed on the wooden stake and spit out a mouse-shaped blue fireball from his mouth towards the shooting range in front of him. During its flight, the fireball split into a large number of mini flame-seeking bombs, which were scattered and shot towards various targets on the shooting range, burning charred holes in the bullseye. Fire Rat Ball Jade. Seeing that there were still a few intact targets on the shooting range that had not been hit, the wooden man directly released multiple chakra balls. After he controlled the chakra ball with his 10 fingers and knocked down all the targets in the shooting range, he wiped the sweat from his forehead with satisfaction and nimbly rolled down from the wooden stake. Thanks, another trip. Having just finished training, the somewhat tired Yamujin sensed a surge of chakra in his body that helped him recover quickly, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. Humph, that was just the chakra I accidentally released. Don't take it for granted. Inside the sealed space, Nibi Matatabi hummed softly as soon as he heard Yukito's thanks. After saying that, he buried his head in his chest and continued to doze off, but from the gently shaking tail, it could be seen that Nibi Matatabi was in a very good mood at the moment. Yomuren chuckled twice. She had long understood the tsundere personality of the big cat in her body. As for why she knew Nibi Matatabi's name, it might be because he felt that the name Cat was too embarrassing, so he took the initiative to tell her his own name. After sitting on the ground for a while, Yomuren felt that his strength had almost recovered, so he stood up and prepared to go home for dinner. At this moment, the voice inside my body suddenly sounded in my mind. Be careful, there's someone behind you. What? After receiving Yala's reminder, Yomuren turned around immediately. Before she could see the figure behind her clearly, a hand had already been imprinted on her body, for symbol seal. At the same time as Ji's palm imprinted on the wooden man, the shadow tentacles that materialized behind him also controlled the wooden man's limbs. Afterwards, Zed used a Mangekyo Sharinon illusion to knock the wooden man unconscious, summoned a pink sack that he had prepared in advance from the storage scroll, put the sack inside, and wrapped it around his back. Tisk, the experience gained from kidnapping my wife is skyrocketing. After jumping twice to test the sack's firmness, he ran towards the dense forest in the distance. Kidnapping your wife and running away, that's called professionalism. As for the other beautiful wives in the hidden cloud village, he only came alone this time, so he had to do what he could, and leave the rest for the next time he came to the hidden cloud village. Ji was waiting for Orochimaru in the dense forest when he came back, carrying the kidnapped spoils. It's not that he doesn't want to go first. Now they are in the rear of the hidden cloud village ninja troops. It is absolutely difficult to perfectly bypass all the hidden cloud village ninjas on the front battlefield with the spoils. Once his whereabouts are exposed, the reckless Raikage who could fight against 10,000 enemies at once for 3 days would definitely catch up with him and steal his spoils. For a rare thing like a wife, it is better to keep her at home and keep her safe. It is always better to have a stable life. On the other side, Orochimaru relied on his powerful camouflage ability to swagger into the bustling downtown of the hidden cloud village without attracting any attention. After using illusion to get the direction of the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki Brubai from some Kumagakure ninjas, Orochimaru quickly found a cave where Brubai often practiced. Orochimaru observed outside the cave for a long time, until noon, when a Kumagakure ninja who came to deliver food appeared on the path. Orochimaru finally took action. Orochimaru easily replaced the Kumagakure ninja who delivered the meal by using the technique of disguise, and entered the cave with the meal spiced with special illusion pills. Master Burabi, your meal. Orochimaru disguised himself as a Kumagakure ninja and handed the food box to Brubai. He stared at Brubai with flickering eyes, as if he was staring at a dying person. Thank you for your help. Blubby didn't notice Orochimaru's strange look. He nodded, took the food box, sat cross-legged on the rock in the cave and started eating. As the food in the lunchbox became less and less, the light in Orochimaru's eyes became brighter and brighter, until the chopsticks in Bruai's hand fell to the ground with a pop, and his sinister look became even more undisguised. What a fragile will. He clearly has the ability to control the power of the tailed beasts, but at the same time he is afraid of the powerful power of the tailed beasts. Orochimaru looked at Blubby, who was lying on the ground with his eyes rolled back and completely unconscious, with great interest. A light shone in his eyes that was almost solidified. The power of the tailed beasts is obvious to all in the ninja world. They are almost the deterrent armed force for every village. Such research materials are rare. Orochimaru squatted in front of Bruai, opened his fingers slightly, and then untied the iron seal on his body that was used to seal the eight tails. What a terrifying chakra! Orochimaru looked excitedly at the violent tailed beast chakra surging before him, as well as the eight-tailed Gyuki that was quickly taking shape. His specially made illusion pill can not only destroy the Jinchuriki's will defense, but also the tailed beast in his body, which will start to run wild invisibly under the effect of the illusion pill. Kusanagi sword. Orochimaru seized the moment when the eight-tailed Gyuki was formed and spit out a small snake from his mouth. The snake continued to spit out the Kusanagi sword made of the hardest material in the world, and directly cut off one of the horns on the head of the eight-tailed Gyomon. Then Orochimaru grabbed the fallen horn of the eight tails and put it into the storage scroll. He summoned a giant snake that drilled into its belly, quickly dug a hole and left. Roar, okay, I got it, let's go down first. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and casually waved away the Umbu ninja who came to report the news. Ji even dared to steal Kanaha's book of seals. Now he has just kidnapped a female ninja from another village. What does that matter? As long as they don't cause trouble in Kanaha village, it won't be a big deal even if I kidnap 10 of them. Hey, even if the war on the front line is over, the Uchiha and Hyuga families might start to make trouble. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head and sucked on his cigarette holder with some worry. After Zij's red and white eyes were revealed to the public for the first time, the related news spread in the village. After all, it involved the two most powerful ninja clans in Konoha with their eye techniques, and the discussion among the people had always been hot. There are countless versions of stories like the secret love affair between wealthy families that was tragically broken up by the family elders. Fortunately, some Konoha ninjas who were proficient in illusion sensed an abnormal flow of chakra fluctuations in Ji's eyes, letting many Konoha ninjas know that this was a farce. This kind of discussion came to nothing and stopped among the people. However, many ninjas who had recently retreated from the Uegakure front line had witnessed with their own eyes the scene of Ji using Susanoo. They might have just been shocked by the power at that time, but if they asked around afterwards, it would not be difficult to associate this power with the power in the Uchiha legend. Ji really possesses the Uchiha clan Sharingan. Moreover, it is above the three Magatama Sharingan, the Mangekyo Sharingan, which even the Uchiha clan has not yet appeared. Moreover, we learned from the Konoha ninjas who retreated from the front lines that Ji could directly see through the camouflage and invisibility of the Uegakure ninjas, and the enemies had nowhere to hide in front of him. So, the white eyes that Ji showed were probably real. Now, the whole village began to discuss the secret love story between the two powerful ninja clans. As for whether Ji's eyes were stolen, the Uchiha clan hasn't had a Mangekyo Sharingan for decades, and the Hyuga clan has a record of every main family member never having lost their Byakugan, so where could they rob them? Coupled with the fact that Ji has a unique shadow release Kekii limit that the entire Konoha is helpless against, these two powerful ninja clans are bound to go crazy fighting for it. Of course, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who inherited the will of the second-generation Hokage, Senju Tobirama, hopes that Ji will choose to return to the Hyuga clan. If the caged bird curse seal could be engraved, it would be the best situation for Konoha. At this moment, the hissing sound of a snake on the desk interrupted Sarutobi Hiruzen's fantasy and brought him back to his senses. Is this the information sent by Orochimaru? Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned, looking at a scroll spit out from the snake's mouth, picked it up and opened it to read. Hiss. When Sarutobi Hiruzen saw the contents clearly, his eyes suddenly widened and he took a deep breath. Zed has brought the Jinchuriki of the Hidden Cloud Village back to Konoha? Umbu, quick, seal off the outer barrier of Konoha and thoroughly investigate the spies in the village. No one is allowed to go out without my permission. Sarutobi Hiruzen issued orders one after another with an extremely serious expression on his face. If those hooligans from the Hidden Cloud Village who always take advantage and like to stir up trouble everywhere knew that their tailed beast Jinchuriki was now tied up in Konoha, I'm afraid they would continue to fight to the death. Damn Ji, he always causes trouble for him. This matter must be kept secret for as long as possible. At this time, the Uchiha Kage, who was the real body of Zed that Sarutobi Hiruzen was talking about, had no idea of Sarutobi Hiruzen's troubles. Epsilon equals Omicron asterisk. Alas, I really need to give my dear wife some time to adapt to the environment. The Uchiha Kage rubbed the red streaks on his arms, and sighed softly as he watched Konan and Yukito return to their boudoir. Compared to the gentle Zionin who would hold hands whenever he wanted, Yomurin was obviously much wilder. Before he even held the little hand, his claws immediately started scratching it. Tisk, the main reason is that I am a good man who loves my wife. I don't have much meat on my body, so I can't bear to grab her and spank her. Feed it for a few years first and let it grow some meat. Then the next target is the sage mode that is right before our eyes. The Uchiha Kage's eyes flickered. Do it when you want to do it. The resolute Uchiha Kage returned to his room, checked the doors and windows, and started the rapid military operation mode. Soon, the bedroom of dozens of square meters was filled with food. And pay the price. Uchiha Kage shook the almost empty black box of Shadow's tears in his hand, hoping that the natural energy of the Ryokai cave would satisfy him. Everyone, attack with all your forces. Uchiha Kage looked at his army with satisfaction. Oh, all the robberies in the room responded one after another, forming seals and performing the reverse spiritual communication technique, blasting out clouds of light smoke and heading towards Longdi Cave. The Uchiha Kage followed closely behind, performing a reverse summoning technique and leaving the peaceful and tranquil Ryokai Cave. Puffs of smoke suddenly appeared in the air, and the sudden influx of a large number of people made the place lively. Bah, this damn rotten snake is actually digging a hole in the ground. I've already started brooding here. Gurgle gurgle, this is a water snake. After a burst of noise, the expeditionary army assembled in front of the gate of Longdi Cave. When Uchiha Kage arrived in front of Ryokai Cave and led the army in person, he waved his hand majestically and the huge army rushed into Ryokai Cave. Go, go, go. Go straight to Huanglong, go straight to sign those snake princesses who can transform. Uchiha Kage was sitting in the rear giving orders, feeling extremely excited. All in all, this was the first time he sent out a large army to attack and engage in group combat since he traveled through time. How can I describe this grand scene? It's like entering an empty space. No matter whether they were giant snakes as thick as buckets and more than 10 meters long, or small snakes with bright colors and extremely poisonous at first glance, they were all as fragile as paper in front of swarms of snakes. Roar! A roar was heard, and the Longdi cave suddenly shook violently, from far away to near. Soon, a giant snake about 6 or 7 meters thick and nearly 100 meters long broke through the rock wall, stuck out its huge head with 4 horns, and rushed over. It's Orochimaru's summoning beast Manabu. Damn it, guys. A group of robbers said noisily. Some people used the Mangekyo Sharinan to control the snakes, while others directly activated Susanoo to attack. However, due to the control of the terrain here, G can only open half of Susanoo, but this is completely enough. In less than a minute, the thousands of snakes that had made so much noise when they appeared began to scream miserably and collapsed to the ground, dying. Alright, give Orochimaru some face and save his pet's life, the Uchiha Kage shouted. The Mangekyo Sharinan in Manzo's pupils disappeared, and he fell to the ground dying. That when he heard Uchiha Kage say that he was Orochimaru's pet, he did not dare to refute. Watching the group of uninvited guests go away, Wanshi just thought he had escaped a disaster when the sound of footsteps came back. I heard snake meat is very nutritious. Cut off 100 pounds of meat from the base of the tail and bring it back to make soup for my wives. The entrance passage of Longdi Cave is very spacious. When you go deeper, the extremely wide cave is like a large underground square. Oh, are we finally going to meet the beautiful snake princess? Uchiha Kage looked at the giant castle formed by illusion that appeared in front of him, his eyes lit up and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Imagine that when people use psychic arts, all they summon are ugly things like toads, slugs, snakes, eagles, shells, etc. When it reaches you, it slaps the ground with its hands, and with a bang, a transformed fairy comes out. The key is that it looks very beautiful. Although you don't have to be a big shot like Su Xian, at least it's pleasing to the eye and cool, isn't it? This is just like a certain beast king who likes to capture human pets. It is a symbol of status. As Uchiha Kage and his army arrived in front of the illusion castle, the gate opened by itself. Everyone's expression did not change at all. Such an illusion had long been seen through by his Mangekyo Sharinan. As I walked into the hall, I saw a young girl wearing a golden crown and with long green hair as beautiful as a flower, floating in the air. A ribbon behind her fluttered in the wind and she landed gracefully on the ground. I am Tian Xin Shenji, welcome everyone to Longdi Cave. The white snake immortal asked me to entertain you all here. It's just a small feast, please don't mind. Tian Shenji bowed and stretched out her hand, revealing a table full of sumptuous food in the hall. Then we'd like to thank you for the treat. Ji, who was walking at the front of the team, thanked Tian Shenji. He pretended to go to the banquet, and when he passed by Tian Shenji, he smiled at his companions. Shadow mimicry, for symbols seal. The next second, the shadow under his feet and the overlapping calamity of Tian Shenji immediately immobilized him. Chakra cyclones of various colors emerged from the palms of several robbers nearby at the same time, and were imprinted on the body of Tian Xin Shenji neatly. Tian Shenji's face turned pale and terrifying in an instant, with the deep eye shadow extending to the wings of her nose, the long golden vertical pupils, the sharp teeth and the long blue tongue all revealed. If you want to mobilize the powerful fairy chakra in your body to resist, you can put aside the limb control of the shadow imitation technique. With several 4-symbol seals on her body, she found that she couldn't mobilize even a trace of chakra at this moment. Bang, shit, change back, you look so ugly, how can I have the nerve to channel you in front of others in the future? Uchiha Kage frowned slightly and slapped Tian Xin Shenji's pale face, which was slightly scaly. Taking him out like this would only scare people, and he's not even as good looking as Kakashi's ninja dog, Puck. Humans who don't follow the rules of the Dragon Cave will be given to us to eat by the White Snake Immortal. Tian Xin Shenji's long blue tongue made a hissing sound unique to snakes, and her wild golden vertical pupils stared at Uchiha Ying and said fiercely, "Snap, snap. I'm going to fucking change you back, are you deaf?" Uchiha Kage attacked from both sides, and after a powerful attack, Tian Xin Shenji finally faced the reality and returned to her previous graceful and elegant appearance. Tisk, it would have been better if you did this earlier. That you have to suffer a little before you will obey. Uchiha Kage gently stroked Tian Xin Shenji's face, which felt cold. If it had been like this, wouldn't he, who is a stickler for looks, have been reluctant to make a move? Really, you have to do that scary and embarrassing thing. After forcibly signing a spiritual contract with the defenseless Tian Xin Shenji, the group continued to march deeper into the Longdi Cave. After advancing for about 10 minutes, the group arrived at a new level. A pretty little girl with a golden crown on her head and dark blue hair tied into a bun was floating in the thick fog, appearing and disappearing from time to time, as if she was leading them somewhere. Unfortunately, her invisibility trick was completely useless in front of Uchiha Kage. Countless shadow tentacles spread rapidly and densely from all directions, quickly blocking all her escape routes. Tisk, what a boring human being. My name is Uchiha Shimaheim. That this is not a place for trials. If you want to gain the power of an immortal, follow me. Princess Uchiha showed up angrily, then spoke to Uchiha Kage and his group, then turned around and was about to take them to the trial site. But when she floated away for a distance, and not only did Uchiha Kage and his group fail to catch up, but even the shadow tentacles blocking their way did not disappear, Uchiha Shimaheim realized that they were not here with good intentions. Aren't you trying to gain the power of immortals? Princess Ichikijima turned around and looked at Uchiha Kage and his group in surprise and suspicion. Her pretty face instantly turned into a horrifying half-human, half-snake appearance. Of course it's for the sage power of Ryukadon, but we have to learn sage mode while standing. Get started. At the command of Uchiha Kage, the surrounding G controlled thousands of tentacles to quickly gather into a prison, binding Ichikishima Haim in the middle. For symbols seal. Without giving him any time to react, chakra cyclones of various colors appeared in the palms around him. A series of sealing seals were placed on the body of Princess Ichikishima, just like what was done to Princess Tenoshin before. Hey, quickly return to your previous state. Uchiha Kage came close to Ichikishima Him and was talking to her after signing the contract. Suddenly, a G on the periphery released Susanoo, and his companions around him turned around and surrounded him. Hey, here comes another one. Uchiha Kage looked at the brown-haired girl floating in the air not far away, whose teeth were broken by Susanoo. While pinching Ichikijima Him's cool and smooth face. This little loli is much more obedient than the previous beautiful snake. Yo-ho! She floats in the air like a ghost all day long, with a pair of clean and white jade under her slender and tight calves. As the commander-in-chief who led the army personally, Uchiha Kage fell behind the army, watching the battle while playing with the ice in his hand. As high-level confidants of the White Snake Immortal, the three goddesses of Longdi Cave are naturally powerful. But unfortunately, apart from having higher quality fairy chakra, their only abilities besides floating and invisibility are powerful illusions that can be mistaken for the real thing. And illusions are the most useless tricks in front of Uchiha Kage and his clone G. From the moment Rui Jin Ji made her move, she lasted less than 2 minutes under the siege of G before she was bound in the air by the shadow tentacles. Tisk tisk, if you don't want to suffer, just put away this ugly look. After Uchiha Kage forced the now incapable Mizutsuem to sign the contract, he spoke. He doesn't need any spirit beast to help him fight, he just wants to have a nice-looking pet. It's a pity that the body temperature of the beautiful snake is too cold to warm the bed. Shortly after completing the contract with the last sacred princess, Uchiha Kage and his army, under their guidance, arrived at the temple deep in the Ryukai cave. Uchiha Kage looked at the magnificent temple leaning against the rock wall in front of him, his eyes flickering. Unlike the real-life illusions cast by the goddess before, the temple where the White Snake Immortal lives actually exists. It is easy to imagine how difficult it is to build such a magnificent temple in an underground cave. It can be seen that even the snake spirit who has practiced for thousands of years cannot get rid of the face-saving project. But from now on, this place belongs to me. He. Uchiha Kage raised the corner of his mouth slightly and led his army straight to the gate of the temple. It seemed that the White Snake Immortal had already realized the ill intentions of Uchiha Kage and his men, and despite the strong push of G, who was walking in the front, the door remained tightly closed. Hey, you've really become very capable. You dare to lock me, the owner of Longdi Cave, out, Uchiha Kage said with a slight curl of his lips in disdain. With the strength of his army, they can easily push down the Longdi Cave. What's the point of just blocking the door? From the moment Orochimaru used the reverse summoning technique to bring G to Ryukai Cave, his name was written on the territory of Ryukai Cave. White Snake Immortal Orochimaru, you are the one who led the devils here. After knowing that it was the White Snake Immortal who had tampered with the door, G in the front row did not hesitate to squander his own eye power and huge chakra. Tall Susanos rose from the ground one after another, starting with skeletons, then growing flesh and blood like crazy, and then wearing Karasu Tengu samurai armor. Finally, four tall Susanos stood in front of the temple deep in the Ryukai cave. The magnificent temple was only one floor higher than Susanoo. The third stage of Susanoo can only last for less than 5 minutes. Uchiha Kage sensed the physical condition of G, who was performing Susanoo in the front row, and nodded silently, feeling a sense of urgency in his heart. As he has no blood relatives in the ninja world, he has no chance of obtaining the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. If he wants to be like Suzuki and use his Mangekyo Eye technique on even a passing dog, the Shadow Tier Power Bank is his most important source of confidence. Damn it, the White Snake Immortal and his group of spiritual beasts from the three Holy Lands have actually quietly absorbed his natural energy for thousands of years. Don't you know that natural energy is important to him? In front of the Ryukai Cave Temple, the four Susanos within the G moved their bodies and surrounded the temple. They each controlled the Susanoo to bend down slightly and lift a corner of the building. Click. As Susanoo began to exert its power, the soil and rocks on the ground in the cave cracked rapidly. The magnificent temple, which was full of grandeur, made a loud noise as if it could not bear the weight and was directly lifted off the ground. Only the bottom pedestal with stairs remained, revealing a giant white phosphorus snake with a ruby crown on its head and a golden ring on its body, sitting on a seat at the highest point of the stairs. What a reckless human being. The White Snake Immortal sat cross-legged on a chair with his old snake body. His snake eyes swept around the Susanoo that was lifting up the temple, and there was obvious anger in his heavy tone. She had clearly stated that she was closed to visitors, but this group of people actually tore down the roof of her temple? Human nature is born for desire, and is destined to slowly fall into darkness. The method of cultivating immortal power in Longdi Cave is the most dangerous among the 3 holy places. Are you ready? The White Snake Immortal was still speaking in a gentle voice in the previous second, and in the next second he turned into an illusory white shadow, instantly flashed in front of a robbery in the front row, opened his mouth and bit down. Dinka, the skeleton of Susanoo, appeared instantly, blocking the sharp teeth of the White Snake Immortal. While blocking the sudden attack of the White Snake Immortal, the skeleton of Susanoo also shattered. The White Snake Fairy instantly returned to her previous position, looking very old, as if she had been sitting there all along. If you are not here for the power of the Immortal, please leave Longdi Cave. The White Snake Immortal looked at the Uchiha cage and his group below, feeling angry but also a little confused. She could hear everything that happened in the Ryokai cave. This group of people had said before that their goal was to learn the Sage Mode while standing. The key point is that she didn't ask these people to kneel. If you don't want to learn, you can just leave. Why are you demolishing my temple? Are you playing? Beat him first, and he'll behave himself after that. The Uchiha cage who was supporting the rear raised his chin towards the White Snake Sage and gave orders. In the original work, when Naruto was practicing Sage Mode at Mayaboku Mountain, the group of toads first explained it in detail and then strictly supervised his practice to prevent mistakes. When we got to Longdi Cave, you didn't explain anything and just came up and bit me? No wonder the Sage Mode in Ryokai Cave is the most dangerous. Whether you can succeed in practicing it depends entirely on your luck, right? Although Uchiha Cage could use G's life to continue trial and error, he really disliked the look and attitude of the White Snake Sage. She is so ugly, yet she dares to act in front of him who is obsessed with looks? No problem, beat her up. At Uchiha Cage's command, a group of G's wearing Susanoo stood up. The range of the shadows under their feet suddenly increased and they rushed towards the White Snake Immortal. Immortal Technique, White Stimulus Technique. The anger in the eyes of the White Snake Immortal could no longer be suppressed. After the dull sound, the red orb above the head exploded with a dazzling white light and a piercing noise. At the same time, he also manipulated the rocks in the cave to transform into spears and robbers. The shadow tentacles continue to clash. Uchiha Cage took his beautiful pet snake and hid in the nearest Susanoo to block out the harsh sound. As for the dazzling white light, he could ignore it by using the power of his Mangekyo Sharinan. The White Snake Immortal's speed was so fast that it was almost like teleportation. Fortunately, he was leading a large army in a group fight. Endless shadows covered the sky and the earth, and he directly used the shadow imitation technique to freeze him. What the hell? The Nara clan's shadow secret technique is too rubbish. I won't be familiar with the Nara clan from now on. Uchiha Cage saw that the shadow imitation technique was broken through by the White Snake Sage using brute force in an instant. While I was shocked, I also felt it was very reasonable. If the Nara clan's shadow imitation technique could control everything, there would be no Nine Tails Night. Let's go to the Demolition Suicide Squad. Uchiha Cage saw that the Zeds around him who were performing Susanoo's technique couldn't even touch the shadow of the White Snake Sage even with the help of the Flying Thunder God technique, so he immediately changed his strategy. If a single point breakthrough doesn't work, we can use a large-scale AoE skill. The art must be explosive. Multiplying Detonating Talisman. The surrounding armies received the order and immediately began to execute it. With the assistance of shadow tentacles engraved with the Flying Thunder God technique, one after another, G and the White Snake Immortal flashed close. Then, a series of explosions sounded. Compared with the explosive equivalent when there were 3 Megatama, the current explosive equivalent has increased several times, and the power has increased by who knows how many levels. The continuous explosions caused terrifying roars in the cave like an earthquake. As the earth shook, rocks continued to fall from overhead. Under the thick smoke, the flames from the explosion of the detonating talisman occasionally illuminated the blood-stained and torn white phosphorus snake body. The shrill scream was masked by the sound of the explosion and could not be heard clearly at all. Epsilon equals Omicron asterisk. Alas, the evil Senju Tobirama is useless. Xiao De, like Patrick Star, can directly cause a huge explosion within a 10-kilometer range. Uchiha Cage looked at the continuous explosions in the distance, which were only a dozen meters in range at most, and shook his head with some dissatisfaction. If the multiplying detonating talismans could be replaced with the multiplying Patrick's technique, the ashes of the White Snake Fairy's ancestors could be directly scattered to her. Finally, after nearly half of the Suicide Squad had given their all, the Uchiha Cage noticed that the White Snake Sage's long tail exposed outside the thick smoke had stopped resisting and only twitched occasionally, so he decisively stopped the explosion. G beside Uchiha Cage controlled Susanoo with his big hand and swung it vigorously. The wind and waves created quickly blew away the thick smoke left by the explosion, revealing a bloody white phosphorus snake inside. Now can you tell me how to practice the Sage Mode in the Ryokai Cave? The Uchiha Cage walked up to the White Snake Sage, looked down at her and asked. You. The White Snake Immortal raised his fierce eyes in embarrassment and was about to say something, but when he saw Uchiha Cage raising his arm and about to swing it down, his eyes immediately became clear. If you want to practice the immortal power of the Ryokai Cave, you need to absorb natural energy in your body first, and then remix spiritual energy, physical energy, and natural energy in a specific proportion to achieve a balance, forming a new immortal chakra. After all, the immortal power of Longdi Cave is suitable for our practice. During the practice, humans' bodies will undergo a snake-like reaction. The more obvious the characteristics of the snake transformation are, the more perfect the immortal power is. The White Snake Immortal narrated everything in detail. He who knows the times is a hero. She now realized the bandit character of these people in front of her and that they could not be reasoned with at all. So you don't need to inject the power of nature to practice sage mode. The corners of Uchiha Cage's mouth curled up slightly. He knew that these snakes never had good intentions. It is difficult for ordinary people to sense natural energy. Even for some geniuses, it takes some time to start absorbing it. Although it is dangerous to directly inject natural energy, it is the most time-saving way to practice. After all, in reality, only lunatics who are obsessed with power and have fallen into darkness would dare to come to Longdi Cave to practice immortal power. The White Snake Immortal spoke, glancing cautiously at the group of robbers who were ready to fight for their lives at any time. Their Longdi Cave is not a formal fairy art training class, so why should they consider the safety of those who come here to study? If they can learn it, they will learn it. If they can't, they will just treat it as an extra snack. Afterwards, under the questioning of Uchiha Cage, the White Snake Sage explained in detail how to practice the power of the Ryokai Cave Sage. Knowing that practicing the Ryakido Senjutsu would cause the body to turn into a snake, the Uchiha Cage certainly would not practice it himself. Leaving a few G's to guard the surroundings, the rest sat cross-legged in the open space, closed their eyes and began to perceive the natural energy around them with their whole body and mind. Uchiha Cage watched from the sidelines as the shadow tear absorbed natural energy and recovered quickly. Time passes quietly. When Uchiha Cage was feeling a little hungry, the shadow tears in the black box that was tilted at the corner finally recovered to about 1 or 2 drops. Well, less than 1%. How long has it been? Uchiha Cage moved his head on the pillow and asked the lowly-looking girl, Ichikishimaheim, who was standing next to him. It's been 4 hours. Ichikishimaheim looked up at the Uchiha Cage and replied. After a while, he looked up and blinked, then asked, is it really that fun? Why don't I feel anything when I'm stroking it myself? Uchiha Cage looked up at Ichikishimaheim's innocent face, and he didn't know whether she really didn't know or was pretending. After thinking for a while, he said, wait a few years and I'll find you someone you'll enjoy playing with. Uchiha Cage looked at Ji, who was motionless not far away. It seemed that natural energy was indeed not so easy to perceive. But when he thought about how even when the White Snake Immortal transformed into a human form, he still had that chilling look that could make people experience the uncanny valley effect, he couldn't help but shiver. By the way, can you inject natural energy into people? Uchiha Cage turned his head to look at Mizutsu-M and Ichikijima-him beside him and asked. Yes, but the amount of natural energy we can inject is very small. Princess Mizuzu and Princess Ichikijima looked at each other and nodded. Damn it, the White Snake Immortal really has no good intentions. A small amount of natural energy entering the body is obviously more suitable for the early stages of practicing immortal arts, and it is safer. There is no need to achieve success overnight. Uchiha Cage, who had originally planned to sacrifice some of Ji's looks and rely on his life to overcome the difficulties, suddenly understood in his heart. Well, it's Danzo's fault after all. If he had developed a perfect immortal mode suitable for human cultivation when he was alive, why would we need to go through so much trouble now? With a new way of training, Uchiha Cage stopped the robbery that was sensing the natural energy in front of him, and summoned another Tianxin Shenji over. Untied thereafter, the 4 symbols were sealed. Ji lined up in front of the 3 goddesses, waiting to be injected with natural energy. Bite gently. Ji, who was standing at the front of the line, looked at the beautiful snake princess in front of him, closed his eyes shyly, and exposed his collarbone. Go away, go stand behind Parker if you keep acting like that. That's right, it's really embarrassing for us. The world doesn't stop turning because of one person. While Uchiha Cage and his army of clones were practicing Sage Mode in Ryokai Cave, everything in the outside world was developing rapidly. After learning the news of the 8 Tails rampage, the 3rd Reikage AI of the Hidden Cloud Village immediately returned to the village using the Heaven Sentence technique. After sacrificing 8 elite ninjas, they successfully sealed the runaway 8 Tails in Killer Bee's body, and ordered him to go to Turtle Island to begin secluded training in order to master the power of the tailed beast as soon as possible. At the same time, they soon learned that the 2 Tails Jinchuriki Yukato had disappeared in the village, and the 3rd Reikage was so angry that he almost went berserk on the spot. However, the Hidden Cloud Village did not find any clues about the rampage of the 8 Tails and the disappearance of the 2 Tails Jinchuriki. As if to vent their anger, the Cloud Village frontline significantly increased the intensity of the attack on the Konoha and Iwagakure villages. The Konoha side had anticipated this and were able to quickly withstand the pressure on the front line, but it was a pity for the Iwagakure village, which was completely unaware of this. It seems that Onoki's already bald head has the idea of expanding his territory again. This sentence is absolutely the most true portrayal in the treacherous world of ninja. When the Hidden Cloud Village and the Hidden Mist Village entered the battlefield with great force, they defeated many ninjas from the Hidden Sand Village and the Hidden Iwa Village one after another, and then started a two-front war to suppress the Hidden Iwa Village, and formed a stalemate with Konoha. The Uegakure Village, whose front line had been squeezed back again and again by the Kumagakure Village, finally took action. The 3rd Sechikage Onoki urgently assembled an elite code liaison team and sent them to contact the Hidden Mist Village to form an alliance. He was not worried that the Kirigakure Village would refuse to form an alliance with them, the Uegakure Village. The Hidden Mist Village has its inherent geographical conditions, a remote island country isolated from the sea and surrounded by mountains. In the current structure of the 5 major countries in the ninja world, the only 2 places most suitable for them to gain benefits through war are the Land of Fire and the Land of Lightning. Moreover, judging from the current tough attitude of the Hidden Cloud Village in fighting on 2 fronts and their previous reckless behavior, the Hidden Mist Village is nothing more than a qualified thug in their eyes. As for whether they are qualified to eat at the table in the end, haha, if the Hidden Cloud Village really gets its fill in this war, you're doomed when you see whether or not he attacks you after wiping his mouth. Do you really think that the ninja gangsters of the Hidden Cloud Village are called gangsters for nothing? As expected, not long after the 3rd Sechikage Onoki sent out the secret code liaison team, the top leaders of Kirigakure responded, agreeing to Uegakure's request for an alliance. However, the alliance's main target is still Konoha. After all, the 3-tailed Isabu that was lost in their Hidden Mist Village had clear clues pointing out that it was the work of the Uchiha clan Sharingan from Konoha. According to the information currently received by the village, it has been confirmed that the target is Konoha's group of clones, G. Unfortunately, G is very powerful and has always appeared in the form of a clone, so the top leaders of Kirigakure dare not act rashly. They can only plan carefully in the dark to ensure that nothing goes wrong. If it weren't for the fact that the Hidden Cloud Village was so ambitious and wanted to play some winner-takes-all game and launch a surprise attack on the Hidden Uegakure Village, they would have hoped that several major ninja villages would attack Konoha together. Of course, they still haven't given up on this idea. After secretly forming an alliance with the Uegakure Village, the top leaders of the Kirigakure Village immediately negotiated with the Kumagakure Village, hoping to slow down the offensive against the Uegakure Village and concentrate their forces on attacking Konoha first. It's a pity for the Sand Village. They suffered heavy losses and withdrew from the war not long after it started. I don't know whether this piece of juiceless meat will be used by Uegakure or Konoha in the future. The Land of Thunder, the Hidden Cloud Village, the Raikage Building. The top leaders of Kirigakure and Onoki would never have imagined that the news of their secret alliance had already landed on the Raikage's desk not long after they formed it. All I can say is that no matter how careful you are, you can never guard against a thief in your own home. Under the cruel policy of Blood Mist Village, the ninjas trained are all-powerful elites. But how many of those who have abandoned humanity and walked out on the corpses of their companions will continue to look at the village with their original intentions? Snort. It seems that the Hidden Mist Village feels that they are isolated from the mainland and their lives are too peaceful. After reading the information about the secret alliance between Kirigakure and Uegakure, the 3rd Raikage AI was so angry that he blew his beard and slammed the information on the table. What do you mean by slowing down the offensive of the Uegakure front and concentrating on attacking Konoha first? Isn't it just to buy time for the Uegakure village to catch its breath? I already knew about your previous alliance with Tsunagakure. Damn it. Are you guys playing Mission Impossible here? There is nothing to say. Beating one person is the same as beating a group of people. Fuck him. The 3rd Raikage AI immediately decided to include the Hidden Mist Village and the Hidden Cloud Village as attack targets. As a technological powerhouse with a coastline far beyond its land borders, the Land of Lightning's shipbuilding industry is absolutely first class in the ninja world. It is not difficult to attack the Hidden Mist Village that is isolated from the continent. Therefore, under the manipulation of the top leaders of Kirigakure, the pressure on the front line of the Uegakure battlefield was indeed relieved a lot. I just don't know whether the top leaders of Kirigakure are satisfied with this result. Anyway, Konoha was very satisfied. The pressure on the front lines of both Kumagakure and Kirigakure was relieved at once, and Sarutobi Hiruzen in the Hokage's office was almost crossing his legs with joy. The 2-tails Jinchuriki, who was tied up by G in a pink sack, was watched more closely by the Wooden Man, who specifically restricted the range of her movements in Konoha, so as not to attract all the attention of the Hidden Cloud Village. The trend of this ninja world war is becoming more and more confusing. Uchiha Kage and G's attention has temporarily shifted away from the progress of the battlefield. In addition to practicing the Sage Mode in Ryokai Cave, practicing the Bloodline Limit is also on the agenda. The Bloodline Limits in the ninja world can basically be divided into 2 categories. One is the organic bloodline that obtains special abilities through some organs different from ordinary people, such as the Uchiha clan Sharingan, the Hyuga clan's Byakugan, the Kagaya clan's corpse bloodline, etc. The other is a new bloodline limit of jutsu produced by fusing chakras of different attributes, such as ice jutsu from the fusion of wind and water, wood jutsu from the fusion of earth and water, and burning jutsu from the fusion of wind and fire. Compared to organic bloodline limits can basically only be determined by birth. In addition to bloodline inheritance, a very small number of ninjas can also develop and acquire new ninjutsu bloodline limits through their own efforts. This is also the goal of Kalpa practice. The most suitable technique for him to practice right now is naturally the scorch release that he can ask Yakang's wife for advice. The Kingdom of Wind. In the flying sand of the desert outside the bedrock of Sand Village, Yakang, who had already taken office as the fifth Kaze Kage, Ji, and Uchiha Madara were standing in an empty space. It is extremely difficult and dangerous to develop a new escape technique by yourself. One basic chakra has two or more properties, such as the speed, cutting and flying of wind attribute chakra. When two chakras with different properties merge, a strong repulsive reaction will occur. It is difficult to find a balance that will prevent them from consuming each other. Yakang, wearing a Kaze Kage hat, stood in the flying sand, telling Ji what she knew about bloodline limits, looking at him with a serious expression. Even if the fusion succeeds and a new escape technique is created, it can only be called a technique at this point, and cannot be called a bloodline limit. The last step in practicing the bloodline limit, and also the most dangerous step, is to engrave this new change in the nature of the chakra into the genes, forming an instinct of the body, completing the process of omitting synthesis. As he spoke, an orange-red spark of burning escape jumped out from Yakang's slender fingertips, and his expression became serious. Although the shadow clone has a physical body, it is ultimately just a ninjutsu. The previous steps of fusion can be achieved by using the shadow clone, but the final and most dangerous step can only be completed with the real body so that it can be engraved into one's own genes. Like the burning release, if there is a slight mistake when the meridians in the body merge, the burning release chakra will directly boil the body dry. One bloodline limit won't improve your strength much. I don't want you to do this. Yakang looked at Ji and said seriously, with a hint of worry in his amber eyes. If bloodline limits were so easy to cultivate, bloodline ninjas in each ninja village wouldn't be so rare. The Hidden Cloud Village no longer needs to snatch ninjutsu and bloodline ninjas from the ninja world. Don't worry, my real body is a very good ninja and won't put myself in danger. Look, my body is very strong. My clone is really good at training. Ji noticed the worry in Yakang's eyes and explained, puffing out his chest and patting it. Upon hearing this, Yakang couldn't help but glare at Ji, but seeing that he still wanted to persist in practicing, he could only sigh helplessly in his heart. In order to avoid becoming a widow at such a young age, it seems that I really need to seriously reconsider my relationship. Uchiha Kage, no, maybe you should consider what color sack you like. Yakang shook his head, shook off the messy thoughts in his mind, and began to explain his knowledge and understanding of Shokyujuyu chakra. Scorch release is a fusion of the changes in the properties of wind and fire chakras. The changes in the properties of wind are to suppress the cutting ability, and the changes in the properties of fire are to suppress its explosion and burning abilities. It is mainly based on high temperature. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Uchiha Kage's army of clones not only learned the sage mode of Ryakido, but also learned the floating and invisibility abilities of the three goddesses. Ryakai Cave was also completely transformed into the territory of Uchiha Kage, including the giant snake Zinnia, which had a reverse scale deep in the snake group's nest and had the most violent temper. Its reverse scale was pulled out after the army's conquest, and it reformed and became an obedient good snake. During this period, the Tears of Shadow in the black box also recovered to 1/3 of its level, which meant that the concentration of natural energy in the Ryakai Cave dropped a lot, causing Uchiha Kage to return to Konoha with some disappointment. As for the progress of Tsunagakur in practicing the bloodline limit of scorch release with Yakang's wife, it was unexpectedly smooth. With the help of powerful mental strength, it only took Ji 2 days to be able to fuse the chakras of wind and fire attributes outside his body into chakras of burning nature. When it came to the last and most dangerous step, when Ji tried to integrate the scorch release chakra into his body, he deliberately activated the ability of the Mangekyo Sharingan and entered a state of absolute concentration in his consciousness. In this state, the mental power, when observing the flow of chakra in the body's meridians, reached an astonishing level of detail. Combined with the perfect control of one's own spiritual power, fusing the chakra of the burning escape nature into the meridians in the body is as simple as playing with a toddler's educational toy. A sphere is stuffed into a circle, a triangle is stuffed into a circle, a cuboid is stuffed into a circle. Just go through it easily and simply in one go. The only thing missing is that it will take some time for the body to develop an instinct so that it can release chakra of the burning nature whenever it wants. Because this discovery was extremely important for improving the combat power of the main body, Ji from the Sand Village took the initiative to dissipate his clone as soon as he succeeded and conveyed the news to the Uchiha Kage. So, the moment Uchiha Kage came out of the Ryakai Cave, he had already established a new goal: to use sacks to kidnap all the ninja bloodline ninjas who are proficient in jutsu. On that day, several figures of Ji walked out of Konoha, each heading in a different direction. A country of water isolated from the rest of the world. The Hidden Mist Village. The sudden, undeclared war launched by the Hidden Cloud Village caught the Hidden Mist Village off guard. After the Hidden Mist Village's top leaders reacted, they immediately launched a counterattack. However, it has only been a year since the Hidden Mist Village ended the Bloody Mist Village policy of the Third Mizukage. There were also internal conflicts during this period. In order to reduce the losses of the village's ninjas, the alliance with the Uegakur village became much closer, and they began to fight against the Kumigakur village together. When Uchiha Kage walked out of the Ryakai cave, the attacks from the three parties were already fierce. Of course, the fierce fighting between Kumigakur, Uegakur, and Kirigakur did not allow Konoha to just sit back and watch the show. The battlefield always shifted towards Konoha's defense line and then turned into a big melee. It is definitely a traditional skill of the ninja world. The moon and stars are sparse. Night. There is a lot of water vapor in the air near the land of water, and the temperature difference between day and night is large. Even a ninja would find it difficult to endure it without lighting a bonfire to keep warm. A group of secret code ninjas from the Hidden Mist Village were sitting around a campfire eating food. There was a circle of barbed wire around for vigilance. Hoshigaki Kisame leaned against the tree alone, not relaxing his vigilance at all. The girl with smooth long hair and pretty face saw Hoshigaki Kisame, who was always on guard, unlike his companions who didn't look like ninjas at all, and her eyes flashed with obvious admiration. "Brother Kisame, come sit over and eat with us." Myru walked towards Hoshigaki Kisame and invited him with a smile. When Hoshigaki Kisame heard the voice, he turned his head and looked at Myru in surprise, with strong resistance hidden in his puzzled eyes. "Resist all the kindness shown to you around you." He accepted a special secret mission from his superiors and his hands were stained with their blood. From childhood to adulthood, all companions who have come into contact with him will eventually die at his hands. His life is like that of a newborn shark. It seems that his only purpose is to kill his companions. Hoshigaki Kisame's eyes, which were somewhat touched, soon became sharp again, and he decisively rejected the girl's kindness. A rotten person like him doesn't deserve all the beautiful fantasies. Soon, seeing that his companions in the Hidden Mist Village had almost finished dinner, Hoshigaki Kisame patted the dirt behind him and stood up. Continue the mission. Under the command of Hoshigaki Kisame, the Kirigakur Secret Service team quickly took action, their figures jumping forward quickly on the branches. "Can I do what I just said after the mission is over? Let's have dinner together." As they moved forward, Myra sped up and kept pace with Hoshigaki Kisame, then turned around and said to him with a smile, Hoshigaki Kisame turned his head and looked, his mind was touched again, and his usually capable and sharp expression became calm and dull. Deep down in his heart, he longed to have a kind and beautiful bond like ordinary people, but the task assigned by his superiors. Hoshigaki Kisame turned his head stiffly, not daring to answer. Not long after Hoshigaki Kisame continued to move forward with the Kirigakur Secret Service team, an accident suddenly happened. As a sharp sound of breaking wind was heard, a kunai with a detonating tag suddenly blocked the way of the Kirigakur Secret Service team. "Run away!" Hoshigaki Kisame immediately shouted to his companions around him. Horrible streaks of blood instantly appeared in his pupils. Perhaps in the next second, his hands would be stained with the blood of his companions again. At the reminder of Hoshigaki Kisame, the Kirigakur Secret Service team quickly changed direction and avoided the explosion range of the detonating tag. The next second, a kunai with an explosive tag hanging behind it shot towards them from a high altitude, and continuous explosions and flames were heard in the dense forest. In order to avoid the attack of the explosion, the Kirigakur and Hao team gradually deviated from their original direction and were forced into an open space with sparse trees. "Surrender, you are completely surrounded. You have no chance of winning." Ibiki Marino walked out of the woods with a group of Konoha Umbu ninjas, and shouted in a deep voice at the Kirigakur Umbu team that had been trapped in the middle. "I've heard of you, a talent in Konoha's Umbu torture unit." Hoshigaki Kisame gripped the hilt of the long sword behind him, looked at Marino Ibiki and the surrounding Konoha Umbu ninjas, and grinned. "Do you want to start a fight?" The Kirigakur high-level officials sent him alone to guard a secret signal team, so naturally they had strong confidence in his strength. Hearing Hoshigaki Kisame's desperate resistance, the Umbu ninjas of Konoha also drew out the ninja swords behind them. Just when the battle was about to break out, a dark shadow that quickly passed between them instantly made Marino Ibiki and Hoshigaki Kisame break out in cold sweats. As for the other people present, apart from feeling a gust of wind blowing past them just now, they didn't notice anything unusual at all. So fast. What was that just now? The pupils of Marino Ibiki and Hoshigaki Kisame trembled violently, and they were filled with confusion. That terrifying speed of passing through in an instant, perhaps only the famous Konoha Yellow Flash in the ninja world and the third Reikage AI could compete with it? Wrong. Hoshigaki Kisame was shocked and quickly turned his head to look behind him. At this time, Marino Ibiki was also shocked as he looked at the vacant position in the Kirigakur Secret Service team behind Hoshigaki Kisame. He remembered very clearly that there was a female ninja from the Hidden Mist standing there just now. Could it be the pink light that flashed just before the shadow disappeared? Ghost, there is a ghost. Mr. Kisame, Myru has disappeared. The Kirigakure Secret Service team only then realized that one person was missing from their group. The cool breeze blew across the skin, giving goosebumps, and everyone's expressions became extremely terrified. Hoshigaki Kisame's pupils trembled and his eyes were bloodshot. He seemed to be oblivious to the voices of his companions. His special mission is to never let the intelligence personnel fall into the hands of the enemy alive, but things have obviously developed in an unexpected way. Hoshigaki Kisame came to his senses and looked at the members of the Kirigakure Secret Service who were obviously surrounded by the enemy but still at a loss, and his face quickly turned cold. With companions in this state, there is no way they can escape Konoha's encirclement. The next moment, Hoshigaki Kisame unsheathed his ninja sword and decisively swung it towards his companions. His companion, who was completely unprepared, fell heavily to the ground with eyes full of disbelief, covering the blood that was gushing out from his neck. Mr. Kisame, W.I.? The surviving ninjas of the Kirigakure Secret Service looked at Hoshigaki Kisame in disbelief, but all they got in response was Hoshigaki's ruthless butcher knife. Stop him now. The purpose of Konoha's trip is to obtain information from these members of the Kirigakure Secret Service. After realizing what was happening, he immediately stepped forward to stop Hoshigaki Kisame from silencing the witness. However, there were only 5 people left in the Kirigakure Umbu team except Myru, who had disappeared. Hoshigaki Kisame killed 3 of them swiftly before the Konoha Umbu could react. After using his body to withstand 2 blows from the Konoha Umbu on his side and back shoulder, Hoshigaki Kisame was able to kill all the Kirigakure intelligence personnel present. Afterwards, he used smoke bombs to cover his evacuation, but to no avail. Just like in the original story, Hoshigaki Kisame was forced to jump off a cliff by the relentless pursuit of Konoha Umbu. Hey. Today is a good day, I can find a wild wife when I go out. It seems I need to go out more often in the future. There was a bright smile on G's face, and the shadow tentacles beside him were lifting a fragrant and soft pink sack upwards at a very fast speed. A set of sacks, carry it and run. As for why the wife in the sack was so quiet? Of course, it was G who used illusion to knock him out in the first place. He is a good man who cares about his wife and would not be willing to use rough methods like knocking her out with a club. The fog around them gradually became thicker, and it was obvious that they had entered the Water Kingdom. The purpose of G's trip to Kirigakure this time is to kidnap the future mature lady who possesses double bloodline limits, the wife of Mei Terumi, and to kidnap anyone who possesses Ice Escape bloodline limit. Well, let's set the rules first. Don't use a sack to put Nan Niang in it. Following the same route that he took last time with Yakang's wife, soon after G passed through the woods and canyons, the hidden mist village appeared within sight. The protection is much stricter than the last time I came. G was observing the Kirigakure ninja who was checking the identities of people entering and leaving the barrier, and he pouted and muttered, "Every failure is a learning experience." After the theft of the 3-tailed Isabu last time, the top leaders of the hidden mist village have indeed become smarter, but he's only a little bit smarter. Thinking of defending him with this trick is absolutely a joke. It's inconvenient to carry a sack, so let's go first. Let's foster him in Longdi Cave. As G spoke, he immediately used reverse spiritualism and appeared in Longdi Cave with his newly found wild wife. After placing it, he cancelled the reverse spiritualism and returned to his original position. It's still the same old routine. He transformed himself into a shadow and hid in the shadows on the roadside, randomly attaching himself to a passerby and easily blending into the hidden mist village. It is not difficult to find out the location of Mei Terumi. After all, she is a super genius in the hidden mist village who possesses double bloodline limits. She can't keep a low profile even if she wants to. After using illusion to control several Kirigakure ninjas to spy on them, G quickly got the intelligence information he wanted. Now 13 years old, Mei Terumi has already demonstrated her strong ninja talent and is highly regarded by the top Kirigakure officials. He is regarded as the backbone of the future of the hidden mist village and is the focus of training in the village. He is currently leading a battle on the Konoha front line. Fuck. Of course, G, who had taken a wrong turn, would not go back in disgrace. No matter what, we have to capture the other target, someone who possesses the ice release bloodline limit, before we leave. Every failure is a learning experience. After some rigorous and detailed investigation, G learned that there was no ninja clan with the surname Mizunatsuki in the hidden mist village. As for the clues about the ice release bloodline limit, they all point to the northern part of the water country, an area where it snows all year round. With the clue, G left the hidden mist village and began searching towards the north. Although the clues are rather vague, fortunately the land area of the Water Kingdom is not large, and areas with year-round snow are even rarer. Due to the geographical environment of the Water Kingdom, there is a lot of water vapor in the air, but it is not particularly cold. Only those remote mountainous areas with higher altitudes will have snow all year round. After asking along the way, G arrived at a snow-capped mountain. I heard that this snowy mountain is the only place nearby where a group of people who have fled the war in recent years live. A horse will die if it runs too fast. After walking for a long time in the wind and snow, Ji finally approached the village on the snowy mountain and saw the people here, a small village with less than 10 households. Hey, young man, I want to ask you something. Is there anyone in your village who possesses the ice release Kekii limit, the kind that can create ice cubes with bare hands? Not long after the robbery arrived, he caught a man who was wrapped up thickly and went out to urinate, and asked him. Unexpectedly, when the man who was still letting the water go heard Ji's words, his face suddenly changed. The next second, he reached out and grabbed the water pipe that was still draining water, hurriedly pulled up his pants and walked into the house. How could I be willing to do this after finally finding out about the disaster here? The shadow beneath him immediately extended a tentacle and wrapped around the man's leg. With a pop, the man fell on his back onto a thick pile of snow. My lord ninja, I really don't know what bloodline limit is. Our village is just a group of ordinary people who are tired of war and escaped to live here. The man didn't care about his soaked crotch, he looked up with horror and answered. All ordinary people who have experienced war have a deep fear of ninjas who wield powerful forces. Their lives were as fragile as ants in front of the ninjas, and they had no ability to struggle or resist. Don't be afraid, I'm a good person, Ji said softly, giving the man a smile that he thought was very friendly and gentle. But they didn't know that all day long he either had an evil smile of jijija or a strange laugh of ga or ge. Habits have become second nature, and muscle memory has long become an instinct. There was something strange in this pretending to be gentle smile, which frightened the man so much that he burst into tears and covered his butt tightly. Brother Ji, please don't do that. JPG, please, let me go. I really don't know what bloodline limit is. The man was in tears and spoke with a trembling voice, looking as sincere as could not be. He knew that he was very handsome, but he absolutely could not accept the pain of having his delicate little flower forcibly plucked away by someone. The corners of Ji's eyes were still twitching. Based on the man's actions and expressions, he could guess the man's perverted thoughts without even using his Mangekyo Sharinan. Hitui. I always like girls who are sweet and soft. Let everyone in your village gather in front of me within 10 minutes. If there is one person missing after 10 minutes. Ji stopped pretending to be sunny. A mini black ball spun at high speed in his palm and then he threw it towards the snow in the distance. After the high-density compressed Yinton Ray's non hit the snow in the distance, the energy in it began to dissipate and explode. There was a loud dull noise, and a large amount of snow began to melt away, revealing a large and deep hole on the mountain. Ji looked at the man with his eyelids slightly lowered, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he said softly, I don't think I need to say more about the consequences, right? The man stared at the pit in the distance with a dull look. When he heard the sound of robbery, he staggered to his feet from the snow in fear and ran towards the house of a nearby villager. In fact, there was no need for him to knock on every door. The Raisnon made quite a noise when it blasted a hole, and after hearing it, the villagers began to come out of their houses one after another to find out what was going on. Soon, after the man's explanation and with the deep pit in the distance as a deterrent, the villagers in the small village gathered within 10 minutes before being robbed. When Ji saw a young woman among the villagers wearing a heavy felt hat holding a human cub about 2 years old in her arms, his eyes immediately lit up. What's his name? Zed asked the young woman, pointing at the human cub with a pink face. Upon hearing this, the young woman bit her thin lips, turned sideways and used her body to cover the human cub in her arms, lowered her body and huddled tightly with the cub in her arms. Hiss. I'm a fucking villain. Ji looked at the scene in front of him, took a breath of cold air, and his heart suddenly shuddered. Will some cool and handsome guy suddenly jump out and uphold justice and beat me up? No, I am the protagonist in this drama. That's all right. Just as Ji's thoughts were wandering, a tall, thin, average-looking man next to the young woman saw Ji remain silent. His expression was conflicted for a moment, then suddenly he looked ferocious and started to fight for the child in the woman's arms. Although the woman wanted to stop him, how could she be a match for an adult man in terms of strength, not to mention that there were 3 old men around who pulled the woman to help them rob. Master Ninja, I am the father of a child named Bai. It is a blessing for the child to be favored by you. A man who looked like an ordinary person walked up to him holding the human cub and spoke with a very flattering expression. If they could use a child to send this ninja away, they would be able to solve the problem. Crisis, it is definitely worth it. No, my child. The young woman looked at her child being handed over with a painful expression. Her defenses were instantly broken and she shouted anxiously, Master Ninja, I am the one who possesses the ice release bloodline limit you are looking for. As she spoke, the woman seemed to confirm her words by creating an ice crystal the size of a peach pit in her palm. How could Uchiha possess a bloodline limit? Damn it, she's been hiding for so long, maybe she's secretly planning to kill us. When the surrounding villagers saw this scene, they all distanced themselves from Uchiha with horrified looks on their faces. Even the man who looked like an ordinary man had a sudden change of expression and took a few steps back. But soon, the fear on the villagers' faces turned into naked hatred, and their eyes stared at Uchiha like wolves. They have fled here because of the war and are afraid of and hate everything about ninja. They wanted to retaliate, but they didn't have the courage to do it in front of the powerful ninja. Having known each other for many years, they knew that Uchiha was in poor health. If there wasn't a powerful ninja standing next to them, they would have been unable to suppress the urge for revenge in their hearts. Seeing the villagers' undisguised hatred towards Uchiha, who possessed the bloodline limit of ice release, Ji understood something in his heart. No wonder he became an orphan begging on the street and was taken in by Mamakai's abuser. Ji shook his head, and the shadow under him stretched out two tentacles, snatched the human cub from the man's arms, and carefully brought it back to Uchiha. When Uchiha saw her child, a surge of strength suddenly burst out of her body. She took a few steps forward and held the child tightly in her arms. Uchiha first comforted the cub in her arms, then looked up at the villagers around her who had once been her kind neighbors. Now, the way they looked at her was filled with suppressed naked hatred, even her husband who had lived with her for many years. She felt that these gazes were like knives and swords, making her feel cold all over. Uchiha stood there in a daze, with her head down, at a loss, trying her best to avoid the villagers' sight. "There is no place for you here anymore, come with me." Ji glanced at the villagers around him, then turned to look at Uchiha, who lowered her head, and said something that did not allow any refusal. If she continues to stay in this village that hates bloodline limits, the consequences for her can be imagined, and it will definitely end in tragedy. The purpose of his trip is to kidnap back a person who possesses the bloodline limit of ice escape. It just so happened that he did a good thing, by the way. He is really a good man. Upon hearing this, Yukiho's slender finger bones as she held the child turned white. She looked up at the villagers and her husband who were looking at her with hatred. Her pearly teeth bit through her lips that were cracked due to the cold and dry environment. The rusty, sweet blood and the pain finally made her make a decision in her heart. "I understand, Master Ninja." Uchiha lowered her head and held the child tightly in her arms, then walked to Ji's side. Perhaps only by leaving here can she watch her children grow up peacefully? So, Ji looked at the villagers who bullied the weak and feared the strong, and a wicked curve appeared on the corner of his mouth. Seaweed-like tentacles gradually emerged from the shadows beneath him. "Shinobi, Master Shinobi, can you please let them go?" Yukiho's voice was a little trembling, and later it became as thin as a mosquito's. In the space of one day today, she felt as if she had lost everything. She was terrified to see another tragedy happen in front of her, or with people she was familiar with. Upon hearing this, Ji looked at Uchiha, who was lowering her head like a little woman, and snorted coldly. "I helped her out, but she didn't appreciate it at all. Yes, it's better for people to solve their own problems. Maybe it would be nice to stage a drama of father and son killing each other in the future?" Ji thought with great interest in his heart, and glanced meaningfully at the ordinary-looking man. "Let's go!" Ji shouted to Uchiha, who was holding the child beside him, then turned around and left with her. After walking for a while, Ji felt that the other party was too slow, so he moved him to the Longdedong family compound and continued on his journey alone. Ji Yinghua traveled very quickly and with a clear goal. In less than 2 days, he crossed the ocean and arrived at the frontline battlefield between Kirigakure and Konoha. "Let's get some information first." Ji stood on a branch and simply identified the direction, then disappeared into the green shade of the dense forest. The night was dark and windy, and the sky was gloomy. The moonlight was completely obscured by the thick clouds, and the strong wind blowing through the dense forest made the leaves rustle continuously. This night is the best stage for ninja to perform. In the pitch-dark night, a Konoha Umbu intelligence team quickly shuttled through the dense forest and headed towards the Konoha camp. They received orders from the top and successfully obtained important intelligence related to the strategic deployment of the front line of the Hidden Mist Village from the dead letterbox agreed upon by Konoha's informant in the Hidden Mist Village. As long as this information is brought back to the village, Konoha may be able to use it to easily defeat Kirigakure's frontline troops and completely defeat Kirigakure. The ninjas of Konoha's Umbu intelligence team jumped and shuttled quickly on the branches, but gradually, the environment with very little light seemed to be getting darker and darker. "No, come closer to me quickly." The leader of the Umbu team noticed that something was wrong with the surrounding situation and immediately warned his team members. But as the team members gathered around him, the captain of the Umbu team's already anxious heart sank completely. Before he knew it, there were only 2 of his team members left. "It's the silent killing technique of Kirigakure." The captain of the Umbu team looked grim, and he and his 2 companions formed a defensive formation back to back, alert to possible attacks in the surrounding environment at any time. The night was pitch black and covered by thick fog, and they were not ninjas who could use eye techniques. Now this place had completely become the home ground of the Kirigakure ninjas. Swish, swish. The sound of sharp weapons cutting the air continued to sound. The 3 Konoha Umbu ninjas looked stern and waved their ninja swords wildly, but with limited vision, it is not easy to intercept all the flying hidden weapons. As the first sound of a sharp weapon breaking through flesh and blood was heard, the situation became unstoppable. The bloody smell of rust became very faint under the influence of the surrounding fog. Soon, the thick fog around was blown away by the wind, and Terumi May led a team of mist ninjas to land in front of the corpses of the Konoha Umbu team. Phew! After carefully shooting a kunao at the back of each person, one man stepped out from the Kirigakure ninja team and went forward to search the bodies of the Konoha Umbu ninjas. "Captain, here is information about our village." The Kirigakure ninja's eyes were shocked and he ran over with a piece of information he had found on the corpse in his hand and handed it to Mei Terumi. Although Mei Terumi is only 13 years old now, she has achieved great accomplishments in ninjutsu. Some of the veteran elite jonin of the Hidden Mist Village did not dare to say that they could definitely defeat her in a ninjutsu duel, that he is the captain of this Kirigakure ninja team. This is. Mei Terumi took the information from her team member, took a look at it, and her pupils trembled violently, just like her team member just now. There were several spots marked on the front line of the Hidden Mist Village where the defenses were weak because ninjas were transferred to support other positions. This is definitely information that only the top leaders within the Hidden Mist Village are qualified to know. There is a traitor in the village, and he has a very high status. Damn it! Mei Terumi cursed with gritted teeth, her slender fingers holding the information clenched until the knuckles turned white. The Hidden Mist Village had just ended the Bloody Mist Village policy of the third Mizukage not long ago, and now was an important time for rapid development. However, who would have thought that there would be corrupt officials among the village's senior management? Clean up all traces of the battlefield here, and no one should leave the team. Come back to the village with me. Mei Terumi put away the information with a cold gaze, glanced at the members of her team, and shouted softly, "The situation here must be reported to Master Yuan as soon as possible, and you must never alert the enemy." The pitch-black night might be troublesome to other Uchiha clan members, but this definitely does not include Uchiha Kage and his clones. In the night wind, G, with a pair of dazzling Mangekyo Sharingan, could see extremely clearly, as if he was wearing night vision goggles. It is very difficult to find someone on the front line during war. However, hard work pays off. With the clues provided by different kind people, G managed to identify a range of target activities on the front line. As they were searching in an orderly manner, G suddenly caught sight of a team of Kirigakure ninjas approaching his direction. The blue figure with long reddish-brown hair and a nimble body leading the team at the front was exactly the target of his kidnapping, Mei Terumi. Hiss, as expected of a future top mature queen, how big is it? It's already this big. G couldn't help but be shocked when he saw Mei Terumi constantly moving closer through the dense forest. Zionin at home really needs to work harder. Having found the target, G no longer hesitated. He absorbed natural energy and instantly entered the Sage mode of Ryokai Cave to help improve his speed and illusion ability. After using illusion to conceal the light of the Mangekyo Sharingan, he was also considerate enough to pick out a blue sack that best suited Mei Terumi's aesthetic taste from the storage scroll summoned by the spirit. Everything is ready, let's start the action. Under the perfect cover of the night, the disaster was like a gust of wind blowing past. When she was about to get close, the powerful Mangekyo Sharingan illusion quietly knocked out Mei Terumi, who was jumping and shuttling through the woods. Before she lost consciousness and fell, the blue sack was quickly pulled down from top to bottom. With a whoosh, G disappeared from the sight of the Kirigakure ninja team in an instant, carrying the spoils in the sack, without even the time to blink. Ding, kidnapping proficiency +1. The Kirigakure Umbu team did not react at all when Mei Terumi disappeared, until they jumped a few steps forward among the branches, and then they vaguely realized that their captain had disappeared. Team leader? Captain, where are you? Stop playing tricks on us and come out. The members of the Kirigakure ninja team called out nervously to the people around them, but received no response. The whistling night wind blew past, and everyone turned pale and shivered unconsciously. The inexplicable chill in their hearts made them covered with goosebumps. The evil wind tonight is very strange. The goal of Kirigakure's trip was successfully accomplished, and G was very satisfied with it. Instead of temporarily placing Mei Terumi in the Ryokai Cave as he did before, G was in a good mood and carried the fragrant and soft sack all the way forward. Even the wind blowing through the sacks and hitting my face smelled delicious. They drove at full speed all the way, and finally, the sweet and soft new wife, Mei Terumi, was kidnapped and carried into the mansion in a sack. Konan and Yukito, who were holding hands and preparing to go out shopping, looked at the scene in amazement. Especially Yomurin, who had the same experience, was so shocked that his mouth opened wide. Is this another one? The two of them had question marks all over their heads and turned to look at the Uchiha Cage mechanically without asking any questions. It's not that they have problems, but they think there's something wrong with the Uchiha Cage. Geese. You're right, congratulations on the new addition to our big family. The Uchiha Cage put his hands on his hips, raised his head and laughed. After calming down, the Uchiha Cage stepped forward and rescued Mei Terumi from the sack. However, Mei Terumi is more dangerous than Yukito. When she was emptying the sack, she had a very gentle and charming smile on her lips, which made Uchiha Cage's heart flutter. As a result, the moment Mei Terumi came out of the sack, Uchiha Cage understood what it meant. The most charming is the most dangerous. Boiling release, skillful mist technique. The smile on Mei Terumi's lips remained, but the look in her eyes suddenly turned cold. A cloud of boiling, acidic, and hot mist spit out from the open little mouth. The moment Uchiha Cage realized that Mei Terumi intended to attack, he activated Susanoo, and his Mangekyo Sharingan instantly synchronized with her, understanding her consciousness. Half of Susanoo's skeleton melted away in an instant under the high-temperature acid mist of Terumi Mei's boiling escape, leaving a large hole, but it was enough to hold out for a moment. Susanoo's huge shadow has covered Mei Terumi. The next second, the Uchiha cage activated the Flying Thunder God technique at the moment of cancelling Susanoo, and flashed behind Mei Terumi, and slapped down heavily with his palms surrounded by cyclones of various colors of chakra. Bang, after a crisp sound. Uchiha Cage's hand quickly bounced up and then fell down again. Terumi Mei's little mouth, which was spitting out high-temperature mist, also closed instantly and became completely obedient. You! Mei Terumi's face turned red, and she covered her tightened buttocks with her hands, distancing herself from the Uchiha Cage. After turning around, he glared at Uchiha Cage fiercely with eyes filled with shame and anger. He wanted to say something, but he was so ashamed that he couldn't say anything. What do you mean by I? If you don't run a household, you don't know how expensive firewood, rice, oil, and salt are. Look at how many bricks in the yard you have broken. I don't know how much it will cost to repair them. The Uchiha Cage looked at Mei Terumi without showing any weakness. Although money is meant to be spent on your wife, you can't start destroying it as soon as you enter the door, right? How many fewer wives would I have to support if this continued? Who could afford that? After her chakra was sealed, Mei Terumi was unable to make any waves, and in the end, she could only accept the reality that she was kidnapped to be his wife with shame and anger. Because the friction between Kumagakure and Kirigakure is intensifying. Even though Mei Terumi and Yukito live under the same roof and share the same suffering, there is still a barrier between them. However, they both get along very well with Konan. But we are all young, and after spending some time together, there may be some estrangement. It will melt away. When Ji, who was heading towards Kirigakure, completed the kidnapping mission, Ji, who was heading towards Iwagakure, also successfully met his target. Kari, a member of the Iwagakure demolition team who possesses the Kekii limit of explosion release. But this guy is a man with a plain appearance and is not worthy of enjoying the gentle sack service. If it is also a kidnapping business, he will suffer much more. At the very least, you can't escape a beating. A mountain area. Xiao, who led a team to eliminate a Union supply team and was preparing to return to the village to report, passed by here when his way was blocked by Ji, who was sitting on a huge rock. It's you! When Xiao saw Ji's figure, he instantly became alert and lowered his eyes immediately. In the previous battlefield between Iwagakure and Konoha, the opponent had shown great strength, and now he appeared here to block his way. Has Konoha decided to take the initiative against Iwagakure? Ji looked at Xiao, who had sweat on his forehead and was ready for battle, grinned and chuckled, then jumped off the boulder. Faced with a rough-looking man, Ji naturally had no intention of saying too much. While the man was still in the air, the skeleton of Susanoo appeared around him and grew flesh and blood madly. Explosive style, landmine fist. Xiao had the same thought, and the moment Ji jumped off the boulder, his body suddenly rushed out. The fist surrounded by chakra suddenly blasted out towards the point where the robbery fell. Boom! The moment Xiao's fist touched Susanoo, a horrific explosion occurred. Thick smoke and the dirt and rocks stirred up by the explosion directly covered half of Susanoo. In just the next second, Susanoo's giant palm stretched out from the smoke and dust and grabbed Xiao, who had no time to retract his fist. Xiao's eyes flickered slightly. He used the technique of instant body movement to distance himself from the giant palm of Susanoo, while also using the explosive style of Mind Fist to block the shadow tentacles that were shooting towards him. This information had been collected by the Iwagakure side on the previous battlefield. Darkness walking technique. Ji and Susanoo quickly formed seals with both hands. Suddenly, boundless darkness enveloped Xiao from all directions, and in an instant it took away all the light in front of his eyes. After his vision was taken away, Xiao completely lost the ability to resist Ji and was completely reduced to a toy. Under the cover of darkness, there is no trace of the shadow tentacles at all. In a moment, when the darkness dissipated from his sight, the blood-stained hunter was already dying and was pierced on the spot by the sharp shadow tentacles. Sure enough, the strong one is not the explosive escape technique, but Patrick. Ji looked at the battlefield and saw only 3 shallow pits of about 10 meters in diameter after the battle, and shook his head inside. One of Xiao's explosive styles, Landmine Fist, has the power of 2 or 3 explosive tags, so the attack is definitely not weak. But compared to Deodara's ultimate art, which has an explosion range of 10 kilometers, it is far behind. However, Deodara is only a few months old now. If he doesn't want to wait for more than 10 years, Patrick will have to study his art bit by bit on his own. Shaking his head and no longer thinking about it, Ji used reverse spiritualism to temporarily place Xiao in the Longdi cave, and handed him over to the care of the White Snake Immortal, who looked exactly like him. Anyway, he would not carry a rough man on his back, even if he had to use his shadow tentacles to carry him. In addition to explosive release, the Uegakure village also has the Four Tails Jinchuriki, Lao Shi, who has lava release, which is what Ji needs. However, because of his disagreements with the third Tsuchikage Onoki, Lao Zi left the village and became a wandering monk. That he needed to gather some information from the underground gold exchange. Considering how much the major ninja villages value the tailed beast Jinchuriki, it seems likely that even if Lao Zi left the village and traveled, he would not leave the territory of the land of Earth. Ji set out for a nearby underground gold exchange to inquire about the information, but unfortunately it seemed that the Uegakur village had blocked the information related to Lao Ziai, and he did not get any useful information. Oh, it's all my fault that my eldest son didn't come to help me as a father. Ji let out a long sigh and shook his head helplessly. Apart from the portable toilet, the most valuable legacy of Uchiha Madara is the Otsutsuki Black Zetsu, who has top-notch intelligence. Unfortunately, Heiju was very wary of him and kept avoiding him. Oh shit. When the child's mother is rescued, the older son will be put in solitary confinement instead. Let's lock it up for 1,000 years first, and then fill it up if it's not enough. Even though Uchiha Kage has a huge advantage in chakra fusion with the help of powerful spiritual power, bloodline limit cannot be achieved overnight. First of all, let's take the wood release of earth plus water as an example. When you don't know what state of attribute property changes to use and what chakra ratio to fuse, you will most likely get a pool of mud. The purpose of these kidnapped bloodline ninjas is to answer his questions and shorten the time of trial and error. May Terumi and Kari are easy to deal with. They can use an illusion or, at worst, directly use the Yamanaka clan's spiritual secret technique to invade their minds and get the answers. He can just assign the training tasks to a few clones and reap the benefits. Yukiho, who possesses the ice release Kekiai limit, is facing problems. She had never systematically studied ninja knowledge, nor did she know how to extract chakra from her body. She was able to create ice with her bare hands purely by relying on the instinct of her blood, which consumed her own vitality. If you want to get relevant information, you can only wait until Yukiho becomes a ninja and has a detailed understanding of her own bloodline limit. Anyway, Uchiha Kage is not in a hurry. He is still young and becoming stronger is not the only goal in his life. In Konoha village, at this time Uchiha Kage and his beloved wives were sweeping along the snack street. In addition to Konan and the other two, Mairu, Yukiho, and Shiro, who had been temporarily placed in the Ryukadong family compound, were also brought back to Konoha. With the mentality of eating at a wealthy restaurant, the cheeks of the group were all stuffed bulging. Even Bai, who couldn't speak clearly in Yukiho's arms, was no exception. Leaving the cold and dry snow, Suesui's skin gradually became moisturized. She took off her heavy felt hat and cotton coat, and her long hair slid down her snow-white cheeks. Well, now the Uchiha Kage not only has an older son who is over 1,000 years old, but also a younger son who is about 2 years old. But it's not a big problem. Whether before the time travel or now, he never needs the other party's consent to recognize his son. Only in the past, I only recognized 3 adopted sons, and I didn't dare to recognize a new wife for fear of being beaten. Konan, you can't eat Konoha's grilled fish. When Uchiha Kage saw Zionin walking towards a stall selling grilled fish with a long line of people, he immediately reached out and grabbed her. After swallowing the glutinous rice ball in his mouth, he shook his head and said, why? Upon hearing this, Zionin turned around and looked at the Uchiha Kage with a puzzled look on her face. The people queuing around him also pricked up their ears and looked over. Well, this is a long story, and it involves some of the grievances between the Senju and Uchiha clans that founded Konoha. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Uchiha Kage clenched his fist, coughed lightly, and explained the main river flowing through Konoha is called Nanga River. The strongest of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Madara, who was known as the Shura of the ninja world, often liked to urinate beside the Minamiga River when he was a child, and the second-generation Hokage of Konoha, Senju Tobirama's favorite food was grilled fish. Uchiha Madara is peeing upstream, and Senju Tobirama is grilling fish downstream. Bang! Uchiha Kage clapped his hands, then spread them out. How can I not feel resentful? Originally this matter wouldn't be a big deal. After all, so much time has passed and the river is still so wide. Unfortunately, the Uchiha's habit of peeing by the river seems to be contagious. A few days ago, I kicked an Uchiha who was peeing in the ditch, Uchiha Kage said slowly. As for the Uchiha he kicked into the ditch a few days ago. Yes, that's what you thought. Zionin looked at her favorite grilled fish with a melancholy face. It seemed that she didn't like it as much now. All the customers near the stall selling grilled fish also cleared out, leaving only the boss with a gloomy face and a frown on his forehead. He looked at the Uchiha Kage with an expression that said, "Are you looking for trouble on purpose?" However, Ji is still very intimidating in Konoha. The boss is afraid of him and dares not say much. Hey, Zionin, don't you want to eat grilled fish? Everyone is gone now, so you don't have to queue. When the Uchiha Kage saw Konan turning around to leave, he hurriedly shouted. He did this just to save time waiting in line, so why doesn't he want to eat? Uchiha Kage looked at Konan's back without turning back and scratched his head in confusion. As expected, women are creatures that are difficult to understand. After walking from one end of the street to the other, the group finally had enough to eat and drink. After a walk, they went to the next street to buy a few beautiful clothes each, and then started walking home. Among all the wives of Uchiha Kage, she has the best relationship with Konan now. They hold hands and hug each other without any excessive reaction such as nervousness or fear. After all, we have been together for the longest time, and I have gotten used to it. Some of the unpleasantness in the beginning has also disappeared a lot. The little wildcat Yuma-ren also shows signs of transforming into a domestic cat. As long as he doesn't try to take advantage of others, he won't get angry during daily interactions. Mei Terumi is always smiling, and even at such a young age she shows signs of being an erotic, gentle bad woman. She undoubtedly understands the saying, a man of insight becomes a wise man. After being spanked, he became docile when they got along. With the company of Myru, who also came from the Hidden Mist village, the smile on his face every day seemed more genuine. As for Suiwai, who was taking care of the child, he couldn't bear to bully that submissive little woman, but it was a pity that Bai had already been weaned. Why? Uchiha Kage let out a long sigh. He is just a child now. The child just wants to eat, what can be wrong with that? Uchiha Kage walked with Konan in a depressed mood, with something on his mind. It was not until he entered the streets of the Uchiha clan and heard the lively discussions of his clan members that he came back to his senses. Have you heard? When Shisui was on the battlefield trying to save his comrades, he was so excited that he activated the legendary Uchiha power, the Mangekyo Sharingan. I've long said that Shisui is a good kid. He can often be seen at the clan's training ground. In the streets and alleys, the Uchiha clan members were all talking about the news that Shisui had opened the Mangekyo Sharingan with joy on their faces. This is the legendary ultimate power of the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan members around did not avoid the Uchiha Kage and his group when they talked, and even raised their voices deliberately when they passed by. Yukito, Mei Terumi, and Myru all looked a little gloomy. Now their villages are all having friction with Konoha. Konoha's growing strength also means that the pressure their villages face will increase. What are you thinking about? If there is anyone you are worried about outside, please tell me and I will help you tie him up and ensure his absolute safety. The Uchiha Kage noticed the low mood of the three people, and a tentacle stretched out from the shadow under his feet. He patted one of them and spoke. He was not exaggerating. Even if they were worried about the shadow of their own village, he was confident that he could bring him back. I just don't know what Sarutobi Hiruzen will think when that time comes. Humph, who needs your help? Ren snorted coldly and rolled his eyes at him. However, the bad mood in his heart was also thrown away, and his long legs moved very quickly, running towards the house. Mei Terumi and Myru are much more difficult to deal with than Yukito, and the melancholy between their brows is not diminished at all. Seeing this, Uchiha Kage forced his way in between them and put his hands on the shoulders of the two men. Feeling the two people's bodies tense up instantly, Uchiha Kage nodded with satisfaction in his heart. Very good, now he can stop worrying about the village and worry about himself. I just wonder if the Kodo Amatsukami residing in Shisui's Mangekyo Sharingan can rewrite his consciousness in the state of absolute concentration? If you have a chance, you can let G try it. Uchiha Kage thought to himself. In addition to the few Gs who were sent out to collect the bloodline limits of escape techniques, G was also very active on the battlefield. However, since they did not return to the main body to update the version, these earlier G did not have the ability of the Sage Mode and Kekiai limit that they had recently practiced. Midnight, in the direction of the Union battlefield. At this time, the figure of G had already gone deep into the rear of the Union front. As a battlefield mercenary, his belief in earning money was absolutely firm. Jonins are the backbone of every village. Even on the battlefield today, you can't find them easily if you want to. Apart from a huge number of cannon fodder genin, more often than not, the captain of a team is just a chinin. Countless dense shadow tentacles danced wildly in the dense forest, and soon dyed it with spots of crimson. Hey, I can't do the mercenary mission of that stingy old bastard Sarutobi Hiruzen anymore. I only get 2 million taels for one round, which is not even as high as any reward offered by the underground gold exchange. While complaining about Sarutobi Hiruzen's stinginess, G put the bodies of 2 of the Kumagakure chinins into the storage scroll, in case Sarutobi Hiruzen denied it later. Money is hard to earn, but shit is hard to eat. With the current level of friction based on squads, he can't make any money when he's unlucky, and there are cannon fodder genin everywhere. Since he didn't want to work for Sarutobi Hiruzen for nothing, he could only watch. There was a sound of explosion and G suddenly turned his head to look in another direction. His interest suddenly piqued. Now he was already deep behind the hidden clouds. An explosion could have happened nearby at night. People attacked Kumagakure. If they are attacked from the rear, there will definitely be a strong man leading the team sent by Yunyan. Xiao Chien, here I come. G turned into a shadow and quickly shuttled through the woods. The strong explosion behind them made the night as bright as day, and a ninja team composed of Iwagakure and Kirigakure quickly evacuated through the forest. Thank you for this time. The female ninja Shui Lian from the 3-member Kirigakure ninja team smiled and thanked the Iwagakure ninja beside her. Their mission this time is to take back the secret documents of the water country that were stolen by the Hidden Cloud village. The mission concerns the safety of the water country and is very important to their Hidden Mist village. Fortunately, with the help of their allies, the Uegakure ninjas went ahead smoothly and they successfully retrieved the secret documents of the Water Kingdom from the Kumagakure ninjas. It doesn't matter. Our 2 villages are allies now. The Hidden Cloud village is too ambitious and must be taught a lesson. The captain of the Uegakure ninja team also responded with a harmless smile on his face. Since this place was right behind the main Kumagakure army, the Kumagakure's pursuers came very quickly and kept chasing closely behind this ninja team, and they were almost held back by the Kumagakure army several times. Fortunately, the Uegakure people seemed to have made detailed inquiries about the nearby terrain beforehand, and whenever they encountered danger, they were always able to lead the 3 members of the Kirigakure people to find a way out in time. This way, hurry up. The captain of the Uegakure team waved to the 3 members of the Kirigakure team and led the team members into a cave tunnel first. Follow me. The 3 people from Kirigakure looked back at the Kumagakure ninjas who were chasing them closely, exchanged a glance, nodded, and then rushed into the tunnel. At this point they had already lost their way in the pursuit, and following the allied Uegakure ninja was undoubtedly the best choice at the moment. After entering the mountain tunnel, looking at the several cave entrances leading to different directions in front of them, the 3 people from Kirigakure instantly understood the thoughts of the Uegakure group. This is indeed the best choice to escape from the Union pursuers behind us. Seeing that the Uegakure ninja team had begun releasing clones to walk into tunnels in different directions to confuse the enemy, the 3 people from the Kirigakure ninja team quickly joined in. Follow us closely, there will be more and more tunnels behind us. The captain of the Uegakure team nodded to the 3 members of the Kirigakure team, led the team in front and led the way, and from time to time he would perform Earth-style ninjutsu to block the tunnel behind him. On the other side, G, who came towards this direction after hearing the explosion, blocked a team of 7 people dressed as Kumagakure Umbu ninjas in front of the cave. G's eyes lit up. To be able to enter the Umbu, one must be at least a Chunin in strength. That means he can earn at least 7 million Ryo in this round. What if there are 1 or 2 Jonin hidden among them? Needless to say, G broke into the Kumagakure Umbu team like a tiger into a flock of sheep. Susanoo in the skeleton stage provides cost-effective defense at extremely low cost. The densely packed shadow tentacles consume little energy, but are also lethal enough to kill ninjas who generally have weak defenses, and can be combined with a dark movement technique to control the situation. The main focus is on cost-effectiveness. After the battle, there was not a trace of dust on G's clothes, but judging from the performance of this group of Kumagakure Umbu ninjas, none of them had reached the level of Jonin. There's only a guaranteed minimum of 7 million, I'm so happy for nothing. Zed shook his head and sighed in disappointment. With a slight concentration, G used the Yamanaka clan's spiritual secret technique to detect the information in the brains of these Kumagakure Umbu ninja corpses. Soon, he had a general understanding of the whole story of the attack on Union. Secret documents from the Water Kingdom? Zed muttered quietly. Although he had read the original anime of Naruto before traveling through time, he only understood the original storyline at most. There were too many things in the ninja world that he didn't understand the details of. But none of this matters. What's important is that from the few images he detected in the brains of these corpses, he saw a beautiful older sister with a stunning appearance. For this beautiful big sister who randomly refreshed in the wild, G had only one sentence in his mind to explain: aha, aha, it's all aha. After putting the corpses on the ground into the storage scroll, G walked into the cave. When he saw several tunnel entrances appearing in front of him, he turned around and walked out silently. Only a fool would go in and play in a maze. Whether in his previous life or this life, what he hated most was puzzle games. As long as I don't play, no one can question my IQ. Ah, it seems like we are not destined to be together. G shook his head and sighed. If one day this beautiful sister knew that she had lost such an outstanding man, wouldn't she faint from crying secretly? At this moment, his powerful mental strength allowed him to vaguely sense a burst of explosions coming from afar. Geese, geese, geese. I know it's always better not to go into the tunnel. I can never let others lead me by the nose. G turned his head in surprise and looked into the distance. If I had entered the tunnel just now, I wouldn't know where I'd be wandering around underground now. After finding the direction, G immediately set off and rushed towards the direction where the explosion came from. On the other side, at the foot of the mountain, separated from the tunnel by several hills, the originally harmonious scene between the two allied parties, Uegakure and Kirigakure, has changed. After escaping the pursuit of the Kumagakure Umbu ninja, the captain of the Uegakure team carefully observed the 3 people from the Kirigakure, and quietly began to think about the secret intelligence scroll of the Water Kingdom that they had taken back from the Kumagakure. Although the two villages are still in an alliance, it would be a lie to say that this relationship is inseparable. As long as the benefits are great, allies can betray at any time. The secret scroll that was worth Kirigakure's special mission of sending people into the rear of Kumagakure to retrieve was clearly a very important piece of information. By the campfire on the leeward side of the mountain, the captain of the Uegakure team was making inconspicuous eye contact with his team members. The Uegakure ninja standing next to the Kirigakure ninja Shunsai received a look from the captain, stretched out his fingers behind his waist and quietly put on the ring of the kunao. The kind and smiling look on the Uegakure ninja's face instantly turned cold and sharp. He held a kunao in his hand and stabbed it hard in the side of the unsuspecting Junkei. Junkei covered his wound in pain, his face instantly lost all color, his body limp and fell towards the Uegakure ninja beside him, looking at him in disbelief. The Uegakure ninja had no intention of explaining to Junkei at all. With a ferocious look on his face, he stabbed his gradually cooling body with his kuno. Are you Uegakure going to betray your allies? The other two ninjas of the Kirigakure team, Ganryu and Shuilian, turned around and saw that their companions were killed by a sneak attack from their ally Uegakure, and asked with bloodshot eyes. They were clearly just discussing in a friendly manner how to promote future peace between the two villages. But what responded to them was the rear guards that the Uegakure had already prepared. A kuno with an explosive talisman on the face. Damn it, Water Lily, get out of the way. Yanliu warned Shuilian and used the instant body technique to quickly jump away from his original position. Water Lily followed closely behind and dodged in time before the detonating talisman reached her. Since the Uegakure side decided to betray their allies, they were naturally determined to obtain the secret scroll of the water country in their hands. Kuno were fired continuously as if they were free, closely following the two people's dodging figures, leaving them no time to catch their breath. Finally, when Water Lily landed after jumping and dodging, a kuno seized the opportunity and shot her arm. Two kuno followed closely, piercing the vest on her chest. Water Lily, are you okay? Yanliu fell aside and looked at Shuilian worriedly. Give up, you can't escape. If you just hand over the intelligence scroll to us, maybe you will feel better. The Uegakure ninjas took out kuno with detonating tags, looked at Ganryu with playful eyes, and spoke threateningly. Water Lily tilted her head to look at Yanliu and spoke. The secret intelligence scroll is extremely important to the safety and stability of the Water Kingdom and must not be taken away by the enemy. She also cannot accept being used by the enemy to threaten teammates. As expected of a ninja who came out of the blood mist, you don't even care about your companions. The Uegakure ninja naturally would not just watch them talk quietly. While Ganryu was distracted and hesitant, several kuno with detonating tags took the opportunity to fly towards Ganryu. Yanliu was distracted and unable to react immediately, but Shuilian next to him had already made up his mind to die. The moment she noticed Yinyan's attack trend, she stepped forward and blocked the detonating talisman. I really want to see. Peace. Water Lily faced the flames that were growing bigger and bigger in front of her, thinking absent-mindedly. She had lived in the cruel and high-pressure blood mist village policy of the third Mizukage since she was born. The village was always filled with dead bodies every day. The blood mist village policy was about to end and the fourth Mizukage was in power, but there was still war from the outside world. Peace is really a beautiful luxury. The scorching flames made Water Lily close her eyes unconsciously, emptying her mind and waiting for the complete peace of her soul. But the next second, a strong stream of water fell from the sky, directly covering the flames of the explosion, and the thick water vapor hit her face, feeling a little cool. Water style, water dragon bullet technique. With the help of the shadow tentacles paving the way, G activated the flying thunder god technique and appeared directly above everyone's heads. As he completed the seals with his hands, a huge water dragon came out of his mouth, directly blocking all attacks. When all the flames were extinguished by the water dragon, G, who had completed the handsome rescue, also fell in front of the water lily. G struck a handsome pose that he had secretly practiced for a long time, with an evil and crazy smirk on his face. I had intended to turn around handsomely to admire the water lily's beauty, but when I looked back like this, my heart skipped a beat. Two kuno were shot right in front of his two rice bowls. Who the hell did this? What a fucking beast, what a fucking beast. G walked forward angrily, and as Shuilian frowned and endured the pain, he pulled out the kuno in front of the bowl. Oh shit. The vest was really pierced through, and there was blood on the tip of the kuno. Ah. Destroying someone's job is like stealing their money and killing them. This hatred is irreconcilable. G turned around angrily and looked at the Uegakure ninjas, with murderous intent in his eyes. The next moment, G slammed his hands hard on the ground. Suddenly, under the crazy output of chakra, the shadow under his feet quickly spread out and merged with the surrounding environment. In a violent twist, clusters of inky black thorns grew wildly at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, the Uegakure ninja in front of him was like a shrike's prey, hanging in the thorny jungle with a face twisted with pain. Blood dripped down the branches, and the extremely fragile life quickly disappeared in the wind. G raised his hands and the thorny jungle quickly disappeared. Shadow tentacles carried the bodies of the Uegakure ninjas back and hijacked them into storage scrolls to be used as future wives' books. Shuilian and Yanliu watched all this nervously from the sidelines, not daring to say anything to interrupt. If the opponent can easily deal with this group of Uegakure ninjas with one move, he can also easily deal with them. Moreover, G is not a stranger to the two of them. He has always been active in the Konoha camp, and the friction between them and Konoha has never stopped. Are you a Jonin or a Chuyunin? After collecting the bodies, G turned his head to look at Yanliu beside him and asked. We are all Chunin. Yanliu replied. Well, remember to prepare 1,000,000 taels of silver notes later. I'll pick them up when I have time. G nodded and came to the front of Shuilian. Seeing that Yanliu, who was not very tactful, had not left yet, he frowned and glanced over with impatience. Are you waiting for me to invite you to dinner? Yanliu looked at Shuilian worriedly, clenched and unclenched his fists, and his face was very conflicted. The other party left behind the gentle and beautiful female ninja Water Lily from their team alone. Their purpose was obvious, but they had no strength to resist the other party at all. When Shui Lian saw Ji's eyes gradually becoming unfriendly, she immediately began to persuade him, "Yanliu, hurry up and leave, the mission is important, don't let Junkei sacrifice in vain." Under the persuasion of Water Lily, Yanliu gritted his teeth and quickly made a choice. He returned to the place where the Uegakur incident started, took Junkei's body, looked back at Shui Lian unwillingly, and then left without looking back. When only Zed and Water Lily were left there, Zed used the Raise Nan to blast a small cave on the mountain and walked in with Water Lily. "Take off your clothes." Ji looked at Shui Lian and said without letting anyone refuse. Water Lily lowered her head slightly, biting her thin lips tightly within her conflict. With such a short time, her teammates definitely couldn't escape very far. If she wanted to keep them safe, she could only feed the tiger with her own body and try her best to delay time. Thinking of this, Water Lily closed her eyes, made up her mind, and took off the vest of her shirt, including the lining inside. When she touched the wound, her dark eyebrows slightly frowned because of the pain. Ji carefully examined the wounds on Water Lily's body, frowning slightly. It's not a big deal if the wound on the arm leaves a scar. But it would be terrible if the wound on the bowl leaves a scar. It would not only affect the feel of the hand, but also the taste of the food. It would be too uncomfortable if I gave up because of choking. I have to ask my wife Tsunade for help. Ji looked at his bowl of rice with heartache, afraid that improper handling would affect Tsunade's recovery, so he didn't dare to do anything rash and simply covered it with clothes. Worried that the wound would worsen due to traveling, Ji temporarily placed the Water Lily in the Ryakai cave and set out on a journey to find Tsunade. The information between the clones cannot be communicated, but fortunately Tsunade's whereabouts are not a secret. It didn't cost much money to exchange gold in the underground gold exchange to find out Tsunade's approximate range. Ji was now traveling faster and faster on his own. In about a day, he had covered a large distance and arrived near the residence of the Fire Country daimyo where Tsunade had recently appeared. As for the detailed location, as long as he is within a certain range, Ji's powerful mental power can easily sense the chakra aura that comes from the same source as his own. The dogskin plaster next to Tsunade is a locator with good performance. Should I say you are worthy of being Tsunade's wife? You spent most of your life in the casino. Ji arrived at the sense location, looked up at the casino sign in front of him, sighed, and walked in. Water Lily tilted her head to look at Yanliu and spoke. The secret intelligence scroll is extremely important to the safety and stability of the Water Kingdom and must not be taken away by the enemy. She also cannot accept being used by the enemy to threaten teammates. As expected of a ninja who came out of the blood mist, you don't even care about your companions. The Uegakur ninja naturally would not just watch them talk quietly. While Ganliu was distracted and hesitant, several kunai with detonating tags took the opportunity to fly towards Ganliu. Yanliu was distracted and unable to react immediately, but Shui Lian next to him had already made up his mind to die. The moment she noticed Yinyan's attack trend, she stepped forward and blocked the detonating talisman. I really want to see. Peace. Water Lily faced the flames that were growing bigger and bigger in front of her, thinking absent-mindedly. She had lived in the cruel and high-pressure blood mist village policy of the third Mizukage since she was born. The village was always filled with dead bodies every day. The blood mist village policy was about to end and the fourth Mizukage was in power, but there was still war from the outside world. Peace is really a beautiful luxury. The scorching flames made Water Lily close her eyes unconsciously, emptying her mind and waiting for the complete peace of her soul. But the next second, a strong stream of water fell from the sky, directly covering the flames of the explosion, and the thick water vapor hit her face, feeling a little cool. Water style, water dragon bullet technique. With the help of the shadow tentacles paving the way, Ji activated the flying thunder god technique and appeared directly above everyone's heads. As he completed the seals with his hands, a huge water dragon came out of his mouth, directly blocking all attacks. When all the flames were extinguished by the water dragon, Ji, who had completed the handsome rescue, also fell in front of the Water Lily. Ji struck a handsome pose that he had secretly practiced for a long time, with an evil and crazy smirk on his face. I had intended to turn around handsomely to admire the Water Lily's beauty, but when I looked back like this, my heart skipped a beat. 2 kunai were shot right in front of his 2 rice bowls. Who the hell did this? What a fucking beast, what a fucking beast. Ji walked forward angrily, and as Shui Lian frowned and endured the pain, he pulled out the kunai in front of the bowl. Oh shit. The vest was really pierced through, and there was blood on the tip of the kunai. Ah. Destroying someone's job is like stealing their money and killing them. This hatred is irreconcilable. Ji turned around angrily and looked at the Uegakur ninjas, with murderous intent in his eyes. The next moment, Ji slammed his hands hard on the ground. Suddenly, under the crazy output of chakra, the shadow under his feet quickly spread out and merged with the surrounding environment. In a violent twist, clusters of inky black thorns grew wildly at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, the Uegakur ninja in front of him was like a shrike's prey, hanging in the thorny jungle with a face twisted with pain. Blood dripped down the branches, and the extremely fragile life quickly disappeared in the wind. Ji raised his hands and the thorny jungle quickly disappeared. Shadow tentacles carried the bodies of the Uegakure ninjas back and hijacked them into storage scrolls to be used as future wives' books. Shui Lian and Yanliu watched all this nervously from the sidelines, not daring to say anything to interrupt. If the opponent can easily deal with this group of Uegakure ninjas with one move, he can also easily deal with them. Moreover, Ji is not a stranger to the two of them, he has always been active in the Konoha camp, and the friction between them and Konoha has never stopped. Are you a Jonin or a Chuyunin? After collecting the bodies, Ji turned his head to look at Yanliu beside him and asked. We are all Chunin. Yanliu replied. Well, remember to prepare 1,000,000 taels of silver notes later, I'll pick them up when I have time. Ji nodded and came to the front of Shui Lian. Seeing that Yanliu, who was not very tactful, had not left yet, he frowned and glanced over with impatience. Are you waiting for me to invite you to dinner? Yanliu looked at Shui Lian worriedly, clenched and unclenched his fists, and his face was very conflicted. The other party left behind the gentle and beautiful female ninja Water Lily from their team alone. Their purpose was obvious, but they had no strength to resist the other party at all. When Shui Lian saw Ji's eyes gradually becoming unfriendly, she immediately began to persuade him, Yanliu, hurry up and leave, the mission is important, don't let Junkei sacrifice in vain. Under the persuasion of Water Lily, Yanliu gritted his teeth and quickly made a choice. He returned to the place where the Uegakure incident started, took Junkei's body, looked back at Shui Lian unwillingly, and then left without looking back. When only Zed and Water Lily were left there, Zed used the Raise Nan to blast a small cave on the mountain and walked in with Water Lily. Take off your clothes. Ji looked at Shui Lian and said without letting anyone refuse. Water Lily lowered her head slightly, biting her thin lips tightly within her conflict. With such a short time, her teammates definitely couldn't escape very far. If she wanted to keep them safe, she could only feed the tiger with her own body and try her best to delay time. Thinking of this, Water Lily closed her eyes, made up her mind, and took off the vest of her shirt, including the lining inside. When she touched the wound, her dark eyebrows slightly frowned because of the pain. Ji carefully examined the wounds on Water Lily's body, frowning slightly. It's not a big deal if the wound on the arm leaves a scar. But it would be terrible if the wound on the bowl leaves a scar. It would not only affect the feel of the hand, but also the taste of the food. It would be too uncomfortable if I gave up because of choking. I have to ask my wife Tsunade for help. Ji looked at his bowl of rice with heartache, afraid that improper handling would affect Tsunade's recovery, so he didn't dare to do anything rash and simply covered it with clothes. Worried that the wound would worsen due to traveling, Ji temporarily placed the Water Lily in the Ryakai cave and set out on a journey to find Tsunade. The information between the clones cannot be communicated, but fortunately Tsunade's whereabouts are not a secret. It didn't cost much money to exchange gold in the underground gold exchange to find out Tsunade's approximate range. Ji was now traveling faster and faster on his own. In about a day, he had covered a large distance and arrived near the residence of the Fire Country daimyo where Tsunade had recently appeared. As for the detailed location, as long as he is within a certain range, Ji's powerful mental power can easily sense the chakra aura that comes from the same source as his own. The dogskin plaster next to Tsunade is a locator with good performance. Should I say you are worthy of being Tsunade's wife? You spent most of your life in the casino. Ji arrived at the sense location, looked up at the casino sign in front of him, sighed, and walked in. A Japanese-style room in the casino. Tsunade and 5 gamblers of different looks sat around a gambling table, their eyes fixed on the dice cup on the lid of the middle box. A stack of silver bills was piled in front of each of them. All bets on small. The number on the dice is definitely small this time. Tsunade looked at the gambling money on the table. With only tens of thousands of taels of silver left, she made up her mind and bet everything on it, searching for it all. When the other gamblers saw Tsunade place her bet, they immediately followed suit and placed their bets in the opposite direction. Ji, who had always been following Tsunade like a puppet, did not miss the good opportunity to make a fortune and bet big. Shaizun, who was beside Tsunade, watched the scene quietly, with no emotion in her heart. Lady Tsunade is completely hopeless. Ever since I followed her and left Konoha, I haven't seen her win a single bet in the past few years. Every time she loses, she doesn't even have enough money left for food. But fortunately, Ji now provides them with food and shelter, so they don't have to live on the streets hungry. As the dealer opened the dice, the number of points on the dice was revealed, and the result was consistent with Tsunade's character as a big fat sheep. 3, 4, 7 o'clock. Ah, how come 7 times in a row they were all big? Tsunade angrily ruffled her hair into a mess. However, after so many years, she also knows her luck. Losing is normal. If she wins one day, she will not be able to sleep. Is there anyone willing to lend me some gambling money? The interest rate is very high. Tsunade, whose gambling money had been exhausted, was obviously not yet satisfied. She looked at the gamblers present with a cunning look and spoke in a very seductive voice. As for Ji standing aside, she completely gave up on him. After all these days, she hasn't gotten even a single ounce of silver from Ji for gambling money. Isn't the interest attractive enough? Or does he simply not believe in Princess Tsunade's character and credibility? As soon as the words of borrowing money were mentioned, the faces of the gamblers present froze, and they immediately hurriedly collected the gambling money on the table in front of them, and then looked at Tsunade with embarrassment. Princess Tsunade, it's not that I don't want to lend you money, it's just that there are too many places in my family that need money recently. That's right, my old cow gave birth to a calf 2 years ago, and now it's old enough to go to school. My wife's uncle's cousin is having a 1-month celebration these days, so I have to prepare a birthday gift that won't embarrass him. The gamblers used their bodies to shield their gambling money, sweat poured down their foreheads, and they nervously recounted their excuses for using the money. It's easy for a fat sheep to make money, but once they have money they go to the casino to give out benefits. If you expect her to have money to pay off her debts, you have to follow her 24 hours a day to collect the debt. Tisk, you are a bunch of short-sighted guys, you deserve not to get rich. Shizun, let's go. Tsunade also realized that she couldn't borrow any gambling money from these gamblers, so she stood up in a bad mood and called Shizun to leave. As soon as I opened the door of the Japanese-style room, I almost bumped into G. Something's wrong? Tsunade looked at G in front of her, then turned back to look behind her, raised her eyebrows, and asked, help me heal someone. The wound should not leave a scar. G nodded and replied. Tsunade's eyes lit up when she heard that this was business coming to her door. It's no problem to leave no scars. The healing ability of the living slug can do that. I am just afraid of blood. If the victim's injuries are complicated, I will be unable to help. Tsunade looked at Zed and spoke. It's not complicated, just a few minor injuries caused by Kunao. Come on, take me to the injured. Afterwards, G took Tsunade and Shizun to find a hotel on the street and rented a room. Wait a moment, I'll bring the person over. Zed gave Tsunade instructions and used a reverse summoning technique to appear in the Ryokai cave. Soon, G met Ichikashima, who was in charge of looking after the water lilies. Master, the person you asked about had suicidal tendencies before, and I used illusion to control her. After seeing G, Princess Ichikijima flew over and spoke. Don't do what you want. Zed praised. He rubbed her head and then came to Water Lily. She has suicidal tendencies, so it seems that we need to plant a suitable bond in Water Lily's heart to restrain her thoughts of suicide. Thinking of how she had stepped forward to block the attack for her companion, G instantly had a direction in his mind. May Terumi and Myru, who were both from the Hidden Mist village, were perfect to be used as a tie and handle to threaten her. If everything goes well, Water Lily can fast forward to the bed-warming stage. He actually threatened the beautiful big sister. He is really a bad guy. Putting these thoughts aside for the moment, G returned to the hotel room with Water Lily. Someone from Kirigakure? Seeing the ninja forehead protector on Water Lily's forehead, Tsunade and Shizun frowned and tilted their heads to look at G with puzzled eyes. Just like the two of you, she is also my new wife. Zed looked at the two and explained casually. Ah. Tsunade's eyes just became strange, and Shizun's face turned red, and she stammered in a low voice, Me too? Of course. A wife is meant to be supported. Otherwise, am I treating you to a meal for nothing? G smiled as a matter of course. The meal he treated me to was not that delicious. I will have to pay him back by warming his bed with my body in the future. Shizun, check the wound. Tsunade glanced at Zed and spoke to interrupt the blushing and bubbling Shizun, then she turned and walked to the door of the room and took a deep breath of fresh air. The smell of blood was very light, without any strange smell. The wound should be very fresh, but it was still unbearable for her who suffered from hemophobia. In the room, Shizun also responded after hearing Tsunade's words. He came to his senses, patted his slightly hot face, took a deep breath to calm down, then walked forward and began to check the wounds on Water Lily's body. Shizun untied the clothes covering the wound on Water Lily and immediately took a breath of cold air. Just looking at the wound made her feel so painful. However, Shizun had studied under Tsunade for several years and was quite qualified as a medical ninja. After adjusting her mindset, she began to examine the patient carefully. There are 4 wounds in total. The wounds are in good condition and have not deteriorated. The deepest one is 3 centimeters on the arm. After a careful inspection, Shizun raised her voice and called out to Tsunade outside the door, Tsunade-sama, you may allow Slug-sama to come in and treat the injured. She can now treat such injuries on her own, but if she wants to avoid leaving scars, it requires a very high level of medical skills from the medical ninja, which she is not yet capable of. Tsunade, who was outside the room, heard the sound and quickly summoned a slug. After a brief explanation, the slug crawled into the room. The slug nestled on the wound of the water lily, releasing chakra to start healing, and the wound healed quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Are you that perverted brat from the Uchiha family? Tsunade raised her eyebrows slightly and looked at the Uchiha cage with surprise. Just now, a light bulb suddenly flashed in her mind and she figured out a clue. Before, when she returned to Konoha to treat the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, she heard on the street that the Uchiha family had produced someone who was very good at writing Lu Bai Wen. But there were rumors that it was stupid and perverted to learn ninjutsu, but she was naturally not in the mood to pay attention to such things. Now Ji appeared in front of her in the image of a little boy with his head just above her waist. They are of similar age, have the same perverted personality, and both possess the Uchiha clan's Sharingan, so the image loop is instantly completed. The sense of separation created by the gap in strength is so strong that it is hard to believe that the true form of Zed, who even Konoha was helpless against, could be such a little kid. The water lily beside her felt unbelievable, yet at the same time, she felt inexplicably relieved. After all, a child is always more receptive than a strange adult, avoiding situations that are difficult for her to talk about. That's right. My name is Uchiha Kage, and from now on I'm your husband. The Uchiha Kage grinned wickedly and lunged forward. As a result, Tsunade's quick hand pressed on his head, preventing him from moving forward. He is indeed a pervert, even more hopeless than Jiraiya. Your prank ends here. Quickly remove the force symbol seal from me, or else your clan leader and elders will have a hard time in the end. Tsunade placed her hand on Uchiha Kage's head, with a slight teasing arc at the corner of her mouth. This Uchiha kid is quite interesting. He has already started looking for a wife for himself at such a young age. He is much better than Jiraiya, who only knows how to spy everywhere and is still single. Whispering sound. Uchiha threats are useless to me. My last name is as flexible as my moral bottom line. The Uchiha Kage muttered, a smirk on his face. Seeing that his small arms and legs were no advantage at all, the shadows under his feet spread and surged. From time to time, one or two shy and angry voices were heard in the room, but they quickly stopped. The next morning. Ah, save me, I'm dying, I'm dying. Uchiha Kage murmured in a dream and woke up from the dream with a painful look on his face. He struggled to pull away the pillow that was pressing on his face, and breathed in the fresh air greedily, as if a drowning man had been reborn. After feeling like he was alive again, Uchiha Kage looked at the culprit who almost murdered him with resentment on his face. I was almost murdered by such a beautiful thing. That's all because you like to move around when you sleep, the Uchiha Kage muttered. Uchiha Kage stretched comfortably, supported his head, and admired the beautiful sleeping face beside him with a happy mood. After playing tricks on them with feathers for a while, they both quickly came to their senses. Tsunade-san, I'll give you the medical expenses we agreed on earlier. Tsunade's eyelashes fluttered slightly. She opened her eyes and saw the Uchiha Kage Queen. Anger had just appeared on her face when her attention was attracted by the small scroll that was handed to her. Don't think I will forgive your previous abominable behavior. Tsunade snatched the scroll. The angry hashtag on her fist was extremely obvious, and her angry eyes were fixed on the Uchiha Kage. She had never suffered such a big loss as yesterday. Don't be so angry, this is just the beginning. From now on, you have to warm my bed every day without a limit. The Uchiha Kage ignored Tsunade's angry look and directly gave her a full set of sack service. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, it would be better to place Tsunade in the Ryokai cave. He used drastic measures to cure a serious illness. Since he couldn't slowly get into Tsunade's heart, he directly forced Tsunade into his own life. For the safety of your fellow Kirigakure friends, you must not tell anyone about my identity. Do you understand? The Uchiha Kage turned back into the appearance of Ji and looked at the water lily and gave her instructions, threats. After seeing water lily nodding repeatedly, he took her hand and walked out of his room with satisfaction. At the same time, Zionin, who was watering the flowers outside the door, stood up and looked back. When he saw Uchiha Kage walking out of the room holding the hand of a beautiful and gentle woman, he was so startled that the shower head in his hand fell out of his hand. Oh my god. It turns out that they were not called here just to play house. This big bad wolf would really open its bloody mouth and eat these little white rabbits up. Zionin's heartbeat began to speed up and his face switched between red and white. Maybe the other party is just concerned about their young age and wants to raise them for a few years before taking action. While Uchiha Kage and his wives were living a sweet and happy daily life, the situation of the ninja war was developing rapidly. The first thing to be hit was the betrayal of Iwagakure, which caused the already fragile alliance between the two villages of Kirigakure to instantly collapse and turn into hostile camps. When the third Reikage AI saw that the situation had returned to its previous state, he temporarily gave up on declaring war on the Hidden Mist Village. After all, the deliciousness of the Hidden Mist Village was no match for that of Konoha and Iwagakure. The Hidden Cloud Village, the Reikage Building. All the top leaders of Kumagakure and the Jonin who remained in the village gathered in the conference room. Most of the elite ninjas of Iwagakure have already been killed in the previous battlefield. I think we should first concentrate our strength and try our best to take down Iwagakure. Konoha has been fighting on multiple fronts, and its strength has been greatly damaged. The resources of the Land of Fire are much richer than those of the Land of Earth. We should attack Konoha with all our strength. The third Reikage AI looked at the people who were arguing and slammed the table with his palm. The tremendous force directly smashed the table into pieces, and at the same time shocked everyone in the conference room into silence. I have already contacted the daimyo. He is very satisfied with the performance of our Kumagakure village and fully supports the armaments of the Kumagakure village to deal with Konoha and Iwagakure, who have suffered heavy losses. What is there to argue about? There were already constant small battles before, and now we are directly fighting Konoha and Iwagakure together. The Sandaime Reikage raised his eyebrows and shouted in a voice as dull as thunder. The custom of the Hidden Cloud Village is to believe in muscles and fists. As soon as the third Reikage AI spoke, he instantly gained the approval of everyone in the meeting room. Such a domineering statement made everyone in Union feel excited, and they couldn't wait to shove their fists into the enemies' heads. After the third Reikage AI made the final decision, the Hidden Cloud Village quickly determined the battle plan. In the direction of the Konoha battlefield, the spearhead troops led by the son of the third Reikage AI, the candidate Reikage, and the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee, bypassed the front battlefield and launched a surprise attack on Konoha's rear. In the direction of the Uegacore battlefield, the third Reikage AI personally led an elite ninja force, striving to defeat the Uegacore ninja force as quickly as possible. Afterwards, they would intrude into the Konoha battlefield from the flank, forming a pincer attack with the troops on the front line of Kumagakure and the spearhead troops led by the candidate Reikage and the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee, cutting off Konoha's defense line and striking straight at the enemy. The Cloud Village has always been resolute and efficient, and it quickly began to implement the combat plan. The Cloud Village ninja troops on the front line pressed fully onto the Konoha battlefield. While Orochimaru, the commander of the Konoha front battlefield, was struggling to resist the all-out attack from the Kumagakure front battlefield, two elite troops of the Kumagakure with clear purposes had already taken action. The Hidden Mist Village. Water Shadow Building. Mr. Mizukage, news has come back from the front that the Hidden Cloud Village has begun a full-scale attack on Konoha. A Kirigakure Umbu ninja rushed into the Mizukage's office, knelt on one knee, and reported to the fourth Mizukage, Karatagi Yagura. Upon hearing the news, Gaji Yagura's eyes suddenly lit up. The Hidden Mist Village has never forgotten the theft of the three-tailed Isabu, and has been waiting for the opportunity to attack Konoha. Now is the perfect opportunity for them to take advantage of the fact that Konoha's attention is focused on Kumagakure and send out the most elite ninja team in the village to bypass the defense line and attack Huanglong. Notify the 7 ninja swordsmen to come to the conference room for a meeting. In war, a single move can affect the entire body. When the news of the all-out attack by Kumagakure was transmitted from the front line, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately summoned the village's senior leaders in Jonan to hold a pre-war meeting. Hokage Building, Conference Room. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at everyone in the conference room one by one. Except for Danzo Shimura, all the people in the village who met the requirements were there. Although he hadn't seen Danzo for a while, he was not worried about Danzo's safety. The root organization had been operating as usual without any abnormalities. Orochimaru sent back news from the front line that the Hidden Cloud Village has begun a full-scale attack. The number of enemies in us is very different. We need to urgently send a team to support the front battlefield, and at the same time be vigilant against the enemy attacking Konoha's rear. Sarutobi Hiruzen described the current situation while surveying everyone's expressions. The performance of Union is not as good as their muscular appearance. This group of people are too cunning and will never use the means of winning on the open frontal battlefield. Nara Shikaku, Yamanaka Inoichi, Akimichi Choza, the three of you, Inoshika Joe, will be responsible for leading the troops to support Orochimaru and stabilize the front battlefield. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the three of them and gave the order. Yes, Hokage-sama. Nara Shikaka nodded in response and glanced at Namikaze Minato beside him. He understood what Sarutobi Hiruzen was thinking. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Minato again and said, Minato, you will lead an Umbu team and be responsible for guarding the outer perimeter of Konoha. The progression of the battlefield situation has little to do with the Uchiha cage. He already knew the original plot, and apart from Ji, who had been sent to the front line, he had no intention of intervening in the Union battlefield. However, he did have some ideas about the 7 ninja swordsmen who were attacking from Kirigakure. After all, the attraction of Tsugamu Kai Wusai Jiangbayo hugging him is no weaker than the rebound of Uchiha milkshake to him. Immediately, Ji quietly walked out of Konoha and headed towards the direction of Kirigakure. Although he didn't know where to meet the 7 ninja swordsmen, it was still easy for him to find out Might Guy's whereabouts on the front line. After all, for someone with good character like him, there will always be kind people who are willing to provide him with information. After some investigation, Zed successfully obtained Might Guy's whereabouts. For new generation genin like Might Guy, most of the missions they perform on the front lines are related to logistics and intelligence transmission. Since they perform missions behind the frontline battlefields, they rarely encounter situations where they need to fight, but when they do, the enemies are very powerful elite ninjas. Those who are weaker cannot break through the defense line. It can only be said that their treatment is slightly better than cannon fodder, but not much. Without alerting anyone, Zed sneaked directly into Might Guy's shadow and entered standby mode. Time flies and passes in the blink of an eye. On this day, Might Guy and his teammates Ebisu and Genma Shiranui were carrying out their mission as usual. They were traveling through the woods when they suddenly heard a strange noise in the woods. Someone is coming, let's run. Might Guy and the other two became alert instantly and quickened their pace. But several figures flashed quickly in the woods, and in a moment, blocked their way. It's no use, we are surrounded. No way. Aren't they the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Hidden Mist Village? We can't escape now. Might Guy and the other two stopped and looked at the 7 ninja swordsmen who blocked their way. cold sweat breaking out on their faces. The 7 ninja swordsmen are the elite of the Hidden Mist Village. It is said in the ninja world that if the 7 of them join forces, they can conquer a small country overnight. Now that they have encountered the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Hidden Mist Village, how can they have a chance of survival? Oh, there's a small nick on the blade that we need to let it absorb some blood so that the iron can regenerate. Baiwa Juzang raised the beheading sword in his hand and looked at Might Guy and the other two in a teasing manner with a pair of ferocious triangular eyes. Oh, thank you to everyone from the 7 ninja swordsmen for sending me weapons. That maybe I should learn the 7 sword style later. Zed emerged from Might Guy's shadow, his eyes swept across the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, and finally fell on the man with a hammer on his shoulder. His brows suddenly frowned. No, you can call it a ninja sword if you have a hammer and an axe? After seeing G, the playful expressions of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist suddenly disappeared and their faces turned serious. Since the war began, many ninjas from the major ninja villages have died at the hands of G on the battlefield, including some elite jonin who had made a name for themselves in the ninja world. Even the 3-tailed Isophi from their own Kirigakure was stolen by the enemy who sneaked into the village. Facing such an enemy, they could not be too cautious. At this moment, a figure surrounded by green light quickly rushed over and jumped in front of Might Guy and the other two. Finally caught up. Might Guy heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Might Guy and the other two were safe and sound, and then he looked towards the 7 ninja swordsmen in front of him. Father, what are you a genin doing here? Might Guy stared at Might Guy in front of him with wide eyes. What use is a genin facing the most elite 7 ninja swordsmen of Kirigakure? Hey, brother Chingchun, if a fight breaks out, help me stop that ugly fat guy with a few antennas on his head, pretending to be Teletubbies. G pointed at the watermelon mountain pufferfish demon who was carrying the big sword Samehata on his back, and said to Might Guy, before strength reaches a certain level, quantitative changes can often lead to qualitative changes. At the level of elite jonin, they basically have 1 or 2 outstanding special skills in their hands, and they will not be surprised if some powerful special skills can break the defense of Susanoo. It would be too frustrating if your chakra was constantly absorbed by the enemy during a battle. It is better to leave this kind of opponent to a strong physical fighter like Might Guy. He had only been able to open the front 2 doors so far, so he better not make a fool of himself. As he spoke, G directly used the power of his Mangekyo Sharinan to release the 3rd power, Susanoo. From the skeleton madly growing flesh and blood to the final formation of Karasu Tengu wearing samurai armor, the whole process was completed in the blink of an eye. Afterwards, the shadows beneath him surged like a tide, and a 40-meter-long sword emerged from the hands of the tall Susanoo. G no longer attached yin attribute chakra to the sword, but directly changed it to explosion chakra, and suddenly chopped down at the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist in front of him. Boom! The explosive chakra filled and the long sword produced a loud explosion the moment it landed. The surrounding dense forests and rocks were blown away by the shock wave generated by the explosion, and the knife mark stretched for nearly 100 meters. Might Guy and his companions were also blown back by the powerful shock wave. When they stood up and looked at the mess in front of them, they felt relieved. Kai, you guys go first, leave this to us. Might Guy shouted to Might Guy and the other two, then stared solemnly at the watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost that was pulled away into the distance. If you want to deal with one of the most elite 7 ninja swordsmen of Kirigakure, your current level is far from enough. 8 gates of ninjutsu. The 4th gate, the wound gate, opens. The 5th gate, the do gate, opens. The 6th gate, the jing gate. The 7th gate, the gate of shock, open. Matt Dai crossed his hands in front of him and his face turned red. Veins popped out and his aura grew stronger as he continued to open the door. At the last moment, only the whites of Might Dai's eyes were left, and the green energy around his body was dyed blue by the evaporating sweat. Afterwards, Might Dai, like a tiger rushing down the mountain to choose its prey, rushed towards the watermelon mountain puffer ghost with unparalleled momentum. That terrifying speed alone was enough to make the ground he passed by collapse uncontrollably. When Might Dai was fighting the watermelon mountain puffer demon, Zed on the other side undoubtedly stole his highlight role in the original work. G used the eye technique of the Mangekyo Sharinan to first capture the consciousness of Mori Jinpachi, who was using the explosive sword, Hibu. After finding out his inner thoughts, he used the Flying Thunder God technique one step ahead and appeared in front of him. Give me Zine. G controlled Susanoo and raised a 40-meter-long sword, chopping it down at Wulai Jinpachi. What? Mori Shinpeki looked at the sword that was growing bigger and bigger in his sight with horror, but he had no time to react as his move was predicted in advance. Susanoo slapped Jinpachi Mori on the 40-meter-long sword like slapping a fly, and then the explosive chakra attached to the sword suddenly exploded. Boom! The horrific explosion left a deep pit of dozens of meters on the spot. Faced head-on with such a powerful explosion, it would be a luxury for Jinpachi Mori to even leave a remains of his body behind. Hey, a 40-meter explosive sword is cool, but it consumes a lot of chakra. G shook his head inside, and the big sword in Susanoo's hand returned to the shadow under him and differentiated into thousands of dense tentacles. In the original story, the most expressive of the 7 ninja swords of Kirigakure is undoubtedly the large sword Samehata. Hoshigaki Kisame has the power to fight the tail beasts alone with it. The next are the double swords, Halibut, which become more powerful the more people they kill, and the thunder sword, Fang, which has the ability to create and attract lightning. But before taking action, Ji deliberately inquired about the intelligence information about the 7 ninja swordsmen, especially these 7 special ninja swords. What is very shocking and unexpected is that Explosive Blade Fiemo possesses the strongest explosion technique at the cost of destroying himself. Legend has it that it's powerful enough to kill an immortal, which is why Zed wants to take out Mori Jinpachi first. Get rid of Bakudo Fiemo first. It will be a problem for the remaining people to even break his Susanoo. The following battle is simply a hunting game for him. Darkness Walking Technique. Ji and Susanoo quickly formed seals with his hands, and darkness spread rapidly from all directions, depriving the other people of their sight in an instant. After they lost their vision, the shadow tentacles dancing wildly around Ji became the most perfect sound hunter. Water Style Mist Hidden Technique. When several members of the 7 ninja swordsmen saw that their vision was deprived, cold sweat broke out on their faces. However, they were, after all, the most elite ninjas who had emerged from the Blood Mist Village policy. After the initial panic, they immediately made a decision and released the mist hiding technique one after another. In an instant, a thick fog rose in the field, so thick that one could not see one's hand in front of one's face. I thought that in this way both sides had lost their vision and were standing on the same starting line. The pupil effect of the Mangekyo Sherinan in Zed's right eye can only ignore the influence of illusions, and cannot deal with this kind of physical obstruction, but wind style air flow. Ji quickly formed seals with his hands, and soon a large amount of air turbulence appeared in the field, which quickly cleared the thick fog in the field. Water clone. After his vision cleared, Ji looked at the members of the 7 ninja swordsmen who were still standing there in a daze, and a mocking arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. Ji raised the corner of his mouth with disdain, closed his eyelids slightly, and began to absorb the natural energy around him. A moment later, 2 sharp horns with a slight arc protruded from Ji's forehead, and his exposed face and hands showed more or less traces of scales. After entering the sage mode, Ji half-crouched with his hands on the ground, sensing the feedback information from the surrounding environment. This is also one of the abilities of the sage mode in Ryukadon. In addition, you can also change the shape of the surrounding environment. The location information of the remaining members of the 7 ninja swordsmen was quickly fed back to Ji's consciousness like thermal imaging. Ji grinned, and his figure suddenly appeared like a ghost. Squeak! The shadow tentacles that were originally soft and lingering around Ji suddenly became sharp and full of texture, easily piercing the heart of Baiwa Juzo, the user of the beheading sword who was hiding among the branches and leaves. The next second, Ji flashed in front of a bush again, and the shadow tentacles took the life of the user of the dual blades, Flounder, with the same formula. As the shadow's tentacles withdrew, the 2 bodies that fell to the ground only made a sound. At this time, the effect of the darkness technique dissipated, and the remaining 3 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen were finally able to see the light again. Damn it! Lightning Release, Thunder Feast. Heichuleya gritted his teeth and yelled angrily. He inserted the thunder blade Fang in his hand into the ground. Suddenly, a strong electric current flowed through the ground and quickly rushed towards Ji's figure. The wild bait man hiding on the tree branch also jumped down with a blunt knife and a large axe, attacking the robbers on the ground from the air. Using the long sword sewing needle, Kurishan Kushimera threw 2 shurikens, and then spit out a water-style water wave in the direction of Ji, trying to use it in conjunction with Kuriko Arega's lightning style to maximize the damage. Facing the joint attack of 3 people, the mocking and disdainful arc on the corner of Ji's mouth remained. The next second, a shadow tentacle shot out quickly upwards, tied up the calf of the wild bait man and pulled it down hard. The unbalanced Tanko Yebai man was about to use his core strength to reverse the situation, but at this moment, Ji's figure suddenly appeared above him. He kicked hard with his foot and used it as a stepping stone to leap onto a branch nearby. As for the Tanko Yebai man, he rushed head-on towards the attacks of the other 2. No! The man who was eating wild bait with the grass suddenly widened his eyes, but it was of no use for him to scream. 2 shurikens shot into his chest, one on the left and one on the right. The powerful electric current coming from the ground instantly made his whole body twitch and spasm. The electric current was directed to the 2 shurikens on his chest, and the air suddenly smelled of burnt barbecue. This is not over yet. A puddle of water followed and fell on the grass bait man. Instantly, there was a crackling sound of electricity. Coupled with the shuriken that conduct electricity and heat, this scene really looked like a hot pot. Such a series of events happened in just the blink of an eye. That's pretty ruthless. The soul is gone, and you guys are still using the corpse to cook hot pot. Do you Kirigakure have such a big opinion of your companions? Ji looked at Heichuleya and Li Xian Chuan Wan with a joking look and chuckled. The sage mode of Ryukadon improves speed by more than a little bit. Not to mention them, even if the 4th Mizukage of Kirigakure, Karotachi Yagura, came, he would be at a loss. Damn it, Kushimaru. Heichuleya gnashed his teeth in hatred towards Ji and glanced at Li Xian Chuan Wan who was standing beside him. Kurishan Kushimaru understood what he meant instantly. When Heicho Rega released the lightning attack, he quickly shuttled around the field with a long knife and sewing needle in his hand, and used the steel wire tied behind the knife to set up a conductive defense net around him. Tisk, how naive. Ji dodged the lightning strike easily and watched the two people's self-deceiving operations quietly. Isn't this just drawing a circle on the ground to imprison yourself? Susanoo is not convenient for dealing with some flexible opponents, but it is absolutely excellent in breaking through. Just when the Kurishan Kushimaru was about to take shape, a huge Susanoo appeared in front of them again. What a pity, Gana. Ji smiled and waved to the two of them and Susanoo. Then, a terrifying giant sword with explosive chakra attached fell heavily on the heads of the two men. Boom! The horrifying explosion and fire came again, and Kurikurega and Kurishan Kushimaru, along with the cage they had worked so hard to set up, were annihilated in the explosion. After defeating his opponent, Zed found the battlefield of Might Dai and Zigwashan Pufferfish nearby. Every time one of the 8 gates is opened, the strength is greatly improved. Even if Might Guy does not open the last gate, the Death Gate, his strength is still strong enough. Especially since the weapon used by the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Demon was the big sword Samehata, which could absorb the enemy's chakra, and it was useless in front of him. When Ji arrived at the battlefield between the two, he saw Might Day fighting the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Demon. Unable to keep up with Might Dai's speed, he could only take the beating if he couldn't use his sword Samehata to block the attack. What the hell are the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist? They are so weak that they can't even beat a genin from Konoha. Ji looked at the bruised and battered Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish ghost and curled his lips. Since he had already stolen the show from Might Guy, Zed was in no mood to stand aside and watch the fight. After breaking into the battlefield between the two, he started with a quick and neat Sharingan illusion followed by a Shadow Tentacle combo. The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost, whose mind was instantly controlled by the Mangekyo Sharingan, naturally had no room for resistance. The sharp Shadow Tentacles easily pierced his heart, helping him to end this extremely frustrating beating. At this point, all 7 members of the Kirigakure ninja swordsmen were eliminated. Ji began to search for spoils on the battlefield. The double swords Ayaga, the large sword Samehata, and those ninja swords that had not experienced the baptism of explosion were still okay. The explosive blade Fiimo, which was originally half the width of the door, probably destroyed the structure of the scroll inside and was directly blown away. It became 4 major parts. Some of the pieces that were too broken were not found. Even if we ask a blacksmith to repair them in the future, its future job will probably be in the kitchen. The long knife and sewing needle were too thin, so I only found a pierced, but that could be sold for scrap. However, the Thunderblade Fang, perhaps because it was made of precious chakra metal, only a small section of its fork was broken. All the fragments have been found, so it can be repaired and still be used. After storing all the spoils into the storage scroll, Ji also set out on the return journey. The news that the 3rd Reikage AI died of exhaustion after fighting with the 10,000 Iwagakure army for 3 days and 3 nights had spread a few days ago. At this point, the 3rd Ninja World War is about to come to an end. This is a good thing. It's time to settle the hiring fee promised by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Some of the storage scrolls that were bought too early probably have gone rotten, right? Anyway, it's for Sarutobi Hiruzen. Well, no matter how poor you are, you can't neglect your wives. The money you earn from Kirigakure should be spent on the wives of Kirigakure. With 70 million in this wave, Mei Terumi and the others must be so happy. Yakan crossed his long legs and placed them on the table, his body half leaning against the back of the chair, looking at the information sent by the Umbu in his hand. This war is finally coming to an end. Yakan let out a long sigh, closed his eyes and murmured, with a relaxed arc at the corner of his mouth. The subsequent war actually had little to do with their Sand Village, but the chaos in the entire ninja world still made the people of Sand Village uneasy. After all, no one knows whether this war will involve them again in the next second. After finally coming to an end of the previous troubled times, they in Sand Village now have money and just want to develop their village in a stable manner. The newly appointed 4th Reikage invited us from Tsunagakure to go to the Land of Iron to prepare for the summit meeting of the 5 cages of the 5 great nations. I guess it will be another argument about the interests of all parties. You won't be exposed at the 5 cage summit like this, right? Yakan turned his head slightly and looked at Uchiha Madara, who was standing aside with his arms folded across his chest and looked a little gloomied. He felt it was particularly interesting. Ever since this guy came to Tsunagakure, his daily routine is to strike a pose to maintain his image as a strong man, fooling the ninjas in the village. Especially after knowing that he was the legendary Shura of the ninja world, Uchiha Madara, those people behaved even more cautiously in front of him, fearing to anger him. Just playing a boring game with a few kids. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Madara sneered contemptuously. During the 5 cage summit, with this image, he could just stand there and do nothing, and those who had seen Uchiha Madara with their own eyes would naturally help him show off. Yakan nodded upon hearing this. As the first village to be eliminated in this war, the Sand Village will definitely face a lot of pressure at the 5 cage summit. Although their Sand Village is rich now, they do not want to hand over their interests to others. It would be best if they could use Uchiha Madara's name to intimidate other ninja villages. The 5-Cage Summit is scheduled for 3 days from now. We and Tsunagakure are quite far from the meeting place, so we will set off tomorrow. Kanaha. Sarutobi Hiruzen also received an invitation to the 5-Cage Summit from the Raikage. In this Ninja World War, Kanaha village fought back and forth with all 4 major ninja villages, and sometimes even had to deal with pressure from multiple fronts at the same time. Although Kanaha was the final winner of this war, the losses suffered by the village far exceeded those in the previous 2 Ninja World Wars. When Sarutobi Hiruzen went to the Land of Iron to attend the 5-Cage Conference, having already replaced Danzo's identity, Zed, who took over the route, immediately snatched his role in the original work and began to fan the flames in the village and add fuel to the flames. He instigated a wave of public opinion in the village for the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen to resign. Time flies. The day has come for the official start of the 5-Cage talks among the 5 powers. The Iron Country. The 5-Cage meeting room. Under the hospitality of the samurai leader Mifune, the 4th Raikage AI and the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, who were closest to the Land of Iron, arrived first, followed by the 4th Mizukage Karatagi Yagura. It didn't take long before the 3rd Tsuchikage, Onaki, followed closely. Bang! When enemies meet, they become jealous of each other. Seeing Onoki enter, the 4th Raikage AI frowned, angrily slammed the table, and stared at him with his eyes fixed. His father, the Sandaime Raikage, led a team to raid the Uegakure, but he didn't expect that the Uegakure would have noticed it in advance and set up many ambushes. If not for this, perhaps they, Yunyin, would be the final victors in this war. Calm down, Lord Raikage, aren't we all here to jointly create a peaceful environment in the ninja world? Mifune broke out in sweat on his face and hurried forward to comfort the 4th Raikage AI. As a small country trying to survive in the cracks, their Iron Nation cannot afford to provoke any armed organization of the 5 major countries. Snort! The 4th Raikage snorted coldly. Looking at the figures of several villages present, he temporarily suppressed his temper. You still have the nerve to be angry, I have no fucking place to vent. After this battle, the strength of the Uegakure village was reduced by more than half compared to before the war. In addition, the daimyo of the Land of Earth has decided to cut military spending, and there is no telling when the military will recover. Veins throbbed on Onoki's forehead. After taking a deep breath, he sat back in his seat and closed his eyes to rest, trying to pretend that out of sight, out of mind. As a result, he had not closed his eyes for a minute when the sound of slapping the table rang in his ears again. Bang! What strength does Tsunagakure have that makes us villages sit here and wait for him? The 4th Raikage AI originally wanted to control his temper, but the more he thought about it, the angrier he got, and finally he found an excuse to vent his anger on the Sand Village who was not present. Interesting. I wonder if I have the strength to make you little brats wait. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from outside the door into the Wuyin conference room, instantly attracting the attention of several people in the conference room. Who's outside? The 4th Raikage AI turned his head to look outside the door and asked in a deep voice. This sound, could it be? How is it possible? When Onaki and Sarutobi Hiruzen heard the familiar voice that made their hair stand on end, they were suddenly alert and looked towards the door in disbelief. That person should have died a long time ago. As the footsteps outside the door got closer, their heartbeats became heavier, as if the footsteps were precisely stepping on their hearts. Soon, a pair of black ninja boots stepped over the doorframe, and a familiar figure wearing old-style red armor and with long hair reaching his waist came into their sight. Uchiha Madara. How could you still be alive, and you still look the same as you did decades ago? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the figure in front of him in disbelief. My throat was dry, and my voice was muffled and hoarse. Onoki looked at Uchiha Madara in front of him and instantly recalled the despair and helplessness he once felt when facing this man. After swallowing a mouthful of water with difficulty, he suppressed the surging waves in his heart. Sarutobi Hiruzen was right. Uchiha Madara had died a long time ago. Even if he was still alive, he would now be an old man who was about to die. Thinking of this, Onoki stared at Uchiha Madara with sharp eyes and asked coldly, "Where did you come from, you bastard, to disrupt the 5-Cage Summit?" "Oh? It really is the legendary Shura of the ninja world, Uchiha Madara." Onoki swallowed his saliva and said with difficulty, "What he said just now was what he said to me and my teacher, the 2nd-generation Tsuchikage 50 years ago." As soon as these words came out, the other people in the conference room all looked at Uchiha Madara with horror, especially Sarutobi Hiruzen. After all, he is a rebel ninja who walked out of Kanaha. The valley of the end of the Land of Fire still houses the statues of the seal of opposition between the 1st Hokage and his opponent. Don't worry, I have no interest in fighting with kids. I'm just here to show my support. After all, the only one who can stand up to me is Hashirama. Uchiha Madara laughed contemptuously. Afterwards, he walked into the 5-Cage meeting room as if no one was around and sat in the seat hosted by the Iron Nation at the front. Ye Kang, who was behind him, also walked in and sat in the seat of the Sand Village Wind Shadow. Outside the door, Mifune, who was in charge of hosting the 5-Cage Summit, looked at Uchiha Madara, who had taken his seat, swallowed, closed the door silently, and walked out alone in loneliness. "I'd rather not do this job." With the intimidation of Uchiha Madara, the subsequent 5-Cage Summit went very smoothly. Even the Raikage, who always believed in muscles and fists, did not jump out to cause trouble. Don't be fooled by their well-developed muscles. In fact, their hearts and minds are just as smart as lotus roots. Didn't you see how obedient Sarutobi Hiruzen and Oniki were at the 5-Cage Summit? Anyway, the 4th Raikage AI believes that he cannot do it. Even his father, the 3rd Raikage, cannot do it. It wasn't until the end of the meeting that something unexpected happened. "Hokage, please return the 7 ninja swords and the tailed beasts that were passed down from Kirigakure to us in Konoha." Karatachi Yagura looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and spoke. The 7 ninja swordsman of the ninja village is an inheritable title in the village of Kirigakure and plays a very important role in the history of the village of Kirigakure. As for the tailed beast, it is a powerful weapon of the village that possesses extremely strong deterrent power. "Your tailed beasts from Kirigakure?" Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned slightly. He did know the 7 ninja swords of the 7 ninja swordsmen. After all, G had brought even the bodies and weapon fragments as evidence to settle the hiring fee. As for the tailed beasts, they in Konoha had never seen one before. "The tailed beast was stolen by your village's Zed, who controlled it with his Mangekyo Sharingan." Karatachi Yagura stared at Sarutobi Hiruzen with narrowed eyes. In his opinion, Sarutobi Hiruzen was trying to play dumb and get away with this matter. Although the tailed beasts were originally taken away from Konoha, several of their villages actually gave them money. The 4th Raikage AI, who was standing nearby, saw this scene and secretly stared at Sarutobi Hiruzen. The tailed beast Jinchuriki of their village was also lost. His eyes rolled and he suddenly had an idea. "And our village's 2 tails Jinchuriki must be returned, too, Hokage." The 4th Raikage AI growled. Regardless of whether the disappearance of their village's Jinchuriki was caused by Konoha, they haven't found any clues yet. It's better to try it out. This tradition will never be wrong. Yakang raised the corner of his mouth into a slight smile and winked at Uchiha Madara where no one was paying attention. Regardless of what G's motives were, his actions did allow her to vent her anger during a time when she felt frustrated because she was betrayed by the village's top leaders. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the Raikage AI and the Mizukage Karada Yagura and opened his mouth silently. He didn't know why the 3 tails of Kirigakure was stolen, but the 2 tails Jinchuriki of Kumagakure was really kidnapped and taken back to the village to be raised as a wife. And there are those ninja swords from the Hidden Mist village. If he goes to rob them, you have to give them to him. Although G has settled down in Konoha, he has not yet integrated into the village. What can he use to take the spoils? The Mizukage, Raikage, G and Konoha are in an employment relationship. We, Konoha, have no right to distribute the spoils captured by the other side on the battlefield. You have to figure out a solution for this matter on yourselves. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face turned a little dark, and he looked at the 2 of them and said, they had just used the power of G to help Konoha relieve the pressure on the battlefield, and now it was time to clean up the mess. "Don't go too far, Hokage." The 4th Mizukage, Karatagi Yagura, stared at Sarutobi Hiruzen with unfriendly eyes. "Isn't this just a joke? Who would believe it?" The 4th Raikage, who didn't know whether his own Jinchuriki was really in Konoha, was just watching the show quietly on the side. "If someone is willing to be a gun, of course we should use him. He is just a person who is trying to get the date. That's the truth." Sarutobi Hiruzen was about to explain to Konoha. At this time, the voice of Uchiha Madara suddenly sounded from the host seat in front. "He's right. The relationship between G and Konoha is of an employment nature. If you have any ideas, you can contact G on your own." Uchiha Madara propped up his chin and looked at the few people, saying with interest, "If this wave goes smoothly, he can also expand a path in the other 3 ninja villages. After all, he is the son-in-law of their village, right? Good things should be kept within the family. It's not too much to borrow some ninjutsu secrets from your own family, right, and build a big house in every village. After all, you can't stop your wives from going back to their parents' home, right?" When the Tsuchikage Oniki, the Raikage AI, and the Mizukage Karada Yagura heard this, their eyes flickered. Every village has information about what G did in Konoha in the past. It's just that the 2 sides lived in peace later on, and during this war, G stood very hard in the Konoha camp. Moreover, G also has the Uchiha clan's bloodline limit Sharingan, which makes them all believe that G is definitely a member of Konoha. Now it seems that this is not the case. There was also Uchiha Madara, who appeared at the 5-Cage Summit and was supposed to be dead. Maybe Rabria's real identity is actually Uchiha Madara, an Uchiha from the lineage who has already betrayed Konoha. The 4th Raikage AI was the most excited. They, Kumagakure, have been collecting ninjutsu and bloodline ninja from all over the ninja world. Now that a Sharingan bloodline ninja who does not belong to the Konoha camp has appeared, he can't wait to kidnap G back to Kumagakure and leave this family with the Sharingan bloodline limit in Kumagakure. With Uchiha Madara's final decision, the 5-Cage conference was successfully concluded. After leaving, everyone obviously had different thoughts, but Sarutobi Hiruzen was undoubtedly in the worst mood. Uchiha Madara, who was supposed to have died long ago, has returned. When the Uchiha clan in Konoha learns of this news, it will definitely cause quite a stir. Back then, the Uchiha clan was tired of the war and didn't want to leave Konoha with Uchiha Madara, but that may not be the case now. The peace they hoped for back then was ultimately just a dream. The war that was supposed to happen is still going on now, and the Uchiha clan members are still being ostracized by the village leaders and monitored by the root ninjas. If the Uchiha clan knew that Uchiha Madara had returned, they would probably rush to follow him, right? Sarutobi Hiruzen lowered his head and thought with a gloomy look in his eyes. Konoha has just ended the war, and it has to worry about the Uchiha clan again. Teacher Tobirama is right. It is indeed the evil Uchiha. When the 5-cage summit ended and Sarutobi Hiruzen returned to Konoha, the direction of public opinion in the village had already been intentionally guided by the root, and with undercurrents surging, a storm could break out at any time. And this storm was completely detonated when the results of the 5-cage summit were reported back to Konoha. How so? We, Konoha, are clearly the final winners of this war, so why don't we let other villages make compensation, just for the sake of peace in the ninja world? We, Konoha, have to give in. Did our companions die in vain? In my opinion, the Sandaime Hokage has grown old and no longer has the courage and boldness he once had when he was young. Under the preconceived and intentional guidance of the root, the villagers of Konoha learned that Konoha had made such great sacrifices and efforts to successfully repel the invading 4 major ninja villages, but ultimately received no benefits at all in this war. For a moment, public resentment instantly boiled over. When it comes to strength, these ordinary villagers are naturally not worth mentioning, but public opinion, as the sum of public opinions and attitudes, has a power that is unimaginable for ordinary people. Even a respected strong person will find it difficult to move forward once he is caught in the whirlpool of public opinion. The past reputation will turn into a sharp blade, hanging over your head, waiting to be cut off at any time. As a veteran politician, Sarutobi Hiruzen is naturally aware of such things. You still won't give up, Danzo. The goal justifies the means. The responsibility of Hokage cannot be entrusted to someone like you. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen was smoking his pipe and looking through the window at the scene of Konoha in the distance. Ever since the last assassination attempt in the Hokage building, his Umbu have been paying close attention to the whereabouts of the root. After returning to Konoha, the Umbu reported to him that the root had been fanning the flames and guiding public opinion in the village over the past few days. But this matter is not easy to solve. The scary thing about public opinion is that it is uncontrollable. Trying to extinguish it by force will most likely only backfire. Whether he wants to deal with it head-on or wait for the situation to cool down on its own, his old partner will probably not give him the time to deal with the matter, right? But he did what he could. Judging from the time, the recommendation for Minato to take over as the 4th Hokage will soon receive a response from the Daimyo Prefecture. In this war, Minato Namikaze was undoubtedly Konoha's greatest contributor. He single-handedly defeated the 4th Raikage of Kumagakure and the 8 Tails Jinchuriki, and his strength was enough to shock other ninja villages. With Minato Namikaze's current prestige in the ninja world, it would not be difficult for him to gain recognition from the villagers. And with the designation of the daimyo, this matter would be a foregone conclusion. The only thing to worry about is the choice of the Uchiha clan in the village. Now that the war has just ended and Konoha is still in a weak period, if it loses the combat power of the Uchiha clan, it will be adding insult to injury. Hey, I hope Fugaku can deal with those hawkish forces in the clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head and sighed helplessly. The words that Uchiha Madara had said at the 5-cage summit echoed in his mind. In the back mountain of Konoha, there is a research base built underground. Orochimaru, is the clone container ready? Zed looked at Orochimaru and asked straight to the point. Because of the war, Orochimaru's research was suspended for a period of time, but many research projects have already achieved preliminary results. Jun, your bad taste is really scary. The container you requested is ready. Follow me. Orochimaru's pupils shrank slightly, he licked his lips with a smile, and then took Zed to a glass display bottle filled with nutrient solution. Inside the glass display bottle is an identical clone container cloned using the hair of Sarutobi Biwako. Orochimaru, you are such a pervert that you don't even put clothes on the container. When Zed saw the naked clone container in the glass bottle, he immediately covered his eyes with his hands and said to Orochimaru with a look of disgust, Jun, we can start now. Orochimaru did not continue the topic and spoke calmly. Then let's get started. Nodded. Orochimaru quickly formed seals with his hands and then slapped the ground. Suddenly, a coffin appeared from the spirit, which was the forbidden technique created by the 2nd-generation Hokage, Senju Tobirama, the impure world reincarnation technique. The two did not have to wait too long. The lid of the coffin was quickly opened from the inside, and the dead Danzo Shimura returned to the world and walked out of the coffin. Orochimaru, shouldn't I be dead already? Danzo looked at Orochimaru in confusion, but when his eyes saw they suddenly shrank and emitted an angry and fierce light. Is it you, the evil Uchiha? Orochimaru, I order you to quickly capture this guy. His existence is the biggest threat to Konoha. Danzo shouted loudly. I'm sorry, Elder Danzo, but Lord G is my most important partner. Orochimaru stared at Danzo and licked his lips and chuckled. When G brought Danzo's body to him, he also thought about telling Sarutobi Hiruzen about it. After all, he still had a lot of feelings for Konoha. However, after G gave him the white Zetsu who possessed the ability of wood release and a small piece of the outer path statue's limb for research, Orochimaru completely abandoned this idea. The terrifying vitality contained in the outer path golem's limbs far exceeded that of Hashirama's previous cells. He saw hope for eternal life from them. Orochimaru, you. Danzo's face changed and he wanted to say something, but G's Mangekyo Sharingan had already come into his sight, and the powerful illusion instantly controlled his mind. G controlled Danzo's consciousness and used the power of spiritualization. Technique. Suddenly, Danzo's spirit flew out from behind him, and an inexplicable force pulled his spirit, as if trying to send it somewhere. Oh! Seeing that Danzo's spirit was about to fly away, G sneered, and immediately increased the power of his Mangekyo Sharingan, controlling the spirit to break into the container in the glass display bottle. Orochimaru, it's up to you. G shouted at Orochimaru. Orochimaru didn't waste any time and directly broke the glass display bottle. His neck instantly stretched out and flew in front of the clone container, biting it on the shoulder. Dense spell marks quickly spread across the clone container and then quickly disappeared. After Orochimaru finished all this, G also stopped the control of the Mangekyo Sharingan illusion. Can you do it? Under the expectant gazes of Zed and Orochimaru, Danzo opened his eyes and looked at his current body in astonishment, horrified in his heart. Especially the heavy object hanging down in front of her, which almost made her return to the Pure Land. Danzo, be cheerful. We are good people who are here to help you find true love. The strange and evil smile with a meaningful meaning on G's lips made Danzo feel chilled. Combined with his current physical condition, a creepy thought suddenly arose in his mind. But before Danzo had time to think about it, his consciousness was once again controlled by the powerful Mangekyo Sharingan. Well, I have to add a seal to eradicate all tongue troubles first. G looked at Danzo dimly, thinking to himself. He had previously obtained information about the curse seal by invading the brain of Danzo's corpse through the Yamanaka clan's secret technique, otherwise he would not have been able to take over the roots of Konoha so smoothly. The next step, of course, is to give Sarutobi Hiruzen a highly anticipated super gift before he dies. He. After the news came back that the daimyo had designated Minato Namikaze as the fourth Hokage of Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen had no intention of delaying and immediately held a handover ceremony with him. The square outside the Hokage building was bustling with people. Namikaze Minato, who became famous in this ninja world war, succeeded as the fourth Hokage. The villagers of Konoha all recognized him very much and expected him to achieve some political achievements during his tenure. After all, Minato's record of repelling the current Reikage AI and the Eight Tails Jinchuriki is real. He is still so young and handsome, and he is sunny and gentle when he interacts with everyone in the village. While the villagers were still celebrating, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Mito Kato and Utane Kohara left early and left the scene to the young people. In a meeting room, 3 people sat in a row in silence, feeling extremely sad, lamenting that their youth had passed away. Ah, time flies by, and we are all not young anymore. With Hiruzen outside and Danzo inside, that period was the golden age of Konoha. Midaman and Utane Kohara both shook their heads and sighed. Now that Sarutobi Hiruzen has stepped down as Hokage, it is unknown how many years they can hold on to the power in their hands. Will the new Hokage, Minato Namikaze, still be able to tolerate their involvement in all important matters that determine the direction of village policies like Sarutobi Hiruzen did? Don't worry, Minato is Jireya's disciple. Young people have just taken the position, so they still need the help of seniors like you to keep the village in the right direction. Sarutobi Hiruzen lowered his eyes slightly and said, although it was Minato Namikaze who took the initiative to recommend the fourth Hokage to the daimyo of the Land of Fire, it would be absolutely false to say that he had no thoughts in his mind. Being the first Kage among the 5 major ninja villages to be forced to abdicate while in office is definitely the greatest shame in his life so far. It's a pity that things have come to this point, but at least there is a master-disciple relationship, so even if things get worse, they can't get any worse. Time flies. As the 3 of them chatted, the sky gradually darkened. After saying goodbye to the 2, Sarutobi Hiruzen got up and went home. Since he had stepped down as Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen moved back to the Sarutobi clan's mansion, which was much more luxurious than the Hokage's residence that had been passed down since the founding of Konoha. As a private residence, there are no guards guarding the gate. Sarutobi Hiruzen pushed open the door and was stunned. The room was dark and the lights were not on, and there was no warm scene as he had imagined, of his wife preparing dinner and waiting for him to come home. A trace of bitterness appeared on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face. Resigning as Hokage while still alive is indeed a precedent, but I guess Biwako is also in a bad mood due to the bad news in recent days. Just skip a meal. Sarutobi Hiruzen pushed open the bedroom door quietly. The moment he opened the door, the wind that blew into his nose made him frown. Fragrant? Baiwako did not have the habit of burning incense, and Saratobi Hiruzen looked into the room in confusion. After seeing Saratobi Baiwako lying on the bed wearing a cool hollow lace dress, Saratobi Hiruzen felt a warm current flowing through his body. My wife is still the best. Although she is not as young as the little girl, she is very considerate. Isn't she coming here today just to take care of his emotions and comfort him? Saratobi Hiruzen was so moved by Saratobi Baiwako's actions that his mouth was dry. Cough cough. Although I am not young anymore, I can't let my wife down, right? Saratobi Hiruzen was deeply moved and did not hesitate to act immediately as he stepped forward to get busy. Is the date these days? Forget it. Saratobi Hiruzen only felt as if there was a strong force in his body, and he had endless energy to work. He is very angry now. After a while, the drowsy Baiwa Lake was awakened by the noise. The moment Danzo opened his eyes, his face turned pale instantly. He wanted to speak, but as soon as he had this thought, he broke out in sweat from the pain and his eyes turned bulging. It is the seal to eradicate the evil of tongue. Danzo tried hard with both hands to get Saratobi Hiruzen to stop and rest, but she had no strength. And in Saratobi Hiruzen's eyes, her behavior had a completely different meaning. Ha, I am so strong today. Yo, are you all crying? You're trying to do something different? Saratobi Hiruzen was even more moved at the moment and put his feelings into action. Gradually, Saratobi Hiruzen suddenly felt double images appearing in front of his eyes. Why are there two Lake Baiwa? However, with the continuous intake of fragrance, Saratobi Hiruzen's brain nerves no longer allowed him to consider such a complex problem. Twins, don't you have to work harder to show your performance? No words were spoken that night. When Danzo felt pain all over his body and opened his eyes, he looked at the man lying on his back. When Saratobi Hiruzen was on his body, his eyes, already swollen from crying, were now bloodshot, and his look was filled with deep and twisted hatred. Damn Uchiha, damn Orochimaru, damn Saratobi Hiruzen. Danzo dug his nails into his palm in hatred, and trickles of blood flowed down his palm. But at this moment, a shadow flowed into the room through the crack in the door and appeared in front of Danzo. As soon as Danzo looked over with resentful eyes, he saw a pair of extremely familiar Mangekyo Sharinan that continued to expand in front of his eyes until it occupied his entire mind. I gave away twins before I died. I am such a good person. Zed sighed and shook his head with a smirk. Afterwards, he used illusion to control Danzo's bare feet to carve a blood array on the ground. The blood that had been taken before was no longer needed and was collected directly. With Orochimaru's special hallucinogen, Saratobi Hiruzen couldn't wake up at all. He let Saratobi Hiruzen die painlessly in his sleep, so he can really be considered a good man. The death ceremony begins under the control of the illusion. Danzo stabbed his own heart with a pair of scissors. The strong smell of blood lingering in his nose made Saratobi Baiwako frown unconsciously in his sleep. Not long after, her eyelids fluttered a few times and she opened her eyes. But the scene that came into view made her heart skip a beat. Saratobi Hiruzen's body lay motionless on the side, with a smug smile on his tired face, but a thick stream of black blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth, and the collar of his shirt was also soaked red with blood. Hiruzen. Saratobi Baiwako's pupils trembled and he murmured with pale lips. As a former medical ninja, just by looking at Saratobi Hiruzen's expression, she knew that the person had been gone for a while. Saratobi Baiwako struggled to get up from the bed, but when she saw the person who looked exactly like her lying on the ground beside the bed, she was instantly frozen. She couldn't remember what happened yesterday at all, but she knew her own body well, and the smell of blood mixed with the lewd atmosphere in the air could not be faked. So this woman who looks exactly like her yesterday. Saratobi Baiwako is very confused right now. But then, she found an envelope beside the bed, subconsciously opened it, and read the contents. For a long time, I thought that the relationship between Hiruzen and I was just an ordinary friendship between classmates. I would do anything to become the Hokage, even plotting to assassinate Hiruzen. But until recently, I suddenly realized that it was just my hatred because of love. What I wanted was never the position of Hokage, but the Sandaime Hokage. For this, I didn't hesitate to change into the appearance that I hated the most. Baiwako, you have indeed won me over in terms of feelings, but in the end, Hiruzen will still join me in the underworld. Hiruzen will ultimately belong to me, Danzo. After reading the contents of the letter, Baiwako was so angry that the blood rushed to his head. His whole head felt dizzy and even the death of Saratobi Hiruzen was put behind his mind. Damn it, Danzo. You old glass, are you fucking sick? No wonder you've been alone and childless, you're fucking obsessed with my man? The key is that in the end you actually succeeded. Baiwako's face turned purple, and now she just felt nauseous and wanted to vomit. Especially the smell of blood mixed with the lewd smell left over from last night, which made her unable to help but think of the scene from last night. Ugh. The death of Saratobi Hiruzen caused quite a stir in Konoha, but he was only a retired Hokage after all, so the matter was settled quickly. The content of the letter was not circulated in the village. Only a few high-ranking officials of Konoha knew about it. After all, if the death of a Hokage was so hasty, it would have a huge impact on Konoha's image if it were to spread. As to whether the corpse that looked exactly like Sarutobi Biwako's was Danzo's, the Konoha High UPS had not received any definite news. The seal of the tongue is a curse used to prevent the leakage of internal secret information. In addition to preventing the victim from revealing the information, it will also destroy the target's brain after death, eliminating any possibility of leakage. However, judging from the fact that the roots in the village have stopped functioning, this is indeed almost certain. Losing Danzo and Hiruzen at once is a huge loss for Konoha. It will be hard to recover. This Danzo. It's better to just talk about feelings. Why do you have to go to this extent? Utane Koharu and Mito Kato couldn't help shaking their heads and sighing. Love is really a scary thing that can actually make Danzo willingly turn himself into that state. Crazy, Yandere girls are really scary. Fortunately, Danzo doesn't love them. The Uchiha clan was not in the mood to care about Sarutobi Hiruzen's death at this time. After the news of what happened at the Five Cage Summit was reported back to Konoha, the hawkish forces within the clan who were dissatisfied with the policies that had been continued since the second Hokage became agitated. Uchiha Madara. That is the strongest Uchiha in their Uchiha clan that has been passed down for thousands of years. If they had Uchiha Madara's leadership, wouldn't it be easy for them to develop a powerful ninja village belonging to their Uchiha clan in the ninja world? Why should I stay in Konoha and be ostracized and have to look after other people's faces? Under the instigation of the hawkish faction within the clan, the Uchiha clan held a meeting in the morning and another in the afternoon. All the Fugaku people were annoyed. Chief Fugaku, stop deceiving yourself. Konoha has never considered us as their own. If it weren't for the situation in the village, the ninjas from the route would still be monitoring us outside the clan territory. Now that Madara-sama has returned to the ninja world, it is the best time for us to leave Konoha. Why do you want to leave Konoha? Our Uchiha clan has put a lot of effort into the establishment of Konoha. We should let others leave. The sovereignty of Konoha should belong to us Uchiha. Listening to the noisy chattering beside his ears, Fugaku rubbed his brows and felt that his head had grown bigger. He had been experiencing scenes like this for several days. To be honest, he had also thought about leading his clan to follow Uchiha Madara. After all, he was the Shura of the ninja world who shocked a great era and ended the chaos of the Warring States period that had lasted for thousands of years. This guy was definitely strong enough. But Uchiha Madara's purpose when he left Konoha was to unify the ninja world by force and realize the grand vision of peace in the ninja world. He didn't know whether the grand vision of peace in the ninja world could be realized, but if the Uchiha clan followed Uchiha Madara and was caught up in this alarming vortex, then the extermination of the clan was definitely not an empty talk. Ahahaha, it seems that I came at a very bad time. Minato pushed open the door of the Nanga shrine and heard the Uchiha clan members arguing inside. He scratched his hair and laughed very awkwardly. He had never expected such an embarrassing situation. They were still arguing with each other. The Uchiha suddenly became quiet, and a tense atmosphere arose in the shrine. Oh my god, they were hiding in their family's house and talking about this kind of thing, but the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze heard it. The doves and some Uchiha who don't care about the choice of either side are still experiencing immersive awkwardness. The hawkish Uchiha had already opened their scarlet Sharinans and were staring straight at Minato Namikaze. The atmosphere was so heavy that it seemed as if a fight was about to break out in the next second. Nanga Shrine is the secret gathering place of the Uchiha clan. Even people within the clan cannot come here whenever they want. Everyone calm down, I invited the Yondaime Hokage to come here. Fugaku saw that the atmosphere among his clansmen was extremely tense, so he stepped forward and spoke. He and Minato were not classmates of the same year. Apart from some contact during missions, they knew each other better through Mikato and Kushina's friendship. But when interacting with some people, you can feel his sincerity just through some simple contacts. You are not worthy of being the head of the Uchiha clan if you stand on Konoha's side and deal with your own people. And Uchiha Jonin from the Hawk faction didn't even call him clan leader. He stared at Uchiha Fugaku with flaming eyes and shouted coldly. Those dove-like and indifferent neutral tribesmen also had different thoughts about the tribe leader Uchiha Fugaku. The family is discussing some things behind closed doors, and you, as the clan leader, call outsiders in? He's also the fucking Hokage of the village? Isn't this a complete traitor? Everyone calm down first, I have no ill will towards the Uchiha clan, Minato said soothingly as he walked to the front of the stage. An Uchiha who was near the door went out, jumped onto a tree and looked around. After finding that there was nothing unusual around, he walked in and nodded to his tribesmen. The Uchiha in the shrine finally quieted down temporarily. At least Minato dared to come to the Uchiha clan's territory alone and dared to walk into the encirclement of their group of people. This courage and sincerity were not comparable to those of the previous Konoha high-level officials. Whenever the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo came, were they not accompanied by a bunch of Umbu and Root ninjas? Fugaku and I have discussed some of the ideas in everyone's mind in our spare time, and we also talked about some of Konoha's previous unreasonable policies, Minato said as he looked at the Uchiha in front of him. At the same time, I felt a little sad. If he had not become the Hokage, how would he have known how embarrassing the situation of the Uchiha clan, one of the founders of Konoha, was in the village? Administrative Department, Medical Department, Interrogation Department, Education Department, Secret Department. These important departments in the village have no trace of the Uchiha clan's involvement at all. The duties and powers of the Konoha police force, which is entirely responsible for public security management by the Uchiha clan, also overlap to a large extent with the Umbu directly under the Hokage. And after Danzo's death, the root ninjas who withdrew from the Uchiha clan's territory and reported back to the Hokage building in 3 shifts. No wonder there is still a rebellious Uchiha clan member, Uchiha Setsuna, imprisoned in Konoha prison since the reign of the second Hokage. How could the Uchiha clan not have complaints living in such an environment where they are targeted everywhere? Do you still want the Uchiha to integrate into Konoha peacefully? After learning about the conflict between the Uchiha clan and the village, Minato really wanted to solve this problem and change the relationship between the Uchiha clan and Konoha. Minato spoke eloquently on the stage, describing how he planned to change the current policies related to the Uchiha clan. His sincere attitude appeased many Uchiha clan members. Uchiha Fugaku watched from the side and nodded repeatedly. As the patriarch of the clan, he has to consider the rise and fall and survival of the entire Uchiha clan. Of course he can go gambling when he is barefoot, but any decision he makes will affect many tribesmen, and stability is the most important thing. After Minato finished what he wanted to say, he looked at the crowd in the shrine where there were still some hardcore hawks whose expressions remained unchanged, and sighed helplessly in his heart. The 3-foot-thick ice does not form overnight. He was already satisfied that he could appease most of the people in the Uchiha clan. If any of you still have different ideas and still insist on leaving Konoha, Patriarch Fugaku and I will not stop you. Minato looked at everyone sincerely and spoke. 4th generation Hokage, I am willing to believe you, and I hope you can do what you say. I'm sorry, I still want to follow Master Madara. The debate within the Uchiha clan finally came to an end with Minato's sincere statement, and in the end only a few people still insisted on leaving. When a dozen Uchiha people, with their families, walked out of Konoha safely, the only 2 old men left in the village finally couldn't sit still anymore. Minato, how could you allow the village's bloodline to leak out? The policy left by Mr. Tobirama cannot be changed. The Uchiha clan is too powerful and difficult to control. It will pose a serious threat to the village. We must be vigilant against the Uchiha. As soon as Mitokaze-en and Utane Koharu arrived at the Hokage's office, they started lecturing Namikaze Minato in their unpleasant voices. As the successor of the Will of Fire and the Hokage, how can you, Minato Namikaze, ignore the safety of the village and relax your vigilance against the Uchiha clan? The fact that the elder advisor can rely on his seniority to preach to the village cage in the office of the village cage is a valuable asset that Sarutobi Hiruzen left for Konoha. Scorpion poop is unique. However, Minato was a good-tempered person and did not curse at Mitaman-en and Utane Koharu. Instead, he gently explained the benefits of doing so, which would allow the Uchiha clan to integrate into Konoha more smoothly. The 2 old guys simply refused to listen and finally left the Hokage building angrily. You're going to regret this, Minato. Uchiha Kage's wife's base. Inside the yard, Uchiha Kage was holding the double swords, Aoi, and while mumbling something in a half-sweet voice, he was practicing his moves. Of course, he was just having fun. The serious training should be left to Ji, and he could just sit back and enjoy the results. Mei Terumi had just come out of the room, and the moment she saw Uchiha Kage, her face instantly drooped. She turned around angrily and went back to her room to close the door, but the Uchiha Kage appeared beside her first and hugged her. Are you still angry? Look at this face. My wife is so angry that she is like a puffer fish. The Uchiha Kage poked Terumi Mei's puffy face with a soothing smile on his lips. The kidnapped wives all have the Flying Thunder God technique he left behind, which is safe and reliable, and they can't run away at all. Take your stinky hands away. Terumi Mei snorted coldly, knocked away the hands on her shoulders and face, and looked at Yuji coldly. Wave Shadow. The 7 ninja swordsmen are the most elite ninja team in the Hidden Mist village besides the Mizukage. You destroyed my village and you still have the nerve to say that you did it to make money to support me? Bang! Mei Terumi pushed Uchiha Kage out of the door and slammed it shut. Uchiha Kage looked at the closed door, the smile still hanging on the corner of his mouth, and he didn't agree in his heart. Daily life is interesting only when there are some temper tantrums. A wife who is angry is also quite fun. If you want to hold her hand, her body will spin like a top. It's so interesting. Oh ha, Zionin wife, this white dress is very beautiful. Do you want to warm the bed tonight? When Uchiha Kage saw Konan getting up and going out, he immediately spoke up to greet her. Possessing the Tears of Shadow, he is wealthy enough to use the ability of the Mangekyo Sherinan to board his wife on a daily basis. He is no less impressive than Suzuki in the original book, who even gave Amaterasu a blow to a dog on the street. You are not worthy of being the head of the Uchiha clan if you stand on Konoha's side and deal with your own people. And Uchiha Jonin from the Hawk faction didn't even call him clan leader. He stared at Uchiha Fugaku with flaming eyes and shouted coldly. Those dove-like and indifferent neutral tribesmen also had different thoughts about the tribe leader Uchiha Fugaku. The family is discussing some things behind closed doors, and you, as the clan leader, call outsiders in? He's also the fucking Hokage of the village? Isn't this a complete traitor? Everyone calm down first, I have no ill will towards the Uchiha clan, Minato said soothingly as he walked to the front of the stage. An Uchiha who was near the door went out, jumped onto a tree and looked around. After finding that there was nothing unusual around, he walked in and nodded to his tribesmen. The Uchiha in the shrine finally quieted down temporarily. At least Minato dared to come to the Uchiha clan's territory alone and dared to walk into the encirclement of their group of people. This courage and sincerity were not comparable to those of the previous Konoha high-level officials. Whenever the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo came, were they not accompanied by a bunch of Umbu and Root ninjas? Fugaku and I have discussed some of the ideas in everyone's mind in our spare time, and we also talked about some of Konoha's previous unreasonable policies, Minato said as he looked at the Uchiha in front of him. At the same time, I felt a little sad. If he had not become the Hokage, how would he have known how embarrassing the situation of the Uchiha clan, one of the founders of Konoha, was in the village? Administrative department, medical department, interrogation department, education department, secret department. These important departments in the village have no trace of the Uchiha clan's involvement at all. The duties and powers of the Konoha police force, which is entirely responsible for public security management by the Uchiha clan, also overlap to a large extent with the Umbu directly under the Hokage. And after Danzo's death, the Root ninjas who withdrew from the Uchiha clan's territory and reported back to the Hokage building in 3 shifts. No wonder there is still a rebellious Uchiha clan member, Uchiha Setsuna, imprisoned in Konoha prison since the reign of the second Hokage. How could the Uchiha clan not have complaints living in such an environment where they are targeted everywhere? Do you still want the Uchiha to integrate into Konoha peacefully? After learning about the conflict between the Uchiha clan and the village, Minato really wanted to solve this problem and change the relationship between the Uchiha clan and Konoha. Minato spoke eloquently on the stage, describing how he planned to change the current policies related to the Uchiha clan. His sincere attitude appeased many Uchiha clan members. Uchiha Fugaku watched from the side and nodded repeatedly. As the patriarch of the clan, he has to consider the rise and fall and survival of the entire Uchiha clan. Of course he can go gambling when he is barefoot, but any decision he makes will affect many tribesmen, and stability is the most important thing. After Minato finished what he wanted to say, he looked at the crowd in the shrine where there were still some hardcore hawks whose expressions remained unchanged, and sighed helplessly in his heart. The 3-foot-thick ice does not form overnight. He was already satisfied that he could appease most of the people in the Uchiha clan. If any of you still have different ideas and still insist on leaving Konoha, Patriarch Fugaku and I will not stop you. Minato looked at everyone sincerely and spoke. 4th generation Hokage, I am willing to believe you, and I hope you can do what you say. I'm sorry, I still want to follow Master Madara. The debate within the Uchiha clan finally came to an end with Minato's sincere statement, and in the end only a few people still insisted on leaving. When a dozen Uchiha people, with their families, walked out of Konoha safely, the only 2 old men left in the village finally couldn't sit still anymore. Minato, how could you allow the village's bloodline to leak out? The policy left by Mr. Tobirama cannot be changed. The Uchiha clan is too powerful and difficult to control. It will pose a serious threat to the village. We must be vigilant against the Uchiha. As soon as Mitokaze An and Utane Koharu arrived at the Hokage's office, they started lecturing Namikaze Minato in their unpleasant voices. As the successor of the Will of Fire and the Hokage, how can you, Minato Namikaze, ignore the safety of the village and relax your vigilance against the Uchiha clan? The fact that the elder advisor can rely on his seniority to preach to the village cage in the office of the village cage is a valuable asset that Sarutobi Hiruzen left for Konoha. Scorpion poop is unique. However, Minato was a good-tempered person and did not curse at Mitaman N and Utane Koharu. Instead, he gently explained the benefits of doing so, which would allow the Uchiha clan to integrate into Konoha more smoothly. The 2 old guys simply refused to listen and finally left the Hokage building angrily. You're going to regret this, Minato. Uchiha Kage's wife's base. Inside the yard, Uchiha Kage was holding the double swords, Aoi, and while mumbling something in a half-sweet voice, he was practicing his moves. Of course, he was just having fun. The serious training should be left to Ji, and he could just sit back and enjoy the results. Mei Terumi had just come out of the room, and the moment she saw Uchiha Kage, her face instantly drooped. She turned around angrily and went back to her room to close the door, but the Uchiha Kage appeared beside her first and hugged her. Are you still angry? Look at this face. My wife is so angry that she is like a puffer fish. The Uchiha Kage poked Terumi Mei's puffy face with a soothing smile on his lips. The kidnapped wives all have the flying thunder god technique he left behind, which is safe and reliable, and they can't run away at all. Take your stinky hands away. Terumi Mei snorted coldly, knocked away the hands on her shoulders and face, and looked at Yuji coldly. Wave shadow. The 7 ninja swordsmen are the most elite ninja team in the Hidden Mist village besides the Mizukage. You destroyed my village and you still have the nerve to say that you did it to make money to support me? Bang! Mei Terumi pushed Uchiha Kage out of the door and slammed it shut. Uchiha Kage looked at the closed door, the smile still hanging on the corner of his mouth, and he didn't agree in his heart. Daily life is interesting only when there are some temper tantrums. A wife who is angry is also quite fun. If you want to hold her hand, her body will spin like a top. It's so interesting. Oh ha, Zionin wife, this white dress is very beautiful. Do you want to warm the bed tonight? When Uchiha Kage saw Konan getting up and going out, he immediately spoke up to greet her. Possessing the Tears of Shadow, he is wealthy enough to use the ability of the Mangekyo Sherinan to board his wife on a daily basis. He is no less impressive than Suzuki in the original book, who even gave Amaterasu a blow to a dog on the street. To date, even Water Lily, who was kidnapped and brought back to the village last by the Uchiha Kage, has been in Konoha for more than 3 months. From the heartfelt resistance at the beginning to now, the integration progress of these wives he kidnapped can at least be like that of normal people in the village. Of course, this doesn't count when you're having a tantrum. A breezy afternoon. Uchiha Kage and Yukito were squatting under the shade of a tree not far from the ninja school, waiting for the students to finish school. Today is the first day of school for another batch of new students at the ninja school. The target will appear soon. I will be responsible for putting on the sack, and you will be responsible for the action. The Uchiha Kage stared at the school gate and gave instructions to Yukito standing beside him. The best way to bring the two sides closer together is to do bad things together. It just so happened that he had a new project to be developed, so he called her along. Perhaps this bad woman, Mei Terumi, would also be interested in this kind of thing, but she is still angry and is now like an angry pufferfish. No, I'll put on the sack. Yukito stared at the sack in Uchiha Kage's hand, his eyes flashing with excitement. Bullying the students of Konoha Ninja School in front of the school gate is exciting in itself. Putting the sack that made her teeth itch on the heads of the Konoha people makes her happy just thinking about it. Okay, Uchiha Kage curled his lips, looked at Yukito's excited expression, and couldn't bear to refuse. He stuffed the sack in his hand into hers and immediately took a step back. Sure enough, Yomurin, who took the sack, immediately rushed towards him, but unfortunately the sack was empty. Damn it, unseal the chakra for me, or I'll trap you once. Yukito looked at the Uchiha Kage with gritted teeth. Just that little bit. If she had the help of chakra and was a little faster, she would be able to put the sack on the head of this hateful guy and avenge her previous humiliation. There is no room for negotiation on this matter. Unsealing the chakra is too dangerous. It would be terrible if the flowers and plants on the roadside were damaged. As the Uchiha Kage was speaking, he suddenly caught a glimpse of the ninja school having already started to dismiss its students. Freshmen walked out of the gate one after another, and a little kid with a small round fan on his back was among the crowd. Stop messing around. The target person has appeared. It's your turn to perform. Come on, Special Forces. The Uchiha Kage patted Yukito's shoulder and pointed at the little kid in the crowd. Ah, we're going to bully a kid? Yomurin looked at the target person in the crowd, then looked at the sack in his hand, and opened his mouth speechlessly. This sack can hold 3 or 4 of these little radishes, right? She thought that the target this time would be someone of her age who was about to graduate from the ninja school, but this is the result? Are you really picking on the weak? Isn't this too boring? See, the father is waiting over there to pick up the child. Uchiha Kage pointed to a large round fan not far from the school gate and said to Yukito, let's go right ahead and do a bunch of tricks without any explanation right in front of the kid's father. Is that exciting enough? Yomurin, it's really exciting. You are the one who should be the one to be treated as a human being. Done. Yomurin looked at the little carrot head at the school gate and a sly smile appeared on his face. Although it's not a good thing to do, I'm happy. Besides, this is Konoha, not their Kumagakur, so what is there to be afraid of? Uchiha Itake calmly blended into the crowd and walked slowly forward, without the chattering anxiety of the students around him. The moment he walked out of the school gate, he saw his father with his arms folded, coming to pick him up from school. Uchiha Itake's face lit up with joy, and he quickened his pace. But when he was about 10 meters away from his father, a sister with long beige hair came towards him, blocking his way a little. Uchiha Itake didn't think much about it, he dodged and walked around. But the next second, a sack hit him on the head from behind, leaving him no chance to react. Woo, father, save me. Uchiha Itake struggled in the sack and called for help. Because it was the first day of school, he did not bring his ninja tool bag and could only use his little arms and legs to rummage around in the sack. Itake. Uchiha Fugaku's expression suddenly changed. Of course he knew Yomuren, who was kidnapped and brought back to the village to be raised as a wife, but he never imagined that Yomuren would put his son in a sack in front of him. Is this to kidnap his son and use it to threaten Konoha to let her go back to the village? Uchiha Fugaku thought of this and was about to step forward to subdue Yukito, but the next second Jay appeared beside Yukito, and his movements could not help but stop. Even with G around, the wooden man can't hurt Itake, so let G handle this matter himself. Uchiha Fugaku thought so. But then he saw G flatten the sack and slap Uchiha Itake's middle body in the sack. Ah, a gentle and tender cry of pain was heard. Uchiha Kage frowned, as if something was not right with the slap. Sorry, I called the wrong number. I'll be more careful next time. The Uchiha Kage fumbled through the sack and soon realized his mistake, and immediately turned the sack over. The corners of Uchiha Kage's mouth curled up slightly. This time the feeling was just right. Before they had even hit twice, Uchiha Fugaku on the side could no longer sit still. Hitting his son in front of his father, "You are not spanking Uchiha Itake's butt, you are spanking Uchiha Fugaku's face." Uchiha Fugaku was filled with anger, his face turned black, and he hurriedly used the technique of instant body movement to rescue his son. But the Uchiha Kage on the side kept his eyes on Uchiha Fugaku, and when he performed the instant body flickering technique in an instant, he used the Flying Thunder God technique and left the scene with the wooden man in his own sack. After beating someone's son, you can't hit the father, right? He is a good man. Itake, are you okay? Uchiha Fugaku looked at Uchiha Itake, who was lying on the ground with tears in his eyes, and a trace of concern appeared on his always serious face. Father, I'm fine." Uchiha Itake sniffed, tried hard to hold back the tears in his eyes, and replied to Uchiha Fugaku, "He is indeed my son." Uchiha Fugaku looked at Uchiha Itake's strong appearance and nodded with satisfaction, but at the same time he was full of doubts about this matter. He knew that Ji would beat up Uchiha Obito, a member of the clan, every day. But these two people had contact before, and perhaps Obito had offended the petty-minded robbery somewhere, which led to this disaster. But where did his son get into trouble? If this guy is as strong as Obito, Itake might not live to adulthood, right? Uchiha Fugaku was filled with worries about this. But aren't we going a little too far? There was still some excitement on Yomuran's face when he did something bad, but the guilt after doing something bad also followed, making her feel a little uneasy. Don't worry, don't feel any psychological burden. Children should be educated from an early age. Beating is love and scolding is cared, we are doing good things. Uchiha Kage waved his hand and said nonchalantly. In the original story, Uchiha Itake teamed up with Obito to exterminate the Uchiha clan, and even spared no ordinary people in the clan. He is just making the two of them suffer a little. Compared to them, those who are kind can be considered great saints. From now on, you only need to educate him once a week. You have to give the child some time to adapt. I'll call you next time I go. The Uchiha Kage spoke. After all, Uchiha Itake is just at the age of entering school, and he is not as tough as Obito. He will gradually become stronger in the future. When he wasn't paying attention, the sack was quietly stolen by the wooden man's little hand. When he heard the sound of wind from the sack, Uchiha Kage realized something was wrong. Just as he was about to distance himself, the sack suddenly covered his head. Fortunately, he reacted in time and the sack only covered his head. You didn't expect it, I'm going to take revenge today. Yamujin chuckled and rushed towards the Uchiha Kage, grabbing the edge of the sack and trying to pull it down with his hands and feet. But before she could achieve her goal, she was tied up by shadow tentacles. "Let me go now, you actually cheated with chakra, if you have the ability to remove my seal." The little wooden man's face was full of dissatisfaction, and she kept chattering, but soon her mouth was pinched and she pouted. "You dare to sneak attack me and put me in a sack? Are you really not afraid that I will ask you to warm my bed in my room at night?" The Uchiha Kage raised the corner of his mouth, and gently fiddled with Yukito's soft pouting lips with his fingers, looking at Yukito with interest and an aggressive look. Yukito's face flushed with embarrassment, and his heartbeat quickened a little under the gaze of the Uchiha Kage. She tried to find a place to hide, but her little face was being pinched by the Uchiha Kage and she couldn't turn her head. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly, and she finally chose to close her eyes. Seeing Yukito's vulnerable look, Uchiha Kage was slightly stunned, then a smile appeared in his eyes without any hesitation. The moment the wooden man sensed something strange, he suddenly opened his eyes wide. She just wanted to find a place to hide her eyes, not this. Yamu's breathing became heavier and he tried to stop it. But the oxygen-deprived brain seemed to be temporarily disconnected from the body, and it was not until oxygen was resupplied that Yamu came to his senses. He took a deep breath of fresh air and stared at the Uchiha Kage with eyes that seemed to be spitting fire. "What are you looking at? I brought you back here to be my wife." The Uchiha Kage looked at Yukito's angry eyes and didn't give her much time to breathe. After several times, the anger in the wooden man's eyes disappeared and he became obedient. Uchiha Kage was very satisfied with this. Uchiha Kage, who often uses the Mangekyo Sharinan to assist in strategy planning and check the progress of the strategy, is clear about the psychological changes of each of his wives. The tale of spring passes quietly, and summer comes in the blink of an eye. The noisy and shrill chirping of cicadas can make people feel irritated in the hot summer. However, this sentiment only spread among people under the scorching sun. Uchiha Kage and Konan were lying on their backs, each holding the summer-limited humanoid air conditioner, the three goddesses of the Ryokai Cave. The comfortable cool feeling on the body, paired with ice cream and some cold drinks, is all that's left on this hot summer day. Comfortable, this is life. The Uchiha Kage pulled Ichikashimahim's icy little hand and placed it on his forehead, sighing lazily. "By the way, we need to visit the Uchiha clan leader's house and give him a big red envelope. Does any one of you want to go with us?" Uchiha Kage tilted his head and looked at the few people who were equally lazy beside him, and spoke. while we were having lunch at noon, we heard a noise outside. Suzuki was born. Although it is not clear whether Uchiha Fugaku will still let Suzuki call him Suzuki, Uchiha Kage does not want Suzuki to be called Suzuki. Well, that's it. It's such a bright sun, go by yourself. Mei Terumi rolled her eyes and held one of Mizutsuki's thighs in her arms, not wanting to move. As time went by, her anger about the 7 ninja swordsmen had subsided. The others did not respond and did not move, having already made their attitude clear through their actions. Uchiha Kage looked at the scorching sun outside and couldn't help but retreat in his heart. It's so hot today, except for students and office workers, who would go out for activities. Send a clone, the clone is a corporate slave. In the hot summer, the earth is scorching hot. A dark shadow had nowhere to hide under the scorching sun, and it was moving forward slowly, half dead. The residence of the Uchiha clan leader. Uchiha Fugaku had an unstoppable look of joy between his brows, holding a newborn cub in his arms, and next to him was his wife lying on the couch. Fugaku, have you decided on a name for your child? Uchiha Mikato looked at her husband and child with tenderness in her eyes and asked. Well, I've already thought of it, but I'll call it. Call Tobirama, Uchiha Tobirama. Uchiha Fugaku nodded to his wife, but before he could finish his words, a very familiar voice suddenly sounded from the side, causing him to frown. Je, what are you doing here? Uchiha Fugaku turned his head with a dark face, looked at Ji who appeared at the door, and asked with a frown. The happy day of my youngest son's birth, he absolutely didn't want to see this bastard who came to beat up his eldest son every now and then. What, my little son has just been born and you're already targeting him? Just because you admire the Nidaime Hokage so much, you want to name my little son Tobirama? What kind of bullshit logic is this? No! Uchiha Fugaku refused sternly with a frown on his face. When the second Hokage was in office, the Uchiha clan faced the most pressure in Konoha, and no one in the clan had a good impression of him. How can you say in front of me, the clan leader, that you admire him very much? Naming is an expression of parents' expectations for their children's future. Oh, I am the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, and I expect my youngest son to become someone like Senju Tobirama who uses various policies to suppress the Uchiha people everywhere. How do you want my people to see me? Don't be so quick to refuse, let's go to the door and I'll sort this matter out for you. Ji put his arm around Uchiha Fugaku's shoulders without any hesitation. After all, they have been living in the Uchiha clan for such a long time that they see each other every day. Regardless of whether they have a good relationship or not, they are quite familiar with each other. Uchiha Fugaku saw that Ji indeed seemed to have something to say, so he first placed the cub in his arms on the couch next to his wife, and then walked out the door together. If you have anything to say, please say it. Uchiha Fugaku crossed his arms across his chest and said to Ji. Look, our youngest son will be called Uchiha Tobirama in the future. What should he call us? Ji looked at Uchiha Fugaku with great joy. Uchiha Fugaku raised his eyebrows, and when he thought of the scene when his youngest son would learn to speak in the future, he suddenly felt moved. But how should he explain this to his clan members? Seeing Uchiha Fugaku's face showing a little confusion, Ji immediately struck while the iron was hot and said, I know what you are worried about, but these are nothing. I can be the second father of the child, but I don't say that the child can't have a third father or a fourth father. What about the eldest uncle, the second uncle, the first aunt, the second aunt? They have all been arranged for our children. Who in the family can have an objection? And, as the head of the Uchiha clan, you named your son after the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. Isn't this a positive signal to the outside world that the Uchiha clan is integrating into Konoha? There was a devilish star-shattering light in Ji's eyes, and he tried his best to seduce. You have Senju Itaki on your side, and I must have Uchiha Tobirama on my side, he. Okay, my son will be named Uchiha Tobirama. Uchiha Fugaku said excitedly. Doing so would not only ease the accumulated discontent within the clan, but also send a positive signal to Konoha, while also satisfying his own inner thoughts. This is killing 2 birds with 1 stone. But you can't be the child's second father. I'm leaving that position to Minato Namikaze. Lie down? If you can't be the child's second father, I will kill you and become the child's first father. You'd better think it over before making a decision. After some bargaining, Ji was finally satisfied and got the position of Uchiha Tobirama's second father. All he had to pay was a month-long free fighting ticket for Uchiha Itaki. Well, just think of it as giving the children a short vacation. Time flies like sand, and the tale of summer slips away quietly. In the golden autumn of October of the same year, Uzumaki Naruto was born. The autumn weather is clear and sunny, and the cool breeze blowing towards you is enough to make you happy. Days like these are great for people to travel. In order to celebrate Naruto's birth, the Uchiha Kage held a friendly exchange event with Obito on the night he received the news. That is to the extent that Obito had to lie in the hospital for a month and couldn't get out of bed. In the final analysis, he was too kind. The next morning, Uchiha Kage set out with his many wives to visit Minato's home. I gave him a thick red envelope and left early after lunch. He is not some white-bearded man and has no interest in finding his son everywhere. His previous behavior was either to please his mother or to satisfy some evil taste in his heart. Whether it's a new wife or happiness, he wants to get something. So another 2 months passed. The coldest month of winter. When the white snow fell from the sky, the 3 goddesses, which were regarded as treasures by everyone and everyone wanted to stick to them all day, were sent back to the Ryokai cave early. The Hyuga clan's patriarch's residence, which used to be conservative and rigid in rules, unexpectedly became more colorful after the sound of a baby crying was heard. Hinata Hayashi carefully held the baby wrapped in thick clothes and looked at his young and lovely daughter with joy between his brows. Suddenly, Hinata Hayashi frowned slightly, as if he vaguely sensed something but couldn't confirm it in his heart. The meridians around his eyes suddenly bulged and he turned his head to look outside the house. Take good care of the young lady. Hyuga Hayashi handed the swaddled baby to a girl from the Hyuga branch family and gave instructions. Then, he walked out the door alone. What are you doing here? Hinata Hayashi looked at Ji in the courtyard and said in a cold voice with a stern face. After the Third Ninja World War, their clan held a meeting to discuss the situation of Ji's Baiyan, and there was a heated argument about it. Everyone wanted to return this lost bloodline to Hyuga. However, later on many people in Konoha discovered that Zed's Byakugan and Sharingan would jump left and right, and he also specially observed that the chakra aura in Zed's 2 eyes came from the same source. The matter ended there, and everyone kept to themselves. But now the disaster has come without warning. He broke into the Hyuga clan's territory and his mansion as if he was in an empty place. This made Hyuga Hayashi, who always valued rules, have a very bad impression of Ji. I heard that the daughter of the Hyuga clan leader was born. I came here specially to give you a gift, and by the way. With a smile on his face, Zed pulled out a small scroll from his pocket. Hinata Hayashi's expression relaxed when he heard that. Although Ji is a little unruly, he is still a guest. The Hyuga clan has been passed down for thousands of years and is one of the most powerful families in Konoha. He still has some broad-mindedness. Hinata Hayashi nodded and reached out to take the gift from Ji. Just when he was about to say a few polite words, the second half of Ji's sentence rang out, which made him stunned and he stood there in a daze. And by the way, I'll arrange a marriage for you, my daughter. I didn't hear it wrongly. The fucking bastard in front of me was talking about arranging a marriage for my daughter. You. Hinata Hayashi pointed at Ji with trembling fingers, his face turned red due to the surge of blood, and his lips trembled uncontrollably. What a beast, what a fucking beast. My daughter was only 2 days old. 8 trigrams, empty wall palm. Hinata Hayashi's vision became a little dark, but he still forced himself to cheer up. After opening his Byakugan, he directly aimed at Ji's meridians and used his most powerful skills. In the original work, Hyuga Hayashi once used this move to knock the Ten Tails palm away. Regardless of whether Ji is a shadow clone or not, what he wants now is to kill all the Ji who approach the Hyuga clan's territory. My father-in-law is going to murder his own son-in-law. Ji let out a strange cry at the top of his lungs. He turned into a shadow and stuck to the ground, dodged Hyuga Hayashi's Bagwa Konbai palm, and ran towards the Hyuga clan's territory outside. While running, he did not forget to shout at the top of his voice like a megaphone. Anyway, he unilaterally determined that Lao Deng would be his future father-in-law. Hinata Hayashi looked at Ji, who had already disappeared, his face turned as black as coal and his chest heaved violently. In just this short period of time, he was more angry than he had been in the first half of his life combined. Hinata Hayashi took a few deep breaths. After calming down, a trace of sadness still appeared on his brows. Ji was able to steal Konoha's Book of Seals several years ago, and his performance in the Third Ninja World War was even more impressive. He wasn't even sure of defeating Ji in a one-on-one fight. Without Ji's real body taking action, as long as he had a few more clones, he would find it difficult to fight back. If his daughter was older and they really had feelings for each other, maybe he would. No, that guy kidnapped several female ninjas from the battlefield and kept them as his wives at home. Now even his newborn daughter has been targeted. This damn copper-smelting pervert should go to hell. It's a pity that he doesn't have the ability to protect his daughter. Hinata Hayashi stared gloomily in the direction where Ji left, his fists were clenched until the knuckles turned white, and his face was full of unwillingness. After a long time, Hinata Hayashi uncle unclenched his fist and walked out of the courtyard in silence. Only the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze could intervene in this matter. Hokage's office. Minato Namikaze was processing documents on various issues reported by the village. With his quick thinking and unique insights, he can always make wise decisions in a short time, and the village's government affairs never pile up. After Minato Namikaze finished reviewing the last document, before he had time to stand up and stretch his body, an Umbu ninja knocked on the door and walked in. Hokage-sama, the head of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hayashi has something to report to you. Let him in. Namikaze Minato nodded. After getting permission, Hinata Hayashi quickly arrived at the Hokage's office. Chief Rizu, what do you want to talk to me about? Namikaze Minato looked at Hyuga Hayashi and asked. Hokage-sama, my wife gave birth to a little girl yesterday. Just now, Ji broke into the Hyuga clan's territory and broke into my house. Hinata Hayashi said slowly. Minato Namikaze listened quietly at the side, feeling a little confused. Isn't this just a normal way of sending red envelopes? What's the big deal? When Uchiha Tobirama was born, Zed also sent him a big red envelope and acknowledged him as the child's second father. When his own little Naruto was born, he also received a big red envelope from Zed. Namikaze Minato was wondering what could possibly happen, but the next second, Hyuga Hayashi's words shocked him to death. That damn copper-smelting pervert actually wanted to arrange a marriage with my newborn daughter. Hinata Hayashi's face was ferocious and he growled with gritted teeth. Just thinking about this matter, he wanted to eat your flesh and sleep on your skin. Minato Namikaze was so shocked by the news that his jaw almost dropped, and then his expression became serious. Although based on his understanding of G, this matter was most likely just a prank, it must be taken seriously. I have to find G and have a good chat. If this is just a prank, then everyone should sit down and clear up the misunderstanding. If G is serious, he will drive G out of Konoha even if he has to use all of Konoha's strength. At worst, they will move away the entire Konoha. Minato Namikaze's face was stern and he had determined his bottom line in his heart. If there is such a super pervert in the village who doesn't even let go of newborn babies, not to mention ordinary villagers, even he would have to live in fear all day long. It's not surprising for such a person to do anything, not to mention that G is very powerful. Minato Namikaze did not waste a moment and immediately set off with Hinata Hayashi. Based on the improvement in strength, G has given up the tactic of using human waves. Although G can still be seen from time to time in the village, most of the time they are training and practicing in the huge and uninhabited death forest in the back mountain. In order to save time, Namikaze Minato took Hyuga Hayashi directly to the mansion where G used to keep his wife in the Uchiha clan's territory. Ever since Uchiha Kage exchanged identities with his original body, in order to conceal his tracks, he purchased a batch of ninja tools wholesale from the Ninja Cat clan, with which he had a good relationship. A ninja tool store opened on the corner of the commercial street outside the Uchiha clan's territory. Uchiha Kage was maintaining his character and was sitting at the front desk reading the works of the great ninja masters, but suddenly he caught a glimpse of Namikaze Minato and Hyuga Hayashi turning into the Uchiha clan's territory. With a slight thought in his mind, he hung up a sign saying temporarily closed and closed the shop door. He worked hard for 3 days and rested for 2 days, and he opened a shop's character. Then, with a bang, Uchiha Kage took the initiative to cancel the shadow clone and disappeared as a wisp of light smoke. At the same time, Uchiha Kage, who had been curled up in the quilt to keep warm with his wife Tsunade in the afternoon, also received the news sent back by the clone. Uchiha Kage's calves tentatively stretched out from the quilt, but feeling the sudden drop in temperature in the surrounding air, his calves instantly retracted. In such a cold day, only students and office workers go out for activities. Let the clone go. The clone is a corporate slave. Uchiha Kage's eyes rolled. Because Minato Namikaze and Hayashi Hyuga were worried about something, they walked in silence all the way. When they arrived at the Uchiha Kage's mansion, they happened to run into Konan and his group who were making a snowman in the snow in front of the door. Seeing Bai's pretty face flushed with red, and her little hand scooped up a handful of snowflakes to help make a snowman despite being frozen red, Hinata Hayashi's teeth were chattering. Damn, he even kidnapped such a young child to be his wife, so it's no surprise that he targeted his newborn daughter this time. He mistook Bai for a girl. Bai was still too young, so Uchiha usually just took him to play in the yard and occasionally went out for a walk. It's normal that Hinata Hayashi didn't know him, but Namikaze Minato did know him, and Bai had visited his house together. Konan, the Hyuga clan leader, and I are here to talk to Zed about something. Minato Namikaze picked up Bai, teased her a few times, then smiled and nodded at Konan. With Jiraiya as their master, the couple got along very well with Konan, and Kushina once privately asked Konan if she needed their help. However, after Konan learned about Zed's past in Konoha, she was worried that she would bring trouble to Minato and his wife, so she didn't tell them. Later, Konan lived a good life in Konoha and gradually adapted to the life here. Also because of Konan's answers, Minato had a good overall impression of Zed. G is not a good guy. After all, no good guy would kidnap a beautiful female ninja on the battlefield and bring her back as his wife. But if you say it's bad, it's not that bad. After the major ninja villages captured the enemy, they would wish to squeeze every last bit of benefit out of the captives. Various methods of torture emerged one after another, and it was a complete memory restoration operation. And G said that if she kidnapped someone and made him her wife, then he would support her like a wife, and she would not be lacking in food, clothing, housing, and transportation, and would be allowed to go shopping and have fun. Compared with other prisoners, it is truly a huge gap between heaven and hell. Brother Minato, he should still be in the room now. I'll take you there. Konan put down the big snowball she had just rolled, blew some hot air on her frozen little hands, rubbed her hands, and responded to Minato with a smile. Just as he was about to take Minato and the other man into the yard, Bai, who was held in Minato's arms, showed great enthusiasm, and his childish voice was a little lively. Brother Minato, I'll take you to find Dad. Bai's eyes lit up and he threw the handful of snowflakes in his hand out. His cold little hands directly hugged Minato's neck, actively trying to express himself. He is no longer a 2-year-old child, he is now 3 years old and can help everyone do many things. Okay, thank you Bai. Minato shuddered at the cold little hand on his neck, scratched his white nose, and smiled gently. As for the question of Bai's name, he had no solution. When Bai visited his house for the first time, Kushina happily asked Bai to call her sister, and then he naturally became the brother. I was made to feel inferior to the robbery for no reason. Shui Lian, who knew the true identity of Uchiha Kage, saw this scene and couldn't suppress the curve of her mouth. No matter how many times she saw it, she found it very funny. That bad kid is really clever. If they knew the truth. On the other side, Hinata Hayashi's mentality was about to explode. Your child is already this big, and you want to arrange a marriage with my newborn daughter? Following Bai's guidance, Minato and Hyuga Hayashi entered the yard. However, they had just turned a flower bed and taken a few steps when they ran into Zed, who was walking towards them. Oi, father-in-law, Minato, welcome to our home, Zed said with a smile on his face. The greeting made Hinata Hayashi's face even darker. After sending Shiro outside to continue making snowmen, Ji took Minato and the other man to a room and sat down around the fireplace. Ji, you're going to the Hyuga clan's territory today. The Hyuga clan leader and I came here just to ask you, you are joking about this, right? Minato glanced at Hyuga Hayashi, whose face was darkening, then looked at Ji, who had a smile on his face, and with the corners of his mouth twitching, he asked. It's the good day when someone's daughter was just born and they are in a happy mood, but you come over and make them upset. When it comes to messing with their mentality, it's up to you. Are you kidding? How is that possible, father-in-law? I have chosen you. Even if you have another child, I will still be your son-in-law. Ji looked serious and spoke in a decisive tone. There's nothing he can do about Konan and the others. He's still young, so he can only let them play the development game. But Hinata, Ino, and the others just fit the goals of his lowly development plan. Who doesn't like a soft and cute little sister? You. Hinata Hayashi stared at Ji angrily. His eyes widened, and he was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Doesn't this mean that one daughter is not enough, and if there are more in the future, he will take them all? There is hatred, absolutely there is hatred. Even if there is no grudge, you can't target him like this, right? Yes, when the whole village opened the barrier to divide the area for search, the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan undoubtedly caused the most trouble to Ji. What a narrow-minded person, he still holds a grudge until now. Hinata Hayashi was furious. Just when he was about to lose his mind and slam the table to attack, Namikaze Minato reached out in time to stop him. Jet, everyone in Konoha should be getting along pretty well these days. There's no need to joke about a newborn baby. Namikaze Minato stopped Hyuga Hayashi with one hand, looked at Ji, and said something peaceful. When Ji heard that he had reserved Hyuga Hayashi's next daughter, who was still missing, he became more and more certain that this was all a joke, a prank. Judging from the performance of previous robberies, Ji's character and quality have not yet been corrupted to this extent. The Hyuga clan leader loved his daughter very much, and when he sat down and thought about it carefully afterwards, he realized that this was all a prank. Zed used illusion to cover up his Mangekyo Sharinan and quietly activated the 8 meanings. He sensed what Minato was thinking inside in his heart. It turns out that in the eyes of Minato Namikaze, I am such a well-educated and moral person. Oh my god. No one believes the truth these days. Epsilon equals Omicron asterisk, alas, okay. The wind and snow continued outside the window, and there was no conversation all night. The next day, Uchiha Kage was the first to open his sleepy eyes. After a long while, Tsunade slowly woke up from her drowsiness. Oh ha, dear wife Tsunade, hee. Uchiha Kage noticed that his wife Tsunade had woken up, and was looking up and greeting her with a smile, when suddenly something fell out of his mouth and his speech began to become lisp. Subconsciously licked with tongue. Oh shit. Tooth, it's my front tooth. Convex, fuck dish fuck. Damn embarrassing period of appearance. The Uchiha Kage's smiling mouth immediately closed, and his expression changed from grinning to not grinning. Having missing front teeth and having a lisp when speaking really affects your handsome image. However, according to the law of conservation of energy, the smile will not disappear, it will only move. Haha, laugh. Why aren't you laughing, you bastard? Isn't it funny to have a missing front tooth? Tsunade's expression of shame and anger instantly melted away, revealing a bright smile as ripples of water. Judging from the curve of her mouth, it was obvious that she was mocking. Oh, the Uchiha Kage's eyes twitched slightly, and his eyes gradually narrowed. The bell for the end of the ninja school rang, and the last class came to an end. When all the students were happy about the end of school, Uchiha Itake's little face drooped as the school bell rang. Today was the day when he would be beaten once a week. Itaki, let's go together. Uchiha Izumi walked up to Uchiha Itake and invited him. If she had pleaded with Ji, Uchiha Itake would have received a lighter beating today, although not much. Well, thank you, Quan. Uchiha Itake nodded to Izumi and forced a smile on his lips. To be honest, the injuries he suffered were at most bruises, which were not serious, but very painful. I get it done once a week and it hurts for a week. The key point is that he doesn't even know how he has offended this stupid second dad of his, Oyudaudu. Maybe Oyudaudu's second father just simply wanted to beat him up? Because beating up other students in front of the ninja school gate had a very bad impact, Ji moved this very sacred project to the training ground within the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Itachi was also very obedient that when the day came for him to be beaten, he would take the initiative to come to the training ground to receive the reward. After all, he knew personally that even if he hid at home, Oyududu's second father would chase him home and beat him up. When Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Izumi arrived at the agreed training ground, Ji was already waiting there. Unai-chan, please be gentle when you do this later. Uchiha Izumi naturally ran over and hugged Ji's arm, shaking it and acting coquettishly. She was already very skilled in the process of pleading for Itachi. Alas, if the little tree is not pruned, it will not grow straight. But since it's Quan-chan's request, I'll be gentler. Ji rubbed Uchiha Izumi's head lovingly, then skillfully produced a small bag of 3 colored balls from his back and handed it to her. What Uchiha Izumi didn't know was that every time she came to plead for Uchiha Itachi and hugged Ji's arm and acted coquettishly, Obito on the other side would have a very miserable life. Or is this also a kind of energy conservation? Show your full strength and let me see how much you've grown in this week, you stupid Uchiha genius. Ji asked Uchiha Izumi to rest on a rock nearby, then waved to Uchiha Itachi and said with disdain. Uchiha Itachi did not hesitate at all when he heard this. He put his fingers on the ninja tool bag on his waist and swung out 5 or 6 kunao neatly, aiming directly at Ji. However, he also knew that this trick would not work against Ji, so he quickly formed seals with his hands and spit out a huge fireball from his mouth. And its purpose is just to block the view. Good idea, a little bit better than last time, but not much. Water style, water formation pillar. Ji looked at Uchiha Itachi's performance, nodded, and then spit out a meteorite-like water ball from his mouth, which collided head-on with Uchiha Itachi's great fireball technique. The moment the two came into contact, the water ball instantly spread in all directions, completely extinguishing the fireball in an instant, and swirling water vapor rose in the field. And Uchiha Itachi had already taken the opportunity to hide. The corner of Ji's mouth curled up slightly in a playful arc, and the shadow under him surged like a wave, spreading out in all directions. Using the shadow as a medium and relying on his own powerful mental strength, Ji quickly sensed the breath of Uchiha Itachi in the bushes nearby. Shadow tentacles spread out from the spreading shadows and attacked Uchiha Itachi from all directions. After a sound of metal clashing, Uchiha Itachi's kunao was swept away by the shadow tentacles, and a cry of pain soon sounded from the bushes. Then, a shadow tentacle tied up the embarrassed-looking Uchiha Itachi and brought him in front of Ji. Ji squatted down and very kindly used the palm fairy technique to heal Uchiha Itachi's injuries with an innocent smile on his face. You are no longer a 5-year-old child. From now on, training will be conducted twice a week. When I was your age, I was beaten by the whole village. At least Uchiha Itachi is no longer in the mood to think about whether life has meaning. Most of his thoughts are focused on how to get beaten less severely in front of Ji. Occasionally, a small part of my mind would wonder why my stupid Oyudaudu had so many relatives in the clan. It's just a handful. The Sand Village. Those dozen or so Uchiha who insisted on following Uchiha Madara and left Konoha with their families have now been completely settled in the Sand Village under the arrangement of the 5th Kazekage Ekura. Although they did not conquer and create a powerful ninja village of their own under the leadership of Uchiha Madara as they had imagined, they were still very satisfied with life in the Sand Village. Because Uchiha Madara intervened in the 5-Kage Summit, he helped the Sand Village retain many interests that they might have otherwise lost. The villagers of Sand Village generally have a good impression of the Uchiha clan members who came to join and follow Uchiha Madara. Especially after the war, the Sand Village lost a large number of its elite ninjas, and its former high-level leaders were also wiped out. As soon as they arrived, several of the stronger ones among them took up several important positions that had been vacant in the Sand Village. This kind of trust and attention that they had never felt in Konoha made the Uchiha people very happy, and they quickly integrated into the life of the Sand Village. Yekura and the ninjas of the Sand Village were very satisfied with this matter, and were all happy that their village had a powerful bloodline ninja family. This is the Uchiha clan, which has been passed down for thousands of years without decline and possesses the Sharingan, which is famous throughout the ninja world. Although it can only be considered a branch family now, I believe that as long as it develops, it will definitely become the backbone of the Sand Village in the future. On the rooftop of Fangying Building, Ye Kang stood by the fence facing the breeze. Looking up at the village spreading into the distance beneath his feet, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and a soothing and comfortable feeling flowed through his beautiful eyes like glass. The village is getting better day by day at a speed visible to the naked eye, and this fulfilling sense of accomplishment makes her feel very happy and satisfied. And what brought all this? Ye Kang slightly turned his head and looked at Uchiha Madara, who was standing beside him with his arms folded across his chest to maintain his character. Ripples gradually appeared in his handsome eyes. But then he thought of something troubling him, and his thin eyebrows wrinkled slightly in dissatisfaction. I heard that this philandering bad guy kidnapped several female ninjas from the Hidden Mist village and brought them back to Konoha as his wives. If you think about it carefully, I am actually his first target, right? Unlike others, he did not kidnap her without any explanation, but also took care of her inner thoughts and helped her stabilize the Sand Village. All signs indicate that in Ji's heart, he is different from others. Kang's frown brows relaxed, and the curve at the corners of his mouth became brighter. The glass-like eyes gradually narrowed, forming a pair of beautiful crescents. Please don't look at me like that. I'm a petty person with a strong possessiveness. I'm afraid I won't be able to help but revive Uchiha Madara and then beat him to death. Uchiha Madara's hair fluttered in the wind, his eyelids drooped carelessly, looking at the buildings of the Sand Village below, and said without turning his head. Even though it feels good to be looked at by his wife with such tender eyes, he is now using the image of Uchiha Madara. Although Ji does not use the original image, it is a virtual image created by the original body, so at least there is some sense of immersion. I also have possessiveness, what should I do? Kang had a smirk on his face and leaned his arms on the fence. With his chin propped up slightly, he looked towards the village below. His gentle and soft voice blended into the wind. After the village gradually healed from the pain of the war and entered a stable development phase, she had more than once thought about this question in her mind when she had some free time. No matter in the past or now, she has her own pride in her heart. It is really hard for her to accept sharing her feelings with others. Uchiha Madara knew that Kang was complaining and wanted an answer from him. He had already anticipated Kang's psychological process before this. Kang and Xiaonan are different. They choose to win the relationship first or kidnap first and then consider cultivating the relationship. Both options have their pros and cons. Meeting Kang was a perfect opportunity, and it was a great chance for him to enter her empty heart and win her feelings. However, his shortcomings were also obvious, such as at this moment. The kidnapped Konan and the others were just the opposite. They had expected Uchiha Kage to be greedy and philanthropic from the very beginning. It is difficult to win their affection and it takes a long time. But because you have prepared yourself mentally in advance, once you have gained their affection, the rest is just a matter of course. Terribly sorry. From the moment we first met, you've been mine. Uchiha Madara's face remained calm and he spoke in a flat voice. He never denied his greed and selfishness. He had all the evil in human nature. The only thing that could suppress them was his own mediocrity. Fortunately, his life after traveling back to the reborn ninja world was not mediocre. All right. The light in Kang's eyes dimmed for a moment, but quickly recovered, and a smile bloomed on his gentle face. Just as Ji knew her very well, she also got to know Ji a lot over the past few days. Not surprised by this answer. Gathering the hair that was hanging down in front of his forehead, Kang said seriously, I want to see your true form. It's been so long since I've seen your true face. It feels like a failure. In terms of the time we met, I was the first, right? It's a pity that the things in the village have delayed it for so long. There was still that slight smile on Kang's face, but there was obviously a hint of bitterness in it. Uchiha Madara looked over sideways, opened his Mangekyo Sharingan, sensed what Kang was thinking at the moment, and his lips curled up slightly. Don't worry, you can still be the first if you want. Uchiha Madara had a slight smile on his face. It seems that men are not the only ones who care about whether they are number one or not. Boss scumbag. You are just a shadow clone out there, and you can make any promises that maybe your real body is having a good time over there. After all, you are so fickle. Kang turned his head and saw Uchiha Madara's Mangekyo Sharingan, and realized that his inner thoughts were known. His face turned slightly red, he spat lightly, and responded with a coquettish eye roll. He was the first to kidnap a beautiful female ninja from the battlefield and take her back as his wife. How could such a playboy not want to eat the meat right in front of him? It's been so long, I guess your body must be weak now, right? It was this philandering bastard who took advantage of the situation and stole my feelings. Otherwise, I would have used burning escape to steam this scumbag to death in the past. Now that the affairs of Sand Village have basically become stable, after handing over the village to Uchiha Madara, Kang handed over a visiting letter to Konoha, preparing to go to Konoha to meet his lover. I just wonder what her expression would be when she finds out that her lover is a handsome little boy who is in the awkward period of changing teeth. Anyway, she had already been pulled onto the plate by the Uchiha Kage, and she would not let this piece of delicious meat slip away from her mouth. Konoha. Along the Nanhi River. Because of the deaths of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo, after Namikaze Minato became the fourth Hokage, he smoothly took over Konoha's Umbu and Root organizations and no longer needed Kakashi to join the Umbu to help. Also because nothing happened to Obito and Rin, Kakashi did not close his heart and took the initiative to join the Umbu. Today, the three members of Team 7 still maintain their previous habits. Except for rest days and taking on some commission tasks, they still spend most of their time practicing in the woods beside the Nanhi River. As for Ji, who has projects on hand, he is naturally inseparable. In front of an open space, Zed, Rin, Kakashi, and Zed's good brother, the ninja dog Puck, were sitting outside watching the fight, while Zed's clone and Obito were standing opposite each other in the middle of the field. Today, Obito still has a 3-Magatama Sharingan and still maintains the fighting level of Kenji. Even if he takes more beatings, his improvement is extremely limited. It is true that he only remembers the food and not the beating. Hateful. I will definitely defeat you today. Obito pumped his fists to cheer himself up, his eyes filled with burning flames of anger. Don't say so much useless things. With your speed of improvement, I'm afraid that in 2 or 3 years, your brothers will be stronger than you when they fight 7 people at once, Clone G said with disdain on his face. If Obito could exert his full strength, he could also reach the combat level of a Jonin. Unfortunately, Xehanor's fighting skills were too affected, and when he occasionally acted stupidly, he was extremely lame. However, even if he performed exceptionally well, he still couldn't defeat G's clone. There is no need for the clone of the clone. After all, to put it nicely, G's purpose is to help him train, but to put it bluntly, he simply wants to beat him up. Yesterday, I walked hand in hand with Zionin's wife for more than an hour on the street. Uchiha Izumi acted like a spoiled child to him, plus the basic number of times. Well, Obito has a total of 4 training sessions today. Once in the morning, afternoon and evening, and once in the middle of the night when I wake you up. The auditor said this is the number of times I have sex? Young people are full of passion. They don't care about failure at all. They are full of fighting spirit every day. While stroking the head of his good friend, the ninja dog Parker, G shook his head and sighed. Back then, he was also so motivated, and he would tirelessly look for Obito and the others to receive rewards every day. Now it is finally his turn to reward Obito. Yes, it is indeed a cause for regret. The ninja dog Parker squinted his eyes comfortably, looking at Obito, who should have failed in less than 5 minutes but was beaten for more than 10 minutes, and it wasn't over yet. He couldn't help but show pity. Kakashi and Lin on the side were also speechless and had nothing to say. They also knew that Zed deliberately wanted to beat Obito for a while longer. But they couldn't beat him, and no matter what they said, it was useless. G was still beaten as he pleased. Fortunately, he was still treated afterwards. But we cannot rule out the possibility that Zed's purpose in treating Obito is to beat poor Obito more times a day. Fortunately, poor Obito had relatively strong nerves. After gradually adapting to the embarrassment in front of Lin, he also inherited G's previous mental mode of staying in a fighting state every day. Illusion, Sharingan. The clone G sensed Obito's condition and felt that it was about right. The power of the pupils in the Mangekyo Sharingan, which was as bright as a broken prism, instantly conquered Obito's consciousness and made him fall into an illusion. When Obito's consciousness fell into an illusion and he was in a trance, the Spirit Kai walked up to him and began to practice the medical ninjutsu that he had copied. At this time, in Obito's spiritual world, who was trapped in the illusion, scenes slowly unfolded before his eyes. He wanted to confess his love to Lin with the bouquet in his hand, but he didn't dare to step forward. He could only humbly bury his feelings deep in his heart. Then there are the happy scenes of practicing ninjutsu with Lin and completing missions together. In the very end, Lin attended the wedding with that bastard with a happy face with the blessings of her relatives and friends. He himself, like a defeated dog, left only a lonely back in the distance on the stage. At his feet were scattered the dried petals of the bouquet that represented the boy's heartbeat, one by one, spreading in the mud on the ground. Just like this relationship in the illusion world that ended before it even began. No, this is all fake. Obito couldn't stop roaring loudly in his heart. He had seen this scene more than once in the illusion world. In the real world, a tear also slid down the corner of Obito's eye. His eyelids trembled slightly, and he soon woke up. Asshole, don't be so proud of yourself too soon. I will definitely defeat you next time. Obito glared at the clone G in front of him with angry eyes, roaring secretly in his heart. Even Kakashi would never let Rin marry a philandering bastard like you. For a moment, Obito's body seemed to be filled with high fighting spirit again. However, he still didn't have the courage to confess to Linear. Not bad, very energetic. I hope your performance in this afternoon's battle will impress me. Several figures of Obito were reflected in the eyes of the Soul Stealer, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. One morning, Uchiha Kage sent Zionin to visit Minato's house. Before he could touch the little Naruto's beard twice, he was nigh walked out of the house impatiently. We are pests, we are pests. Uchiha Kage hummed a catchy tune, bought a big bag of snacks on the street, and walked home with a full bag. But before entering the Uchiha clan's territory, they spotted a guy with suspicious movements. Needless to say, the Mangekyo Sharingan was activated instantly. Are you from the Hidden Mist Village looking for me? Uchiha Kage frowned slightly. The ability 8 meanings housed in the Mangekyo Sharingan is very useful in both combat and daily strategies, but it can only sense the target's current thoughts. So, the Uchiha Kage quietly sneaked up behind the spy from the Hidden Mist Village. Hey, man, stop staring. What do you want from me? The Uchiha Kage patted the Mist Village spy on the shoulder and lowered his voice to maintain the sacred atmosphere of the latent spy. For those godfathers who think this is okay, please give it a 5-star rating, please, please. Text. The spy from the Hidden Mist Village was startled, and a Senbon sword suddenly slipped out from his sleeve. He grasped it in his hand, turned around and attacked. But the moment he turned around and raised his arms, a pair of dazzling Mangekyo Sharingan came into view, so mysterious that it seemed to be able to absorb a person's soul. The consciousness of the spy from the Hidden Mist Village suddenly trembled, and when he came to his senses, he found that his limbs had been pierced by an illusory wedge, depriving him of the freedom of his body. Magical art of shackles and hangs. Relax, tell me, what did you come to see me for? The Uchiha Kage asked. It's you. When the spy from the Hidden Mist Village saw that it was Uchiha Kage, Jed, a flash of surprise appeared in his eyes, and the heart that had been beating wildly in his chest calmed down a little. The mission he received on this trip was to meet with Ji, so he naturally had many mental anticipations of the scene of their meeting. I don't know. The letter is inside my clothes on my chest. The Kirigakure spy replied. Uchiha Kage nodded without any doubt. A tentacle stretched out from the shadow, took out a letter from the clothes on his chest, opened it and started reading. The content of the letter was very simple. The Hidden Mist Village wanted to exchange their tailed beast, the three-tailed beast, Isabushi, and 7 ninja swords from him, as well as agree on the time and detailed location for negotiating the transaction. Okay, I understand the situation. Next time if you have any problems, just come to me. No need to be so careful. Just treat Konoha as your home. The Uchiha Kage lifted the magical shackle technique and, with a smile, straightened the clothes of the Kirigakure spy who had a puzzled look on his face. She patted him on the shoulder and turned away, leaving behind only a gradually receding, yet mysterious and profound back. Shit, you're such a good pretender. After a moment, the spy from the Hidden Mist Village came to his senses, shuddered all over, and spat lightly on the ground. What a bullshit, just come directly next time and treat Konoha as your own home. Do you really think Konoha's Umbu interrogation team is just a decoration? That's an interrogation agency that will squeeze every last drop of intelligence value out of even a corpse. The key point is that I was actually bewildered just now and actually believed what G said. It was like I saw a ghost in broad daylight. After observing the surroundings and finding that no one was paying attention to this place, the spy from the Hidden Mist Village simply turned into a yo-yo and slipped away quietly. Uchiha Kage was not surprised that the Hidden Mist Village sent someone to contact him, and even felt that the other party came too slowly. Ever since the political situation of one village, one country emerged, the tailed beasts have been a powerful deterrent force in the hands of the 5 major ninja villages, a force that no one can ignore. It can also be passed down from generation to generation as one of the most important weapons to protect the village. The 7 ninja swordsmen are the most elite ninja force that has existed in the Hidden Mist Village since its establishment. They represent an extremely important political force in the Hidden Mist Village both internally and externally. Except for the double swords Flatfish and the large sword Samehada. As long as the chips offered by the Hidden Mist Village are enough, Uchiha Kage doesn't mind exchanging these useless toys for his wife Ben. In addition to these, it would be a good choice to take advantage of this transaction to accompany Mei Terumi and the other 2 back to her hometown to relax. Konan has Jiraiya as his master, so he has integrated very well into Konoha. Besides Minato and Kushina, he has many other friends. Although Yukito had few friends in the Hidden Cloud Village, he felt satisfied in Konoha and his life was very fulfilling. Yukiho and Shiro had also completely integrated into the life of Konoha. There are only 3 people from the Hidden Mist Village, led by Mei Terumi. Apart from the people who live together in the yard, they have not developed any friends in Konoha. Their daily life is just a small group sticking together. They are also the ones with the slowest progress in the strategy at present, and are the typical ones who don't force, don't cooperate. Uchiha Kage knows how to care for his wives, and if he can use this to make them open their closed hearts a little, it would be a success. After all, if the older sister could be more proactive, her charm would be even stronger than a frozen icicle. If it's icicles in the summer, just ignore what I said. Uchiha Kage fantasized about the older sister who would be proactive and enthusiastic towards him in the future, and hummed a little tune happily. In the office of the Hokage building. Before the morning was over, Minato Namikaze had finished processing all the government documents that needed to be reviewed for the day. After stretching his body, which was a little tired from sitting for so long, Minato Namikaze summoned the Umbu ninja who was waiting outside the door. How are the arrangements for tomorrow's reception going? We must ensure the safety of the Sand Village delegation in Konoha. This is related to the relationship between Konoha and the Sand Village. Namikaze Minato asked with a serious expression. In the ninja world where the 5-Kage summit is always held in a neutral country, the fact that a Kage from one village travels to visit another ninja village has a political meaning of actively seeking friendship. If this visit to the Sand Village goes smoothly, the 2 villages will most likely be able to sign a non-aggression peace treaty and become allies. This is different from an alliance in the chaos of war, which may be betrayed at any time. During a period of stable peace, alliances will become stronger. The exchanges between the 2 villages will become closer, friction will be reduced or even disappear, and with various affairs complementing each other, the development of the 2 villages will enter a period of acceleration. As the 4th Hokage of Konoha, Minato Namikaze naturally attached great importance to this matter. The reception has been prepared. The Umbu and Konoha security force have conducted a comprehensive investigation in the past few days and have eliminated 17 spies from various villages, trying to eliminate all possible accidents. The Umbu ninja reported. Minato Namikaze nodded in understanding, with a satisfied smile on his face. He is a person like Kumagakure who is keen on developing military power and developing the village through plundering. As a Hokage who came from the civilian population, he clearly knows the pain and suffering that war brings to people, and is more keen on stable and peaceful development. Everything is ready. All we have to do now is wait for the visiting delegation from the Sand Village to arrive tomorrow. The next day, in the morning, the 5th Kazekage Yagura led the visiting group from the Sand Village and finally arrived at the Konoha village after a long journey, exhausted. With the warm hospitality of Konoha, the visiting delegation from Sand Village stayed in the highest standard hotel in Konoha.